it's not for regulatory rules, but I can tell you it is. So I don't know what much more I can say on that. I think you should be pretty used to this sector and how you need to tread carefully so that you don't get yourself in trouble with regulators.
Okay, J Future, I know you had your hand up for a long time, and then we'll take Producer Paradigm.
Oh, wow. Okay. I don't know if I have any questions, but I'm going to make a statement. I'll try to keep it under a minute, guys. I promise. Man, I really don't want to give Liquid Bros the alpha, but it's for the listeners at the end of the day. Now, everybody, in case you haven't noticed, there's a new wave since the Orca BS in the spaces. Okay? And we only want people to talk about their expertise because at the end of the day, we come to the spaces for the alpha. Right? I don't know why else you'd be coming to the spaces. So I'll talk about liquid loans from my angle, which, as many of you may know, is marketing. The alpha is these guys wrote the book on what not to do. And I don't know who their marketing guy is, but he probably quit. That's it. That's the alpha.
That's your observation. If that's your comment, yeah, I don't know what to say.
Producer?
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity just to get some clarification. I'm wondering if this is a question that's similar to where does the ETH go in some part, and I'd like kind of a response with regard to that. And then also, if somebody could just please state the problem, what is the problem? And then if we could get a direct answer from somebody in Liquid Loans. Somebody state what is the problem, clarify the problem, and then let's get a good statement rebuttal with the question, please.
I think Mad Hatter and Sequoia have been pretty good about hosting. Maybe they can just reframe the question the community has.
Yeah, go ahead, Mad Hatter. I thought it was pretty clear, but go ahead.
Sure.
If you want.
So the real question was around the timing of the sacrifice phase. Now, we were discussing this in the space earlier, and there were many people that were unaware, believe it or not, that they would not be receiving a double between ETH and Pulse, right? Because Liquid Loans is launching specifically on Pulse. And maybe what stirred this entire shit pot was putting out a tweet about the fact that if you sacrifice to Liquid Loans, you're not going to be receiving a double. The project team will be receiving that double. That's what started this entire thing. And so the entire question was around the specific timing, which seems strategic, of launching the sacrifice phase for Liquid Loans pre-fork. Now, if you tell us that that was a business decision because you're going to double those bags, that's fine. Just tell us that, right? But it seems as though this question has been danced around for, going on an hour now, without a very clear answer. And I'm not quite done. I'm almost there.
Okay.
We haven't gotten a clear answer. What we have heard is that people were told months ago to get their bags ready, to get their stable coins ready, etc. Okay. But as Hex is the Way also pointed out, he was in the Telegram chat recently, and when he asked prior to the Liquid Loans sacrifice phase starting when the sacrifice phase would start, he was told that there was not a set date. So clearly this date was chosen fairly recently.
And also too, because this goes back to, because you might be answering our question for just a second, but when you were talking about percentages, didn't Richard say there was a 1% dev fee on Pulse Chain that nobody should have no expectations of regardless of the SAC phase? So I think Richard did talk about percentages.
Okay, would you like me to address all those now?
Please.
Yeah. Okay, so the double your bags thing. This is a rhetorical question. What do you think stablecoins are going to be worth on Pulse Chain? They're not backed by the companies that are issuing them. There's a real likelihood that they're going to be worth nothing, zero, being validated. So to think that we're taking a double and that was the aim of the game, I think you've got it skewed. That wasn't the intention. The thinking of what was going to double wasn't even on the cards. In fact, we think stablecoins are going to be worth zero over there. That's why the protocol is a stablecoin factory, because we think we're going to need stablecoins over there. So I'm not sure where that doubling thing has come from. I've got to be honest, that's the first I've heard of that. The other thing on terms of dates, Liquid Loans had talked about dates, as far as I'm concerned, what I can recall, back in maybe even December, I think we'd started talking about potential times. So if you're in our Telegram group, you would have had some inkling of when that was going. Now, what we didn't expect to happen was Richard to come out with a Pulse X sacrifice. That was an unknown to us at the time. So that was something we couldn't we'd already set our timeline, and that popped up, and we were like, okay, well, now we've got to deal with that. So it wasn't like we had deliberately set a date to be in conflict with that. That was an unknown at the time. The 1% thing, that was, you're correct, that was known that there'd be a 1%, that would be no expectation, but how much of the supply was everyone getting? That was an unknown. How much of total supply was there going to be? Total unknown. In fact, everyone thought it would be a certain percent based on the amount that was sacked by what everyone could see in the sacrifice address, and everyone was doing their numbers on, what was it? I don't know, 13 trillion or something like that. Turns out it came in at 10x that.
I'm sorry. Very sorry.
Sorry, my mic's cut out again. Not sure how much of that I need to repeat.
We got it. We heard it. Thank you.
Yeah. So yeah, I was talking about the 1%. I don't know how far I got through that. But that 1% was a known entity for sure. But the total supply was a complete unknown, and how much each person that sacrificed would receive of that total supply was also a complete unknown.
I know we got two hands up real quick. I do just want to jump in and say, I feel that it's at least slightly disingenuous to assume that those stable coins, number one, would have no value. We don't know if they will or won't. And we also don't know what's going to happen to those stable coins pre-fork, right? Maybe they're moved into a different token that does get doubled. We don't know. And I think that's part of the question and why this has kind of, turned into a couple hundred people in this space. There's so many unknowns. And we do have questions. So I do want to say thank you for jumping in here to answer some of them. Hey, Gary, Keith, I know both of you have your hand up. I don't know who was first.
Mine's really quick. It's the same thing that you just echoed, which is, you already know the address of people that sacrifice stable and Ethereum, and you will similarly know the address on Pulse Chain, maybe as a corporate decision or company or entity decision that should go back to the people, because you're calling it zero value in your statement. You're saying it's likely to be zero. At least you said that. And Richard has these points that he makes that it's likely to be more than zero, whatever that number is. We've seen Tether have this backing narrative, and then you see that it has little backing by comparison as far as dollar versus other cryptocurrencies that change and are volatile, that are also quote unquote backing Tether. So, pegs are still social consensus. It's backed by gold. This piece of paper that is a silver certificate that is called $1 in the 60s, 70s, 50s. We have these histories where things are related to something else and it's backing it until it doesn't have to, and the peg still exists. So if you're calling it zero value, just be honest about it and say it's zero value. It has no benefit to the company whatsoever. The timing was probably a social faux pas about when the sacrifice was going to occur, and give it back. It seems like it's a pretty quick answer for a company CEO to make.
Firstly, I'm not a company CEO, so I can't speak on behalf of him. When I've got to be honest, I feel there's a bit of a double standard, and I understand that to some degree. But every other sacrifice that everyone has participated in, it is, someone just mentioned it, it is that where does all the ETH go scenario.
Hey, Jax, I feel that that might be slightly disingenuous as well. I know you weren't in the space earlier when we mentioned this, so just to repeat it for everybody that's new. Most people that have been speaking in this space since this morning agree that sacrificing for both Pulse Chain and Pulse X was only an option on their plate because of Hex, because Hex existed and that Richard Hart had a track record, right? Now, of course, you're still taking risk no matter what, but at least you have some form of believability to point back to and say, this succeeded, so there's a chance that this next thing could also succeed that's created by the same person, right? And my fear is that we're replicating exactly what we saw in 2017 and 2018 with ICOs with a new fancy verbiage, right, to skirt SEC or to skirt any country ICO laws. That's really the question at hand.
Yeah, that's, I guess that is a precedent that was set, and I'm not being dismissive when I say I get that there's a difference there because Richard has some runs on the board. That mechanic seemed to be successful, and that's why it was chosen. In terms of, I've really got to be careful what I say, because we cannot set that expectation. Okay, so you've got to understand that you get put in a position where there's things you can say and there's things you can't. I think we're exactly what you witnessed. If anyone watched the Peter Schiff stream yesterday, Richard was trying to convey a point.
Wait a minute. So you're saying you can't set the expectation, and yet you want to lean on the expectation that we have of a trend that Richard already put out there. The expectation was a launched audited code and it was finished. And then the market decided what the value of that code was, and that was called Hex. You're saying that it's not expectation. However, you're also on the other side saying this is audited code on Ethereum that we are just going to change some variables and then we're going to launch. So, like the expectation thing is that the code is going to be valued, and it doesn't exist yet. You don't have trended history of developing these things. So there is expectation that you will rip off everybody. That's what has happened in other crypto projects. Richard and Hex have been different, right? So expectation happens no matter what you say, one way or the other.
Okay, you're conflating two different things there. You're conflating Hex and you're conflating the sacrifice process for Pulse and Pulse X. So they were two different mechanics. So the expectation thing still applies in all of those scenarios. I'm just trying to, you've spat out a lot there. I'm trying to see if I can cover off each individual point there. Is there, by sacrificing, are you, I'm really trying to get this across without setting expectations, but the people have sacrificed, and they have, it is a literal sacrifice where they're wanting to see a protocol launch, is how I can put it. There's a team working on launching that protocol. I can't say anything else that's going to give an expectation, mate. Surely you can understand that.
Okay. Can I ask you a quick question?
Hey, famous Keith. I think Keith's been waiting a little while longer. Yeah, and then you can hop in.
Hey guys, yeah, appreciate everyone being in here. I just have a general question, and this may have been discussed earlier. I apologize. I'm just jumping in. Are you guys still operating? Are you guys still, I guess, building or testing on testnet in private mode? And have you guys released the code to anybody yet? Has anyone been able to see that yet or test it out before starting a sacrifice phase?
So if you're watching my YouTube channel, the Jexa HexSafe YouTube channel, you'll see I've done a walkthrough of the actual front end interface. So that's running on testnet v2. It's not public yet, but you can get a look and feel and see that it's all operational. Now there's obviously a few things that aren't available on testnet. One of those being Pulse X, and I think that's going to be pretty important for our protocol. So as soon as that's launched, then we can tweak some of the settings in the code and be able to leverage off of Pulse X. So that's obviously there's a few things we're waiting on. We hope to have the whether it's on V2 or V3, we would like to have a public bit of code up there where everyone can play with very, very shortly. But you can see that you can go and check out my video and see that it is actually live on the testnet.
Sure. And I guess the reason I'm asking is because if we launch a sacrifice phase with no expectations to profit from the work of others, how would any user out there, be able to go and read the code and understand what the protocol actually does, and maybe even test it out in real time, before even a sacrifice phase started? Obviously, I know there's a comparison and a parallel that could be drawn. I had a proven track record already, releasing complete products, and so that's a little separate. So I can understand that you would draw a parallel between that. Why not sacrifice for you guys? But at the same time, like if we can't see the code, that's kind of concerning. Just from a lot of folks out there, I'm sure that they want to do their own. We all preach that do your own research, and go out and read and view. So just curious as to why that wasn't necessarily, I guess, released to the public before sacrifice. Just especially if we're talking about collecting money from individuals who are, a lot of folks are probably pretty tapped out at this point, would be my guess, from all the various sacrifices going on. And then again, the timing with maybe waiting at least maybe another week until the PulseX sacrifice ended. I don't know, maybe just out of, call it respect, or just genuine like professionalism in terms of like, hey, let's all try to respect the fact that we all want to do sacrifices now. Let's wait till the main one, the guy who started sacrifice phase, let's wait till that one's at least over, or at least maybe give some code out to some folks to see like what we're doing. I just asking some questions from some guys who asked me some things, and one of the big questions is why can't we see the code, right? But I'm sure there's got to be a good reason for it, and privacy. But I just wanted to hear your side of it. I appreciate it.
Yeah. So there's a number of things. So let me speak to a few of those things. Firstly, the code it's primarily a fork of Liquidity, which is running on EAT. So if you want to go and view all their codes and audits, that's all available. We've made that very upfront from the start, that 99% of what is in their code is going to be in ours. So that you can actually go and play with the systems on Avalanche, on ETH, on pretty much every chain has got a version of this. So you can go and use it, and you can go read all the audits. I encourage everyone to read all the audits, and more importantly, read all the modeling that was done on the Liquidity protocol. That's when I read that was the thing that gave me confidence in the protocol. Just the amount of battle testing they'd done when they were doing the agent modeling and setting up the different conditions of the network to see how stable it was. So that's all available. There is a bit of, I guess, IP that we need to protect, or a company needs to protect, an entity needs to protect. If it is released, then you can imagine that anyone could do what they like with that. So we've got to be mindful of that at this critical stage. So that's probably the best way I can answer those questions, is it is available to be viewed pretty much in its entirety. There's some specific settings that will get changed for Pulse chain, and so it's there to be viewed on Liquidity.
Sure. No, I appreciate the clarification. I know other people had their hands up. I had one other kind of like use case question. you guys have the whole never sell your pulse, right? That's kind of the name of the game with liquid loans is lock your pulse up in a vault. You guys issue USDL, you take a loan out. That way, as a user, I don't have to sell my pulse. So there's, I guess, like a yield element to the USDL, or again, I'm not as familiar with all the different inner workings of it, but I guess just from a comparison, like if I am somebody who doesn't want to sell my pulse, why would I go through liquid loans when I can delegate my pulse to a validator and earn yield that way and not sell my pulse and just earn additional yield? Why would I? Is it solely just to provide like a level of liquidity without having to sell my pulse? And that's like I'm just but when we hear like don't sell your pulse, get a loan, I don't have to sell my pulse. I could just delegate to a validator and earn yield with that. So I'm just trying to understand a little bit more about the use case between the two.
Yeah, no, there's that's great. So one thing is we don't understand the financials around being a delegator at this point in time. So I can't sort of comment the sort of yields that we can expect. I don't think anyone knows that at this point in time, or at least not that I'm aware of. But you're right, you can stake with a delegator and get some form of yield, and that will probably be paid in pulse, or will be paid in pulse. But at some point in time, you might like to extract the value from your pulse, whether it's pulse that you've delegated or pulse that you've got as yield. And how can you extract value without having to actually sell it? So I don't see these things as working against each other. In actual fact, we see our system as being very complementary to the whole ecosystem. So what it allows you to do is deposit pulse into a vault and extract or mint some USDL, so some stable coin. So that is a way of being able to extract some value without selling your pulse down. Now, what you choose to do with that USDL, that's entirely up to you. But at least it means that you haven't had to sell the pulse down. Now, we think that USDL is going to be a pretty important piece of the puzzle on the pulse chain. I think if it becomes the premier stablecoin, that's a big use. And look, our vision is we hope that larger players come and deposit their pulse into the vault and mint stablecoins to support the ecosystem. So we don't see it as a one-dimensional tool where it's just about lending. We see it where it can play a larger role in using USDL to provide liquidity on liquidity pools and things like that.
Gotcha. No, I appreciate, like I said, I appreciate the clarification. And one last other thing too is I saw something that you guys were going to have a recovery mode. So I was just kind of curious on how that recovery mode was going to work, and what does that mean for somebody who has Pulse locked in a vault with USDL? I'm sorry, with liquid loans. And maybe if you could expand on the just the recovery mode. I know it's a collateralization rate if it drops below a certain point. But if you might be able to expand on that, I think it'd be kind of beneficial just for folks. Again, like I said, we're doing our own research, making sure we're reading up on everything, and I'm sure there's going to be great projects that launch. It's just, we always want to make sure we err on the side of caution. And recovery mode's just kind of, to me, I'm not 100% sure what that means. It kind of sounds a little scary at first, read. So I appreciate the clarification, man.
Yep. So understand that recovery mode is not a desirable mode to be in. So the system, by the way, incentivizes actors that use it, steers people away from recovery mode. So by the very nature of recovery mode existing, means that it should never go in there because people are aware of it. So that's sort of the general preface there. But you're right. So it looks at the system solvency. So the important thing about the system is the USDL that's minted is always fully redeemable for $1 worth of pulse. So if the system ever looks like it's going to get into a stage where that's not the case, where it's getting the solvency's at risk, then it'll go into recovery mode. Now, I think on the ETH platform, Liquidity's only gone into recovery mode once, and I think that was when we had a massive dip down in the ETH price. And so when it does that, it just it tightens up a few of the parameters in terms of what lending and redemptions can be done. Adjusts some of the lending rates to encourage good behaviours, and encourages people to get their vault back up to safer collateral levels. So that then raises the whole collateral level of the system. So it does a number of different things at once, which I won't go into now.
Gotcha. So recovery mode is something that is built into the code to process automatically, or does somebody initiate recovery mode, or is that it's just a internal function?
Sorry. Yep. So it's all built in code. There is no governance. There's no one that can move any levers. The way that it uses the different levers that the system can pull means that it can all be done in an automated fashion, and it's fast. It's pretty much instant. So in a lot of these protocols, they have things like auctions and things like that take place. There's none of that. So it's almost instantaneous, and that's why this system is really good at reacting to instability in prices. You have a look at the peg on the stable coin, and it's probably one of the most stable, if not the most stable. Obviously, when Liquidity was first launched, a little bit of a bedding in period where it was a little bit more volatile, but it's quickly settled down and is probably, when we've had recent dips, it's been more of a solid peg than USDC and Tether.
Got you. So just with the extreme volatility of Pulse with launch and everything, with prices probably going all wonky donkey, would it be safe to assume that this recovery mode would be, kind of kicking in fairly quickly or fairly often? How many times does recovery mode initiate? You know what I mean? I mean, is it based on the market? Is it based on just the system overall? It just seems that when I hear recovery mode, I hear, okay, if our collateralization drops below 109%, then those vaults are immediately liquidated. Is that kind of how, just to balance the system out? Is that generally kind of how it works? I just see like a very volatile market for the first few months with launch. And so I just always try to err on the side of caution with these types of like, I guess, isms or programmable functions. So I with it being so volatile, would it be safe to say that recovery mode, there could be a high chance of recovery mode being initiated by the system, in the first 30 to 90 days based on the volume and the volatility of the price of Pulse? Is that something that?
That's a really, really good question, and I'll explain why. So first of all, the system won't go live in the first weeks of Pulse launching. For that very reason, it's going to be the Wild West. People are going to be moving things around left, right, and center, swapping from Pulse X to Pulse, all sorts of things that are going to be unpredictable. So it would be crazy to launch the system in that early period. When the system does launch, at the moment, it's coded in with a 14-day period where redemptions are restricted, just to give the system a chance to stabilize. Now that 14 days is an arbitrary figure. We can change that, but we'll have a look how the chain's running and see whether that's something that needs to be addressed. In terms of the solvency of the system, you could imagine if there was someone or an entity that was in a position to shore up the stability of the system at the beginning, you would think they would do what they could and deploy the resources they have to ensure the stability of the system.
Gotcha. Okay, so somebody would, sorry, I know we have other hands up. I apologize, guys. I'll throw it over to some other folks out there. But thanks for answering my questions. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Provides a lot of clarity for the entire community.
So I think we had TCP and then
I was first.
Famous, TCP, CSG, or famous, CSG, TCP.
How are you, Jackson? How are you? I think it's the first time we're speaking.
Yeah, thanks. Going well, mate.
We're doing good, man. I kind of have three short questions for you. The first one is, do you believe in Hex? It's very
Do I
easy
believe in
question.
Hex?
Yeah,
Do I
it's very
believe in
easy
Hex?
question. I don't need to hear the whole thing. It's very simple questions. Do you believe in Hex?
Well, I'm a day one Hexagon, mate. I'm here for 15 years, so yeah.
Do you believe in Pulse Chain?
Certainly do.
Sorry?
I certainly do. Hang on.
Okay, perfect. Now, which one do you believe in more, Pulse X or your Tone loans?
Which one do I believe in more?
Yeah, your Pulse X or your coin loans, because it's very weird that every single one of your members of your team doesn't have PLSX in their name. You guys have Hex and PLS as if you want to catch the Hexicans to give you their money because you support PLS. And it's just very shady to me that you don't have PLSX in your name, but you have your token. As you just said, mate, you said you're a pure Hexagon. So that means you're only 66% with Richard, man. I don't like that, man, at all.
That's so. First of all, I didn't say I was a pure Hex, and that's your word. Just because I don't put every ticker symbol in my Twitter name.
Well, it's just your whole team. I don't know. Is it a requirement because you get fired or something? Because no one in your team has PLSX in their name. So I don't know if you get. That's why I'm asking, because to me, with my experience, it seems that you don't believe in PLSX, which is one of the tokens that I believe that is going to do very well in this new Pulse Chain ecosystem. And man, I don't know, it just sounds shady to me. So
I totally agree with you. I'm
gonna let everyone go because. Yeah, man.
Okay, let me speak. So I don't know, honestly, I don't know where that's coming from. I don't monitor all the teams' handles. It's a collective of individuals, so they are free to do what they want and voice their own opinion. So did I sacrifice the Pulse X? Sure I did. If you go watch one of my videos on feedback loops on my channel, I think there's a synergy between Hex, Pulse, Pulse X, and loan, and the USDL coin. So liquid loans as a system. You go watch that video and you don't think I'm bullish on all of Richard's product, then I don't know what to say, mate, because this system is purpose built to rocket fuel that economy. So maybe go watch a couple of my videos and you might get a better appreciation of our stance.
All right,
Thank you very much.
I think you got Rug. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Jexa, for that response to that. I'd like to counter that. I didn't put Hex in my name for a long minute. I haven't put Pulse or Pulse X in any of my stuff. So I hope none of you guys think I'm just trying to bait people into stuff. Sometimes we can choose our own names. That being said, Jexa, I just have a couple of questions. If anyone has just one question, I'd rather pass it to you. I've got about 7 questions. They're pretty short. But if anyone has one, thank you.
I've got 2 technical questions that may lead to pretty much open up a lot of doors. So CSS.
Yeah, go ahead. And I only have one question too.
Appreciate it. So Jessica, oh man, you've been cornered here. I got 2 technical questions for you. The first one will be, why did you guys choose to call it stablecoin, not a miracle?
Sorry, run that by me again.
Why did you choose to call your token a stable coin and not a mirror coin or a mirror token? Because that's what it is. It's not stable.
How is it not stable?
It is not stable.
Why? What's your definition of stable?
Well, it's not a definition, my man. Here's what stable means to me. When you have a token that is back to a Pulse, which is a totally volatile coin, layer 1, at launch, if Pulse goes down, your stable coin goes down with it, yay or nay?
There's more mechanics to it than that.
No, it's very simple. It's very simple. Yay or nay?
Nay, it doesn't necessarily have to go down with it at all. It's stable.
No, my man, it's not stable. Here's why. I have a lot of money right now in very stable coins. The whole market is dipping, and my stable coin is not moving $1. It's so stable. You know why? Because they pegged to the bank to Uncle Benjamin, pretty much. Now, if your
That's not how stable. That's not how stable coins work at all.
No, hold on a second. Hold on a second.
You are
Hold on
not.
a second.
You are not correct. That's not.
No,
Okay. I appreciate the insight. If you want to elaborate, feel free to afterwards, but we're going to let TCP finish his thought. Thanks. Proceed.
Okay, so my like, you know, the whole idea of a stable coin is this, is very simple. You are insulated from the market movements, if it's up or if it's down. Now you pick your sides, right? But when you create a token and you call it stable coin, it has to be pegged by a fiat currency, because not to my knowledge, not yet, we have something so stable in the crypto arena that can mimic the fiat that is like, you know, backed by central banks around the world. So long story short, your token is not stable. And here's why. If Pulse goes down, it goes down with it. And it's not stable. So that's number one. And I believe, like, you know, if we are going to play with words, we can do that all day long. But it's a very simple question. When Pulse goes down, will your stable coin goes down with it? Yay or nay?
Let me answer this before you go to question 2. So all stable coins are subject to Hart's law. The only reason that they maintain a peg or get back to $1's worth is because there's an arbitrage event. Let me give you an example. USDC is paired to many things. One of those things is Ethereum. Now, from your view, you think that USDC is always worth $1, and that's not true at all. That's not true for DAI. That's not true for USDC. And it's also not true for USDL. When you have USDC that is in a token pairing, there's a ratio there. And if Ethereum were to dump 20%, whatever is paired to Ethereum ends up dumping in value 20% right along with it. This is why all markets move. When Bitcoin dumps, when Ethereum dumps, everything ends up dumping with them. Stablecoins are no exception to that. But the question becomes, how fast can that ratio change to bring it back to $1's worth of the thing that it's paired to? So when the markets dump for Ethereum significantly and fast, you will find that USDC trades at 95 cents, 92 cents, sometimes even 75 cents. And what happens is you have people that try to buy the ratio back up, right? They buy it, it changes the ratio. They send that to an issuer, such as Coinbase, who is an issuer of Circle, for Circle. And then they are supposed to be able to redeem that for a fiat dollar. Okay, but here comes the problem with the centralized stablecoins.
Okay, hold on a second. I'm going to cut you there. Like, you know, I know what you're talking about, man. I'm a dev.
Correct.
I have years under my belt. So let's not, like, you know, again, play with words. I believe if we want to rest this argument for the stable coin and move on to question number 2, which is also technical.
The community needs to hear how this works, because you asked the question.
I know. I asked the question. I'm going to make it very easier on you to answer it. Do you have a fiat reserve for your stable coin?
DAI does not. Listen, this is not how stable coins work. You can be.
Okay, let's move on to question.
Hold on. Let me answer your question. You can be pegged back to $1's worth of something through time-weighted averages, or through oracles, or through other means, instead of being tied back to an actual fiat dollar. You see this with DAI. You see this with Liquidity, and you'll see this with liquid loans. It is pegged to $1's worth of Pulse. And if Pulse dumps, that same arbitrage event that I spoke of exists, and people can always redeem USDL that moved in with the Hart's law. It gets bought up, the ratio changes, it gets back to $1 very, very quickly, and then it's redeemable back for $8 worth of Pulse. And that's the arbitrage event that pegs the value back. This is how all stable coins work.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Anyway, since you mentioned Liquidity, when you go to Liquidity, which is basically, I heard your dev, I'm assuming Jexa, speaking that the majority probably, can you tell us also, what is the percentage of your codes are actually a fork of Liquidity?
Okay, so just to clarify, I'm not a dev. There'll probably be, like, I'm going to chuck a number out there because I don't know the exact figure, but it'll be like 99% of the code will be
99%. Okay, so if it's 99% Liquidity, their stablecoin, their exact same model that you guys tried to replicate here, their stablecoin is actually backed by the Uncle Benjamin USD dollar. You can verify that. You can go there. You can see it for yourself.
Liquidity is backed by $8 worth of Ethereum.
Hold on a second. Let me make it also again easier on you guys. The question number 2 is going to type everything up. Why did you guys choose to fork these protocols that done horrible, just horrible on other changes, on other blockchains? I'm sorry. Teddy Cash on Avalanche, Liquidity on Polygon, Fluidity on Binance. The list goes on and on and on, and not to forget the Liquidity, the mother of them all. Why did you guys go and fork these horrible protocols? I mean, the charts, you go to CoinMarketCap and look at these protocols charts, it's upside down. Like, I don't understand why you guys, sincerely, I want you guys to succeed, but you have to work extra hard to present something different for me to accept that you guys are different. Otherwise, you're just a copy paste. When you say 99% of the actual code that been copied from these protocols, no, thank you, man. No, thank you.
Okay, I'll talk to that. So let's break that down into a couple of components. So firstly, is the protocol a success? Yes, it's a success. It achieves the lending side of things it needs to, and it maintains a very stable peg on the stablecoin side of things. So that's its core feature. That's what it does really well. Now, what you're looking at is the secondary token of the system, which is the equivalent of our loan token, or on Liquidity, it's LQTY, and on Teddy Cash, the Teddy. And I agree, Teddy has performed pretty woefully, and there's a reason for that. Is the way there's a number of reasons. So firstly, adoption on that chain is very, very low. They have 8 vaults created. So there's not a great deal of users using the system. So therefore, it's not generating fees in the system. The fees are what go to the holders of the Teddy token. So you can launch the best protocol in the world, and if it doesn't get adoption on a particular chain, it's not the fault of the protocol. It's the fact that there's no adoption on the protocol.
Yeah, but in this case,
hang on. Yeah, I'll let you ask the question.
I will let you finish. I will let you finish. I'm sorry to cut you off, but I just want to add something to your answer. It is not just on it's not just on Avalanche, man. It's on every single blockchain. That means that the actual protocol, there is something in it that is not working. It cannot be all of these teams are doing the same mistake or something wrong, or it just doesn't make sense that all of these forks in protocols are owned by a single entity. It is Like, I don't know,
Sorry,
but go ahead.
They're not owned. Hang on. They're not owned by a single entity. That's not true. They've been launched by independent teams on these other chains, and in a lot of instances, they haven't done. They've basically just launched the code and let it go free. They haven't tried to build a community around it. They're launching on ghost chains. It's not promoted. It's not getting used. So you can't look at these things in isolation. We've pulled apart the tokenomics of every single one of those other protocols on those chains. We know what things they've done and where they've gone wrong. Okay, so they've changed things from the Liquidity model, and they've changed them for the worse. You need to understand what they've tweaked in the background and what impact that has. We've done that work. So let's have a look at Liquidity, because that is probably the premier one in terms of was developed on for that chain and launched on that chain. So let's have a look what might be affecting those guys. Firstly, they launched probably 8 to 10 months ago. What happened to the ETH price around about then? It's been on a gradual decline. Okay, so it's dropped probably 50-60%, along with Bitcoin and a whole host of other things. So they launched at an inopportune time. So the people are not likely to go and use all these protocols when the fees are $300 to set up a vault. Every time you want to adjust a vault, another $30-40. Like the fees, we know as Hexicans, we know the fees on Ethereum are crippling. Okay, so you need to understand there's other dynamics that go into making a protocol a success. Now,
okay. Thank you so much.
Hang on. Let me keep going. You asked a long question. Let me finish my answer, please.
I'm not going to ask you any questions. Thank you so much. I rest my case. I believe that the questions that I raised are really valid, and the community deserves to hear your answers. You can continue answer my questions. That's totally fine. But I think that you guys are picked the wrong protocol here. I wish you all luck. Thank you so much. I'm not going to go after a copy of a protocol that drops from $54 to $2 right now, unless you are going to show me the codes, where did you tweak it, how you tweak it, and also give you some time to see if your tweaks are actually impacting the mother codes. Then I will be convinced. Other than that, thank you so much, and I thank all the hosts here and co-hosts for allowing to ask these questions.
Thank you, TCP. Hey, Skipper, you said you had one question. If you wanted to head ahead of me, definitely please do.
Yeah, so mine's real quick. I just kind of wanted to go back on the expectation thing just really quick. So on one hand, it's no expectation, but then on the other hand, as soon as Godwell does a sacrifice, it's tweeted out. And I just wonder if that gives people somewhat of an expectation, because if Godwell did it, then why wouldn't I do it? And the last thing I'll say is, Gerardo and the whole NFT thing with Mintra, they're disclosing how much their debt percentage is getting. So I don't really see where that would hurt. I definitely understand not knowing how much is going to be sacked, but I don't see what the difference is saying a debt percentage. Anyway, that's all I got.
Yep. I can't speak to what legal advice Gerardo's had. I know we've had a lot of legal advice. We're using top tier accountancy firms for our advice as well. So we're acting under that advice. What he chooses to do and how he runs his project is totally up to him. I'm not going to comment on that. I can't comment on it. I don't know what he's doing. Sorry, you asked a two-part question.
Well, it just seemed like there was no expectation when it was a hard question, but if it was people like Godwell sacrificing, then it's happy to retweet that. And what kind of expectation would that set if one of the, Richard's favorite Hexican, the people that in Hex look up to the most, that sacrificed $200 million for 15 years. And so when it's kind of glorified that he participated too, what kind of expectation does that set?
We're proud that he came and supported the sacrifice. I don't think there's anything wrong with promoting that. We wanted to acknowledge that he'd done that. if that sets an expectation for you, then that's in your mind. If you're following everything he does, then that's your decision. Everyone makes up their own mind and their own decision. He decided that he wanted to support the protocol.
Well, thank you. CSE and then Hex is the way, I believe.
Thank you. Did you have something to say? Someone open their mic.
Yeah, this is Charles. I just have a statement, and I just wanted to say, first of all, I consider myself a RH Maxine. I'm relatively new, got in last year, middle of last year, and one of the things that attracted me so much to Hex and Pulse and everything was the community, and the community was super cool. And I used to listen to and still do Adam Stoke, and Adam Stokes used to brag about, having people on that were anti-Hex and how cool the community was and how proud he was of how the Hex community acted. And that's one of the things I love about it. I think it's kind of a difficult time right now, kind of an antsy time, just like, especially, with wars going on and everything else. I'm a little bummed, that, we have such a cool community that came together and put a Hex car together. And a couple days later, everybody was so excited going into the Hex car race. And then a few days later, everybody thought it was a crazy idea and it was a bad idea. And that bummed me out a little bit. And I thought good for everybody for pulling together and making this happen. I just had this one thing to say. I don't know the folks at Liquid Loans, but I've been obviously studying them for a long time, probably as much as everybody else. I just want to thank them for putting their faces out there, because there's people doing projects that don't put their face out there. So I thank you guys for stepping up to the plate and doing that and being present. I think that Pulse and Pulse X and we need as much support on that chain for it to survive. We can't be the only thing on the chain to survive. And I appreciate the fact that everybody has to vet everything, and I know that. But I appreciate the questions from Keith. I think that when we're a really cool community and we all stay cool, I think questions like that make sense and gives everybody a chance to get the answers we need. I just hope that, there's a lot of projects coming out with Hedron and Gerardo's. If you follow Richard Hart, he doesn't like NFTs, but in my opinion, that community is really huge. I'm not an NFT guy, but that community is really huge. And how cool would it be for them to come over to the Pulse chain and bring value over there? We need a healthy community over there, whether we believe in NFTs or not. So I mean, that's basically all I said, all I wanted to say. And I hope that God bless Liquid Loans and Geraldo and Hedron, all these guys, for being entrepreneurs and God damn, this work is hard, and I don't know how you guys do it, and I know you don't sleep at night trying to put it together. I think there's an opportunity for us to take a deep breath, whether they launched this week or they launched last week or a month ago. Shit, man, there's a lot going on. And I wish you guys all luck, and that's all I wanted to say.
Thanks, mate. I really appreciate that. And right from the get-go, we put our faces out there. So I appreciate that you acknowledge that. We've fully doxed ourselves. Everyone knows who we are. We've been as transparent as we can on all fronts. We feel as transparent as we possibly can.
Absolutely. I appreciate y'all for being here. It's really good. Yes.
Sorry to cut you off. I just wanted to, before I lose my train of thought, I'd like to finish that thought. We've all been, when we initially sacrificed for Pulse, we thought that was going to be a 2 to 3 month journey. Now, obviously, it's dragged out a lot longer. When Liquid Loans was getting started, we made plans based on those timelines. So thinking 2 to 3 months. It revolves back to the time of our sacrifice. We thought we weren't gonna be ready in time for the chain. We thought the chain would launch before us and we'd be doing everything on the fly on Pulse chain. So in terms of timings, everyone's guessing on when it's going to arrive. So understand that there's a lot of things that we're working with that are unknowns because they're not known to the broader community aura. So we're doing our best under those circumstances. I think when price does go down on Hex, it obviously gets people a little bit shaken, and unfortunately we've seen a lot of infighting in the community on all fronts. Everyone's copying it. Anyone that's out there with their face in public doing anything is probably taken a bit of a bashing over the last month or so. So I just want to say that I appreciate everyone, that, not just our Liquid Loans team, but everyone that puts in and puts their face out there and is contributing, because I think it's going to take a lot of us to make Pulse Chain a success.
Thank you, Jax. I really appreciate that. CSC Gamer, get your questions in there.
Thank you. So, why didn't you guys do a sacrifice phase?
We've covered all this, mate. I'm not going to go over it again.
Okay, sure. I just missed it. So then here's my question. Why did you guys choose 10,000 times whatever you put in for that?
Yeah, so obviously there was Richard had done a couple of things where he'd used that parameter. So we looked at that as there was two key reasons for that. One, why change things too much when everyone's gotten used to that? Why change it and have people have to learn more? So we just tried to keep it as close we could to other things that had happened, just for ease of learning. But it also makes sense from a unit bias perspective, it's good to do that as well. So it'll mean that it lines up more with all the other assets on the chain, but it also is that unit bias thing. So no one wants to buy Wi-Fi at $30,000 a coin.
Okay. So, and just to be clear, whenever you sacrifice, you're getting USDL. Is that correct?
That's incorrect.
Okay, so what? Yes, if you could correct me in what we get when we sacrifice, just so I can get the clarification on that part, because I was leading up to why sacrifice and why 10,000 if it was going to be a stable 1-to-1. So thank you for clearing that part up.
No. So firstly, you're sacrificing, so there's no expectations, but an unrelated entity may at some point in time airdrop you a loan token or a token that matches 1-to-1 with your sacrifice.
Okay, so actually, that makes sense to a degree as to why I was confused. So how are you going to maintain that $1 when we consider the fact that if we put in our money, let's say we put in $15 million, and we're going to get 10,000x that, so you're going to for sure maintain the possibly in the future if this person gets their drop, because no expectations they can't get it, but we'll assume that in this case they are going to get it because we fast forwarded a year. So now they get their 10,000x 15 million, and you can guarantee that 1-to-1 ratio because you can guarantee that USDL will be pegged to $1.
You're probably missing a few pieces of the puzzle in how USDL is minted. So happy to touch on it briefly here, but it sounds like you probably need to understand a lot more deep how the protocol works. So if you check out my channel, which is Jexa Hex Safe on YouTube, they've got about 8 episodes. They're about 10 minutes each, and I go through every single component of the system and explain what the pieces are, how it works, how it maintains peg, all that sort of stuff. But essentially, there's mechanisms in the system that come into effect when the price of the peg varies. And Jesse alluded to this a moment ago. A lot of that is arbitrage type events, which will happen on the market, so on something like PulseX. That's usually how you see most stable coins maintain their pegs, is those arbitrage type events. But the system does have a mechanism which brings the price back into line very quickly. So let's just imagine the price of stablecoin dipped down to 90 cents. But you knew you could redeem that for $1 worth of Pulse. Well, then that would be a no-brainer, because you could just redeem it all day and make 10%. Now, if that happens, that's a limited time event because that arbitrage opportunity will disappear very, very quickly. It's not instant, but it happens very fast in real time, just because the markets are so efficient. So the act of that redemption actually removes supply off the market. So if you understand the quantity of money theory, that's how in traditional finance worlds how inflation and interest rates work. They're mechanisms that change the velocity of money and the amount of money in the economy. So the system does all that on the fly.
Okay. So then the next, I only have two other questions. Will this be fully complete at launch? Will no one be able to mess with it, or will someone need to always be doing something with it?
Completely governance free. No admin keys. Once it's launched, it's locked and loaded.
Perfect. And then the last thing is, will this be similar to UST, Luna UST?
Achieves the same result in a different way. They work on quantity of money theory, where their supply is elastic, so they contract and expand the supply based on need, and that's how they maintain their peak.
Okay, those are my questions. I want to thank you very much for answering those. I'll definitely look on YouTube and check some of your videos out. I will confess I haven't done too much research after a couple of videos. I was very into your protocol the very first time I heard about it, going through it. The only thing that actually turned me off on it, and it's nothing with liquid loans. It's actually a strategy that came across, the haunted strategy. Specifically, that's the only thing that turned me off, because I've heard only positives about this and no negatives. So I guess one more question. Are there any possible negatives for liquid loans that you can see that you're trying to combat against, or that you see as a problem?
So the haunted strategy, for those of you who don't know, it's a pulse accumulation strategy, which I think is going to be net positive for the Pulse ecosystem, particularly the price of Pulse. But what it also means is that it mints a lot of stable coins in the process, which is good because that's what we want out. We want the stable coin to be the premier stable coin on the Pulse chain. So it's good to get those out in circulation. So there's a lot of positives there. I guess if I was to look at the negative of it, people are saying, well, you're just going to keep taking supply off the market for Pulse, which is, it's not necessarily a bad thing because it's all getting locked in vault. But then people are saying, well, what if you do that too quick and it pushes the price up too far and it's not sustainable? And my answer to that is the markets will sort that out, because if a price rallies up 100x, do you think there's not going to be people that take profits? So markets have a way of self-correcting and self-balancing when things get too far ahead. I mean, we've just witnessed this in Hex. We've had a 500% run up, and then you get a wave of sellers coming, because that's what markets do. So I don't think it's some of those concerns that people have thought about with that strategy. I think just the open market will take care of.
Thank you guys very much.
Yes, thank you, CSC. Hex is away, and then we're going to go down the road from there.
Sure. I've heard some of that marketing about how, just compared to Liquidity, and I actually did what TCP did. I went over there and I checked out the chart, and it went from 53 down to $2. And so for me, it's unethical to ask someone to sacrifice for your coin when you know that all these other protocols had serious issues, and at the same time, Richard Hart's having a sacrifice, and you know that so far his product, Hex, had some success. And if we're all Hexicans, we should be putting our support behind Richard Hart. So that's what I looked at. And then I looked a little further, and the issue I saw was the Liquidity protocol is not a stable coin. It's an algorithmic coin that tries to mimic a stable coin. But the problem with that is during times of crash, which we live in a crashing world as far as assets, and especially in the crypto market, there's heavy volatility. Even with Ethereum, Liquidity almost became essentially bankrupt. So they had to put in 600,000 ETH to shore up the system. Otherwise, it was going to collapse last year. And that's twice as much Ethereum as Vitalik Buterin has. So I'm questioning to myself, who's going to use a system that could collapse at any moment? And actually the coin dropped, I believe. The stable coin, supposedly quote unquote, dropped to like 85 cents at one point, so it's not that stable, right? But who would use a system like this? There's possibly two people. The rich people don't need to use it because they're rich. They have their assets outside of crypto. They'll live just fine without your system. The poor people are going to be the ones who will use it. And if you look at the Liquidity protocol, they are collateralizing at about 200%, sometimes 300%, but a lot of them have been liquidated. So it's taking advantage of the pulse again. And we're looking at 200%. So basically, if you get a little drop in the pulse price, the majority of those people might get wiped out. And at the recovery mode, there was 1,400 people were wiped out in that protocol. And they actually, in their marketing, they say it was very successful, which really makes me it makes me a little bit angry, because those are the people who probably need the money. And those are the people that get taken advantage of by the people who have the money and were controlling the system through their staking. And one last thing about staking, we have some of the most brilliant staking game theory going on right now with Hex. And you are competing with Richard Hart, and you're competing with Hex with your project. And that is a position I personally wouldn't want to put myself in, because I know he's going to win. And I know this community is going to win, whether you like it or not. You're competing with Pulse Hex and Pulse X, and Pulse X is probably going to have some pretty beautiful staking features as well. So that means if somebody's participating in your staking, they're going to probably underperform. And if they have a coin that goes down 95%, like the chart shows, with these coins that you're sacrificing for, even if you did have a high yield, you're still going to lose it almost to nothing. So it's unethical to push this at this time, I would say. And what you could do right now is go back to the drawing board, because it's not even released yet. And you could check out other protocols, and maybe there's a better system out there, like TCP said.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think we are competing with Richard. We're definitely not trying to compete with Richard. We're bringing something that we think brings value to the Pulse chain, brings the stablecoin to the Pulse chain, brings a way to extract value. Now, do people get liquidated in the system? Yeah, if they're on the fringe and they're not collateralizing safely, yeah, that's a risk. We're being very careful and considered in trying to educate people on how to use the protocol. You can look across any asset and say, well, people got wrecked. It depends when you've brought the asset as well. Like you can look at even Hex. Like there's people that will be down on when they purchase. So to say that we're out to deliberately or knowingly wreck people is not true. We're bringing a system we think is valuable. We think it will be good for the ecosystem if it's used correctly. There are people that are going to do degenerate things. We hope not, but that's the fact of life. The best we can do is educate people on how to use the system.
Yeah, I think my question was pretty closely tied to that, so I can kind of piggyback. I think you kind of answered my question, but I think for me, like from the time about learning about liquid loans, and like what it's introducing to the ecosystem with collateralized loans, I think a lot of people share the concern about Funding Jim and Jesse were speaking on this earlier in the conversation, but there's different types of people. There's the savvy investors that will utilize this for their benefit, and they know how to use it. But then there's also the broke people that will take out loans because they need money. And so I'm personally concerned for that demographic of people that don't know how to use it correctly and will get wrecked. I think you touched on it, like that, like people get wrecked all the time, but I'd love to hear, beyond education, is there something built into the protocol like to protect borrowers beyond just education, or is it kind of just like it is what it is, and it's going to happen?
Yeah, no. So when front ends are developed, and understand that anyone can develop a front end for this protocol. It'll be an SDK where you can spin up a front end. You can tweak that to do whatever you like, and you can have warnings that say if you're going to create a vault, if you created at too low a collateral, it will tell you, say you're creating a risky position. So people will have warnings splashed in front of their face, very much like someone that emergency end stakes the hex stake. They get a big warning, but people still do it. Don't know why. People don't read, and they do these things. Now, if you think Liquidity coming to market is this evil product that everyone's going to get dusted up on, there's hundreds of these already running on every other chain. You think people that have that mindset aren't already using them? I mean, you can't protect everyone. It's a free, open protocol. This is decentralized finance. So we don't vet who's going to use the system. That's not what DeFi is about. Best we can do is educate people on how to use the tool.
That totally makes sense. I just have one quick follow-up question. I think you had touched upon, something that kind of keeps coming up is because it is so similar to Liquidity and pretty much the same code. What differentiates Liquid Loans, and why is it going to be better than Liquidity?
Okay, so understand that Liquidity is competing with an established market on ETH. So there is numerous other protocols, Maker, Balancer. There's a whole raft of protocols there that they're competing against. So instantly they're going into a saturated market already. They went in, they launched at a time when the price was dipping. I've got to be honest, I don't think they're great at marketing their own product. Their Telegram group has about 300 people. The Liquid Loans Telegram group has about 8,000 or 9,000 people already. So we've already got a bigger community than what Liquidity has. We've had 41,000 wallets sacrificed for Pulse. Don't quote me on this number, but I think it's upwards of 120 or 140 wallets sacrificed Pulse there. That's a big community. That's a big community that can come across and support the applications and the protocols that are running on Pulse chain. So you can't compare. You can compare the code, but you can't compare the performance based on the protocol running on a saturated network. These are ridiculously high. They cripple many projects on there, to a protocol that's going to launch with a brand new chain that's faster, cheaper, a community of upwards of possibly 140,000 members. The native asset that the system uses, we think is going to be starting at a very low value and should go up and to the right from there. So you've got this hopefully highly appreciating native asset that people will want to be able to extract value from. And they can do that. If Pulse goes up 100x or 1,000x, like many people are hoping it will, that's a lot of locked value that you can extract safely at really safe level. The performance of the protocol runs in line with the native asset. So there's a couple of dynamics. There's what's the price of the native asset doing, because that has a direct impact on how much is getting deposited. How much value is getting deposited into the system, which generates how much loans can be taken, which in turn generates how much fees are created on the network, which goes back to the loan stake. So if you pair this protocol with an emerging native protocol, and we've seen Matic, we've seen Avalanche go up. I think it was Matic was 400x in 1,000 days. Avalanche was about 180x in 500 days. So they're highly appreciating assets. If you've got a big community that's supporting them, which I think we do, that bodes pretty well for protocols that are launched and adopted on the chain. I hope that answered your question there.
Yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Steak and Apes, and then correct?
I think it was K-Rag.
Hey, cool. Thanks. I appreciate that, Steak and Apes. Thanks, Jesse, and thanks, Jexa, right, for being on here early on. And I had to leave the chat, but I had asked a specific question. Now, we know that this product will not be launched until 30 days after post chain. Now, and I don't know what happened, but the sacrifice started now. I sacrifice for PLS, so I understand the whole sacrifice point. People frustrated because we sacrificed back in August. And you guys said have no expectations. But in your chat, you said get ready soon for the sacrifice. You taking stables because you're creating a stable coin. You could have actually just waited because there are no expectations. But you set an expectation because you said it's coming soon for the sacrifice. The sacrifice could have waited a couple more days. But that's just me and my opinion. Now, you've been doing a lot of education about a lot of different strategies. But the main thing is 1,000% collateral. Now, if everybody's doing it, there should be enough money in the vaults that it should be able to protect itself. However, we know that everybody's not going to do 1,000% collateral. So the riskiest trolls will get liquidated, and they could be at a 300% total collateral because you say it's only 150, but it's just a list. So the riskiest trolls, meaning that's close to being liquidated, will be liquidated in that account. And then also, y'all have done a lot of educational videos, and I watched them. And on Liquidity, they do not run the front end. And I haven't heard, and I must have missed it, and I just asked them, are you going to run the front end, and are y'all going to do educational videos on people that want to run the front end? And then in Liquidity, they do kickbacks for those people that run front ends. And I haven't heard anything about that. So if you could speak on those few things, that would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, so it's good. You obviously understand a little bit of how it works, and you're right. Anyone can run front end. The Liquidity guys chose not to, or they didn't. Sorry, just make sure my phone's still working. Can you guys still hear?
Yes.
Yeah, so the Liquidity guys chose to not publicly run a front end. That doesn't mean they didn't fund or build one that's branded by a different company. So I don't know whether they actually do have one or not. That's indirectly related to them. But the community spun up a number of different front ends. We hope that's the same on Liquid Loans. The SDK will be made available so people can run front ends. We will run a front end at launch because we don't expect the community to build things straight away for us. So we will run one, but the tools will be there for people to build them. And you're right. Why would you build a front end? Well, there's the thing called the kickback rate, and what that does is it incentivizes people to build and maintain front end. So they get a certain percentage of any loan generation. Sorry, it's based on deposits to the stability pool.
I'd like to can I piggyback off of that?
Yeah.
So a key feature of having an open front end where everyone can run it is the code's immutable, the code's decentralized, but you also need the front ends to be decentralized so that it can never be stopped. So we see a good example of this with Hex, right? Richard has his front end, go.hex.com. But you see a number of other front ends, and some people choose to monetize off of those front ends or to not monetize off those front ends. And Liquidity is no different.
I get that, but you're doing a lot of education on how to use the system, right? And you want to be decentralized. So I was asking about creating an educational video on how to properly do that. The documentation, yes, available. People doing it, yes, available. But the same amount of energy that you're doing with telling people about the protocol, how it's useful and how to never sell, actually how to have a backup to actually be decentralized, right? And then I still want to go back to the initial expectation about we're going to launch 30 days afterwards. So the sacrifice could have waited because we've all been waiting for PLS. And based on what I've read just on Twitter about how long audits take, people are going to get mad after a while when you're not launched 30 days after Pulse Chain is launched. So where are we fixing these gaps?
Yeah, so I guess I can speak to that a little bit. We say no expectations for a reason. Like, we're working within the confines of things, some that are in our control, a lot that are out of our control. We can't define when Pulse Chain is going to launch. So then you go, okay, well, how do you line up an audit if you can't present the auditor with your complete code? So there's things that need to take precedence before we can go to the next stage. We don't know when, like, Pulse Chain could come out tomorrow, and then that accelerates our timeline. Could be another 6 months. We don't know, because it's in a state of flux in terms of the development of the chain. We've put out there that we want to wait till the Pulse price is stable, and we've set an indicative time of, we said about a month, because we think that's what the time it will take for the price to stabilize. But we've also got to make sure that Pulse X is up and running, which I think it will be at launch. We're going to be tying into Pulse X. So there's these dependencies that we need to know are there before we launch. So we can't give hard, fast dates. As much as we'd like to, it's not possible with software development.
Jackson, can you answer? You just said that y'all would be tying to Pulse X, but there was some convo recently, I think, on Twitter here and there, and I think it was the Pit Boss who said that you guys would also be using order books from other exchanges as well. Can you comment on that? Because obviously, that could create a lot of problems if you're using some very liquid markets as opposed to Pulse X, which will be the most liquid. So can you address whether what he said was accurate or not?
Well, I'll address. Well, that's me, by the way. I'm Jesse. But when you're pulling price feeds, you need to pull from multiple locations. You don't just pull from one place, right? So if you need a price feed from, or if you pull it just from PulseX on one single token pairing and nowhere else, somebody could come and wick the price down. Now, you can hope that they can't hold the price down for more than 30 minutes. And that's also why you use the native coin of the chain, because it's the most liquid asset on the chain, and you can't possibly hold the price down when there's tens of thousands of other token pairings, and there's an immediate arbitrage opportunity when somebody attempts to do that. So you also pull price feeds from other dexes at the same time.
So you do that. You do that for a number of reasons. You need failover. So in case a call can't be made for whatever reason, a technical reason, then you need redundancy built in there. But like Jesse's also alluded, you use things like time-weighted averages, and you have, if the price varies between one call and the next call by a certain amount, then you don't just act on it. You do some more checking and make sure that the price isn't being manipulated. So that's the core thing that is the difference between the Liquidity code and the Pulse Chain code. So the Liquid Loans code is one of the main guts of it, is where you're pulling all your price feeds and how you do that. So we can go out for a partial audit based on this is what our code looks like now, but until we have those components up and running on Pulse Chain, you can't lock them in, because once you launch this, it's locked. So we need to make sure that we've got those components in place so we can lock the code, we can get audits done, then we can go live.
All right, I think I'm up next.
Yeah,
Oh,
Gold King.
go for it.
Steak and Apes, did you get a chance?
No, I'm going now. So the biggest, thanks for coming up here, guys, and everything. But the biggest question I had, and I was just curious, you probably answered it before. What was the purpose behind not accepting Hex in the sacrifice? Because we knew that was going to end up dumping the price because people would trade paper gains from Hex to sacrifice for liquid loans.
Yeah, everyone perceives that liquid loans has been the cause of Hex's price going down.
No,
I
I'm
can
not
tell
saying,
you now.
I'm not saying
Yeah,
it's
so
wrong. I'm
yeah,
not
no, I'm not saying you were. I want to just put a bit of a narrative that we've seen and
Hey,
address
well,
it.
just to be fair, there's some pretty clear chain analysis that liquid loan sacrifice that people were dumping Hex quite a bit for USDC to sacrifice for liquid loans. So I don't think that's inaccurate to say that's not an assumption; it's a fact.
Okay, so what I'm saying is there would have been a percentage of that for sure. We looked at the volumes going through on Uniswap, and the volumes are in the tens of millions. Like there was not even that much sacrificed to the sacrifice pool to warrant the fear that everyone was saying that was happening. Now the largest wallets that are in there that have deposited, so Godwale came in with ETH, so that didn't go anywhere near the Hex price. I think the next wallet down was, I think that was done with ETH as well. So there's a lot of capital that's come from other places that people are wrongly assuming has come from people dumping Hex. And it's not the case when you actually look at where those funds have come from. Personally, I know most people that I'm speaking to are bringing in fresh capital. So I know that's a good theory that people have, but the evidence is not there to support the price movement that's happened. Hasn't gone into the sacrifice, that's for sure. We're in a downward price on Bitcoin, ETH, the whole markets in general. So the macro markets have been moving down. So I know people like to find a reason for why prices move down. In a lot of cases, just markets doing what markets do.
Well, yeah, I understand that. I'm just wondering what the purpose behind not accepting Hex was.
Yep. Could you imagine how it would have been perceived if it only accepted Hex, or it accepted Hex and then you're getting a doubling of Hex? How would that look? We're already funding. Jim just came out and roasted us because we were taking stable coins, and we think stable coins are going to be worthless when they're duplicated on Pulse chain. So imagine the fallout if Hex was accepted.
Well, no, it might actually be less fallout because now people aren't going to perceive that it's dumping the price of Hex, because you could keep that Hex and it could just go into a vault essentially, rather than being traded for USDC and then sacrificed.
Well, and also that you could do, as Fundingen said earlier, in any Hex that was sacrificed, that you could always give back the copy to the owners if that wasn't the whole purpose. So
yeah, so everyone's got a theory, and everyone can come up with how they think it would have been done best. But do you think if we had done that, there wouldn't have been some other group in the community pushing back on that?
No, I know.
Yeah.
There definitely would have been. I was just curious if that was a reason, if there was a sole reason behind the stable coins only, or, if there was, like, could you have accepted Hex? Would that have been an option?
If you understand the reason why you're sacrificing, it makes sense. Like, we're sacrificing centralized stable coins because we hope that a decentralized stablecoin will emerge in its place. There's a very particular reason why we've done that. So there's also the optics of accepting Hex. That would have looked goddamn terrible, I reckon.
So I know we can't have any expectations of that sacrifice address, but I'm curious what percentage each person in liquid loans is going to get paid out from that sacrifice address, or if those funds are going to be used to back the protocol itself.
So I did cover this earlier on in this chat, and so you're right, expectations and all that. I can't talk about what's going to happen to any of those funds, and no one should have any expectations of it. We're all aware of that. That's the whole point of the sacrifice. What I can say is you could imagine that there's certain things that an entity could do that would bolster the stability and shore up the protocol when it's launched.
Hey, Gold Key, sorry to butt. You have your hand up.
Yeah, thanks so much. I'd love to, I really appreciate it. It's kind of gotten heated in here, and you guys have given really, really great answers to a lot of questions. I'd love to, now that you guys have been around for quite a while now, and you've probably been fielding questions from everybody, do you have anything that you would like to address, like maybe misconceptions or common questions about liquid loans that you'd like to share with us and just kind of address in front of everybody?
I guess our biggest frustration is we get a lot of people that they haven't taken the time to read the white paper. And to me, the white paper is not like a normal white paper. It's more of an instruction manual that tells you the nuts and bolts of how this thing's working. And I think once people, if they do take the time to read that and step through, then they can see the beauty in the protocol and just the way it incentivizes all the right behaviors to bring about a good stablecoin and a good community-owned protocol. So I guess the thing I'd like to suggest people do is before they make comment, understand how it's working, understand what this can mean for the community. I've said it a number of times in this stream, but go check out my videos on JEXA Hex Safe. I break down if you can't be bothered reading the white paper, at least go and watch those videos. I've chunked it down into 10-minute bites so you can understand, just step through really quickly how it all works. And I think once you've done that, you'll have a better appreciation of the protocol itself. The team, we've all put ourselves out there. We're in here ready to take the hits. We're one of the first projects launching on Pulse Chain. So we always knew that was going to put us in the spotlight, and we were going to have to take a fair bit of heat for that. We're happy to do that. We make ourselves present on any stream we can. Sorry, I've got a bit of noise in the background here, guys. We make ourselves available on any stream to answer anyone's questions. So we're trying to be as upfront and as engaged with the community as we possibly can. I've been around the Hex community since the beginning. It wasn't a light decision for me to put myself out there and my reputation out there to be part of the team. So I value my reputation.
Yes, I appreciate that. I just wanted to take Ross's hand real quick.
Hey, I just had one question. I'm not sure if it's something that you can answer or not. How many employees are on the Liquid Loans payroll?
I'm not going to discuss internal team dynamics like that. You can go to the webpage and see both the core members and the community members there.
Okay, thank you.
So what are we? Okay, got some more people in. Just wanted to give a chance. I know Funding Jim, you popped back in. I saw your hand up a while ago. I just wanted to give a chance to use if you still have that up.
I think Jex has been pretty straightforward. I think he's been in Hex for quite some time as a public face, and I really respect him. I respect him, answering the slings and arrows. Some of the things that that at least I push back. Me personally, I push back about the IRS thing. I push back about the risk profile. There's things I push about, and the code has not been launched. When those things launch, maybe my story will change because there'll be actual use case that delivers value. I've tried to straddle the fence, and I appreciate the people like Jesse and Jexa and other people inside of Liquid Loans, they put their face out there, right? So I do respect that a lot. It's still something that I'm very cautious and I'm very protective of the principles of Hex, which is you don't have to sell. You can earn some kind of value add, which is your APY in Hex. Your PLS can be delegated. Your PulseX can have a buy and burn. So there's things that are in the game theory, and I'm sure that I'm conscious of the fact that if things have value, Richard may have thought about it in the past and probably executed something with the game theory. I haven't seen him sign off on it. I'm probably more Richard Hart Maxi because of the proof of his delivery of product to the marketplace that's valued, right? So as much as I can respect people that are trying to launch something on Pulse Chain, I'm still very protective. And I'm protective because people have real world assets. They don't have to leverage. They don't have to cash out. If they're speculating with money that they want to pull out of a system, I don't think that they should lever it. I don't think they should use collateral. I'm an expert in unsecured collateral, and maybe that's in the U.S. system only. But I think that this is still something to be highly researched after it's launched and after the code can be reviewed. Let me just leave it at that.
I do want to say one thing that I I don't know. Maybe someone can chime in and say I'm wrong, but I've never seen Richard Hart back any project that wasn't his own. So I think projects in the past have made the mistake of really needing that verification from Richard, but it's just not going to come. So personally, I think it kind of falls on community members like you, Funding Jim, and other Hexicans to ask the right questions and to really provide, everyone has to do their own research, but I love conversations like this because it is providing information and that is research, right? And so I commend everyone bringing honest questions and great answers, but the mentality that Richard Hart will one day back a project, I don't foresee that ever happening, to be honest. He has 3 projects, and so I would just want to keep that in mind as we are looking at other projects with Pulse Chain coming out.
I have a question for just the general.
Hey, Reginald, just 1 second, man. I think Parkway was first, and then you're next.
Oh yeah, no worries. Sorry.
Hey, Parkway, if you can hear us.
Sorry, guys. Yeah, perfect timing. We're just in a drive-through. I had a beautiful question here. I did SAG for you guys through somebody that I know that highly recommended it. 20s. Thank you. And sorry about that. And my question is very simple. How are you guys contemplating to market yourself to the 99% that are not in the market? And how are you guys going to market yourself to the people that are already crypto owners? Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll speak a little bit about that. Today I had a conversation with a gentleman who is with a banking institution, okay? No expectations. But we brainstormed some ideas how to create a way for people to easily use their fiat and fiat on-ramp straight into Pulse Chain, bypassing all the rest of the central institutions, and using USDL as that medium that they get into, okay? That's just one example. It was a good conversation. Of course, you can't have any expectations, but there's a lot of things like this that are happening on the background, whether it's with an institution or with somebody who would build a bridge. So you can do the same things going across to different chains to bring people straight to Pulse Chain, with the key goal of being able to get fast and mass adoption into the Pulse Chain.
Great. Well, you guys have answered, a lot of questions, and it's been awesome. We're really happy that we can just have a space, literally. I mean, it's always a freaking pun when I say that, where we can discuss all this stuff. And I think, at the end of the day, if you guys can handle Sequoia, Mad Hatter, Hexicage, and J future famous spaces, then, and you can survive the sacrifice phase, and you can survive, the first few years on Pulse Chain, then it will have been a great investment.
Could we let the CEO of Liquid Loans is in the room, Crypto Crazy, and I think he'd like a chance to address the audience here.
Yeah, you can go ahead and drop me down if you need to bring him up.
I see El Professor's hand up. Let's take it and then try to get him up here.
I'm sorry, can I ask a question, or I can go after the Liquid Loan CEO wants to speak? That's fine too.
Well, I know Reginald and El Professor were trying to speak, so if y'all would like to go ahead, proceed.
Hi, folks. Look, I just wanted to...
Can we just take these? I just wanted to give Reginald and El Professor a chance to speak right before we...
Two-second question. Not really that important, but I was curious and don't need any specifics. And the reason I asked this, because I typically work with companies. And I was thinking, are you guys, obviously, Jexa, I can hear your Australian accent. I was just curious if, have you guys worked together? Has it all been remote? Just the team, the leadership team, kind of the dynamics there. And what I don't understand is how a leadership team with the blockchain works after going live, because the code is immutable. But I'm curious of the leadership as it rolls out of how they work together, because I'm thinking if it's across the world and there's a lot of moving parts, it's going to be very difficult to operate, and on the legal side. So I was just wondering if not where you guys live or anything like that, but if you guys are together and that has been
right.
a time zone.
Yeah, well,
so Jesse, am I able to answer that question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So first of all, I just wanted to say thank you all for being on this. This is a bit of a new experience for me, but being on one of these. And I also wanted to thank Jexa and also Jesse for fielding a lot of the questions that have come up. In terms of the team, look, I guess a little bit about me. I mean, my past life, I was a partner in a fairly large accounting firm, and it was a global firm. So one of the challenges there is, how do you get teams to work across different jurisdictions, dealing with timeframes? So to give you some context, I mean, our team is spread across the globe, right? So we've got people in Europe, parts of Asia. We've also got people, obviously, in the US. And if you haven't noticed, I'm an Australian, and so is Jexa. And whilst Scottish Dave has a very heavy Scottish accent, he's also in Australia. So to answer the question, look, we meet very regularly. We've got schedules that we have for our development team meetings. We have marketing meetings. We have leadership group team meetings. So these things are always scheduled, and it's always a challenge in this type of environment. And what I can say to you is that, we've invested a lot of time in making sure these things work, and the systems are there and in place to make sure that we can respond quickly. So today's an example.
I appreciate that, and that makes sense, because I work in iBanking, and I'm on a deal with. And the reason that's why I brought it up is because we have an Australian client, and we're dealing with Brazil as well, and that 17-hour difference it's very difficult to work with and get everything aligned. So
but it's not. None of that's impossible, and you actually make it work. Look, a couple of things, and I should point out, whilst I'm really happy and appreciative to be on this stream, I do need to leave very quickly. I've got a number of things that I need to deal with today. But I just wanted to also flag a couple of things for you guys to think and ponder about. One is that our main intent here was to bring something to the community. Now, the whole notion of the sacrifice phase from our perspective was there will be members of the community that want to support the journey, and that's absolutely fine. And by the same token, there'll be members that decide, you know what, I want to wait for the code, I want to wait for the project to be up and running, And that's absolutely fine. We have no issue with that. We certainly understand that there will be people that will do that, and very supportive of that as well. I think everyone has a different risk tolerance and will make decisions on that basis. What I would like to point out, though, is if at a point in time in the future that people start to use the protocol as it's intended and start taking out loans using liquid loans, we all know that there is a fee, and that fee generally is going to be about 0.5% as you look to borrow. Now, we're all kind of hopeful that the Pulse chain will continue to appreciate in value once it launches, and that's largely a lot of the reasons why we wanted to bring this to the community. But as that starts to happen, what you're going to notice is a lot of the fees that are generated through those borrowing costs, they're funneled over to the staking pool. Now, why that's important is because as the costs of borrowing start to increase, so as an example, and I'm hopeful that we can all one day have these type of issues, if you had a loan of $100 million, the borrowing cost is $500,000. Now, that's a huge outlay in anyone's language. Now, if you're not part of the sacrifice, that's absolutely fine, but those funds are actually getting channeled to people that are. So people that are in the staking pool and they have their loan tokens in that pool, they are the beneficiaries of those fees, and that's absolutely fine. So one of the things that you might want to think about is in the future, if you decide to elect to use the protocol, having loan at the very beginning is going to actually reduce those transaction costs for you. And I think Jex has developed a YouTube recently, and look, I'm a huge fan of Jexer. I think some of his content, short, sharp, hits the point. There's a lot of detail there. But the most recent one speaks about this issue. And so I'd urge you, apart from reading the white paper, and there's obviously plenty of content out there, if you're sitting on the fence and you're not sure, I mean, obviously you'll make your own decisions around sacrifice, but I would urge you to just listen to that particular YouTube, because it actually may help you to understand the financial impact of deciding to wait as opposed to being part of the sacrifice set. And on that note, guys, I'm going to have to bump. I'm really sorry. I really appreciate your time, and I appreciate a lot of the comments that and questions that have been raised today. And Jesse and Jexa, thank you very much for the support today. Thanks very much.
Thanks for the answers, man.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. And I see, Professor, go ahead.
You can bomb me.
Thank you for the opportunity, host. Really appreciate it. So I've got two questions for the Liquid Loans team, and really anyone can pick this up and answer. One is on behalf of one of my onboards, where they want some clarity on the interest part. I mean, the term interest that's being used. So two questions and one comment. I'll start with the comment and then I'll go into the two questions. Guys, I think it's just an observation, and in defense of the Liquid Loans team, I think it's only fair we ask questions that even Richard would be comfortable asking. So, like, for example, where did the ETH go? Where did the USDC go? What are you gonna do with the sacrifice amount? I mean, even Richard won't answer these questions. So I think we're being unfair when we start asking these kind of questions to the Liquid Loans team, because it's clear, right? It's a sacrifice. There's no expectations. So let's keep it at that. I think it's fair we ask questions around the protocol, because that's the main query that everyone has, right? How solid is the protocol? Just that one observation. So now I'll go into my two questions. One is on behalf of my onboard, so I'm just going to record this and share it. I've already answered it to him, but I think my onboards want to hear it from the Liquid Loans team direct. In one of your 4-minute videos, it says that the loan staking accrues interest, and the word interest is used. As you guys know, in the globe, we're no longer like it's a global community, right? So they're part of the population that the moment they hear the word interest, they think it's usury. So I tried explaining it to them that this is a completely interest-free protocol, but if the Liquid Loans team can kind of answer that question, that the loan staking is not interest, but it's actually rewards / yield, If that's question number one. Question number two, is my understanding right that the liquidity protocol itself, I mean, the one that we're forking, has had 2 audits on it, and that liquid loans obviously would also, I'm assuming, would have an audit before it goes live. So if you guys can just comment on that. Those are my real 2 questions, because I think apart from that, the code is immutable, it's admin free, so I'm pretty comfortable with that. So if anyone from their team can answer these 2 questions, that'll be greatly appreciated.
Okay, I can have a quick go at that for you. So I'm not sure where the video is that referred to interest. That sounds
That's
a little bit.
your, you know, if you go, it's your 4-minute video, the liquid loans, the first
Okay.
4-minute video. So in when it comes to the part of loan staking, it mentions the word interest. It says you can earn interest. Just FYI.
Okay, so maybe that's a clarification we need to make in that video, because it's not. You're right. It's not interest. It is yield, and it's so there is no interest charged in the system at all. Now there's a loan fee, and that's what Christian was just alluding to, is you pay a one-time fee when you take a loan. That fee is what is carved up between the loan stakers. So you get a part of that. So there's definitely no interest that's being generated in the system and paid to the loan stakers. It is simply a share of those fees. Now I'm not sure how that falls under. I know what you're talking about with, I think, the terms usury or something along those lines. So I won't profess to know everything about that, but I understand where you're coming from. I think it's not interest, and it's not. I think you have the term where it's predatory is the wrong word, but you're not taking advantage of someone. Is, I think, the general premise of what you're getting at. So I don't believe it falls under that category, but happy to. And it's good to have people like you in the community that can give us that sort of feedback, so we appreciate that. The second part of your question was related to, if you can just refresh my mind.
The audit. Is it true that Liquidity had 2 audits and before that, right? Also publish an audit before they go launch.
Yep, perfect. Yeah, so yes, Liquidity had 2 audits. They also done an immense amount of agent-based modeling on the system, which I think is actually even more important than the audits. Audits are good from a security perspective, but from the operation and the stability of the system, the modeling is really what impressed me, the lengths they went to on that. Now, I've seen someone post something in Twitter saying these are the Liquidity audits, and there was 2 errors found in the audits, or 2 areas of concern. I mean, that's the reason why you get audits, is to highlight these areas of concern. Now, obviously, the team take those audits away and they make the necessary changes so that they've addressed any issues that were found. So we were very upfront in making sure that everyone knew those audits existed, and yeah, you read them in their entirety if you're that way inclined, but understand that they do find errors. That's the whole point of getting audits. That's what you do about those errors when you find them. That's the reason why you do it before you launch. So yeah, the audits are there. Go peruse them if you wish. We will be getting our own audits as well. We could do what we may do as well is do a code diff, so you can see what parts have been changed. That will make things easier to read for people. They won't have to sit there and read the whole audit. They can see at a glance the code diff. And then, yeah, we will get our own audits as well, though, so that'll all be provided. And at this point in time, we think it's Certec, but we'll find out for sure.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I'll step down. If I have anything, I'll just come back up. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, host, everyone, and for answering all the questions.
Thanks for coming in.
CSC, I see your hand up.
My God, I come back again. I am so sorry for having these questions. I thought I heard something about fees generated at between 0.5 and 5% fees. So I don't want to get this wrong, we are not rewarding previous purchasers with new funds, correct?
No. So when you create, so you deposit Pulse into a vault, you mint a loan, and part of that loan, so it's going to be minted in USDL, and the fees are added to that mint. So there's a 200 USDL fee that's provided there in case your vault needs to be liquidated. That's just to incentivize people in the system to make sure that that happens quickly so that the system's healthy. And then there's a fee that's generated as well. And that's the fees in USDL. So it's USDL that is paid to the loan stakers. So that's important, because what it means is you can stake your loan tokens, get this yield in a different asset that, if you do choose to sell, doesn't impact the asset you're holding. That's an important part to focus in on.
Thank you.
Yeah, guys, I'm really going to have to get going. I wish I could stay around a bit longer. I do have a few things I need to attend to. Happy to do another one of these in the future if everyone's got more questions. I think this is
Please do.
good.
Really, please do.
Thank
Please,
you.
please make your own space too anytime you want. I'm sure you'll have people hounding you, and then you'd have the space, you'd have everything. I really did enjoy listening to all of this.
Yeah, I really
great.
appreciate you being here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for hosting, and it's this is healthy. It's good to have these conversations and make sure everyone's aware of what's going on. And hey, it keeps us sharp as well. If there's concerns, we can take that back to the team.
Take
Thanks
care.
again, man. Especially Claire, thanks for letting me finally ask my question as well.
You're good. Thanks, guys. I'll be out now, and I'm sure I'll see you in another one of these chats soon.
Well, that was really healthy, eh?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, that was really good.
And I also wanted to say congratulations to everyone. I know that this, it's really emotional to talk about sacrifice, user-generated sacrifice sets and projects, things like that. There's a lot of forks coming out of different things, and there's a lot of possibilities of things failing. We don't even know if Pulse Chain is going to be a success. If we wanted to be completely honest, Pulse Chain could completely go and not get any adoption. Do we think that's going to happen? I don't. But to say that we have a crystal ball and we can see where things are going to go in the future would just be facetious. But I'm real glad that we're all able to have these sort of discussions with people and kind of learn, see what everyone's head's at. And also, when people follow things like who stakes or who partakes in a particular sacrifice set, just remember that they have their own finances. You can trust them as much as you want, but who knows how much money they really have and how much that might not impact their lifestyle.
Absolutely. I agree. I appreciate you. I appreciate everyone up here. Like, I appreciate all of our listeners and the speakers, especially. I feel like we've had really good conversations. I'm very thankful for everyone's contributions and for keeping the peace and things respectful. It's great. We all have questions. We want answers, and this is a very digestible, healthy way to do it. So much props to the whole community.
Wiggle them toes. Oh, wait, wrong space. Sorry about that. My bad.
Yes. Oh, Parkway? You pulling your hand up? What's up?
No.
Saying hi.
Slip there.
Nice.
Are we supporting the toe wiggles? If you support the toe wiggle, raise your hand.
Is that a Kill Bill reference?
No.
It is now.
Who doesn't have their hand up right now?
So now that LL showed up, LL Cool J, we could call it now. It was pretty interesting. I think it took a lot of the edge of a lot of people.
Yeah, I feel like it was definitely just good conversation, good for everyone to get people thinking, and it's right, providing some clarity if that was right what we were able to achieve. So yeah,
I think they're gonna get a lot less hate now.
I want to thank everybody. I want to thank everybody for their questions, and I'm going to have to leave here in just a second too. But I want to close out with just a few remarks. I'm a Hexican. Everybody on the team is a Hexican. We're all significant or will be significant holders of Pulse and PulseX, and we do care about our ecosystem. I don't know how many people know myself or Jexa or Crypto Crazy, but we're all very passionate about educating people and really bringing people to Hex and Pulse. And the reason why this protocol was brought, and yes, you'll hear me say, you'll hear other people say, don't sell, don't sell, don't sell. But there's something much bigger than that, right? Obviously, the majority of the people who will be using this protocol are people who are Hexicans or people who were involved in the Pulse Chain sacrifice, people that look up to Richard Hart. And we're not trying to compete. We're not trying to chase clout. But if I just ask you to look at it from a different angle for a second, this is a way for people to use a tool, and the fees end up staying inside of our own community. And if you imagine what ends up happening with those fees, these are fees that will end up going back into Pulse, back into Hex, back into PulseX, or back into this protocol to bolster, to grow this protocol. And that's the beauty of decentralized finance. Like that's the whole reason we did this, because 99% of all the other protocols, all they do is take money away from the ecosystem and give them to large institutions. And we truly believe that there's another way that helps this community. So that's why we're here. I hope people can at least attempt to understand that. And on that note, thank you for your
Jesse, if you
question.
don't mind, I just got one last thing for you. It's really not even a criticism or anything. There is a person that is building a project, and when he was asked why he's building it, he said that he's building something that he wanted to use himself, that he wanted to have for utility. So all I would ask is that you and your team, as you're building this, if you're building it, build it as if you're building it for you to use, because I want you to use it just as much as all of us. Because if you're going to use it, I'm going to use it. If I'm going to use it, someone else is going to use it. So I want to have all faith in all the people in the Hex community. But if you're building a project, and I know I'm going to sound harsh, but this is for anyone who's building a project. If you're building a project, build it as if you are going to use it yourself.
Absolutely.
And thank you, Jesse, again.
Yep. Thank you. And thank you, everybody, for your time. I have to go as well.
Yes, thank you, Jesse.
Thanks, man.
Take care.
No matter what, it's so cool that they hopped in here and we even had this couple-hour discussion, right? It's just the power of these Twitter spaces. I know we say it over and over again, and a lot of us are in here almost daily, but that's why these things are so powerful. We didn't have something like this in 2017, 2018. You went to a YouTube video and prayed to God that your Furu knew what they were talking about. So it's just
go
ahead.
Well, look, I just wanted to share too. Like, okay, big shout out to everybody in the room, whether you're a dev for Liquid Loans or you're a hardcore Richard, Maxi, and you don't mess with anything else, like, or if you're in between, or if you're new and you're still doing research, right? Like, the fact that we were able to ask these questions and have a professional conversation about it without anyone blowing up, without anything, no threats, no aggression. It was, for the most part, purely conversational, great questions being asked. I will probably take $20 worth of a very small amount of my pulse, and I will play around in the system and see what it does. Just because, why not? But I will say that I'm still not convinced that there is anything else out there that I should trust with my Genesis Richard Hart premium cutting edge financial software products that I would allow anything else to touch. I'm not sold on anything else. And I encourage everyone to do their own research, but let's all understand why we're in these spaces, why we're all part of this thing. It's because Richard Hart has led us here with Hex. It's a complete product. It's the only one in crypto. He's about to launch Pulse Chain and Pulse X, also complete products. When you have those Genesis tokens, you're a Genesis holder. If you sacrificed, you are now like on par with the Genesis ETH whales. Why would you trust anything else in the world out there other than your hardware device to hold those coins? Especially if you can then delegate your pulse to a validator and earn yield. I just, again, like I said, every project is cool. I appreciate that it's everyone's, we're all here trying to find out, researching, but professional, like that's great. But at the end of the day, I don't trust anybody with any of my Richard Hart Genesis products out there. I'm just going to say it. And I would encourage everyone else to think really hard about, do you see what these ETH whales, these Genesis ETH whales have done? What have they done? They've held for a long time. They haven't messed with. They haven't played games. They haven't gone around and try to do this, that, and the other. Okay. And what does Richard tell us? The only people who make money in crypto are founders and holders. So just, again, like, does everyone have a project and a place and time? Absolutely. Me personally, I'm going to be, kicking back, watching with a beer in my hand, waiting, watching, knowing that my Richard Hart products are going to have the best chance for me to do a 10,000x and from an appreciation perspective than, entering into some kind of protocol agreement, contract, smart contract, whatever the heck you want to call it. So just, again, encourage everybody else out there to just think about that for a second. When you have these, these potentially reputable companies or projects come on board and say, hey, we got this great idea. Cool. What's it all about? Like, let's have a conversation about it. But just remember, you are a Richard Hart Genesis token holder. Just think about that. Just keep that in the back of your mind when you go into this. I'm talking to everybody in the room, like just had, general disclaimer there. So anyway, thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for that, Keith. Like 1,000% with everything you said. Like much appreciation for you. Gold Key, I saw your hand up. Proceed.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, that was a really amazing conversation. I learned a lot from Liquid Loans. I'm very surprised. There's one project that's coming out right now that I saw, but then I finally opened it up, and I think is actually nefarious, and no one is warning anyone about it, and there's a lot of people participating, and it's free polls. It was my understanding how they're selling it is that they're giving away 200 pulse every hour, and when I went to their site, they're launching a degenerate gambling site that is going to get people wrecked. And so I'm I have no idea why. I think a lot of projects that are actually trying to build something of worth are getting a lot of heat, but there's this project coming out that's getting a lot of attention, positive attention, that I just don't understand why no one is calling out or asking more questions about.
Sorry, which one is that, Gold Key?
It's called Free Pulse. Their website is freepulse.io.
Oh, that's it. Yeah. Have you heard about that? I actually went into one of their spaces and I did my diligence and I asked them because I told them I thought it was going to be a complete scam because it's not out yet. Did you want some answers on that? Because I found something out from them.
Yeah, I'd love to hear it because their site's out on Test Chain and it's gambling. It's I know there's some similar sites out on Ethereum, but it's pretty blatant gambling
Yes.
game for Pulse.
So everything on there is made to generate revenue. However, the free Pulse itself is 0.000 risk. The way that they phrase that. So with gambling, I'm going to not talk about the gambling part. I'm just going to talk about the free Pulse part. That's made by Victor. Victor, the guy who did the hex.com site. Victor, the guy that did the Pulse X UI. Victor decided that since he sacrificed and he has a significant amount of Pulse, he wanted to make a faucet. So he made a faucet for Pulse. That's what that is. All the stuff on the side, that's irrelevant. You don't need to use any Pulse on those to pull out. So I can't suggest people use the gambling stuff, and I would never would, but at least from what I saw, you can connect your MetaMask wallet. No, I wouldn't do my hardware wallet, and I wouldn't do a main wallet of mine to it, and you can claim testnet tokens, which will then be given to you at mainnet as those, and then you would just go from normal. They just said they have significant amount of money, and they want to be able to onboard people to Pulse by giving them Pulse through a faucet.
See, I, to me, that just seems like such a bait and switch. Like, because that's what I was sold on. I was like, oh, they're doing this amazing giveaway. They believe in Richard Hart, and they want to like promote and onboard people to Pulse. But then why have, like, people are obviously going to be playing that game, and then
Okay, can I
because it's
can
essentially
I
a
just step
lottery,
in here?
and then
Can I step in here for a second, guys? Because freebitcoin.in, which is what freepulse.io is trying to do, has been a tool for onboarding people into cryptocurrency for like 7 years now. There's a free faucet site called freebitcoin.in that
fauceting
just
is a big key to the ecosystem.
it is
I
a
can tell you for a
huge
fact,
key, huge key to the
it's what
ecosystem.
differentiates us from the decentralization. It's the fact that someone at any place in the world could come for free, just like mining. Instead of mining,
Absolutely.
it's the reason why Dogecoin, in reality, the reason why people hate on Dogecoin is because they didn't click every 15 minutes and got 500 Doge, and they didn't sell it at 75 cents when it hit its top. That's the point. That's the point, is that people need to understand this whole ecosystem. Decentralization is about giving back education, money, knowledge, invention, innovation, especially education.
Not only that, think about it.
But I'm telling you, Gold Key, although it is your choice to gamble, it is. I do agree with you. Gambling is bad.
Yeah,
But it's completely your choice, because they do say, now I completely understand if the code is whatever, if the code is clean, the code is clean. The idea of gambling is completely at your choice, because in reality, as soon as you take your fiat money and you come in this cryptocurrency world, no customer service, no emotion, and it is 100% gambling. 100% gambling.
Like,
low
how
or high risk.
how does anyone expect to get any Pulse?
But it's not just that. Fauceting has always been a key element. It's always been a key element where.
Hold up. Please let Famous finish. He keeps getting interrupted, and I don't appreciate it. So thank you. If you're going to be a speaker in this space, just wait your turn. Appreciate you. All right, continue, Famous.
I don't mind it. I feel like we're at the bar conversating, but I just wanted to give my 2 cents, because fauceting is amazing, and it can help so many people. Like, I understand everyone in this chat have money to put in. We probably all have a roof over our heads. We've all eaten, but there are people in this world that this will change their lives, and it will create such an impact for the future that fauceting is much needed. It's a little sacrifice that we take, one, for onboarding and for our bags, but it will do such a tremendous amount of good for the world. And I'm telling you, fauceting is fucking profitable. It is fucking profitable. I'm telling you for a fact. Maybe not with one computer, with a couple, but it is profitable. And PLS, like Keith said, and I really love how he said it, it's your Genesis tokens. Why would you pay for them when you can get them for free? And I really do hope it is a wonderful project. I do hope Liquid Loans is a wonderful, clean, edited project. If it happens, whatever, if it dips, whatever. It's the name of the game, right? We're all on the boat and we're all trying to swim. But at the end of the day, we're trying not to get wet. So if it's clean, it's good, it's healthy, that's all we want, and that's all that we care. But Gold Key, I do understand your concern. It is completely agreeable. Gambling ruins a lot of people's lives. It is, but it's free. It's free gambling. So if, in a way, the way I see it, it could actually help a gambler by like maybe not making him spend his money and actually either making free money or losing free money. So I could contradict the fact that it is healthy and it is unhealthy. But yeah, it really depends on how the code is done, in my opinion, because it always is a choice, right? Just like,
Yeah,
if we all believe in religion or God or science, we all have a choice to do something. So
I
it really comes
totally
down to
understand. Could I tag on that? So my profession is actually I'm a UI UX designer, and so this is what I think through every day. And I'll say this: it's not a direct faucet. It's a lottery. When you go on the site and you participate, maybe they are giving it away for free, but if they're profiting, that's a marketing expense for one, because they're pulling in money from people from their gambling site, and then they're going to be essentially giving that money away as a marketing fee. But the thing that I experienced, and this is how it happened for me when I tried out the website, is you connect your wallet. Maybe you're there to participate in that lottery, and maybe you lose, but now you're on their site, which they want you to be, and your wallet is connected with access to your Pulse, and
A
so you lose.
burner wallet. Sorry, don't mean to interrupt. Sorry, you just use a burner wallet for it. Sorry.
Yep.
Yeah,
Burner
okay,
wallet.
yeah, you use your burner wallet, but maybe you do have Pulse on that wallet, and that's
Why?
accessible. And
No,
so
don't use any. Don't have. I'm sorry. This is just a security thing. Why? Anytime you connect to a third party site, you should not have any liquid assets in that wallet or MetaMask, whatever.
Correct.
That should be a flat,
Absolutely.
straight up answer right there. Like, no liquid assets in any of these protocols should have any connect. You should not have any connected sites, DApps, anything to any of your hardware wallets, and you only use MetaMask as a front or burn end, a dummy burn end. Sorry, I just okay, my bad. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to let you know, if I'm going to go and play with FreePulse.io, I'm going to go download a new instance of MetaMask and have no assets on there, whatever, and get my free Pulse, send it out of that MetaMask to whatever address I choose. And I just wanted to make that clarification. I know.
100%.
Yeah.
I think
Excellent point.
that's
Excellent
great.
point. Keep that in mind. Absolutely.
That's a great best practice. But let's talk in reality that most people are using one MetaMask wallet, and I love that you advise people to not do that. But most people will be using their only MetaMask wallet because they don't know any better. And so maybe they sacrifice, and they have all their sacrifice Pulse in that wallet. So now that they're on the site, they lost in the lottery, and now the door is open for them to start playing around with these games that are like complete, like, by chance, and they're just like different forms of lotteries essentially. And I personally think people are going to get wrecked. And so, as much as I see the benefit of a faucet in trying to onboard people, I think there's a huge net negative for the economy with introducing this gambling. But yeah, those are just my thoughts.
for more money for people who want to, what's it called? Delay gratification. It takes
So
them off.
my
It
take
literally takes
on
them
this,
off.
right, is like, I think what he's saying is normal faucets, they usually, you just put in an address, and then it runs a little
No. Bitcoin,
lottery, little
the
wheel,
Bitcoin faucet,
and then
in the
depending on
background.
the wheel,
The Bitcoin
it
background, in
basically
the
gives
background
you.
they were mining.
Yo,
In the
guys,
background
respect
they were
each
mining.
other, man. Like, what's going on? Mello is talking.
No, you could, brother. Listen,
We didn't have
so I was just saying, it basically
Thank
could
you.
be, like you put in an address, you claim your free Pulse, up to $200. I don't know how that that would work and how long it'll last, and then with the whole gambling thing, that's just an extra vector of just losing your money, or just losing that Pulse. Now that Pulse, where does it go? It gets recycled. There's fees going to be attached to it, of course, and basically given back out to people that claim. Now this site is to adopt people, right? So if it's going to adopt people, new people, they're not going to know their security measures. So they're going to be creating a MetaMask or whatever wallet to access this site. And the thing is, they're going to have to connect their wallet. Now, there might be sites that you have to connect, faucets that you connect your wallet. But then there's faucets that you don't have to connect the wallet. You just put in an address, and it sends it to that address. It does not need to know what ownership. It just sends you a little bit. You can set it however you want to set it, depending on the value of the token. So that's where people are skeptical on. So I believe if you can use a burner, play with it. It's free. Hey, it's good. Do what you got to do, but just use a burner, like Keith said. That's all I was gonna say, and then Keith said it.
Hexmac.
Hey,
Okay, thank you. Guys, I've been using faucets for like the last 6 years. Every fucking day, I'll use a faucet every fucking day in, day out, every goddamn fucking day, because it's free money. And I've been using these faucets for like 6-7 years. I've never had one issue with security, one issue with any single thing trying to access a wallet or get in or get out or do any of that kind of shit. So it always has to fall back to personal responsibility. These faucets, these sites, they're out there. They're there. They are not going anywhere. Like, people are going to bet. People are going to gamble. People are going to wreck themselves. But that's how the world is. Like, we can funnel them into better things. We can try and make better, games to play and things to do. But how does anyone expect to get any pulse for onboarding anyone? Are you guys going to be like buying Ethereum and then bridging that over to Pulse Chain and spending hundreds of dollars and trying to get, all of your fees out of the way just to do some onboarding? Like, you'll be able to use this site. You'll be able to
I don't
go on
think you'll
free.
bridge Ethereum to get Pulse, just in case that's the case, because I believe you just have to buy Pulse. I just wanted to step in on that part.
Do we know that Pulse is going to be for sale, though, within the first couple of weeks like that? Off of DEX, you still have to get into the DEX. You still have to pay the fees. You still have to do all that to even get in. Like, for the first couple of weeks or months, how are people getting Pulse? And how are they moving it around? And how are they doing any of this stuff? Like, I understand we don't want people to get wrecked.
Do those faucets involve connecting a wallet, by the way?
Oh, you just use a burner. The faucets that I use right now, some of them do require you to connect a wallet, but I just use a burner one.
No, Hex, I agree with Mello. I actually agree with Mello on this one. He's absolutely fucking right. The moon, whatever it was called, the moon bid, whatever it was called. You had to put your, if it was Doge, if it was Ethereum, if it was Peercoin, if it was Litecoin, if it was Bitcoin Cash, if it was Bitcoin, you didn't have to connect a wallet. You just put an address and it sent it there.
Yeah, you just put a.
Exactly, and that's what I used to do for Bitcoin.
With Faucet Pay.
There are some faucets right now that will
One
require
after
you to
another.
put in it.
Oh, I love when she mutes people.
Thank you.
Hey, I just wanted to say one thing real quick. If you're new to the Richard Hart community, or if you want to be an active part of the community, I think you should go to t.me/scivive, read that book. And I think if you're building a project in this community, there's a list of vices there, and you shouldn't violate those vices. You shouldn't victimize the community. Some of the vices are, drinking excessively, taking drugs excessively, gambling, leverage trading. There's a list of maybe 10 vices. If you're a real caring part of this community, don't build things that wreck people. Now, I like the idea of onboarding people, but driving them to a site that has a big signboard with a casino maybe isn't the most, it's not the best thing. It's not the best approach. I know they need to make money somehow and fund the faucet, but unfortunately, by victimizing some people with gambling, this is the thing. Richard Hart, with this project, saved a lot of people from getting wrecked in their gambling. Like, there are a lot of gamblers in this community that maybe got this was their free Gamblers Anonymous, and now we're driving them to a place where there's a big flashing sign with casinos. We have to think about this from a principled standpoint, right? Richard Hart doesn't like these things. We should build things that are good for people, make their lives better. Some people may get divorced because they're gambling, and if they fall back into that pattern or that habit, right? It takes a very short period of time to fall back into that habit. It may ruin their lives again. So I think we should be careful with some of these projects. Do not incentivize these vices. Do not
build projects that promote these vices if you care about the community.
Look, I was going to say, okay, there's no need to direct your newbie no coiners to freepulse.io when you can go and create your own burner MetaMask, spin the wheel, get the pulse, and send it to them. Give them a couple pulse to start. Like, hey, I just got you. You know, there's no one. I'm not going to direct my new boards or new onboards on there because I don't think that sets the right precedent. I'm going to direct them to hex.com first and foremost. I'm going to give them some pulse so they can get going on the network, but I'm going to teach them about Hex and tell them the benefits of staking Hex. And guess what? When PHEX is on the pulse chain, that free pulse that I just got and then sent to their address, which I helped them set up, or yeah, let's say they go and get a MetaMask. Okay, just get online and get on MetaMask. Fine. You know, not the best way to do it right away, but you know, maybe we don't have time to get a Trezor. Maybe we don't have time to get on a Staker app. Okay, get your MetaMask, write it down on paper, do a little bit. I'm talking like a couple bucks, get your feet wet kind of thing. Then when we want to get serious and we really want to start staking and building out ladders, I'll help you sit down. We'll do a whole security review. We'll get you set up on multiple devices, you know, multiple Trezors, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. But I'm not going to direct my new or
Oh damn! Looks like you
Hey,
got
Keith,
rugged.
where you at?
Can I go real quick?
Yeah,
Oh wait,
oh, he's
yes,
back.
he's
If
back.
he's
I
back,
got
you can go.
rugged. See, bro. I'm telling
No,
you.
no, no. You're clear, and you can talk to me.
I'm telling you, bro. Anyway, yeah. So, look, I'm just trying to say, you don't have to direct your new boards, new onboards, newbies, whatever, to a gambling website when you could just go on your site. I plan on using freepulse.io because I'm like, shit, yeah, I want to spin this fucking wheel for free or whatever and get my free pulse. Like, yeah, dude, I'll use a burner address and play around with it. Absolutely. And once I talked to one of the devs in their space and found out that they were actually, you know, they worked for Richard Hart and they created hex.com, I was like, oh, all right, well, they're probably legit. So anyway, I just want to say, like, you know, there's no harm in getting your little free pulse, your burner MetaMask, sending it to your friend. No harm, no foul there. Giving them a couple pulse just to get started. That's the better way to do it, instead of directing them there first and having them, you know, go download this MetaMask. You know what you're doing. No, like, you got to walk them through it. And I don't think there's anything wrong with just using a MetaMask with a couple bucks in it to play around in the ecosystem to see what it's all about, you know, and then teach them the importance of, now when we want to start putting real money in this thing, now I need you to go to Trezor.io, get a Trezor. I need you to download Staker.app, you know, like these trusted, secure, you know, devices, right? So anyway, I just want to say that. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. I'll go on mute.
Thank you so much, Keith, for that.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be honest. I'm like pretty, like, from the discussion we just had with liquid loans and to hear the people that were kind of going after liquid loans for opening the gate to a lot of people getting wrecked. And then we're talking about something that opens, I think, even a more nefarious door for a lot of hexkins and new people to pulse to get wrecked. And it's not being treated with the same type of protective mentality for the community. I really don't understand it, even
I'd like
regardless of
to.
the, like, utility, like the utility of
It's an
faucet.
onboarding tool. It's an
Yeah, but
onboarding tool, man. It's just
but
to
no,
get
but
a couple pulls to help somebody out and get them in, right? I mean, that's all I'm viewing it as.
If
I'm
There's
not
a
going
big
to sit here and
deal
spin
there.
that
We
wheel
can
and try
ignore
to.
that.
Yeah, sorry, I'm talking over.
All right, we got hands up.
I would like
Yeah.
to just real quick on what Gold Key said. If anyone doesn't mind me continue on with that, I know that you guys had your hands up. If you want me to wait, I'll be happy to wait. But it's about the gambling part. I'm a part of a gambling token I don't really do anything with. But the whole point that I want to make here is they have had some tokens out. One was called Trust Token. Doesn't matter about the coin itself. What they did was they would go and they'd verify on these particular online casinos, online gambling. They would make sure the verifiability of the return of interest, basically trying to make sure that there is not someone that is effectively screwing all the people who are putting money in. So for the blockchain, that's great. Can people still lose? Of course, house always wins. But with the advancements in blockchain, there are things that are coming for online casinos and online gambling that are trying to make it more secure. And that sounds weird, especially in gambling. All your money can go to zero. But I'm probably the only person here that's in a gambling token that's been working for stuff. So I've just seen some people witness that. But yes, all of your criticisms are valid on gambling. I've seen it destroy people's lives. And whenever you get that first win, that's when it starts, and that's when it can go downhill. But I'd feel disingenuous not mentioning that there are projects and people that are trying to create sustainability for these markets.
Can I go, Sabaya?
Oh, proceed.
Okay, so before I say what I'm going to say, I just want to like provide context to the fact that I've been called an RH Maxi, so I've got nothing for respect for the big guy. But part of what makes these spaces so awesome is the fact that we talk about the stuff that you're not supposed to talk about. We ask the hard questions. We really get into it. So with that being said, I totally hear where Gold Key's coming from, and I hear this argument all the time. You know, it tends to be like the hardest core people that feel this way. And the question that we got to answer, that Richard, has to answer, and the community has to answer, is at what point, do we go from cult to business? And I know the word cult maybe triggered a bunch of you because you hate that word, but it is one of the main sort of like things people say about Hex. If you're just going to be real and you want to talk to people that like have seed about it, like it's something you'll hear them bring up. So I think it's bullish as fuck. I mean, there's a cult around a cryptocurrency, that thing's going to go to the moon. I mean, I think it's hilarious. Like if somebody's trying to argue that like a cult coin is going down, a cult coin sounds like something that you would buy. Like, so just to be square. But with that being said, like at some point we go from cult to community. And so what I mean by that is that we have all these ideals and we say, we're not gambling, we're not trading, we're not, succumbing to vices, which is all great. I don't want to knock on these ideals because that's why they're ideals. They're amazing. But at the end of the day, like Richard Hart is a businessman. And maybe like if you're asking some of these questions, Gold Key, I don't know who else, Richard Hart came into our spaces and we talked to him. And one of the things that, it seemed like he was a little more candid, or maybe not candid, but just like letting loose a little more. I mean, it wasn't like an official video on his YouTube, you know what I mean? So it's kind of like little different, right? And he said that, he would build, for example, that he would fork OpenSea. He said that. He's like, oh, I'll fork OpenSea. He recognizes the fact that NFTs, were one of the biggest guzzlers of gas. And what he said is, look, I'm running a restaurant and I don't have to like everything I cook. I don't have to like all the meals that I make. I'm the chef. And if everybody wants JPEGs, then I'm going to make JPEGs for them. I'm going to cook them up. So Richard Hart's a businessman. Like, don't be fooled, guys. Don't be naive. He's a businessman. So we can be like the cult hexagon that have these awesome ideals. And I think it's awesome. But like, this is a business. So you got to be realistic about the way it's going to go. Richard Hart even said he would bring margin trading in to Pulse Chain. And the reason, and he always talks against margin trading. He always talks against trading. So it was really crazy to hear him say that for me even. Right. But realize that be real, guys. What are the competitors? There's other ecosystems. There's Phantom, there's Luna, there's all these other ecosystems that do have billions of dollars in it. I mean, we want to talk numbers. They have billions of dollars too, So those ecosystems, like you think about like CZ, he does margin trading and they get a lot of money from that. So of course we're going to have margin trading on Pulse Chain. Like just recognize that that's going to happen and try not to get too butthurt about it because it's just business. This is money, guys. And we want to have all the things on Pulse Chain. We want to have all the features. We want to outcompete everybody. We wanted the best margin trading, the best gambling, the best JPEGs. Okay, that's it.
Parkway, I believe you had your hand up, and then we'll go to him.
Thank you. Yeah, so, just to sum it up altogether, I would say, like, as the community is growing and understanding the fact that Pulse Chain is going to be a new playground, right? And endorsing small projects with small sacrifices is not a bad thing. Like, honestly, like, guys, and I love the fact that what Jay just brought up is I don't have the balls to do it. You guys do, which I appreciate. It takes the load off my hands when you guys go out there and audit someone. It's pretty cool. I love it. But I hear projects, like when I hear a project and the person answers like a few questions the way he should, proper, right? Like I already like that person won me already like 60% and I'm like ready to go, right? If they don't know how to answer and it's like a little bit fluffy, I give them still the benefit of the doubt, you know, to explain themselves more. Maybe they're not very versatile in explaining themselves. But then again, if there are red flags, I think people will show that. Now, the point that I'm trying to make is now in this new ecosystem, I think hexicans will leave what we do right now to the next generation that has been with us, that we onboarded. They will teach the next generation on how to be secure and how to not to get compromised. And I think our job will be to audit literally these new projects, to score them. You know, maybe we should create a little scoring board, an official I don't know, audit, internal audit where we go there, read their papers, and put stuff together, because at the end of the day, a successful project becomes successful through the people that join, right? And if we can be that independent filter in between before people jump on it because of a hype and a FOMO, I think that would be also very helpful in the new ecosystem on Pulse Chain.
Thank you. We have Hexmac and then Gold Key and Ross.
So another point with the Free Pulse IO guys, I know that I'm not sure if it's Victor or the other guy, but these guys are Richard Hart devs. Like, they work with Richard directly. Richard knows about this. Richard knows about freepulse.io. Richard has spoken to these guys about freepulse.io. So he might not endorse it. He might not say anything about it. But Richard knows that this is a thing. Richard knows that this is a tool for onboarding. The other thing that I would really just like to insert in the conversation here is I'm a big proponent of personal responsibility. There are endless gambling sites out there. There are endless ways to go and get yourself wrecked. There are endless scams out there. It is up to you to make sure you are taking care of yourself and doing your due diligence and doing your homework to make sure that you are safe from anything and like anything that could come and scam you. We can have this mentality of we need to protect everyone. We need to protect everyone. But people are going to get wrecked. People wreck themselves on the fucking daily basis. Like, and there's nothing that you can do about it. Like, I've watched people wreck themselves and I've given them the advice that could save them. And they still wreck themselves. So I get the not wanting to funnel people into, bad habits and gambling. But we also have to, we're all adults here. We have to take responsibility for our actions and what we do in this space and this community. That's my piece.
Thank you so much, Hexmax. I really appreciate that. That was really very sound. Cool.
I think I was
Proceed.
up next.
Yes, proceed.
Again, I just want to point out that the change in tone and mentality from this conversation to the one we just had with liquid loans, and this belief in self-responsibility, which I fully believe in. But if we're going to be discerning and questioning hard projects, we do need to apply that same mentality across the board. If we are acting as doing our own research and presenting information. The thing again with Free Pulse though that I just don't understand is if they wanted to make a simple faucet, then just have the faucet. I don't like. To me, I think it's a bait and switch to say we want to promote and we're going to give our pulse up to people to onboard to Pulse Chain, but then that's clearly not the case because they're going to be generating revenue from their gambling site, and so that's the money that's going to be used. So I think honestly, like just hearing the perspectives on people viewing this, they've done clearly a beautiful job of marketing and creating a way to like insert a gambling site and make people feel like they're doing God's work with onboarding people to Pulse Chain, because I just don't view it like if they truly wanted to be benefiting from their own pockets, they could have made a simple one-page site where you enter your wallet address, and maybe they still have one lottery there, but they're attaching so much more to it, and we're just like looking over that and saying, oh well, I hope they don't go to the casino, but if they get wrecked, they get wrecked. So I just don't really see that alignment in my eyes.
With just to interject on that part, anyone can make a faucet and anyone can do this. So if this is not the faucet that the community wants or that even you desire, then I would highly encourage that we all make a better version, one that is more aligned with our values.
I agree with that 1,000%. 1,000%.
Yeah, but he brought up good points. It's like, why aren't we treating it the same? Well, because you go ahead and test it. Everything's available. You could read the code.
Exactly.
He want the people have explained numerously what's going to happen, how it's going to happen. For the fact of gambling, it's a bit of hypocritical, Goldkey, because we're purchasing Hex, and Hex is a form of investment. Regardless of how you see it, how we see it, you're taking your money and you're hoping that someone gets wrecked so you can make money off of it. That's what's happening. At the end of the day, the last one to get in gets screwed. Regardless of how you see it, this is how crypto works. This is how stock works. This is how everything works when you're doing an investing. So we are gambling. Low risk, maybe that's higher. But the thing is that if they weren't transparent, trust me, we would be on their ass. We will be on their ass. And there are other people that we will be on their ass. I'm just telling you, we will be. Because this community deserves the truth.
Yeah, man,
Everyone
sorry,
deserves
I don't
the
mean to
truth,
interject.
as much as me.
I agree, Gold.
Keith, you are breaking up a
Yeah,
bit.
Gold. And look,
there.
man, you're 100% right, dude. The sentiment. Sorry, Ross had his hand up first, and so did
Keith, you are. Yeah, keep breaking up too. So Ross, we'll take Ross, and then we'll go to Black Dot, and then we'll come back to you, Keith.
I just want to say, in my experience, Free Pulse has been a phenomenal onboarding tool. I've already onboarded over a dozen people with it that were no coiners, and that probably wouldn't have downloaded MetaMask if I hadn't had that tool to utilize. And I myself, I had a gambling habit, at one point several years back, and so the gambling don't intrigue me at all, but the free coins do. I've learned my lesson from that, and hopefully it won't wreck anybody. But if it does, then that's that's a personal issue that they need to work on themselves on. So I'm all for it, and about the gambling proceeds, they're gonna have a token as well, or a shares of some sort, and I think maybe that's what some of the proceeds are gonna be utilized for. But I think it's going to be a phenomenal tool and really increase adoption. That's all I got.
Yeah, and real quick, Black, I don't mean to jump in, but Gold, I just wanted to say, man, look, you're 100% right, dude, and the sentiment had changed between like how skeptical we were on Liquid, but versus these guys with Free Pulse. All I'm gonna say is, dude, I did say that there is a very small dollar number figure I'm willing to play with on a burner address for both Liquid loans and also this FreePulse.io. Low risk, low reward. It's not like I'm putting a ton of money into either of these things. I'm just saying, I think from a FreePulse.io perspective, what do you have to lose? It's literally free pulse. If you spin this wheel, you get some pulse, you send it to your friend, you get them on board, whatever. I mean, I'm talking like a couple bucks, right? I'm not talking about dumping bags, huge bags into this. So it's just a little bit different because they've been up front, like Famous said. They've told us what they're doing. They're devs that work for Richard. We see the code. We've gone in and tested and played with it. We haven't done any of that on Liquid Loans. So just saying that's kind of the distinction. And I agree with you that we should always be skeptical of everything, but there are going to be things that I'm willing to take, a couple bucks out of my pocket and burn it. Act as if that I'm throwing that away. No expectations of anything with that. and just to see how it works. And if I like it, cool, I'll do a little more research. If I don't like it, I'll forget about it, and no harm, no foul, because I used a burner address with no, with no funds on it, no risk. So just wanted to clarify that. But you're 100% right, dude. We should be skeptical of everything.
But also the sacrifice phase, they're doing it after. Like, at least they're being considerate, regardless if they're going to wreck people. But that's at their choice. It's not because they're going to, they're trying to sneak us. That's also another point. You know what I mean?
Valid.
Everyone's worried. I'm not saying liquid loans will do it also. I'm just saying it looks like it, and people have questions. People don't have questions why they're waiting to do a sacrifice for their own coin or whatever is going to happen for their own coin. It's their choice. They could do whatever they want after. That's a project. But at least they're not intervening with what they believe in. And that's
Very
why the
valid.
community is at an uprise. It's because of that.
Thank you. Yes. Black Dot?
Hey, thanks, Sequoia. And yeah, shout out to the goddesses, plural, for holding down this space and making it so welcoming for everybody to share their opinions. And I just want to say before I get into my thing, a special shout out to Hex Travels. Definitely been thinking about you and everybody over there and everything that's going on. And, it's been raining like literally since last night where I am, whenever you broke that information to everybody. And I went to sleep raining and I woke up, it was pouring raining. And it's just kind of, apropos to at least how I'm feeling. So, I know these, conversations seem to be so important about this and that and whoever's doing whatever. But I just wanted to say thank you, Sequoia, and Hexy Cajun for holding down the space, and Hex Travels again, like I told you last night, I'm with you, and I'm sure everybody else is as well. So having said that, I'm probably just mirroring a lot of things like that people have said already, but one reason why I respect most everybody in this community is because we can kind of have dialogue that sometimes lead to kind of heated exchanges or whatever. But I've said this before, and I'm just going to repeat this again. Like we cannot childproof, this blockchain or whatever. And other people have kind of, iterated this as well. But we talk about Hart's law. I think it's time that we codify like the hexagon way, and that's been kind of already, as far as I'm concerned, we've seen that today, and what happened in Town Square. People had issues with this particular protocol. These people came to the table and talked about it as respectable citizens of the community. And I think we progressed in that particular dialogue. So my point is, I don't think it's beneficial for us to have like this protectionist attitude and just leave it at that, because this entire conversation just reminds me, and anybody who knows me knows that I'm very much into geometry. There's a certain geometry, it's called the Ouroboros, right? And it's essentially like the snake eating its tail. And that's not who we want to be. We need to be able to have these conversations. If you're going to call somebody out, then call them out to their face, right? And let's do it like with at least having a substance, perspective coming from that or whatever. So I just want to say, I've been listening like, for hours, and I really appreciate what got resolved in this place today. But I just think we need to codify that, so that there a lot of this, emotion and all of this, back and forth, we can kind of limit that and cut through it. Maybe we can cut it in half by just holding these town squares and making sure that everybody is being held accountable.
Really, really great points. And yeah, I'm not trying to come off emotional, but I do want to bring things to light that I see, and the point I want to make is I'm looking at their site right now, and one of their paragraphs is who's paying for all this, and they're claiming to be paying out of pocket, but they're the pulse is going to be coming from supporting the bad habit of gambling. It's going to be from the losses of people that get wrecked on their platform, and that's where the free pulse is coming from. So it's not they've done a really great job of like indicating that they're supporting a Richard Hart ecosystem out of goodwill. But I don't see how you can see that when they clearly have a business that they're going to be running, and that's where the pulse is going to be coming and distributed to people through another lottery system.
So with that part, have you tried actually getting ETH from a faucet recently?
Most of them are down.
That's interesting.
Yeah, so basically faucets are temporary. Like they don't run for a long time. Like it's just literally just to drip in your wallet, and after the funds run out, unless the team keeps funding it, it's just dies out.
Oh, well, that's a really interesting concept. It's almost like this is an experiment to see if a faucet is going to keep running. I mean, and I'm not trying to sound that way by sounding facetious, but I just kind of came across that idea myself. Because if we think about how faucets will go down eventually, if this is a way that we can gamify a faucet so that way people can always at least receive free pulse with no risk, and the only risk that we have from people is going to be the risk of people who gamble. Those people are no different than the people who are going to go to a casino anyway. Those people are no different than the people who are going to use Hedron and borrow against it. I advise everyone not to borrow against their stakes. However, I do know that some people want to borrow against their stakes. So now that this is up, this faucet is up, and they're going to gamify the idea of how to keep a faucet up potentially. How can we make this a better deal? How can we make this a safer deal? So I hopped in their Telegram, and I'm going to talk to them about that particular thing. Trust Tracker, not Trust Token. Sorry, I looked that up. Wrong one. Trust Tracker. They try to make sure that things are more valid. The ROI is better. It's more transparent. So now how can we make it so that way this is not just going to victimize the users? So again, Goldkey, I do think that everything you're saying is right. How can they fund this forever? They don't have Richard Hart fuck you money, unless they do. But unless they can find a way to generate revenue to keep this faucet up, eventually freepulse.io will be freenothing.io, and it will just be a gambling site. So I don't think you can have this be a gambling site and also not have it be a faucet. But that might just be a misconception on my part.
Yeah, agreed. You know, like
saying
obviously funds would
That's what
run
they
out if they didn't have a business behind it.
pretty much.
Oh, I'm sorry. Someone else talking?
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify. Like their answer to that question that I heard them say is like, we have enough money to go forever. That's what they claim.
Yeah, and if that was the case, then why build the gambling site, right? Like, so that part I don't understand. One other big point in thinking about this, and we're talking about onboarding and getting Pulse into more people's hands. For all of us, for all people that will be holding Pulse, that's removing buy pressure, and we want people to be demanding to buy our Pulse as they're onboarding, because that will make the price go up. So, you know, giving away free Pulse, if anything, that adds to sell pressure, because, you know, what are they likely to do with something that's free that they didn't have to pay any money for? They're probably going to dump it, or, you know, the incentives are all like misaligned in my mind for like getting people onboarded. Like, we want people to be buying, not like receiving free Pulse. We want value behind it.
So that Bitcoin faucet originally was giving you, God, I think it was like 5 Bitcoin, and you would claim it. You get 5 Bitcoin, and it was filled with, I think it was filled with 1,000 Bitcoin, and anyone could claim as much Bitcoin as they wanted in 24 hours, and then you just do it again, do it again, do it again, do it again. But people were giving out 5 Bitcoin, and that was back when no one knew the price or what it would be and everything like that. So 5 Bitcoin now is about $150,000 that they were willing to give out to people. So yes, it does remove buy pressure. But in the process, how much onboarding can happen? Will that be a net positive? Will that also help buy and sell pressure later on? That's a question for you, Goldkey, in your mind.
Yeah, I mean, in my mind, I just think that like when people receive something as a gift or for free, they're not going to value it as much as something that they had to buy, you know, to buy. That's just like pretty, basic psychology. Um, and like, I mean, the thing is like this thing is going to be out there. I'm just like pretty shocked that like a lot of projects that I view are like really trying to build utility and make the world better, regardless of how a lot of people view it or have their questions about it. But overall, they're like trying to push forward, and I think that like in my mind, it appears that Free Pulse is like getting this passed because of their core thing that they're claiming is they're giving away $200 worth of Pulse every hour, but in the back end they're really introducing something that doesn't make the world a better place. And it's like surprising to me that like overall they've been able to like keep this kind of like positive perspective from a lot of people when I don't know, I feel like I'm like seeing right through it or something. I don't know.
So we have some hands up. If whoever was first, I didn't really catch who was first, but go ahead if you were able.
I'll be quick. I no disrespect, Gold Key, but I can't get the help but get the feeling that that you're on Liquid Loans payroll and trying to draw similarities between the two.
Absolutely not. I have no affiliation. I didn't even sacrifice. I was a participant in the conversation earlier, and actually, I don't know if you were around, but I was asking pretty hard questions on them as well. And that's part of new projects coming out, right? Like, there's going to be people asking questions, and what I'm trying to do now is put questions forward on another project. But it seems
Absolutely.
that
Misdirect.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. And then we'll take Hexmac and then J Future.
Okay, so this is a tricky area because it's a question of perceptions. What is good and what is bad? I mean, gambling is not an inherently bad thing. Gambling is a bad thing when people abuse it. This is the same with anything. This is the same with junk food, with drugs, with alcohol, with anything. This is not a bad thing. Like, you can't look around at the world and go, oh, that's a bad thing because I think it's a bad thing. No, it's that the abuse or the misuse of that behavior over a period of time causes bad things to happen. But gambling is not a bad thing. And like these are ideals. These are like, oh, okay, this is good, so we should do it this way. Well, we're looking at global leaders of the world right now. They've got some fucking pretty insane ideas about where the world should be going and where the world should be headed. And it's idealistic. It's a nice thought. It's a nice thing at the end of the day, but it's not. We're not going to be able to save anyone. We're not going to be able to do anything. All we can do is encourage better behavior, encourage healthier habits, encourage people to be better and not want to go into those worlds and do those things. I have no shade to throw at any of these new projects. I will wait and I will see if they stand the test of time. That's all that you can do. That's all any of this can do. I encourage people to build. I encourage people to come participate in this community. I encourage all of that. But to say, oh, we should be doing this and we should be doing that, we should be building and we should be encouraging people to come here. And then we should be encouraging people to be responsible enough to make their own choices about these things. The ecosystem that will exist within freepulse.io in regards to the people going and gambling, it's the same. Like, you can have 50 gambling websites pop up on your Google right now. You're not going to be able to stop that from happening, literally. So we can either understand that and then make a better game to play off of that, or we can go, oh, we've got to ban this and we've got to censor this and we can't stop this from happening and we can't bring this into the community. And we don't want that either. So there's a fine line here, and there's so much nuance in these things of like, okay, well, does the onboarding outweigh the sell pressure? We don't know. Does any like a lot of this stuff is theoretical. It hasn't played out yet. We won't know how it plays out. But the best thing that we can do is not get caught in the idealism and be like, oh, it should be this way or it should be that way. It's right now we don't know how things are going to play out. Let's see how they play out, and then maybe we can tailor things to work better towards better outcomes in the future. That's really all you can ever do. That's my piece for now.
Thank you. And then J Future.
Damn, I forgot I had my hand up, but this has been an awesome space, and you guys can keep talking. I'm also I'm 38 now.
Yeah, to I forget.
Happy birthday, man.
Oh, how old are you, Future?
I said I'm 38.
Oh, I missed it. I love that.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, I'm 38 now.
That dude's 19 years old. Don't let him fool you.
Yeah, I mean, just to talk back to the points you brought up. Yes, of course, this is a free market, and new projects will be popping up on Pulse Chain. And those projects, you know, we are in the very early days, and you know, there's only a handful of projects that are really like at the forefront that are trying to build for Pulse Chain at the moment. So they're definitely getting probably the most scrutiny. And you know, it's happening in Twitter, on Twitter Spaces, on streams. You know, it's a crazy time right now. It's like the wild, wild west. And you know, I guess I'll leave it this. I think that you know, I just ask that as a community. I'm not like trying to like defend Liquid Loans or any other projects. I'm just saying, you know, apply the same discretion across the board if we're going to be, you know, talking about these things and asking questions, right? And you know, regardless, I like the fact that they're part of that they're part of Richard Hart's team. Like that honestly shocks me. Like you know, the fact that Richard Hart knows about these projects and he didn't like, you know, like call it out or like say this isn't good. I don't know why he didn't do that, to be honest. Like based off of everything I've watched, all the Richard Hart hours and hours of videos I've seen, like he like definitely discerns against gambling and you know, I as a person part of the community, I just want to see everyone win, and I don't want to see people get wrecked. And so I do try to ask questions to promote better ideas, not just like it is what it is type of thing. But I appreciate everyone's input, and yeah, it's been really good conversation.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I am going to do some rotations because we do have several requests to come up and speak, but it's always great hearing everyone. So always feel
You
free
can
to come up and
rotate me
request
out
the
if you
mic.
like.
Thank you. Much
You're
appreciation.
welcome.
So I guess Liquid Loans is some for a lot of people, no?
I just did a poll, and you can vote right now. Did Liquid Loans, see it up top, guys? Did today's space change your opinion of Liquid Loans? Good to bad, bad to good, or unchanged? You can vote right now. It's only going to be a 4-hour poll. How influential are Twitter Spaces?
Yeah, Twitter Spaces are extremely essential. I mean, all of my knowledge in Hex, PulseX, a lot of it came from Twitter Spaces, which has been now me spending all this time in the last like month and a half just on here. Famous did me a favor and actually posted the latest article I wrote. It's specifically Hex centric. I see that, you know, I saw like a little thing about or like an image about Talladega and Vegas and Hexcar. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen, but it looks pretty cool. And I just want to put more content out there. That's what I can do on what Hex is, because I feel like there's going to be a lot of people looking into Hex specifically. So the latest article is about yield farming, and anyone that is in yield farming, I would take a moment. It's like a 2-minute read. You can take a look at it and see why centralized yield farming is a very risky, unnecessary risk if you're a long-term holder. You know, if you're looking to just hold your keys, you might as well stake it. But if you put it in someone else's hands, you do lose that risk. Sequoia, go ahead.
So I really appreciate all the conversations we've been having. I feel like this has been really great and very productive. So much appreciation again to everyone who's been here and all the contributions. I think, right, as something really important to consider with all of these projects, and I mean all of them, is just right that transparency. Like, let's be real, right? That transparency is very essential, and you know, it's having more of a scope of just like what's happening on all sides, all around, and um, you know, I think that that's just important to consider, and I think that, you know, like certain just like there's a way to go about like responding or being able to, right, like how you respond to questions, what you're answering, like what you're saying is always important. um but right, I think that even just with some of the projects that we've been discussing and have a chance to like dive deeper into, something that I noticed, at least when uh, Jexa was up here, is like I felt like, you know, I there was a point in the conversation where I had to intentionally prevent him from wrecking himself. And I think that that is important to just acknowledge, because um, he said something to me that was personally really triggering, which I just had to make sure that that was checked, because again, when we're talking about transparency, these things are very important, especially with these new projects and going on to post-chain launching. And you know, I had to very much stop him in his tracks when he proceeded to try to answer a question, and then backtracked and essentially just blatantly said that he doesn't need to disclose what goes on behind scenes. And to me, that's not being the most transparent as possible. So I think that that's kind of also why there was like more questions and inquiries about this particular project. So you know, as far as just like when people are talking about weighing out and you know, having like just like a balance or open mind with all these projects, I really take that into consideration, because I didn't expect that response. And I'm glad we were still able to move forward and have conductive conversations from there. But I really did have to bring that up and check that, because that it wasn't going to go like I felt like that was like digging a grave, and that's not what I want to see for any of the projects. So just something to take into consideration, especially when we are filling out this poll. All right, let's go. Hex is away.
Okay, briefly, just yeah, with people who have ideas and projects and they're thinking about all these things, just be aware that you're gonna be expected to be doxxed. And if you just pop up out of nowhere for 1 month or 2 months and you've been popping into our chat, that's kind of suspect, right? Like, how could we trust you? If you're coming with some avatar out of nowhere and you're asking for our money, that's very strange to us. And actually, one thing I would say to Gold Key was Felix and Victor had their own space several times. They had spaces after spaces of their own, and many people went in there and asked them questions. And that was very admirable, I would say, because any, like, if Hedron wants to have their space, if Liquid Loans has to have their space, I haven't really seen a lot of that, and I saw a lot of it from Free Pulse. If How to Pulse wants their own, if Mintra wants their own, they sure can do it. I know that for the most part, these spaces are more focused on Richard Hart's things, and especially with Hex and all the great things going on. So I don't want to see great meetings like this hijacked with hours and hours and hours of somebody else's project. And then if somebody listens, they might get wrecked and destroyed. And it's not, to me, it's like, wow, they had so many people on their team. They had people in here waiting and lurking. And then all of a sudden they got triggered, and some of them popped up and started chiming in. And when they got wrecked, they reported to their bosses, and then their bosses started popping up. And when their bosses couldn't handle it, their CEO came in here. It was unbelievable, but that's just what happened. And when I spoke, they did not answer anything I said. It was very strange. I wanted some answers. They gave nothing. It was like emptiness. So I'm not saying they can't hold their own spaces.
Can't come in here, but I'm saying is we do respect Richard Harden here, and we also respect all the listeners, and we don't think you need to harvest our time because it is valuable, and we have very important things we're talking about and people we're considering, and if you're just pushing your agenda, you might get booted, you might get muted, and you can definitely go and do your own thing and market your own stuff without using the community like that. So anyway, thanks everybody.
Yo, Hex is the way. Thank you so much. That was like very perfectly articulated, summed up a lot of my thoughts entirely. So really appreciate you. And oh my God, you sounded like a human finally got the end towards that. Like your sound improved.
Yeah, his mic like advanced like 10 years into the future. Like it got really good.
So I'm going to chime in real quick.
Go ahead.
So I just wanted to point out two things. One is, thankfully, I wasn't asked if I had any relations with LL today, because last time it was with that, what was it, well NFT or whatever, well Pulse. That was a good thing. And the other thing, I lost my train of thought. But yeah, that was a very good thing. I just wanted to maybe also change the subject a little bit so we can talk a little bit about Pulse Chain and Pulse Hex and what's to come, what's not. And Sacrifice is ending soon, no?
True. Thank you. We'll get back to that for sure, but let's take the Cowboys' hand.
I just want to say, I think it was good what has happened here today. A lot of people who did have questions were able to ask their questions and, at least try to get an answer. And a lot of y'all have been in here most of the day, and it's very admirable. As far as my opinion on the poll, I've been in and out, but I heard a good piece of it, and I don't think anything that was said has changed my view on what I think liquid loans is, but it's not for me to judge. In the end, we're a fork. Pulse Chain's going to be a fork of Ethereum, and you're not going to be able to stop any bad projects or rug pulls from building on it. Just look at all the crap that's on Ethereum, and they're gonna come to Pulse Chain because now they're gonna get cheaper transactions, and there's just no, what kind of really hurts the most is the fact that we know how Hex works, and a lot of people have advertised that they're staked out for the 555, but when this came, when these sacrifices became an opportunity, it's all on chain. We can see, and there hasn't been a lot of emergency unstakes. So I think a lot of those people who were saying they were staked for the 555 were really not.
Well, I just want to say real quick, and then Gary jump in. My only thing is they can say whatever they want, and they can run whatever sacrifice they want. The only thing that I just want to be leery of is using the word hexagon, because to me that doesn't mean shit. There's hexagons that are trying to onboard and do NASCAR and talk to influencers, and then there's some hexagons that are running sacrifice phases. And so we can definitely debate the merits of the project, but I don't want to hear, oh, I was a day one hexagon, because I was in December of 2019 too, and I'm not asking anybody for no fucking money. And so let's just debate the projects, but let's just keep, oh, I've been in Hex this long and what have you, because at the end of the day, I don't give a fuck. I just want to know about the project.
I think that's a little bit disrespectful. Like, listen, man, it's a project. It's in
Hold
the
up,
talk.
Parkway, please. We got the hands going, and I appreciate you wanting to chime in, but Funding Jim is up next, so proceed.
Hey, I really just wanted to originally want to put my hand up was because these hosts do an amazing job. The diplomacy, all muting, when there's gets a little bit heated and nobody really benefits from that. Co-host, if you're not already following these two people, all you got to do is tap on their little profile, follow them. It helps them, personally, socially, psychologically. It helps them to provide an environment for these kinds of conversations. I got a lot out of today. I spent a lot of time trying to bring this Hex product, these Richard Hart products and projects, Pulse Chain and Pulse Hex, these are projects versus the product of Hex. I try to bring awareness. And it is spaces like this that get outside of the crypto bubble. Twitter is useful and I can point people toward it. And it only is because of people like these hosts and co-hosts. Hexwork has been known for a while because of what he's done. Sequoia Stone, congratulations. I really respect a lot of your diplomacy today. Really, really do. I'm going to start promoting you a lot more also. I think you're excellent today. And then Jay Future, he's been doing stuff for weeks regularly. And, just an environment where it's appropriate to voice your own opinions and the way that you do it diplomatically. Again, it helps me to bring, people that have this social calibration in business into these kinds of environments and talk about the wild west of crypto. So that's the number one thing. The other thing is, I appreciate what Skippa had to say because it is my sentiment. When I say something like hex or hexagon or these cypherpunk kinds of principles or the principles that Richard has been espousing for years, it is because I value them. I value them for my own investment thesis. I value them about the relationship and bridge across into other people inside the community. It makes me want to work with them. It makes me want to co-invest with them. I get pushback also because, other people that have been in Hex for 3 years, I'm business partners with, and it is a tax kind of structure for particular types of clients. So the only reason I can trust that is because I've become familiar with these people and I see the trend of how they behave. So when people put their face out there, I know it's a bold moment and it's pseudo doxing and all that kind of stuff. Respect that they're putting their voice out here. That they're spending their time. They're doing it for their own knowledge base, their own understanding of what crypto is about, what Richard Hart's products are about, what hex or hexagons are about, in my mind. And I think of it as these principles of decentralization. As far as ownership, I'm fine with centralized ownership. We've heard those narratives, but and honestly, the risk taking of an entrepreneur. I love that Richard invested time and knowledge and thousands of hours of education about game theory, maybe more than that, over the course of 10 years playing these video games and such, and observing the marketplace of crypto as it developed and putting those things that are battle tested, like Ethereum 1.0, battle tested like smart contracts with no admin keys. If it's going to live in an ecosystem of crypto, then it's going to live. If it's going to die, it's going to die. But the market makes those decisions, right? So the values that I appreciate and why I really do have like brand protection about people like Skippa was saying, oh, well, because it's founded by hexagons, then it's going to be high value. That's not necessarily true. I found things and I'm a hexagon, but some things are going to have flaws and there's going to be errors, there's going to be problems. I'm willing to own up to it. I just don't like the brand of, the Hex product as a finished product that lives or dies in the system is kind of usurped by other things that are quote unquote immutable or audited or whatever. And that's one of the things I've been pushing back about on LL. It is untested code. Nobody knows how it's going to work. The variables will change from what has happened on Liquidity or Teddy Cash or all these other things got explained earlier. And, I do want things to thrive on Pulse Chain and be traded on PulseX. I absolutely do. I just don't want the brand of cypherpunk finished products, live or die, kinds of things usurped. And that's kind of my message. But again, thanks so much for the host, the co-host, everyone that puts a voice in here, everyone that puts thoughtfulness into what they say. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Funding Jim, Gary. We really appreciate you and everything you just said. Like, definitely, it touched my heart, warmed it. Really, much respect for you and appreciate your words dearly. Yeah, that was a kind of a tough one to follow up, but honestly.
Well, I just want to say too, I definitely appreciate y'all as well. I'm in here a lot. I see y'all a lot. The conversations are always great. I guess this is a good segue. If anybody wants to request the mic or have a rabbit hole they want to go down, let's go down it. And if there's a lot of requests, I'm happy to become a listener so they have a chance to talk.
I did talk in a free pulse on IO Telegram. I did ask about the.
Oh, whoa.
Oh, I didn't hear from you.
Sorry, your mic? Is it just me? Or.
Dude, are you
Oh, yeah.
wrecked? That bike is wrecked. Oh, sorry, guys. Spice. Anybody can grab the mic, though. We swear we'll be nice.
Yeah, you want to try that again for us? Oh, yes.
Okay, so just so you know, don't get the S22 Ultra and charge that motherfucking shit and then talk on a mic at the same time. So even getting a $1,400 phone doesn't let you talk while charging it. That's great. Good job, Samsung. Keep it up. I love you spending my fucking money. Great. All right. Why did we get phones? So I was in the Pulse, free Pulse chat, and I was asking them about that particular thing we talked about earlier. They will log all of the spins, and it will be public for everyone to see. So you'll be able to see people's gains and losses on the gambling publicly on the site. So if we're looking about verifiability, that's going to be there. They said they're trying to go on the core principles of blockchain. But again, we all know how things can go sour. But I just wanted to follow up with that because I did reach out to them.
Yeah, due diligence. I appreciate that, CSC Gamer.
Always. I'm also helping out some Koreans in that Hex Korean group. I want to say thank you, Hex is the way, for making that website.
Yeah, so many people up here are always doing so much good work for the community. Like, mad respect and much appreciation for everyone here. I see, Parkway, you had your hand up there.
Yeah, Jay just sent me the link for the poll. I think so. I was positive from the beginning, and I don't see an option for me to vote there. Like, it's unfair, man. You know, it says was bad, now it's good, or it was good, now it's bad, unchanged. Would it be unchanged for me, or was good and still is good?
Hey, I mean, I think that's all up to you, no? Crypto King, go ahead.
Yeah, Hex Asians in the house. Shout out to Hex is the way and all the other Hexicans that are helping out with the Asia, the website, and just the community building. It's awesome. I have some news about another awesome freedom-minded music group that's coming to DS probably sometime in March. I think like the second week of March. The Free Knots. If anybody's heard of them, it's free FREENAUTS. They're They're awesome. They're into crypto, and they were just a big part of the Anarchapulco event, that the week-long event that happened in Mexico just last week. So they'll be coming on the show and spreading their good message and hopefully learning to be a Hexagon.
Hey, Kevin, I see you come up here. If you like to ask a question or have anything to say, feel free. The floor is yours. Anyone else, feel free.
Yeah, I've been watching stuff about the liquid loans today, and I was quite convinced that it sounded okay. What is it I've missed today? And another question I wanted to know is, I've no bought any Pulse tokens. I've only got Pulse X. This is me just learning about it. I've got Pulse X sacrifice, and I was going to sacrifice for LL. But would I be able to use it if I've not got Pulse tokens, or would I just need to buy as it got up and running? If anybody can help me.
Yeah. For people to transact on Pulse, you will need to either buy Pulse, or one option that people are doing is they are leaving some dust in Ethereum, because you will get a 1-to-1 ratio of Pulse to whatever ETH you have. So if you have 0.1 ETH, you'll have 0.1 Pulse. And that should be enough for you to at least generate 1 or 2 transactions, if not more. I think it's about 100 transactions with that. It'll all depend on the load of the network. But that's one option for you to have Pulse at launch. Just at least hold some Ethereum.
Yeah, that's definitely a way to go. And then what you could also do is find a ERC20 that has liquidity, and whatever coin that is up to you. But you could look at ERC20s that have strong liquidity, and that you might think have over on the Pulse chain. And if you like a certain ERC20, you could get that and exchange it for Pulse as well. As well as like freepulse.io. There's going to be ways to get the token without a doubt.
And what was the big problem with the LL stuff today? What was it that's been said? Can somebody let me know?
I just think a lot of people are skeptical, specifically for the sacrifice set. I've said it before. I almost bet if half of these projects didn't do any sacrifice set, there'd maybe be no pushback or resistance. I think the sacrifice set is making things complicated.
Well, I'm glad that we have that debate, right? Because regardless if it's somebody that's in the community or somewhere else, we're going to ask these questions because it's important to us. And so don't take it personally. Just keep building, keep doing your thing. And when you get asked a question, just answer it. And if you don't know the answer, find out and come back. It's not that big of a deal. But you definitely don't want to be in a position to where you can't answer questions about the project. That just doesn't make any sense. Especially when you know you come in here and we're going to ask. Because we don't talk about price. I mean, we talk about game theory and projects. So if you come in here, it's not going to be about price. It's going to be about how does it work.
And think about how many people, I've talked to a lot of people about lots of tokens, and every single time they'll say, do your own research. And it's really hard to do research when the only thing you talk about is me buying 3 years ago and being down 86% right now. I honestly don't care. I could do my own math of how I can eat cockroaches. I've done that plenty. And if you look at Hex, you can actually Google, YouTube, anything Hex, and there's someone talking about it. There's all sorts of projects you can try to look for. No one cares. No one's talking about it. Everyone's just trying to get you to buy it. I mean, at least we're at least we're trying to get you to buy it so we can talk to you about it. Like, it's like, how come you don't talk to me anymore? Because you don't care about Hex. That's all I talk about.
When things are coming over too, right? I mean, Trust Swamp has already committed to coming over on the Pulse chain, and I'm sure there's other entities that are talking, behind the scenes about what they're going to do because it's open water. Why would you not build? It's a business. You're making money. If you're a business, why would you not come where the users are that have money? So it doesn't even make sense. And so I think if you want to be in some of these protocols, it's fine. It's your money. You can do whatever you want, but there will be other opportunities as well. I mean, we're at the beginning stage. Who knows what's going to happen here?
So it seems like we've kind of reached a middle ground, but with the topic being on kind of pulse chain projects, and we've got some really top minds in here. I would love the opportunity to share a little bit of something I'm working on that some people might not have heard about, just to get some feedback and some questions. Would that be okay?
Oh, let's dig into you.
Yeah,
I think I've
let's
talked
see.
about your project before, bro. So yeah, talk about it. You're
Awesome.
talking about Maximus, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Awesome. Yeah, with that opportunity. So essentially what I'm working on right now, it's called Maximus, and essentially what it's introducing is a smart contract to pool for a max length hex stake. So essentially how it will work is there will be a one-time mint phase where you can pledge one hex to receive one maxi token. And so that phase will probably be 30 days. And once that is ended, the smart contract will execute a MaxLink hex stake with the pooled funds. For those 15 years, each maxi will be backed by more and more hex, and then at the end of that stake, you'll be able to redeem from the pool your portion with per maxi. So what it kind of opens the door up is to liquidity. So while the stake is active, you're able to it's maxi is just going to be a PRC and ERC20 token. So you'll be able to trade that on the market or put it towards other yield earning opportunities like yield farming or liquidity pools. And then once the stake ends, you'll be able to redeem hex.
Will you utilize any current staking pools, such as I think it's hex pools or anything like that, to help maximize this?
I'm not too familiar with those. I have seen the idea of pooling funds. I've seen some people do it for these sacrifice phases, and something I think that's really interesting with us is that we're doing it completely trustless. So there's absolutely no fees with Maximus. We as a team, we actually don't benefit more than anyone else. We don't have any pre-mines or anything like that. So we're in it with everyone else. And so it's just going to be I like to think of it more as like an investment tool that provides the maximum yield of a hex stake, but also provides some liquidity options as well.
What? I don't know how to ask this because it's going to be weird. The way I'm going to ask, I'm just going to ask it, and then you can find the easiest way to reframe it if you don't mind. How is this stake going to be staked?
Yeah, so it's just going to be using the hex contract, and the Maximus contract is completely trustless. So it's designed to execute the stake on its own, and then once that stake ends, the funds go back to the Maximus contract, which no one has access to the treasury, but anyone that holds Maxi will be able to execute with the smart contract and redeem their hex from the pool.
At any
So
time or only after it's been fully completed?
yeah, so it will be a completed project. So during the mint phase, you can actually pull your, if you get cold feet or whatever, you can actually pull your hex back out and redeem it. Once the stake is active, obviously that hex isn't there anymore. It's been staked. So you can't redeem your hex while the stake is active, but once the stake ends, you'll be able to redeem hex. And one really interesting thing that's going to happen. So Maxi is going to essentially have two values. So it's going to have its market value, but it's also going to have its treasury value. And so if you go to our Twitter, I shared kind of a chart with what it might look like is the market price will likely trend around the treasury value per Maxi. So there'll be times where there's a premium where the market price will be higher than the treasury value or the redemption value in hex. And then there's times when it might be at a discount. So really interesting game theory around, the ability to maybe lock in some like premium gains or buying opportunities at a discount into a stake.
So let me make sure that I have this right, if you don't mind.
Yep.
So basically, you have to either buy hex or already have hex to pull in order to get the maxi token. So there's no pre-sale, pre-mined, anything like that. And then once the contract locks it, nobody can emergency end stake until the stake is up. And I guess that works maybe by automated function in the contract. So really, it's not like Hedron. You can't do loans. There's no liquidation. Basically, all you could do is have your maxi token that's going to represent how many hex you have in the pool as a gross yield. And you can either sell it early, either above or below market value, or you could just hold it the whole time. And then whenever the stake is up, you just redeem whatever maxi tokens represent how many hex are in that pool that you've earned over that time.
Yep, correct. You're right on the money. So by locking up these funds, it actually removes a lot of sell pressure. So viewing it in the hex economy, it actually has a positive influence on price because it's removing liquidity from the market.
As far as the East chain, to me, it makes sense just because gas fees. So if somebody wanted to be a part of a 15-year stake for $50 or $100, it might make more sense to pull than do that stake by yourself. The interesting thing to me, and you really didn't talk about it that much, because on the Pulse chain initially, it's not going to matter because fees are going to be so cheap. Now in 15 years, who knows what those fees could be? I mean, on Pulse chain, it could be $1,000 as well. Who knows? But that was interesting to me. So how does the end stake work? So one well, I guess, if they put in, I don't know, $100,000, now it's worth $1 million. It's worth to pay $4,000 for an end stake fee. Or everybody, I guess, could pull together to pay that end stake fee. If it was like $4,000, you got 20 people in the pool. It's a lot cheaper to split $4,000 than pay it by yourself. But if they decide to do that, how would that pulling work? So would that work like within a contract so everybody knows how much they paid together, or would they have to like, talk about it in real life and everybody just, cash apps each other? So how would that work?
Yeah, that's a really great question. And that's something we debated for a while. And our goal with Maximus is to keep it as simple as possible. The contract really only has 4 functions. And so, one of the things we considered was, when during the minting phase, should we charge like an Ethereum fee for gas? But we are leaving it open for the community. So, it's either that someone has the incentive, like a whale, or someone has the incentive to just execute it on their own, or as a community we come together and pull those funds, to try to end stake. But yeah, that's a really great question. But yeah, like you had mentioned too, for Ethereum, the gas savings is a much bigger value prop than it would be on Pulse Chain. One thing we've kind of discussed is like, if we do expect Pulse to 10x or 10,000x or something crazy, who knows how much gas will be in 15 years from now? We don't really know. So it could be a bigger factor then, also like a bigger savings for pulling together. But the other benefits of having that liquidity option on Pulse is probably a bigger selling point than it is on Ethereum. Yeah, so just an update on kind of where it's at. We've been kind of internally testing it. We're looking to do a public test very soon. Also working on getting an audit done. It's kind of crazy. The discussion around trying to just to clarify, we're not doing a sacrifice phase. It's more of a minting phase where you'll actually get a token, and we do have the goal of doing it before the fork so that we can double everyone's bag, and that's kind of our goal. If it doesn't happen, then we'll probably just launch on Pulse chain, but yeah, we're hoping to get it out to get the double, and so everyone benefits there.
And I hate to butcher his name, but aren't you working on this with what's his name, Tantanomi or something? Isn't he the one that built dipcatcher.com for Hex? And do you know if anything else he's built as far as a front end regarding Hex related things, or is that basically the only thing he's done?
Yeah, he built Dipcatcher, which is essentially an indicator for good times to buy Hex. That actually started out with Bitcoin, but we've been able to work on it for Hex as well. And then he has built like a resource hub. I'm trying to remember. It's like Hex dot. Let me see. Yeah, it's hex.cash. He's built a terminal for trading and for tools. One tool that I love that he built is an estimated future earnings calculator. So if you enter your address, it basically you're able to play around and see what your bag could look like when those stakes end. So pretty exciting. But yeah, he's the one building kind of the back end for that, and then I'm working on as a designer working on the front end.
Gotcha. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Kevin. I'm sorry, brother.
What was the name of that tool that you says where you can check what you could possibly have in the future?
Yeah, if you go to hex.cash, and then there's a menu on the left, and it says estimate future earnings. So you just input your address there, and then you're able to see an estimate of what you're. So you're able to actually change the like daily payout and the price, and yeah, it's pretty exciting to see what your Hex stake could be worth.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
Sorry. On you go.
No, I was just going to say I had researched it a little bit because what piqued my curiosity was there's no sacrifice phase. The only way you get this token is if you have Hex. It is a Hex stake. I guess my one question is whenever this stake is made, is it through the actual Hex contract?
Yes, correct.
Okay, yeah. So that's kind of what made sense to me. It's no SAC. It's actually through the Hex contract, and then basically you're pulling together. I think I might have mentioned to you this before. I think Kyle did something similar through the adoption amplifier where people could pull their ETH together, and then everybody just DCAs, throughout the course of the year.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure if it's similar or different code than that, but I know that people in Hex have pulled together either through the sacrifice phases or through the adoption amplifier.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty wild. I'm like, some of these pools are actually really interesting because they're actually like just sending it to a single address, and then they're managing like all the funds in an Excel spreadsheet, like an insane amount of trust for like pooling these funds for these SAC phases. So yeah, we're trying to really like make it as trustless as we can. after launch it's a completed product and we actually have no control over it. So yeah, it's the pooling concept is something that's been around for a while, but we're trying to execute it with a really simple, trustless solution.
And last question that I have, and I'm sorry for hogging the mic. It just didn't seem like people had that many questions. So the last one that I would have is, will you kind of talk about how many of these you're going to be doing? Why? Is it 1? Is it 10? Who decides 10? Will you kind of speak on that a little bit?
Yeah. So something we had considered was rather than just having one, like having one every year or something. But what we realized when we did the math and did the projections, you want the buy pressure to be on your maxi token. You don't want people to just be able to like mint their own every phase or whatever. So currently the plan is to just do one and create the most incentive for people to participate in the mint phase. It'll be the only time when you'll be able to get maxi for 1-to-1 hex. After that, it's who knows how much the daily payout and all of that will factor in. But yeah, so currently we're just focusing on one.
Gotcha. Well, that's all I have for now. So if anybody else or a different rabbit hole, hey, I appreciate you answering the questions, man. I appreciate it.
No, thank you. Those are really, really great questions. And yeah, so if anyone wants to, read our white paper, I just retweeted it on my profile. So feel free to read through that. I try to give the best scope I could on everything from like what a smart contract and all of that is. So feel free to read that and yeah, reach out to if you have any questions.
Can I have a quick question? I'm just a wee bit new to this, and as I've got a portfolio, I should have $1 million pulse X that I got for the sacrifice there. I've got $300 I'll have on Monday, and I was going to put it into that LL. If yous were in my position, where should I put it? Should I put it into Hex, Pulse Chain, or LL? Somebody help me.
I would get your hands on. You definitely want to buy Hex. Well, I mean, obviously, I didn't preface that right. Not financial advice. But Hex is the best asset. I think we can all agree on that. So yeah, I would get your hand on some Hex for sure.
So Monday, $300. I should just go and get Hex in, and forget about liquid loans.
Yeah, again, I think it just comes down to.
I think that's a question you can't really ask on this space because that's like financial advice and like funding. Jim says, no one here is really able to financially give you that right advice, nor is anyone legally allowed to do that. So that's like one of the etiquettes that like we don't want to give price advice. We don't want to tell you. It's at the end of the day, it's all your choice, right? So what you should do with your money is really up to you. I just want to put that out there.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, it's just for a bit of help. I will still make my own decision. It was just to a bit of food for thought. That's all. Thanks.
No, I understand. It's just the way the preposition of the question. But if you want to understand the risks of what you're involving yourself in, you have to understand the risks of if you sacrifice what you're getting in return, right? So you're sacrificing your money with no expectation. You have other things, liquid loans, which is same thing, right? It's a sacrifice, no expectation. At the end of the day, Hex, you know what your expectation is. You stake it. You get part of the inflation. You get T-shares. Not only that, you could also gain from the appreciation of the coin. Listen, these are all your choices. These are all positive. There's also negatives, right? Right now, there's a lot of things happening in the world that could affect a lot of people's decision to maybe, do certain things where they give to other people, which causes prices to go down. It really depends on what you choose, not just Hex, crypto in general. Be very cautious. Right now, the world is in turmoil. A lot of people are thinking about other people's lives more than their bags. So be very cautious with the market, because right now right now I feel like the market's reflecting a lot of aid to people. I think Black was referring to that a bit with his beginning. And yeah, I think the market right now is a bit in turmoil. So be very cautious, because a lot of people are trying to help people as to people trying to make bags off that. So be very cautious.
Okay, thanks very much.
Yeah, one thing I did want to point out too with Maximus, you know, that might separate it somewhat from like all the sacrifices going on, is that you know, it's not a sacrifice in that we don't control any of that hex. It's going straight back into hex. So you know, there's no negative market pressure. If anything, it's causing more people to buy hex to be able to mint maxi, but you know, it's not going to our wallet, it's going into the contract. So I just want to clear that up.
Is there a minimum amount of hex that you need to put in?
No, you can put in as much hex as you want. And it actually, so another interesting thing is that there's no it doesn't benefit anyone else, like, or it doesn't hurt anyone else. You know, with some sacrifices, like the whales benefit the most, they get like multipliers and all of that. Everyone that participates in Maximus benefits equally. It actually only benefits everyone to get more people in, because it is, you know, there's two other big benefits that I didn't really touch on. One, by doing a max link stake, it will get the 200% bonus that Max, or that Hex provides, and then you know, depending how much funds are pledged, it will contribute to the bigger pays better bonus as well.
Sorry, what's the 200% bonus? Is that if I buy $300 a hex, you get basically 600? Is that what you're meaning there?
So
400.
yeah, I'm not sure how familiar you are with Hex and Hex staking, but there's two incentives that Richard designed to promote bigger and longer stakes. So one being the bigger pays better bonus is an extra 10% for up to 150 million Hex, and then the longer pays better bonus is 20% up to 10 years. So in essence, a 200% bonus to incentivize longer stakes. So those are the bonuses I'm talking about.
Gotcha.
Okay, what's the next project? Who's got a scam? Who else has got a scam, guys? Anybody else?
Yeah, you guys went way too loud on me. I don't know. Was that like, you guys didn't roast me? I was expecting some tough questions.
I was honestly multitasking. We'll have to roast you in part 2, either later or tomorrow. I like to review. Is there a white paper?
Yes, J Future.
I'm a reader.
I went ahead and shared that up top for you, Gold Key. So it's in the pinned
Okay.
tweet.
I gotta spice myself for that.
Yeah, if no one has any other questions, I really appreciate the opportunity to kind of share what we're working on. Yeah, and if no one has any questions, I'll back out as well.
Yeah, I'll definitely check out the white paper, and I'm sure I'll look forward to speaking with you more after that. So I appreciate you for coming up and sharing more about your project. And I'm actually in the Telegram group, so yeah, I'm definitely gonna look more into it. So Much appreciation for you.
Yeah, and the only thing that I'm working on future is a project. There is going to be a sacrifice phase. You may or may not get a date with Sequoia, no expectations. And so if you want to donate, I'd be willing to take any ERC20 or whatever crypto that you have to that address. Thank you.
Love you, Skipper.
Well, maybe I'll put out a question for people to discuss. Like, whether you're working on it or not, what's something you would love to see built on Pulse Chain? I think we benefit of the fact that like Ethereum's out there. There's a lot of projects to kind of look at. Does anyone see something on Ethereum that they would love to see on Pulse Chain, or you have a new idea? Would love to hear that.
Yeah, and it's tough because it's like at the end of the day, Gold Key comes up here. We're always going to have people that are just not going to read the white paper, right? And so inevitably you just you have to kind of memorize the white paper, huh? Like, right? If you're going to be like a spokesman, you got to be able to like Richard Hart it. It's like, nope, they're not going to read anything. They're not going to read, like, how much will they read? Not even a single paragraph. But that's marketing. You have to have like the patience for people because otherwise they don't get it. And if they don't like you, they don't buy your shit. So
100%. Sometimes I hop in here and when I'm talking about Maximus, I do feel like, some people have already heard it before. And, some people do ask questions that are in the white paper, but I don't know. With Maximus, I feel like it's so simple that it's like, I'm not putting anyone on blast, but like with Liquid Loans and Hedron and a lot of some of these other projects, it's like there's a lot of moving parts and there's a lot of things to like need to understand in order to like participate or even ask questions about, or it opens the door for a lot of questions. And so with Maximus, I feel like it's like pretty straightforward what it is. And so yeah, I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah, the wolf pack will be the judge of that.
Yeah, I really would love, Skip was asking some really great questions. Questions are great. I really welcome them because it opens, as a team, we can only think of so many, things to put out there, but it really, questions push things forward and make things better. So I really welcome them and love conversations.
What's up, y'all? Is everyone questioned out? Anyone feel free to come up and request the mic, especially if you have a question or you just want to come up and chat with us. We'd love to have you.
All right, so Zach, you can answer me. So Gold Key is Liquid Loans dude now? Gold Key, you're Liquid Loans dude now? Or who are you now? Or you're Pulse Chain dude?
No, I am not on Liquid Loans. No. I didn't sacrifice. I have no affiliation.
All right, no, I was just checking, man. I was here earlier and we were attacking Liquid Loans dude a bit. I was just trying to make sure that you weren't the same dude. And I was like, all right, let me start ripping into this guy real quick. Yeah. So, yeah, man. How are you, Gold Key?
I'm good, man. I'm so anxious. Like, I don't know about you guys, but like, I feel like sacrifice for Pulse Chain was a while ago, and I'm like
totally
very anxious to like for that to launch. I'm excited. This dip is like, has its own effect on. I don't know. I'm like very long term in Hex, so most of my stakes are like hella far out. So I'm not like, this price dip really doesn't affect me that much, which is kind of nice. But I love this community, and I can tell it affects a lot of people negatively, and it causes like some fights and that. So I don't know, man. I'm excited for what's to come. I think there's a lot of opportunity for all of us to win.
Yeah, no, man. I mean, I caught some of your conversation. I kind of like the way you talk, so that's why I was like, "Well, who's this guy?" And I figured they were asking you questions, so I was like, "He must be part of somebody's project." So I was like, "Let me ask a question."
I'm like scared to say. I don't remember who was like, don't say you're a Hexagon, but or like when you got into Hex. So I'm not gonna say that.
That was me.
I'm not.
It's
like.
so valid though.
Dude, I'm so cool with it though. Come on, is it that big a deal, guys?
No. It's not that big of a deal, but
Let's
like
talk.
I feel what Skippa, like the whole discussion we were having earlier with like Mad Hatter and everything, and like what does OG Hexagon really
Totally.
mean? So that I think that it's like
Yeah.
it's like this form of like weighing credibility based off of when you first got into Hex, and I just don't agree with that sentiment. So I respect everyone who was
It makes
early
no
in,
sense.
but I respect everyone who got in early, and like fucking mad props to you. Like y'all the ones. But you know, it's a lot of us out here that's like fresh in the game, and we've been holding this shit down. So, and I can say I'm definitely one of them. But like, I'm a noob. I would consider myself a noob. But like, shit, my dedication, my commitment to the community, it's real.
Wait, the head of the Wolfpack is a noob?
You heard it.
Who are these new OGs?
Well, that's
So
why I say that, right?
We gotta. Sequoia and I talk about this. Hexagons have a fetish with like when you got into Hex. I don't know what it is. We all have it. We're like, when'd you get into Hex? When'd you get into Pulse? When'd you get into Pulse X? Like, there's some fetish about it. I don't know what it is. So it's like you kind of like you got to think about what your answer is going to be, because there's no way you can go into a Hexagon space and like not get asked this if it's your first time speaking. So it's okay. You don't have to answer. To be totally clear, you definitely don't have to answer. So just be prepared that you're going to say, I don't want to answer, and that's okay. Like we're not going to kick you out of the space if you don't tell us that. Like that's the point.
If I could, I'd like to give a little context to why I said that, Golkey, real quick. It's because like a lot of us, was holding it down in Telegram without a doubt. Like I still have a high ranking on Telegram if you do the @ sign, and I haven't been there in 2 years because I was answering all the questions back then. But I really want to give it, shout out to Sequoia and Future and Famous and Siri and Hex is the Way and a lot of these people because, like, mad respect to Orca. Like, he's a smart dude. I love his game theory on the inflation token. But if you want to be technical, he's done spaces like 3 or 4 times. Sequoia, Future, Famous, me, Siri, Collector, we're in here every day. And so just because they got in 6 months ago, it doesn't matter. They've been putting in the work. And so I don't want to hear that you got in, day 30, and not you specifically, Goki, but just anybody that you got in day 30. Who cares? Where were you at the last week when we were in these spaces by ourselves? Where were you last month when we were in these spaces by ourselves? So when somebody says, hey, I got in day 1, you should buy my project, I don't give a fuck. And I don't have a better word than that, but that's all I got.
Yeah, I feel like it's okay, to be honest, I love where this is going, and this is something that I have wanted change in this community for so long because it's something that like there's a class of like Hexicans that really use that as like a validation point, and to be honest, I got in really early, but I wasn't like a participant in the community for like a year. I got in, and then like I checked my wallet later. I was like, holy shit, this is actually happening. So like I have, I wasn't in the early like trenches like fighting for Hex. And unfortunately, like for a long time, it like kind of turned me off from the community because it was like, it was like a who are you type of person to be able to like say anything on Hex, and just trying to like earn respect in the community. So yeah, I love that Skipper put that forward, and I hope it's something that that instills in our community that it doesn't matter, how long you've been in Hex. It to me it comes down to more like what are you really about, and in the moment, like who are we as people, and yeah, and I respect that. I love it.
Absolutely. Man, I couldn't have said it better myself. Gold Key, yeah, much appreciation for your words. We got some hands up in here. I kind of didn't really catch who had their hand up first. I know producer and
Yeah, if I can jump in, I'll just real quick. Gold Key, just curious, I was reading through the white paper, imagine that. Looking at the redemption after the 15-year period of time, what if you have a participant in the pool that's dead when the redemption comes or is incapacitated? What happens?
Yeah, so that hex will remain in the contract forever. There's no, like I said, we have no control over the contract after launch. And so, the interesting thing that like we haven't really played around with the math, but like, when people do start redeeming their hex for Maxi, it is going to create more scarcity for Maxi. And so that will just push the price of Maxi even higher up. But yeah, great question. It will stay, in the contract until, somebody redeems it.
yes, thank you for that. Crypto Cowboy and then Trap.
Yeah, I just want to say the host and co-host today, man, y'all been killing it for all day long, and and kept it in control. Y'all really done a good job. Also, I'm with you on being a noob. I'm a noob. And, I'm ashamed it took me this long to find Hex, but I'm glad I found it. And the community with all the tools, just like that Hex.cash. There are so many good tools to use and to analyze that other projects don't have. And I'm very appreciative for everybody that puts their time and efforts into building this. And that's kind of, why we don't, want to see, any shadiness or bad actors, or try to ripping off fellow community members when we have such a great community.
Yeah, and I just want to say real quick, and let's go to the next hand. Like, I didn't want to forget Trap God, Black Dot Chronicles, Funding Jim, Big Pep. Like, I see a lot of people in here, and all of y'all have done great things. Sean, what's not on the news? So if I didn't say a name, don't take it personally. There's a lot of y'all in here that do a great work for the community. That's all I got.
What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
Yo, what's up, bro?
So, it's fascinating to see all the people that ask, "When did you get into Hex? When did you get into Hex?" But to me, the more important, or the part that interests me the most, is how you found out about Hex. That's usually like one of my main questions. How did you find out about it? Because, I mean, the gatekeeping was unbelievable, I believe, with the whole Richard Hart and Hex and all that. So I always find it more interesting, not when did you get in, but how did you find out about it? Where'd you hear about it from? Was it YouTube, Twitter, a buddy, or like you saw an ad on TV in the morning, I think. So I don't know how true that is, but
Yeah, no, yeah, they have ads. I was like, what?
So how did y'all find out about Hex?
I was actually just watching the prelims for NASCAR and saw a Hex car and just checked it out.
Oh, so it's two people now.
Nice.
Yo, Trap, thank you so much. That like I agree entirely. This is exactly the same way I feel. This is what I was mentioning. This is what we were talking about earlier with as far as like what is considered and all this stuff. These terms and how are they being defined? How definitely. How I found this shit on my own, going down rabbit hole, like just being involved in crypto deep diving and overall eventually, right, like YouTube. exposed me to Hex. Basically, just doing a shit ton of my own research. And I know a lot of people were onboarded, but that was not, it was not the case for me. I'm like, I sought after it is basically how I felt.
Yeah, YouTube. That's how I found Richard. It's YouTube.
Back in the
I'm
days when he
Any,
was doing his rips on Bitcoin, and or was it his Dungeon and Dragon days with the long hair, or what?
well, it was actually, I forgot who it was with. The first video I ever saw of Richard. I think it was man, I can't remember the name of it. The guy, maybe like Reggie Middleton. I don't know if that's it.
Okay.
Maybe. I know that's one of the early ones that I remember.
Yeah.
Like when I first found Richard. But usually, look, one thing with these, anybody that says they're an OG Hexican, me and Hex is the way I was talking about this, pretty much almost consider them hexless, in my opinion. Because if you look at all these little Twitter profiles, people promoting shit, they'll say OG Hexican, but yet they never talk about Hex, ever. They shield their
OG
shit.
Hexagon Twitter profile created January 2022.
Yeah, no, like February of 2022. So I think hexless is a good term for them.
I was in this way before he even started Hex. He was just talking about it, but I'm just gonna like put down a gauntlet and say it's fucking irrelevant whether I was there or not, whether I knew him or not. It was just sheer fucking chance, sheer bloody chance, and this will make the people that actually use the opportunity feel a little bit better, or the people that didn't or perhaps missed the opportunity. Is I knew about Hex, I knew about Richard, I knew it was coming out, I knew how to get it to BTC, I knew about the HARS system, and I ignored it. So it wasn't that I thought it was a scam. I just didn't give a shit. I was too immature mentally, not physically, to realize what I could have done with that. So yeah, man. I can say I'm an OG Hexagon because I knew about it from day one. Blah blah blah. But there's a lot of nuance to all of our stories, and it's fucking irrelevant, man. If you're putting in your work, you're putting in your time, like Sequoia and Trap. I see you here all the time. Hex is the way, the future, the famous. All you guys are always here, always talking about this and always answering questions, and that's all we can ask from you. You know what I mean? It's all good from
I
there.
agree with you. I want to take up for the OGs a little bit though, because like Hexologist streamed for like 560 days straight. And Dollar Cost Crypto was in there too. And he's got a project with somebody else, but he's done a lot of onboarding for people in Hex. Gary's been around for a while. Motley, John Wick paid $5,000 of his own money to to do the good accounting to get all the T-shares out of the pool. So I mean, there's definitely people that are still around that care a lot. But there are Johnny come latelys too. So I definitely agree with you there. That's just kind of why I always take the stance of what I do when somebody says the word hexagon. Like to me, it annoys me a little bit when they say this is what hexagon values are, because my values might be different than yours. And I won't say names. A couple of people have said that, so that gets on my nerves a little bit. But for the most part, people are living their lives. They're doing what they need to do. They're onboarding. New people are coming. And so, let's just stick together and not the arguing stuff of who got in what. We all have the same goal here. We're all staked for a long time. Let's just let's just stay together here and not argue over the petty stuff.
Yeah, totally agree. That was my point. Yeah.
Just real quick, just to Trap, man, Hexless. That is cold as fuck. I will definitely be using that.
Hey, Hex is away. Me and him were checking. We were DMing each other, and we need a name for these people. And a mad respect to all the OGs.
It's like the homeless.
Once you get to know, and start talking to people, you know who's an OG or who's been around. You can just tell. So, yeah. So it was no shot. That was no shot at like the real OGs. Mad respect for all of y'all. all of y'all. I envy y'all because y'all found
No,
out way
and none
before me.
taken. I just wanted to say that, and much respect to you, bro. And that's why I wanted to bring up names earlier, because I see you in these spaces a lot. You're always talking about Hex and the benefit of the community. You call out bullshit. I definitely like your tone. If you hear something that you don't like, you're not scared. You're gonna say it. You're gonna ask questions. So I definitely appreciate the value that you bring, for sure.
That's why I kind of had to just go to listener mode today, because Liquid Loans, I didn't even want to say their name, but I did. Well, they've been on my list for a long time, since like October, November. And this thing, they blocked me from the Telegram. And if somebody blocks me from the Telegram, and the thing was, they blocked me not from Telegram activity, from tweets. They blocked me from tweets. Then they go to Rags to Riches Telegram, till Jesse does, and to like warn me, like, quit talking shit about our project. I'm like, well, I'm asking questions. Answer them.
He threatened you?
No, he didn't threaten me. He just said quit talking shit. Not like it wasn't like bodily harm or anything. But so that's why I had to kind of sit back and listen a little bit today. But I was going to tell you, Jay, you needed to add another part to the poll. Is did you, or like the fourth one would have been like, is your position even more against them now? And that's what I would have answered. 100%.
Yeah, glad that you should have been in charge of the survey, buddy.
So, but no, I think it's awesome. But the results speak for itself. Look at the numbers.
I'll just say for myself, I mean, I do think it just, I don't agree with like blocking community members that are asking questions about your project if you're trying to gain the support of the community. It's just not a good it's not a good start. So that's something definitely to think
And
about.
like Liquid Loans, sorry, are you done, Sequoia?
Yes, go ahead.
I was just gonna say the Liquid Loans especially, like, it's a special case, guys, because because they blocked me, and it's not like they reached out to me like, hey Jay, like they didn't reach out to me like Trap, they just blocked me. They're like, oh, whatever I was saying, I'm not even sure. They didn't like, so they just blocked me, didn't never talk to me. So how could I not talk about it in my spaces? Like, I'm just coming here to tell you guys the truth about stuff. So like obviously I'm gonna talk about it in my spaces. Like they could have come to our spaces from the start. Like I think I'm making it pretty well known that I'm hanging out in spaces. I don't know how much harder I can try. Like at what point, So it's like, of course, eventually this was inevitable that they were gonna come to my space, So I'm so glad that it finally happened. And but it's funny because it's like, and the reason that it was such a roast is because these guys have just had red flag after red flag after red flag after red flag. It's just like, it's endless, the red flags. It's like if Swiss Cheese was trying to sell us some token, we'd be like, dude, like, okay, sure, come up, we'll roast you. This is going to be great content. Like, that's the thing. It's like, I don't even want to talk about it for that long, but it's like, dude, there's just rabbit hole after rabbit hole. And then the experts come in, and then, TCP with the stable coins. It's like, holy shit, I thought I knew stable coins. Like, TCP, dude, the guy's like, what stable coins does TCP have? Seriously, like, I want to know. So man, it was really great today. Really, really good. Don't understand that Liquid Loans was a special case. We had to grill those guys especially hard, and they were not talking to us before.
No, and when they did talk, they'd come in and they came in with the smoke.
Yeah, no.
A week ago.
Oh.
I mean, they came in hard.
So, what I get irritated over was, again, guerrilla marketing. I think we all do guerrilla marketing to some degree. Richard even said you need outbound messaging and all these other things for years. What I didn't like was I found out that there was a Telegram room because my name was added. Like you add an @ on Telegram. And I was like, what is this room? I didn't realize, because I usually have my Telegram set where nobody can add me to a group. But I was added to a room temporarily. I had it set to a different setting, and I had during that window been added. Then when I go into the room to see what the @ is, why my name is tagged, I see that there's people had made stuff completely out of context and was using me, Ballet Brand, Whales Only statements that were not framed in context positively, but they were excerpts that made it seem like we were advocating for the token and for the product. And this, this was like historically, when I scrolled up, I saw that this JPEG screenshot thing was like posted a bunch of times without adding me. So I had no idea that I was being used in promotion of the product. I had no idea whatsoever. And then someone had added me, and then I realized I was part of a room, and I was like, okay. But when I got added, I was muted, like instantly muted, or maybe like muted before I got there. I don't really know. And that annoyed me. Then I had like a whole thing with Jesse over the past like 6 months about like the tactics. I didn't like a lot of the tactics of how the message was going out when a lot of the people inside of LL were admins on Richard Hart products. The Hex, there were admins in Hex, there were admins in Pulse Chain, there were admins before Pulse Checks existed. And I didn't like the conflict of interest appearance. So I had stepped down as admin back when I was going to do the Ukraine thing. Richard asked me to step down, and it seemed like it was a conflict of interest. It made sense. So I was admin on a lot of stuff. And then he said, hey, you would be more freed if you are not an admin. And I was like, okay, that sounds okay. And I stepped down. So I'm not an admin inside of the stuff that I used to manage a lot. The crypto gov tax room and all the stuff like that. I stepped down from all of that stuff so that I could be more entrepreneurial and I could do other things that are unrelated to crypto. And I made those issues. I've made my bones with some people that everyone thinks is a super amazing supporter inside of crypto, inside of Hex. And I have my issues with some people, but I try not to air that dirty laundry. I didn't like how it was happening in the liquid loans guerrilla tactics. I made an issue to Balliet Brand. I made an issue to Wales, and I made an issue directly to Jesse. And that's where every time that I made a spoke inside of a Twitter space, every time I was on as a guest on a YouTube stream, like an army, the swarm would come after me. And it annoys me, right? So I just want them to speak truth. And what I think of as truth is transparency. Transparently, what is it that you're doing? Why? What is the stake in it? If it's something that doesn't require a sacrifice phase to fund, as a promise coin, then say so, right? This is a fork. How much does it cost to actually have a dev change some of the variables and throw it up there and let it live or die as a smart contract? That's the issues I have. I also have these issues I've voiced many times over the past 6 months about, is it going to pass mustard test on IRS? Is it going to pass this it's a loan, not a sale kind of narrative? That's my issues. And I get targeted over this stuff. So it's annoying when people say that they're one thing and then, we get tribal, which is understandable about tribal, but yeah, I'm more convinced today that I'm very, very, very cautious by comparison to how I used to be of sitting on the fence.
Then if like you said, how they were using you in Telegram, like you're using stuff, look at everything. It's like they got a blueprint or like a little cheat sheet that anytime somebody brings something, they're going to come with the same exact fucking thing every single time. And they always they'll show that picture of Richard Hart's tweet where he's talked about, it was a tweet to like Elon Musk talking about collateralizing an asset. So every time I see it, I go drop the YouTube video where Richard goes on for 8 minutes and 30 seconds at the end of one of his streams about, what he thinks about liquid loans and what he thinks about projects targeting only Hex, projects only targeting Pulse. And another thing too, though, is all these people within the liquid loans circle is none of them say one thing about PulseX. Look at all their Twitters, look at everything. Nothing about PulseX. So I find that, to me, that's red flag.
Like talk about the marketing too, because they've definitely done some marketing. I just think they should be fired. That's all.
What's up, guys? Since we're on that topic,
What's up, Keith?
What's
up,
up,
Kiefer?
I was just gonna go back to the fact that look, like I just don't understand why not delegate your freaking entire bag or spread it out amongst all the validators. You know what I mean? Like the loan protocol concept. I'm just like I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm sure people will mess with it if others understand leverage and how to play that game. Okay, sure, go right ahead. Haunted and his strategy and all that. Let me sit back, drink my beer, and let you guys buy pressure on Pulse. Thank you for putting buy pressure on Pulse. And I'm gonna sit back, watch. Like, look, you gotta be careful with these projects. Be careful. Do your research. Put $20. See what happens. I'm not just gonna be. I don't know. I have a personal ethos. I'm not gonna touch Pulse for at least 2 years is a minimum. I'm thinking maybe 5, and just not even just forget about the Pulse. Right. That's my kind of concept. Oh well, after staking, of course, or delegating it, of course.
Well, one thing too is Jesse has said numerous times since October that it's not a taxable event, and the only way I see it not being a taxable event is if LL is going to give you cash directly. Like basically, you send them Pulse, and then they actually give you liquid cash. Because any way you go to get out of with that USDL or whatever they call it, however you try to get out, that's a taxable event, I believe. Someone else maybe can
So this
expand
is the
more on
one.
that.
This is the one thing that Thunder Jim talked about that's really important is encouraging people to do things that are potentially a taxable event even can get you in trouble, right? So I've done taxes, done them for a long time. I don't want to encourage people even to go off my advice, even though I've done them for people, right? Why? Because, you are talking to people. What country are they in? What city are they in? What are the laws for that place, right? And has the IRS in America vetted any of these protocols? And what if they come out with some new ruling in the future? So that we're still in a little bit of regulatory waters, that are uncharted. And it's good to be cautious, I would think, but that's just me. And if you hold your hex for a long time, you're not trading it, so you don't have taxable events. You're just relaxed.
Hey, Hex away. Jay loved the Hexless.
Hey, I mean, look, I appreciate the fact that we did this, and I know I've been kind of in and out today. I haven't really been here all day, but can we maybe I don't know, just move on back to maybe Richard Hart theory and tokenomics and speculation, and stop putting these other projects on a fucking podium. I'm sorry, we did it great. I'm so proud of all of us. We hosts, everyone, speakers asking questions. I've already said that. It's good. What we did is good. But for the love of Christ, can we get back, please, to RH ecosystem and talk about this goddamn incentive token being Pulse Hex, potentially, which is
PHEX.
Famous's idea, PHEX. Famous would love to hear you give us an update on that. Or we could talk about
I
what
agree.
we think's going to happen tomorrow at the sacrifice ending. What's going to happen Saturday, Sunday? What do we think? Let's talk about that. Fuck this other bullshit. I'm not gonna lie. It's great we did it. Let's move on and let's go back to RH, please, because that's where I want the game. I need my brain to be melted again, please. Somebody melt my brain.
Okay,
Where's Carl at?
I have a question that I want to put
Ooh,
forward.
brain.
That I'm very curious. There's a lot of really smart people up here. Okay, so with the sacrifices, one of my hypotheses was that with the liquidity being removed from market, it would have a direct upward indicator of price, and it hasn't happened. And I'm curious if that's just going to happen later in the future, or why hasn't the removal of liquidity pushed price up?
Go ahead, Tony.
I kind of deferred that to like Fabian.
Actually,
Which is the
the
way.
removal. Well, in my opinion, the way it works with ratio and like fractionalization is like if you remove liquidity, you remove amount that there's available to trade with. So when you are to affect it, it creates a greater percentage. So what I predicted was the shorter we were getting towards this end of sacrifice, people were going to unplug their liquidity to do X, sell, buy, keep for whatever. But it really comes down to that it comes down to when you take out from the liquidity, it creates a bigger drop, and we've seen bigger drops happen. If you want to look at the charts of like BTC, ETH, it's dropping massively now. Obviously, there's other factors that unfortunately are happening that are definitely making the price drop, but you can't deny that in the last, I'd say 2 weeks, we've seen a great hit in liquidity. A lot of people have seen it. We've also seen the hex pair at one point be influenced by the ETH. I think hex is the way he showed that one of the nights. He was like, oh my God, it actually has a bit of an effect because it's dropping. A lot of buy sales. Sorry, not buy sales. The buy wall was growing immensely. And we see it like it held itself at 12 cents because it was like at one point you saw the buy wall was just like, let's go, sell everything. Let's go. I'm buying everything back up. And that's what it did. You saw it like it did like it did like a massive wick. So pretty happy about that. But liquidity in itself, I don't see when you take out liquidity, it makes it easier for the price to change. So if we're buying, you'll see better buys, which you do see in the market. And when it sells, you see a bigger sell. So we see that in the market too.
In my opinion, the market hasn't realized the sacrifice phases of Hex from post chain and during the post X sacrifice phases. I think it'll be realized once post chain goes live. I think that's what it's waiting for.
Well, and also too, I would just add that, Hex isn't special in dumping like some of these other projects. I mean, definitely there are some stakers that don't want to emergency end stake and lose everything. But I mean, plebs are going to be plebs, and I don't really know another word to where if they think the market's crashing, they're going to exit. And that's going to happen in Hex. That's going to happen in Bitcoin, Doge. So Hex is not the exception when it comes to that. And so I think just depending on what's going on in the news and everything else, what do you expect? That it's going to go up 100% and everything else is going to go down 60? I mean, it's going to follow it to a certain point. The question would be, would it have dumped harder if people went stake for so long? And I think the answer to that would be yes. And that's why it's, held up as good as it can in the market that we're currently in.
One thing I just thought of, what if hexless replaces the word pleb?
I was gonna say one thing. Instead of like when did you get it? I know it's kind of fun to just find out their onboarding story, but when was the last time you bought Hex? And when was the last time you used the contract? Those are some interesting questions too.
That's how you could probably expose somebody really quick.
Well, that's what's funny too, because if you're in Hex, I mean, if you want more T-shares, don't you want the price to be cheaper so you can get more? I mean, so a lot of people are sad because their chart looks like death because they're watching charts. But if you're in Hex and you're really a Hexagon, you want the price low because you want more shares and you want a higher daily payout. So to whine over a big market sell pre-fork, so now they can't sell on 2 chains, they can only sell on 1. That's a glorious day. It's not a sad day. Get some T-shares and calm the fuck down.
I agree, Skipper, 100%. Look, the people that complain about the price all the time probably aren't staked at all. Probably don't have one stake. So then I guess we'll add stakeless to it. Add stakeless to the list of new terms we can start using on these people. So It's just the truth, though. Why else would you complain about the price? Unless you're a trader.
You know, I think at this point, before we get into the nighttime, dark holes, we have a lot of people in the chat. We have a lot of speakers. A lot of people want to come up. I see in the in the speakers that there's a lot of people that might bring up a good some good alpha. I think as a community, we should ask right now a positive question, which is what should we do to onboard new people, no coiners? Whether I don't think we should maybe focus on people whether they're in Hex, PLS, or PLSX, or any other coin in the Pulse chain ecosystem. Their mind is already on the ecosystem. I think we should maybe brainstorm, since we're a lot of people from the community, a lot of people that want to see everyone's bags grow. I think we should maybe brainstorm, now that we're a lot, to see what would be a proper way to what could we do, what should the spaces offer. I know everyone's doing their own share, but like what we offer in the spaces is a place for education, a place for questions to be answered, expression. What could we do to maybe interact with more people to get them onboarded? That's what I would want to know. Maybe switch the tone of the conversation to something more positive. I think that's very important right now. Before we get into the whole late night, I would love to explain why I think I would love PHEX to be incentive, but I could explain it for hours.
Is that
But
a little
you know what I
too
mean?
late night? Is that too late night?
We could do it late night. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, everyone has to go to bed, right? So they're gonna go to bed. But I think right now, what's important.
No, you can't go to bed. Alpha, you ain't going to bed.
No, people are gonna go to bed. But now that we have a lot of people, I think it's important. If you want to DM, if you want to post anything on Twitter, DM us, tag anyone in the that could offer assistance. Any Hexagon, you think, any social influencer also. What could we do to help
Sports card market?
Yeah,
Look,
it's not
Goki
just
has
that.
his hand up, bro. Let's see what he has, and then let's get the conversation going.
Oh, my
let's
bad.
go. Let's go. Let's go.
Bye, y'all.
Go ahead, Go.
Thanks.
Yeah, guys. So, I mean, I just tweeted out, like, this was actually inspired by Trap. Like, how did you learn about Hex? And so, maybe that's a place to like see how people are learning about Hex. I personally see the community already doing exactly what it needs to be doing. I think we're like the strongest community on YouTube. I don't know of any other community that puts out more quality content.
This is Twitter
across the board. But some things I'm seeing, getting active in other crypto communities. I think one thing that Pulse Chain really opens the door up to is a lot of these other communities like NFTs and other DeFi products that, being the strongest community going into Pulse Chain, we can really leverage our community and being a really cornerstone part of Pulse Chain to bring people in. I think a more important question, and it kind of ties to another conversation we were just having, is like, what do we need to, how do we need to be like as a community welcoming these people in? And I love what we were talking about. Like, we do need to kill this mentality of like, the longer you've been in, the more valuable you are. I think we need to welcome new people in as if they were just as valuable as anyone else in the community. But yeah, again, I think we're already doing the right things, but I think we just need to continue to amplify everyone already creating. And, if you want to start a YouTube channel or, get active, go for it, right? Like, this is all of it's a community, and everyone should feel empowered to do so.
I feel like this is the new YouTube, though. I think the YouTube streamers are going to become old news at a certain point, because you got direct access here. You got direct access where you can literally come up as a speaker, and you're not just down in the chat. You can come up as a speaker and get with us and talk with us, and we'll answer anything you gotta. This thing, people think we're harsh because we might go hard on some of these projects, but you literally could come to us with any coin, being in anything, and if you want to know about Hex, Pulse Chain, PulseX, we'll drop everything right now. Like, we would drop the whole conversation to onboard somebody.
I 100%
all day
agree
long
with you. And I've even said this before, and I didn't mean to cut you off, Trav, just because other people have their hand up.
That's good.
But
That's good.
Almost kind of like YouTube has become like a TV show, to where, and I've said this multiple times, where you log in every time at 7 on Thursdays, and it's the echo chamber because the only people watching that show are people that's already in. But these spaces that we're always in, so many new people come, and I think people that have channels should come in here and talk and shill their channel. So then now you have more people creating content and have viewers because we can't say every YouTuber. I mean, there's Coffee, there's Hexologist, there's Motley, there's Discourse Syndicate. I mean, we can't list 27 channels. And so if these people came in here and shilled their channel, it would be fantastic because you get a lot of new viewers in here versus just people on YouTube. So I agree with you 100% on that, Trap.
Yeah, just before I take your hand, I wanted to respond because yes, I agree with Skippa and Trap 1000%. Like, absolutely. So it's very valuable feedback, and right, because honestly, like that's how I found out. I found out about Hex was through YouTube, and not even like through a serious like Hexagon YouTuber like that. Um, but it, like I said, my journey was very independent, very personal, like very individual. I was not connected with anyone else in the community. I'm pretty sure when I got my hex, I like staked it immediately, but I didn't do like 5 5 5 5. Like I wasn't aware of that. You know what I mean? So, if like I found the community relatively shortly after, but still making those connections like immediately make a big world of a difference. And especially when it comes to regards of like especially crypto newbies in general and security, um, there's just nothing that can compete with like a space full of knowledgeable people who are all in to this project. So yeah, it can be very kind of frustrating sometimes when you're just sifting through YouTube videos after YouTube videos, like trying to figure shit out by yourself entirely. And it's like, it can be kind of daunting in that light. I appreciate all the content and everything that's there, but I feel like it's more of like research that to do even after it's like after the fact, like onboarding. As far as onboarding goes, like yes, I feel like spaces like this are like one of the most valuable tools in that sense. So I just wanted to add that before I take CSC Gamer's hand. Go ahead.
I know I seem to always talk. Someone was talking about we shouldn't put people who are an OG on a pedestal. And sometimes I'd like to ask this, not anyone can be an OG unless we reframe that mindset. There was a person who was a day one Hexagon and he staked for 2 years. And he asked me afterwards, I was talking in the Hex Discord for a hot minute and he didn't want to post this. He didn't want to say anything, but he said, he didn't know what to do. He ended his stake, he minted his coins, and he didn't know what else to do. He wanted to sell because we had gone down from 50 cents and all this other stuff, and he didn't understand Hex. He thought it was done. I told him that the price could always continue to go down, but I told him staking strategies. I told him about what a T-share was. The boy didn't know what a T-share was after 2 years. He staked his free Hex for 2 years and earned yield. Oh, well, sorry, a year and a half, and earned yield the whole time, and didn't know what a T-share was. Holy crap! You're telling me that an OG Hexagon didn't know what a T-share was? Yes. But would you consider him an OG? No. So what makes an OG? Knowledge. And in this case, anyone can be an OG. And I think we need to reframe that mindset because anyone can be an OG, but not anyone can be an OG.
That's
I
deep.
agree 100%, man.
Yeah, I agree with Famous. That's deep. It's real. That's some real shit right there.
And I just want to take a quick laugh to say everybody said fuck the famous. So we're not going on positive. We're going to talk about our own subject here. But yeah, if anybody does have some onboarding ideas or what have you that went to the original question, that'd be great.
Well, I say we do. Look, we ought to just like they do. You know how they have the like Twitter storms. Look, I've been doing it since December. Space invasions. If we could organize together, and find like, let's just say one of these like shitcoin spaces, and there's 40 people in there. But if we're all in this room, migrated over there, and then all of a sudden you're looking at that room went from 40 people to 120, and then we're all requesting to speak.
But I think you missed the opportunity there. It's not space invasions. We're space
on.
invaders.
Hold up, excuse me,
on.
gamer.
We've seen it. We've literally.
Yes, Jay Future. Yeah, this is so fucking valid, Trap. Thank you for bringing this up because we've actually had this happen to us.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
They didn't triple up. They didn't 3x our space. Okay, we are Hexicans, so we always have the number. But there was a horde of them for sure. There was like, what, 20, Sequoia?
At least.
And they were all wolves. They all had like different pictures of wolves, and I don't know if it was like Satima.
Oh, Satama. That bullshit coin. That shit's garbage.
Wait, y'all, hold up. It wasn't that, but yes, I agree. We all agree on that, I'm sure. Go off though.
Oh man, I'm not. Well, sorry. I'll try to keep it clean, but it was like a combination of like 3 things you would never buy. Put it that way. So imagine if real Hexicans did it, like authentic people that actually just gave you good information.
True. All right, I see Funding Jim's hand and then Crypto Cowboy.
So I've seen this before, and I think that Joker came on board because of a raid, and yet it wasn't that there was still a bridge. The bridge was people were running a D-Live show, and that D-Live show audience, after the show was over, went and stormed Hex Joker, right? Hex Joker is a pillar now, and he streams all the time content and educates people and entertains, right? I've made comments over the years about if you're going to have a YouTube channel and you have an interest in something like woodworking or restoring a car or horsemanship or whatever it is, build that content and have maybe in the background the content about cryptocurrency and Hex. Is because what people are looking for is they're looking for like relatability, familiarity. Does this person think like I do? No one likes a hard sell. If you're talking about something they have no interest in, right, because they're already in some other crypto tribe, I think you'll end up frustrating them. I think you'll be frustrated more, right? So Hex Joker wasn't talking about crypto. He was talking about his own D-Live TV show or whatever he was doing as far as streaming, his entertainment, right? And yet there was relatability and there was curiosity because they still had that bridge. They were both D-Live streamers and the crowd that came over, right? So all I'm just highlighting is that when you're going to do these kinds of Twitter storms and things like that, converting someone from being Jewish to being Christian is difficult because it's a core like value of religion. They might be both religious people, but getting one tribe to come over to another tribe is difficult. It is difficult. I've had far more success over the past 3 years with no coiners because I relate to them in a certain thing that they might be interested in. If it's restoring cars, that's striking up a conversation. It's relatability. If it's ex-military guy, military guys talk to other military guys, and because of that common experience, it opens up more paths to communication that ends up being talking about crypto. What have you been doing with your life, man? Oh, I've been doing farming. Oh, what have you been doing with your life, man, since your veteran days? Oh, I've been doing crypto. And let me tell you about it, right? So it just becomes familiar. So if you're going to do storms or if you're going to do new content or you're going to be welcomed into the space, I do recommend that you find something you're genuinely curious about, that you genuinely have knowledge base about, and you relate to that population in your outbound messaging, in your outbound content. That's just very helpful. It's very relatable.
Security. I think every crypto community out there can all get behind security.
Hey, Keith. Let's get this hands real quick. We'll come right back to you. All right, Crypto Cowboy, then Trap.
Yeah, I totally agree with what Funding just said. But also, even with the people that are in coins right now, if we believe that Richard Hart is serious and Bitcoin's going to, take this dip on down to 11K, these alts are going to get wrecked. and the people are going to get wrecked. And that's when we can swoop in, and we have the advantage that, even though Hex isn't still 50 cents, it's still up many, many, many X's from where it was a year ago. And you can't even say that about these other coins anymore because the charts are straight down on most of them.
Yeah, look at Dash of Bitcoin Cash versus Bitcoin since inception. It's a Dash chart. Hands, Trap, Mo Crypto.
One thing I was gonna say, it's one thing I've noticed, like with these like other shitcoin spaces, is one of their biggest problems is they don't trust the dev teams or the founder. Like they're always complaining about the founder and he won't speak, and it's just so. I used to go in there all these spaces and wanted like shield pulse chain, shield hex, but then I said, this ain't working. So then I just go in there now and say, I just want to tell y'all about a great man. And then once I start telling people about Richard Hart, I never even bring up pulse chain. I don't bring up hex. I basically tell everyone in there, go check out Richard Hart's YouTube. This is a great guy. Like, he's got some good values. I think you could benefit from his knowledge. And then on another thing, what Funny Jim was talking about, like things you're passionate about. And Matt Hatter brought this up like last week. Like Magic the Gathering, Pokemon cards, the UE, OG, or whatever it's called, but then also sports cards. These people, they like to buy things and they like to hold them. And they like to hold it because the value goes up. And they spend a lot of money. Look at the sports card market over the past couple of years. So that might be another community type that we could maybe look at. Because I'm big into sports cards. Always have been since I was younger. Until I met Richard and found out about Richard, and I've been selling it all. So, and I put hex stickers whenever I sell stuff to people. I've had maybe 4 people send me a private message after the transaction asking about it. Not a whole lot, but still, I'm sure what if those 4 people, I'm sure those 4 people probably told other people within that community about it. So that might be another possible option. Just brainstorming here, thinking about different things.
No, I think that's great. Mo Crypto, what do you have? Because I definitely want to be respectful of people that have their hand raised. So if other people want to ask questions, they know they don't have to wait forever. Mo Crypto, what you got, bro?
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I want to apologize right off the bat because I came in right before Keith said what he said. So I don't want to unnecessarily take the conversation back to the whatever the Twitter feed that's right above the link to this group. I'm trying to understand that. So I need clarity on exactly what that's really talking about with respect to liquid loans. And I'll say this, I thought that liquid loans was good for PulseX. So is the general consensus in the group or amongst Hexicans is that that's not the case?
Would I be able to interject just to mention what I learned from it?
Fast. Fast. If you want more, we basically did like a kind of like mini AMA. So with all that we're gonna help you with, you could also at the end go ahead when I finish the live. You can go ahead and rewatch it. I could send you that if you want.
Effectively,
go ahead.
Effectively what I learned, people don't mind the liquid loans itself. The sacrifice phase is what we were starting with and discussing. We were also discussing with the USDL and how that is pegged to $1. Those were a couple of things that we were discussing. Overall, I don't think anyone denies that liquid loans can bring adoption to the chain. I think the biggest skepticism right now is just on the sacrifice phase.
And why specifically, though?
If I can touch on that, real quick. it just seems like it's particularly more so with the timing. It seems like the timing is just conflicting with the current Richard Hart Pulse X sacrifice that's going on. So I think that that's definitely was like something that was like the community was concerned about. And with that also, it's pre-fork, so that means that everything that we would sacrifice as a community, they would be essentially doubling their bags with our sacrifices. So I think that that kind of raised concerns as well for the community, and I think that those were the primary reasons. Anyone, feel free if you wanted to chime in.
Also, I'll tell you also too is they're wanting us to sacrifice for something that they've produced no code, zero code whatsoever. They keep saying, go read the white paper, go read the white paper, go watch our YouTube videos.
White paper sucks.
Yeah, to me that does nothing though, because a white paper means nothing. I mean, we've had a guy come in here try to shill his coin, and the white paper talked about Lambos and custom Louis purses. So, I don't know. White papers don't really hold me a lot. Show the code. Let us see the code. Let us see it working on testnet. But what did they say today? Oh, well, you can go to my YouTube and you can watch it. You can watch me run through it.
Yeah.
And it's
right.
like, oh, come the fuck on. Like, sorry for the language, but I mean, for real.
But yeah, that I think that pretty much sums it up. And then, of course, if you do want to go back and find out more, right, the Famous has the whole YouTube that you can refer back to. So yes, I think.
I think I need to put out the liquid loan drinking game. It needs to be public.
Yeah, so basically like Liquid Loans, they thought that they could do all this like guerrilla and like gray hat and probably black hat like SEO and marketing, and Twitter Spaces ruined their whole plan. Oh man, we got the poll to show it now. We literally have the numbers. It's like, how much more can we throw it in their face? I don't know. If you guys could think of an idea, please let me know. I'm not kidding. DM me.
Thanks, y'all. Let's get back to those hands though, in regards to what we were discussing. I believe Keith, it seems like other people put their hands down, but Keith, if you would like to speak, proceed.
Yeah, appreciate it. One thing, Mo, I was gonna ask you, man. I know this is kind of a personal question, but do you have any hex or pulse X? Like, did you sacrifice or anything, or do you have any hex? Do you have any Richard Hart products? I guess let me ask you that, if you don't mind, Mo.
No, not at all. I would be considered an OG. I'm all over the place as it relates to Richard Hart projects.
Wait, I'm confused. Those two statements didn't add up to me. You said you don't hold any?
I was saying I didn't have a problem with him asking me a personal question.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha.
No, I've been around since the very beginning. I'm involved in pretty much everything Richard's put his hands on.
Got you.
And that's what prompted me to ask the question, because I thought that.
Sure, absolutely. So I guess my follow-up question to that is, would you trust anyone else with your Richard Hart product other than yourself?
That kind of sounds like a loaded question. If you're saying that another platform that's building on Pulse Chain is somehow going to custody my coin, then I would say no. But if I hold the private keys to the wallet that interacts with their smart contracts, isn't that the same as what we're doing with every other Richard Hart contract?
No. Let's say that you utilize a platform and you connect your wallet to it. You are effectively putting your entire wallet at risk. So if I'm wrong, Keith, could you correct me on this? Was your statement more, would you trust connecting your wallet to an app with all of your hard trusted Richard Hart products? Was that the question that we were getting at?
No, it was more of.
Well, no, Mo's absolutely right, because technically when you stake on GoHex.com, it is a Richard Hart product. So you're technically giving your coins. Well, you're not giving your coins to anyone because you're burning them, technically. So the contract doesn't receive your coins. You actually create a contract that ends up minting your coins. You fulfill the time. But the thing is that as soon as you allow someone to approve a transaction where they receive your coins or ability to read your wallet in a way that the key or the private key allows them to use it or utilize a transaction, and you open up an approve message, then yes, you're technically allowing someone to use your coins. Because if you were to go on etherscan.io and reveal the approvals, once you go on Liquid Loans, it probably has an open approval for X amount of time, which is infinity. So until you close it, which costs you money. And a lot of people don't do that. That's another security issue that we have to explain. But yeah, technically, when you're on gohex.com, you're not interacting your coins with the system. You're actually creating a contract at the end. Just want to get that clear.
Let me say this real quick to Mo.
Okay,
Mo,
so I guess the idea is like, okay, think about layer one blockchain native tokens and, you know, decentralized exchange tokens, like from a Pulse and PulseX perspective. Then I guess let's think about it like that. Let's say, would you really trust anyone or anything else for those particular products with your native token? Richard Hart, Genesis, Pulse, PulseX.
I mean, based on what I understand about liquid loans, when you stake the loan token, you're essentially minting more loan tokens and more PulseX. Do I understand that correctly?
Well, that's what they say.
Yeah, that's what they say. But we have to believe to a certain degree what Richard is saying and what any developer that's going to build on top of Pulse Chain is saying. So if I'm going to get more PulseX for staking my loan token, isn't that a win-win?
Not necessarily. There's a risk, because how do you get the loan token?
You get the loan token through the sacrifice, the same way that we will get the Pulse Chain native token, in the same way that we'll get the PulseX token. Is how we're supposed to get the liquid loans token.
I love what you just said. Now, is that 16? Is that what? How much is it now? I don't want to shill it, but like, it's a couple of. It's more than $10 million. Is that all Ethereum?
No, actually, I think it's a combination of all 4 or 5 coins that they said that you could use to sack.
Of course.
So it's not just Ethereum. I don't think it's Ethereum at all.
Yeah, you're right. It's stable coins, but where did most of the
Tornado
wait. Where did most of the origin of those coins provide from?
Well, yeah, those are Ethereum based. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're ERC20s, I understand. But if you were to go look at the chain analysis, most of them came from RH products. Well, they came from one RH product, some from Tornado Cash, and soon to be only, well, I can't say only, because it depends on who's going to actually pair something to loans. Like, I don't know, you're going to have to pair an ERC20 or an PRC20, or you're going to have to pair PulseX and the incentive token, or PLSS. But most likely, PLSS is going to be paired to this loan token in the liquidity, or their liquidity. They probably have a swap. That's why they're not shilling PulseX. But the thing is that you have to understand that the only way to get this loan token is to go through the ecosystem, which is the only way to go through the ecosystem is to have the ability to have freedom of speech and freedom of movement, which is PLS and PLSX. So you have to inevitably dedicate your Richard Hart tokens for this token. So this is why the community is at a certain, what's that called? It's at a stand and says, well, why should I do that? It's exactly why Keith is saying that, because if everyone were to have taken all their coins and dumped that Bitcoin and dumped that ETH and dump all those coins, and you actually take their straight fiat and put it in USDC, I don't see any problem in liquid loans. Absolutely not. But the thing is that it's yeah, I think I described it enough.
Well, Jesse admitted that they specifically told people for several months to dump their coins for stable coins in preparation for the launch. And the people they were talking about that to were Hexagon. And the past few months, how has the Hex price been? not that hot. And if you're a Hexagon, you want the price to go up, up. So what I would say is we were having a conversation about getting that price up by doing onboarding. So if you want to be a part of that conversation, we would love to have you. But liquid loans, we talked about that all day, sir. So I think it's a moot point.
Look, I apologize when I came in here because I was just trying to get clarity. So
You
I'm
have
on
no
board
reason to
for
apologize,
whatever
Mo.
this community
Yeah,
wants
there's no
to do
reason
as
to
a group.
apologize.
No,
There's
I'm just saying, based on
I
what
just
he
wanted
just
to
said to
explain my
me.
situation. I just wanted to explain my point of view of what was said, because when something is said and is not correct, I will always intervene and explain my point of view and give the right explanation. And that's it. That's all. Anyone can hate me for it. I couldn't give one rat's ass. You hate me or love me, you could take it or leave it. I don't give a shit. I'm going to tell you what it is, the truth, and how it is. I don't care how you see it. And if I'm wrong, I'll go look it up, get my information straight, whip my ass in, and that's it. But at the end of the day, we're here for the right information. So when someone's saying something and it has to be corrected, I will step in. And I hope, Mo, you don't feel offended. It's really, we're doing this for the people. I wouldn't be up all day. We wouldn't be up all day if it wasn't for the people. So continue. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Oh man, do I have to be good cop now? We have it in YouTube, by the way. Famous is a
Yes.
has a syndicated on YouTube, so you guys can watch the recording of the whole Liquid Loans roast. It was really epic and probably the best Liquid Loans content ever. I'm not just saying that. We have it pinned somewhere. Just scroll through all the pin posts.
It's actually live, so it's actually live right now. So if you just go ahead and rewind it to the beginning, you miss just like the beginning of the first 10 minutes, but you'll get most of it.
Okay, look, I'll go check it out. And no, I'm not offended. I'm on board with whatever this community is trying to do. I've been around since the very beginning. The only reason why I brought it up, with the understanding that it's kind of annoying to those in the group, is because I needed clarity.
100%.
Absolutely.
And that's why I also said, if you want to come up, if you want to come up and have questions, we're never going to turn down a question. Obviously, if you were going to say right now you had like these kitties or something and you wanted to like show us a project, then maybe we would have turned you down a different way. But the thing is, like, you came with a question, we explained it, and we appreciate your question, because maybe someone in the audience, actually their question's answered also. So we appreciate it, man, and you're always welcome. If you say you're a Hexagon, at the end of the day, actions speak louder than words. And we would always love to have your input, your opinion. If you have people to get onboarded and you don't have the time, send them in the chat. We're always here. At the end of the day, it's a secure space. We talk to them about security. If someone preaches them something wrong, trust me, they're going to get roasted. So, yeah, man, you're more than welcome, Mo. Don't worry about it.
Hey, thanks, guys. I'm around, so I'm here.
Awesome, man.
Yes, much appreciation.
Hey, Mo, I just wanted to say thank you very much for your question. And if for whatever reason any information that I provided was incorrect after you listen to what they say, feel free to message me and tell me that I had got all that information wrong. I'd be happy to know that too.
Will do.
Hello, everyone. Sean from Sweden. It's quite late and I'm trying to speak. I can't speak too loud. Well, I was invited today in a party. I'm actually working with insurance and stuff like that, but I have experience with, mixing drinks and stuff like that. So I was invited in a friend's house, and lots of those people who were there, they were like really rich guys into banking, insurance, real estate, and stuff like that. So and they have some info and probably have invested in crypto because it sounded like that. So they were talking about the new project which I couldn't find. I have to be honest, I spent 2 hours looking on the Google everywhere to find if there is to look if there is any kind of project like that, and it was about real estate in crypto. So they were talking, as much as I grasped, you can say, or got. I was mixing drinks and there was music as well. They were talking about creating a cryptocurrency with like 10 billion maximum, with the value of $1, and then to invest that money on real estate. And what those who have bought the cryptocurrency that they have invested, how they get their shares or their profit. The money, as they were speaking, they wanted to they were saying, as I've noted on a tissue paper, to invest the money 60% on commercial real estate and 20% on industrial and 20% on residential. And the money that comes, I mean, the profit comes from the rents. And so I just went to the drinks, started to talking, just to be involved in the chat. So I asked some questions like, okay, if you invest in this project, what if you regret and you want to just, before even the money is invested in real estate, what happens that time? They said, well, there should be kind of like a contract like we have it on X, and then you lock your money for the minimum 2 years, and the profit that they are giving from the rents will be once a year from the rents, based on how much shares you have there. I mean, how many tokens you have. So the rents that comes splits into 10 billions after the taxes and everything, then it divides to the shareholders. So it sounded really, really interesting. I mean, if somebody has the money and somebody who has experience with real estate, it can be really, really interesting in the project in Pulse Chain. What do you think?
I have comments about that. Comments are, you're talking about probably 3 different or 4 different money transmission kind of central counterparty risk issues. You're talking about rents that are coming out from real estate, tenant issues. You're talking about equity in the property itself, and the counterparty is the digital world doesn't marry with the physical world or the legal world and jurisdiction of money transmission. So, not to go into all the depth, that it doesn't sound like you have full grasp of their project pitch, but I've seen this in 2016, 17. I've seen it when it came to tokenizing physical art. Physical art has a provenance. Like, let's say you're going to tokenize the Sistine Chapel, and it was painted by Michelangelo, and it's in the Vatican. And you're going to say, okay, you have ownership of this token that represents a percentage of the Sistine Chapel painting. Or you have this token that represents, 100 bricks in this building, or this token that represents part of the cash flow of this business, right? There's legal structures already in place where you can go ahead and do that and have some kind of legal protection of your property rights. In crypto, you don't have legal protection of property rights. You don't have those government or social consensus to reclaim your value or take someone to court as easily, because it's not a contract. You just have a token. So you're talking, I would personally be extremely wary and not participate in something that had that kind of pitch, because legal jurisdiction matters in the government protecting your property rights and your contract that's been signed between 2 parties. And the digital world of equity is enforced by math and code versus that counterparty authority. That was what I would say.
Actually, as you said, there was music and I was busy mixing drinks, so I didn't grasp everything. But that was an idea. I just wanted to know if it is something interesting to bring, if to start in our chain. So, but thank you very much for the info.
So yeah, they have something called a real estate investment trust. You can literally buy one of those on the stock market. It's a lot safer than trying to put an NFT on a blockchain that trades your real estate with no protection.
That's exactly right.
The one thing I've learned is if you're doing business, watch out for those drinks. I've had to put down my drinks a little bit when I'm doing some business. Gets a little bit cloudy. Sometimes I think things are better ideas than they're worth. Uh, definitely lost some money doing that shit.
Yeah, I haven't had a beer in the past 5 years. I have done my part. I have enjoyed. I have done lots of things that I ever wanted. I smoked marijuana like 7 days, like non-stop, like a cigarette. I have drunk. I've worked as a bartender, so I had free drinks almost everywhere whenever whoever knew me. So I've done my part. I was not drunk, but I was busy mixing drinks. So I didn't hear properly what they were talking about. So when I brought the drinks, I sat there and they had already begun their conversation. So this is all the info I got from what they were talking about. Like, so I don't know too much about it.
Oh yeah, not trying to discredit you or anything. Just one of those things that I've had for anyone who does want to go on the that route. Thanks for that information. I'll definitely try to do what I can to research and help you out if you have any other questions.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to personally thank Sean. He came in the other night. We had a guy come in late as hell. Scott, it was like 3 in the morning. Guy came in, didn't really a whole lot, and then he just all of a sudden started talking about, he didn't want to live anymore. And Sean jumped up, took the speaker role, and literally just dropped some alpha on this guy. Just helped him so much, and just everything he said was great. So shout out to you, Sean, for that. Like, we appreciate you that night a lot.
Thank you very much. It's probably not too interesting to talk about everything. I mean, that I've been through, but to be honest, I've been through lots of things. I'm half Swedish, half from Afghanistan. I've lived in different kinds of countries, and I left my family when I was 12 because of the studies. I have studied in India. I've studied in Pakistan. I started with computers. I've been to South Korea. I've lived in Germany, Holland, Poland. So I have seen lots of things, ups and downs, lots of ups and downs in my life. I started to invest my money quite early. I succeeded properly, to be honest. I mean, as much as I was satisfied. Before 30, I had a house, I had real estate that I had rented. Then I lost lots of things, to be honest, lots of them, because I was married and I had made a mistake. And the rules and regulations in Europe and especially in Sweden and America is not quite similar. Here you can choose whether you wanted to make your life partner, partner of your everything that you have made before meeting her or not. So you have that option. But I was so sure about her, and I did it, and I lost quite a lot. So I had lost the hope and everything, but it just took me a while to sit and think, man, you came empty-handed. You had nothing. I have slept in train stations. Went to school and nobody knew about it. I was having my clothes. I had my clothes in my locker or in gym somewhere. I was taking shower in gyms. So I have seen lots of things like that. Trust me, I have lived a really poor life and a really rich life as well. I have, like 10 years ago, I stopped playing poker. I was not gambling, but that is called gambling. When I was playing poker, I was really good. I had an income about $30,000 to $40,000 per month, both online and live. I was traveling to different kinds of countries, but what happened? What I wanted to say that I have lived the life the way I wanted, rich to spend the way I want, and a poor life, really poor life that I couldn't afford to buy clothes or buy food, even a slice of pizza. But I never give up. So when I heard him talking about his life, everything, and I've been alone as well, alone, nobody around me, and I never asked my family. My father is into real estate, and We are really good. I mean, we have quite a lot of money, but it came a time in my life that I didn't have money to spend on food. So I bought the cheapest food from the market, had it in my bag, like dates and stuff like that. And that's how I spend my day. I went to work, search for work. And then after the separation, I started smoking and drinking. And trust me, wherever I applied for a job, they never gave me a job because I looked like a junkie. So I had to sit and think about everything. So I started again my life. When I heard him talking about his life, his situation, so I had to interrupt. I had to give him some advice because there is no aim. As long as you're alive, nobody gonna help you. If you have brother and sister and mother and father right now, they're gonna pass. They're gonna die. They're gonna build their own family, move to another place. Then they will be focused on their own families. You will at the end you will not find anyone who can help you except you. So when I heard them being so sad and upset, I couldn't keep myself, so I had to interrupt and tell him how I have been. But to be honest, as much as I have said now, I didn't say that time, and there are lots of other things that I haven't shared with you guys, but I had to. So probably I hope it helped him. So that was the story for those who were not here.
Hey, Sean, I really appreciate you sharing that, man. It's an incredible story. I've got a kind of a question for you, man. What, if you don't mind, when did you find Richard Hart, and what was your like experience with kind of Hex and everything?
Well, I have almost the same attitude as Richard Hart. I'm really honest. I'm really honest. I can spend the day without food, but I cannot take anyone's money. And then whatever I have in my heart, I say it directly, even if people take it in a negative way or a positive way. If somebody asks me about something that I know that this is gonna succeed and not, I give them that advice. So I started with Ethereum 2017, and then a little bit Bitcoin. You know, everyone starts, newcomers always starts with Bitcoin. I had no experience. I had just heard about Bitcoin. So then I noticed, no, Bitcoin has a really high market cap. So let's take some risk and invest in new projects. So I started with Ethereum. Then 2020, I think 2020, I found X. I have accounts right now. I'm not active in any of them except Binance, just for transferring money. I had accounts almost like everywhere. So I think I found X on Bitmart or something like that. It was an app, a strange app. Or Bilaxi or something like that. So I just bought some and I just let it there, be there. Then after a while, when I opened my account and noticed, shit, this is not the money that I had listed. It's too much. That was the first, you can say, step. So I started to look who has created Hex and what is Hex. At the beginning, it was just a gambling. I invested in different kinds of projects. Even not last year, at the almost end of the 2020, I lost $8,000 on shitcoins that I had invested, and then I had no experience of buying and selling on right time, so I made lots of mistakes. Honestly, I'm not trying to show off. If I was smart enough, I would have been a multimillionaire on Shiba, but I sold it on losses because when I saw it going down, I sold it. Then the next year, it just went up to the sky. So what happened? I started to look into Hex, who has created it, and what is Hex. So that's how I found Richard Hart. When I watched his videos and noticed the way he's speaking, the way he's giving tips and advices about everything, it was like a mirror in front of me. I was like, shit, you're the same guy. And almost more than half of those people that you're giving advice think that you're stupid or you're trying to deceive them. But in reality, it's something else. So that's how I started. But to be honest, I forgot about it. Then I was with my ex-girlfriend, and she was into TikTok. Then I watched a video of Super Hex. I have to be thankful from Super Hex. So that was the moment I was like, shit, you hadn't like done some research about Hex. You have to go back and see. Then I look at the chart and everything. So I invested last year somewhere at the end of February, and then it was below 10 cent. I think it was 2 cent, I think. And then I invested my second investment after selling everything. I had a lot of Solano. I sold it with profit, but if I had held it, I could have made a lot of money. I had bought it for $6. I had over 1,000 Solano. I sold them around $57. So I invested almost everything except some Ethereums that I have left from the beginning, which I had bought for $99 or $100 that I'm using for new projects if it comes out, or for transaction fees and stuff like that. So I have nothing left. I had bought some, what do you call, IDO tokens to be involved in new projects, but well, I didn't want to take risks and all those vesting process and bullshit that you cannot sell the coin. So X just to be honest, before, for the past, I mean, now this 2021, almost 8 months, and until now, I'm just reading the news. I'm not wasting too much time on researching new projects. Before that, from the 8 o'clock morning at work, my mind was like a person who is addicted to drugs or a gambler. I was into crypto, following every stupid influencer, new projects, new tokens. It could have, I mean, I could have been busy for up to 3-4 o'clock, and I was going to work at 7. I was waking up at 7 o'clock, so I had no sleep, no really, I didn't have that calm that I have it right now. So that's how I started, and that's how I have it right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, go ahead. I was just gonna say thank you so much for sharing. Keith, go ahead, and then Eric's hand, of course. But go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Sean, that's amazing, man. That's just an awesome story, dude. Congratulations. I'm so glad you're here, man, and like happy to hear from you more often, dude. That was great.
Absolutely, I agree with everything Keith just said. Eric, go ahead. If got your hand up, you just stretching there. Eric, you just stretching there. Oh,
Ruggaroo.
rug. Yeah, there we go.
There you go. Call that a hard rug.
Wrote me, and then I wrote him a poem in response. So I'm gonna read it to you guys just because it's funny as shit. It says, "Complaining about this crypto
Okay, my heart
market
is
as
wide
I
open.
place a stake. I don't know if it's a mistake. I wonder where Hex will go as my stakes continue to grow. I definitely can't let my bank know, cause I sacked for PulseX. Someone told me no more sex. All this is comedy, and if it relates, no, it's about the 555, and we all got time."
Oh my god, dude! I thought I was hungry. Holy shit, that was
The sex is definitely spelled CEX.
Say no to sex, CEX, dude. Love that.
Who
I
wrote
love
that?
that. If Mello was here, he'd be proud, man.
Oh my gosh, are you gonna like share
Who wrote
that for us? Are we can like
Why don't you
pin
make that a
it?
tweet? Fuck.
Yeah, can you tweet that out,
Yes.
bro, and like so we can pin that to the top and just blast
Thank
that out? That's
you.
fucking great.
That was amazing. Yes, I love this community.
Just type that out, dude, and put that in a tweet and blast it, and everyone in this room go and retweet that.
How's that for figures?
I want to do like a
I
massive
I can't even post it because the last sentence is too long and it stops it from the 555. I'm sorry.
Oh,
555.
Look, I don't know. I think it's okay. Just get as far as you can, dude.
I'll retweet both pieces. Trust. All stand. retweeted by the pros. That's how they know that it's a real alpha coming back, and we better bring beats because I'm from the fucking streets, yo.
Bars.
That late night alpha is coming for you. Go to sleep now? Oh, man.
Kind of want to shout out all the regular listeners. I see you all in the chat. I feel like doing a long ass shout out, but I feel like it's going to be too long. There's so many.
99 bottles of beer on the wall.
Now there's only 25.
No, it's only 66. Wait, can we get to 69 at least?
Nah, man, I did a super chug.
Yeah, you guys better start sending us money. We monetize the fuck out of this community. Everybody knows that.
Yo, Hex of the Way, you want to sponsor? You want to sponsor the sacrifice insurance?
Somebody like
Wait.
sponsor
Did you say
like
sacrifice insurance?
something.
Yeah, we're gonna create a coin to
Wait.
insure your sacrifices.
Are we creating
Can
like
you guys? Will you
Yeah, we're
sacrifice
gonna.
my birthday? Like, because it's my
We're gonna
birthday.
create a coin, guys,
Can we set up a
to
sacrifice
insure your
default swap?
It's only Hex. I'll only accept Hex as the sacrifice. Okay.
And you get an extra 30% bonus when it's NFTs,
expectation.
JPEGs.
These-
Actually, no,
these-
30% when it's an NFT,
There won't be
50%
any
if it's a JPEG,
birthday
50%
sacrifice, I
extra if it's a
promise.
JPEG as a bonus.
I asked how we should set it back.
Guys, the feedback is
I asked
intense.
how, guys, he said it's okay. My birthday sacrifice is happening. You just have to DM me with your seed phrase.
Yeah.
Wait,
No, that's deep.
hold on.
No, that's deep. That's deep. That's deep.
Famous.
Stop.
We're
At least
talking
I was joking. Like, that's deep, man. Seed phrase, you don't say that shit. That's like
yeah,
everyone's like, what do you mean seed phrase? What?
Wait, let's get back to hold on. Let's get back to the sacrifice default swaps. Hold on. These things are paying out 30 to 1. Okay? This shit is nuts.
If you DM me your seed phrase, I'm gonna screenshot it.
All right, I'm gonna just say this. Future, why are you over here throwing off the whole damn group? Everybody's all confused and lost, and now they're over here like, I don't know if he's trolling.
Late night crypto
They
now.
better know we're trolling.
Different depending
Yeah,
on the time.
that's gotta be classified as a 100% a troll right there. So
This
that's
is
okay.
different right now,
We
dude.
like trolls. We like the occasional troll. Hey, you gotta keep them on their toes. Keep them on their toes.
Have you realized there's no trolls that come in anymore? they literally
Oh, dude, they're scared, bro.
They probably like talk to each other and like, yo, man, don't go to that chat, man. You're fucked, bro. Don't do it, man. Don't do it. It's not worth it. Don't do it.
Wait.
I'm not even kidding, guys. If I see a listener, I'm like, who is this guy? And he doesn't reply to a DM or there's nobody to DM him, I'm like, fuck it. I don't want to, like,
Oh,
yeah.
Motley's back. What happened?
We're not messing around.
Yeah, what happened to Motley?
We got Motley.
Yeah.
Yeah, if there's trolls, I typically block them. So there's
yeah,
that.
it's like block and report, done.
You get if you're a troll, you literally get 3 seconds, so make it good worthwhile.
Yeah, exactly, because your account will be done, dude. All of us are gonna report it, and then you got to get a new IP address. You got a new SIM card. We fuck you up.
If you got a project, you have like maybe 5 minutes.
All right, new speakers. Hey, Motley, what's good? Motley? Oh. So it's like that now?
Blame it on Jack Dorsey.
All right, so I posted the tweet. I pinned it to my profile. I didn't know how to do put it to the top because there's so much shit up there. So I didn't want to do that either. So yeah, I just pinned it to my profile, you guys, so you guys can do that. Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna pin it anyway.
Beat you to it.
Yeah, man, I was just looking.
Got it.
Nah, I beat you, Keith. I'm sorry, man.
Nah, bro. No, it says shit.
Yeah. Go check, bro.
Shit, bro.
Yeah, famous is too quick.
Well,
got that
Famous
inner
also has
face,
like
dude.
he has like
No, I'm
4
on my phone,
computers in
man.
front of him. Shit.
I'm on my phone, man. Yo, I got you, bro.
Actually, yeah, I clicked the wrong button. I lost. Yeah, I had to back up and read this. It was a disaster.
Hope Molly comes back. Fuck, it sucks.
Yeah, I sent an invite.
Yeah, these sacrifice default swaps, they're made up of, you know, they're supposed to be they're supposed to have a 96% credit rating. But they're actually loaded with all these tranches, subprime projects.
Yeah, wait, you want to go into like some let's go into like some dark hole bullshit, bro. I'm really down. Like let's just like let's do some crazy speculation but no price. Crazy speculation but no price.
Okay.
Can we do that? I'm really down. I want to do it.
Yes,
I'm fucking bored. You know, like
speculation station.
the sacrifice is almost done. Whoever sacrifices really well, they're actually getting a better deal than they would before the 20th. But the thing is like, right, it's done. Everyone should have sacrificed. You know, we got the debate. Like, what's next? You know, like onboarding, but like it's for me, it's 11 o'clock at night.
Wait,
I'm down to go down that.
Real quick, Famous, because people have been DMing me about this shit because you guys all want that alpha. And you know that if you DM J Future, you get special alpha. I don't know what it is. People seem to find this out. I don't know. Maybe I should stop talking about it. But people have been DMing me about how the God Whale sacrificed for liquid loans and what does this mean? And oh man, social pressure. Dude, liquid loans is probably Jesse the pit boss. That's what I say.
He did defend it.
That's the roast. That's it. That's the roast. I'm not going to say anything else. We don't know who Godwill is, so it doesn't mean anything. It's fake news.
Yo, Famous, I got something for you.
Let's go, man.
So, in America, we now have our own trucker convoy. It's currently in Arizona, making its way to Washington, D.C., and you know how the rest of this is going to play out.
No. Come on, man. I wanted to talk like some fucking coin shit, not this shit. Because right now, man. Whew.
Yeah, but now it's in America, right? So they gonna freeze our bank accounts and try to take our.
Bro, you guys. I don't think they're gonna do that, man. You can't do that shit. No, the way your states are, like the way the states are, like what the federal could do that.
Freeze all 3 cents that I left in my personal savings.
Okay, bro. Okay, if you guys want to go down this hole, man, let's go, man. I'm gonna get my pillow ready. I don't know. We could give some alpha, like T-shares, like and that's if you want to go down. But actually, the truckers is not that bad, man. Because like honestly, I think it's gonna be like I feel like America. You guys love your truckers, no?
Yeah, I mean definitely, but it's gonna be a little different if they storm in on the Capitol again. It'd be another Trump mess.
Yeah, but that wouldn't be smart though. Like, is it really that? Like, do you guys have the same problems as? You know what I mean? Like, is it the same? Is it really that bad in Arizona? Or are they doing it for the cause?
Yeah, it's more for the cause, and we have supply issues because apparently there was a whole bunch of stuff held up on the West Side docks, and then the Biden administration tried to claim it was because there were not enough truckers, to unload it.
Because you know what the Canadians did, right? What we did is that people kind of like stopped going to the rallies and like are kind of like telling the truckers to like not lay down, but to stop letting the because right now they're doing like refugee immigration, so they're trying to focus the government's security towards allowing people to come in from Ukraine in Canada. So there's kind of like a peace. That's what I've been hearing, and like everyone from every they're allowing like officials and stuff like that to devote resources towards allowing to allocate resources towards, like, you know, because they're coming. Like, I know Quebec, we're allowing, I don't know how many Ukraine refugees, and I will literally talk to them and say, listen, man, like, hold your brakes, like, you know, like, save a bit more money, hold your brakes, save the gas. Gas is really expensive right now. It wouldn't be a good idea. Wait for it to plan out. Let I don't know what USA is doing to allow refugees to come in, but let your government, like, you know, allow its resources to be allocated to allowing them to come in, you know, instead of allocating it to stop people from blockading for something that right now is honestly not important.
The Emergency Act got revoked too as well, so it's not like they're just freezing people's bank accounts still. I don't know how drastic it is, but
yeah,
they did it.
it's due to this thing because of Ukraine, because they have to focus their energy on like all the immigrant, like right now, like I don't know how many, like, and I know that my friends are at the airport are getting like briefed. There's like planes coming in like more than like Europe. So like Europe, a plane comes like what, every minute or 2 minutes or something like that. Some bullshit like that. It's like crazy.
I love Ukraine.
Yeah, they're coming in really fast. I think there's like I don't know how many planes are coming in, and they have to like allocate all the resources to immigration and police and stuff like that. So they don't want people to like start protesting, and like there's like a certain like.
I hope they do. I hope they ship them in from Ukraine and they come here and help protest with the truckers.
Oh man, I worked at the airport, man, and I allowed the people from Syria to come in, and like I did a couple of their planes, and like their faces were like so happy. Like I can't imagine how the people in Ukraine right now are gonna feel. Like it's something that makes you stop in your tracks, and like it removes your soul from your body to see how they feel. It really does.
Yeah, I
It
love
really
people
does.
from Ukraine.
Honestly, I don't want anyone to. I don't want to. I don't know. Fucked up.
But ultimate FUD or ultimate pump, if I could game theory just for a moment, if they did freeze everyone's bank account and you had to choose between having cash or only being able to transact with other people that had DeFi wallets, what would you do?
Well, exactly what happened this morning. Look at that. It went from 34,000 to 39. That's exactly what happened. People had to, no one could send money no more. What do you think people did? Bitcoin. I forget how much.
I'd rather transact with Hex.
It probably would have been cheaper. I'm not going to lie. Because I think Bitcoin went up to like $23, $24 a transaction, or 25.
No,
26.
it's like run through the thought experiment real quick. It's like, okay, the banks froze all your assets. Okay. I happen to know Hexicans in real life. I could send Hex to. They buy me a plane ticket to wherever the fuck they are.
Yeah, but honestly, man, I don't know why people freak out about the bank freezing your assets. You could be on vacation and they'll just freeze your bank.
Yeah, and then how much control would they have over the airplanes? Hexy CA is something down there has a hand up.
Okay, it's
well, yeah, hey, it's me. I got a new profile picture. I'm about to ask a question that's going to change the subject, so I didn't want to like stop y'all talking about this certain thing. Huh? All right. All right. Something came to light today that I realized about Ethereum. You know, the Ethereum copy. You know, all the NFTs are getting copied over to Post Chain, right? So I came across a gamer, and okay, Decentraland is it ERC20, and they have their whole freaking metaverse over there where they buy their little plots of land as an NFT. All of that shit's getting copied over, right? And I'm like, I don't know how the metaverse works, how to explain to them how they're gonna get their copy and how that's gonna work, where they're gonna have a whole new world on the other side. You know, it's a big thing we've never really talked about. We talk about NFTs, but this the metaverse, they buy all kind of, like I said, I guess they buy it as NFTs. And if anybody in here is a gamer who plays with Decentraland, maybe you can help me understand. So
Yeah,
famous or CSP gamer?
yeah.
No, let's see
So
us
I've been
finish.
in the
Literally,
metaverse learning about that
literally in
stuff
this
for a
next.
hot minute. A lot of the people in Decentraland and or those NFT communities, the easiest thing you have to tell them, they are struggling with gas fees. Most of the people that are buying mana right now are just trying to sell the damn token. Most of the people that are in mana right now aren't even utilizing it. So really, you just have to talk to them about the game theory of what can happen when they go over to a system with lower gas fees. The problem that I could see all of us having are that if I were to buy a super rare item in a video game and now that same item is going to be copied over, I would be worried. So I could see some NFT gamers being skeptical about this swap. But when you bring it back to the fact that they're going to be on two separate chains, this might help the conversion of an ERC person to a PRC person because you're not telling them to abandon their project.
Okay, wow, this is like a whole new group of people that I didn't realize was out there that's getting copied over, you know. And so, do games launch on Decentraland, or is there just one game throughout
So
Decentraland?
So right now, Atari is building in Decentraland. They're trying to build a casino. They want an actual online gambling casino. You can buy plots of land and you can build in it and you can do whatever you want. So if you can build a smart contract, effectively you can build in that world. Right now, people are building things and selling their plots of land. So if you can build it and you can create it, you can sell this virtual land to someone else. They also have the mana token, which is what they sell on their marketplace, or not sell. They sell things on their marketplace for mana, and you buy plots of land with their land token.
Okay.
Can I add something to that?
Sure. Yeah.
Regarding Decentraland and the copy over to Pulse Chain, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but wouldn't there have to be development of a equivalent to Decentraland on Pulse Chain in order for those NFTs or anything that's copied over to have any kind of real utility and use case?
Yeah, exactly. So you would have to connect the dots. So the
Right.
dots will be there. You just have to create the string. So they would have to create the ability to show or showcase the metaverse, but the metaverse tokens, which are the ERC21s, would be there technically. Now, the thing that I don't know that I would love to ask Richard is if the NFTs are copied, do they keep the same ID and contract?
Well, I
Because if
already
the
know the answer to that is no. There's going to be a different contract address for those copies. So it'll
but the
essentially
ID
be,
isn't the same.
yeah, it's going to the new ticker. He had just mentioned this the other day in I think it was that Peter Schiff debate. But anyway, no, it will be a copy of the ERC20, but it won't be the ERC20, and there'll have to be pairs in the liquidity pool in order for any kind of real value or price action to happen with that particular pair. So essentially, these coins are going to be copied over at zero, and if nobody's going to pick it up and pair it with something on the post chain side, it's just dead weight at that point.
Now the bot's gonna. I hope the bot picks up liquidity for mana, possibly. I hope so. That's going to be their liquidity.
Yeah, I think they're talking about mana the coin though, and not the individual items.
Yeah, mana. Decentraland is mana, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
And as far as I know, if all NFTs are being brought over, as long as that marketplace is not a private industry or whatever you would call like OpenSea. OpenSea is not public for everyone, so we can't fork that over. We can't copy that over. They would have to build their own project. If Decentraland is the same way, then our copies of everything will be effectively useless except for their tokens. Their tokens will still have their use case as long as they let it.
Okay. So there's project. Okay, I'm getting it.
Yeah. So I guess people, as far as the NFT crowd or the gamers, what they should understand about Pulse Chain is that, the copy is going to happen regardless. And they're still going to have access to their ERC20 equivalent. So nothing changes on that side. If there's development on the Pulse Chain side, then it's a opportunity for them to, you know, receive some gains or appreciation or however that price action and utility comes about on that side of it. But they're not under threat of losing anything. And then keep in mind, it's a copy of what you already own. It's not a copy that's going to somebody else. That's your copy. It's no one else's copy.
Okay.
So what? I guess here's my question: what interested you in Decentraland, Hexy? Was it just the
No,
people's?
I was just scrolling through the spaces this evening, and I saw a space about gamers, and there was about 30 people in there. I was just listening in, and then I realized, okay, they're talking about Decentraland, so I just looked up Decentraland, and it's the ERC20, and they were talking about their land and their wings and their hats or whatever. And I'm thinking, I just thought to myself, it dawned on me, all of this shit's getting copied. And I didn't know how to approach telling them that. So I needed to learn a little more before I do that.
Yeah, if these guys were like making their items, that's definitely an easier pitch because then you're really just telling an artist or a creator that they can have two of what they make. So that's really an easy way to in on that one. For buyers, I don't quite know how that would be, except it's more like saying, hey, this is super rare already, but it's a little bit less rare because you can have another copy. Overall, I think the biggest push is going to be on the adoption because you're going to want to push this and say, okay, well, what happens when we get 100 times more users on Decentraland? What's going to happen with gas fee? What's going to happen with us? And that might put it back onto the community to think about the future because we can all talk about our super rare items and we can talk about our land and we can talk about our castles and mansions that we're building. But when adoption comes, then what's going to happen? And it's good that those people weren't talking about price points from what you're mentioning. They were talking about what they're building. And that's kind of similar
Yeah.
to when we go into these hex spaces and we're not trying to talk about price.
I didn't say anything. I was just listening in. I was like, it was labeled metaverse, something about metaverse. So I'm like, anyway, I just popped in to see what they were saying, and yeah, this all dawned on me. So thank you all. I'll keep researching on this, how it works.
Yeah, just make sure you, if you're speaking to anybody, make sure that you let them know the copy is their copy, because I think that is what's going to
Right.
concern.
I know. Yeah, the copy is their copy, but that's one reason for them to just hop on over and check it out, right? And to make, I don't know, for them to be curious and check out the Pulse chain, and to possibly launch new projects. It's like I said, I'm not sure how Decentraland works. There's, like I said, that's all the questions I got. I mean, I'm going to keep reading, and I don't understand this quite, but I will by the end of the night. I promise.
Yeah, I was pretty hardcore into learning about mana, and there's another one called Gala. They basically both are similar. If I had to compare the two, mana is more like God, it looks like it's more for kids, and then Gala looks like it's trying to be more adult themed. I might have got those two backwards, but that's how I remember it. Gala was more not like Roblox, whereas Mana was more like Roblox. So Mana seems more kid friendly from how it looks right now. I don't know what the future is going to look like, but I was real interested in both of them for a hot minute. Right now, Gala is working with Brave, so that could be a good thing since Brave is an ERC20 token as well. All of those are getting forked. Is it? Yes, it is. It is getting forked over to Pulse. So that's also good as well. So there's another connection that we have as well. Gala and Mana are both what I thought were top tier NFTs. That was prior to all the pictures coming out. It literally got me. I found them way before Hex, and I was like, "Oh my god, this is gonna be great!" Found Hex, fuck those things. But in terms of game theory, I loved them.
Okay. Well, I'm not interested in buying any Mana Gala stuff. I was just, trying to figure out.
I like your symbol.
Yeah, power, more power.
We'd get you a co-host spot, but seems like Jay took it.
Who was that?
The 38-year-old. The 38-year-old took the spot. I think it's his birthday spot. We got to blow out his candles.
Wow. Even when it's my birthday, I can't be co-host. Okay. I don't know.
Well,
why
don't you like to be muted?
co-host. Am I not old enough to be co-host? Is that what you're saying?
Perfect. This is so that's your birthday. So and
Chill
where did you
the
go
fuck
for your
off.
primary school?
Do I get to be an OG, guys?
Just mute everyone. Come on, mute us, Jay. Come on, get the power. Do it.
Yeah,
Do it. Come on.
Mute me, man. Mute me, man.
Jay got power today. Do it.
Come
Do
on,
it.
mute.
Blah 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 blah.
Come on, yeah. Can you hear us, Jay? Come on, bro. It's your fucking birthday. Mute us.
Oh, happy birthday, Jay! I know it's your birthday, man.
Dude, you know, dude, you know it.
I'm gonna write a poem for you now for your birthday. I got you.
I'm gonna write a poem too.
I need
Yeah,
to be
see, dude,
myself.
you've been on more of my spaces, dude. You've been on some righteous spaces, dude, that we never fucking recorded, dude. And I know you're trolling me right now, bro.
What? Why would I be trolling you? Who the fuck are you? Like, seriously, bro. Like, what? You don't think I know how to write? You don't know how to write? Come on, bro. You know I know how to write.
Gamer got bars, bro. Gamer got bars. Be careful.
Okay,
He got
Jay,
bars.
let's go. Throw up your hands.
Oh no, now Woods is here. He's coming
This
for
is
you,
my
Eric. He's coming
guys
for you,
gotta
Eric.
roast.
He's
All right,
like,
never
yo,
mind.
who
I
the
ain't got
fuck?
bars no
He's
more.
like, this
I ain't
guy's
got
gonna
bars no
come
more.
to a
Throw
poem.
up
He's
your
like, yo, I
hands.
gotta come in right
Throw up your
now, man.
hands if you can roast Jay Future. Everybody, listeners, grab the mic, throw up your hand, and then we'll roast Jay Future. It's my birthday, guys. It's the least you can do.
What you want me to do?
I really want to do say happy birthday to you though, man. I didn't know it was your birthday, so I really do hope you did something for yourself and shit.
Put your hands in the air if you can roast Jay Future. Oh, I know we got more than that. No.
What you mean roast?
Oh, Hexy, don't pull this on me.
So a roast is...
Dude, Hexy is our best troll.
Define roast.
Turn them into roast beef.
Watch The Office.
Eric, is your hand up?
Yeah. Hold on. Who said watch The Office? That is not roasting. I'm gonna say this. Go just type in Comedy Central.
Whoa. Okay. Whoa, Eric. Okay. First of all, I'm gonna roast you.
You know, it's true, but if you could roast that many people with that many words, come and see me.
Exactly. Okay. So, first of all, I'm referring to an episode in The Office, and if you don't know what I'm talking about, then you're not a fan of The Office, and it's okay. But if you want to know the definition of a roast, there's a really good episode that you should probably watch. Like, it's not that long. Okay? Minutes? I mean, how long is your attention span?
Okay, what season, episode number? And
I never heard of The Office. How about that?
I have.
Oh my God, Hexy, you want to die of laughter?
Level
Oh
that
my God! Wait, hold up, y'all.
Called The Roast or something.
Dwight.
Michael.
Dwight's the best. I'm sorry, Dwight's the best.
First 5 seasons for
Guys,
Dwight is the best.
I pressed the mute button.
And you wish you could mute me.
Hey.
Okay, so it's definitely it's not the first season, so it's got to be like seasons like, it's probably, if I had to throw a guess, I would say it's like season 5.
All right, now I'm gonna stop that now. Look, Hexy, all you gotta do is go to Comedy Central and look up roasts and you'll watch a bunch of motherfuckers just rip into one dude and rip on each other. Okay, so whatever the
The
fuck
roast
they're
of
trying to
Bob
get you to,
Saget.
yeah, exactly, yeah, watch the roast of Bob Saget, watch shit like that.
Yes.
Whatever the fuck they're trying to say and tell you, The Office, please stop it, because I'll roast Jay Future in a heartbeat, and he knows it.
Okay, I
Hell
don't know how
yes.
better I can make this space. Okay, I'm trying really hard, guys. Come up here. You've never
Hey,
spoken in this
hey, Jay
before,
Future.
and you get
Guess
to roast
what?
Jay.
Guess what? You don't have to try because I already make the space fucking great. So
You need a mute button for your co-hosts too.
I know exactly. This is ridiculous.
I had to piss a bunch of people off so they'd come roast me. I mean, I need to keep interrupting so that some people will throw their hands up. Like, I don't see any hands right now.
Yeah, just ask Collector. Ever since Jay Future talked to him,
You
he
guys
hasn't been
don't
back
want
in
the
here.
roast of Jay Future, just
I'm
leave.
dead.
Like, if you want to roast a Jay Future, you need to throw up your hands and then come roast me. Like, I don't see any hands, guys.
What did you say, Skip? I didn't get that.
Oh yes, go on.
Not
So
even
yeah, just ask Collector, because ever since him
famous.
and
You better
Future went
start.
back and
Somebody has
forth,
to
he hasn't
start.
been back in
No,
here.
no. Oh my God. Am I the only one that is rugging or
No, it's because
Oh,
it's because
hello?
freaking both of
Your
y'all keep
co-hosts don't
talking
shut
at the
up.
same time. Yeah. Y'all talking at the same time and it's messing up the feedback. That's the issue. But Skipper, if you don't mind repeating for the famous.
Yeah, I was just saying I was messing with Future because I was saying ever since him and Collector went back and forth, Collector hasn't been seen since. What the fuck? You're running people off, bro.
Oh, deep. It's true, eh?
That is true, though. Yeah, bro. Collector hates your ass.
And don't speak for him. Yeah, don't start now.
I'll speak for everyone, bro.
No,
And who you speaking for now? That's what I thought.
anybody say best birthday ever?
Oh, stop it. Okay, I saw a hand. Is that CSC Gamer? Go ahead.
I just was playing. I haven't heard shit about that. This is how we cause problems.
Literally.
Hey guys, not Jay Future anymore. I'm 38.
Okay, yes, we get it. 38.
stir in the shit pot. Yeah. But
NBA young boy, bro. 38.
the 38 makes you different or what?
I can't see Jay Future in my display, so you got to call me 38, right? If a noob comes in, they're gonna call me 38.
38%. 38% J.
Damn, looks like I gotta change my fucking poem because you're not Jay Future no more. Damn. Whoa, 38 makes it a lot easier though. Oh, that's a lot.
What makes me a joker at the end of the day is it's like 38. Who the fuck is 38? Jay Future. Who's Jay Future? I don't know. He always changes his name. It's like who is this guy?
Ross?
He always changes his name. Like we don't know who he is. That's the point. Just to confuse people. It's so funny to me. Like I don't know. I'm kind of sick like that.
Kind of like
Oh wait, who that?
kind of like political statement always coming with a different picture.
Yo, yes, so true.
It's like what's
no, hold up. That's it's not political anymore. It's Ross.
It's like, what is he tweet about? I don't know. Half of it's bullshit. We can't even we're not gonna spend the time.
I just wanted to take a moment to greet our new speakers. Hello, Redberg, and let's see who else just popped in here. Sean, hey.
Hello, Sequoia. Jay, what the fuck? I go out into the real world for a week and you're pissing off everybody. I just came to say happy birthday. I gotta hit the hay here soon. I got some more real life stuff to do. But Christ on crutches, play nice. If I see you in Vegas, I'm gonna whip you over the head with my hat.
Ooh, I can do more whipping than that.
I will leave that up to you, Sequoia. That's all yours. Happy birthday, buddy.
Hey, what's going on, everyone?
Hey, Sean.
Yeah, just been in and out through the article up today. Felt like it was a good time to have a Hex article. Too many other distractions, I feel, away from Hex. And, I then also noticed that there's a couple new races. There's going to be the Xfinity version Hex car and now, the NASCAR version. I guess I don't know the two differences, but they're two different leagues, it seems, because there's like a newer car and an older car, Talladega and Vegas. So really cool. And yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of people debating about yield. And in my head, you know, after Orca Space, we kind of decided, you know, I just posted a clip to my, like I posted a link to part of the recording of Orca's live stream where he broke it down on like how we're so reliant on these current investment strategies that have so many variables for us to secure funds, like CEOs and markets and you know, like all these different externalities and variables that will affect our investments, where DeFi such as like Hex solves that. There's no externalities that are going to really affect it, right? So unless it's like the end of the world and everyone's just trying to cash out of everything and they end their stakes. But either way, if you're staked, then you just value getting more Hex more than anything else. You're not worried about the dollar value. You're looking at the quantity of Hex, because in the end, like you have that opportunity when the price does rise and get your gains. Now, other than that, I also posted that like tweet that everyone's kind of tweeting out that I noticed about the negative externalities of Bitcoin and how I traded all my Bitcoin for BTC. I don't know if you guys noticed, but a bunch of people posted it. So I copied that same thing and I posted it on Wall Street Bets. It's like a group of like a few hundred, 400,000 or 500,000 people. And I invited them all to come debate why Bitcoin is better. So hopefully we get some people coming in from Facebook there. We'll see what happens. But yeah, I definitely did invite them all to explain how, because a couple of guys were like, oh yeah, I'm going to buy BTC because you posted this. And it made me laugh because I'm like, oh, it's like I posted something about selling my BTC and that's how you invest your money. Why don't you come live debate and like, you know, hash it out and like, explain to me in person instead of like Facebook comments, and we'll see what happens. But I think I'm going to start doing that more and more because I am getting like some posts that have like 1,200, 1,300 likes on there. And I feel like just like getting that recognition on that group, and then also getting people to kind of open their mind and come speak in a space where this is something new, right? Like the spaces is something that people need to get a grasp on if they really want to debate. This is a great spot. And yeah, I just wanted to hopefully see some more people come in. We'll see. And yeah, thanks. Hexy, you had your hand up. What's going on?
Well, I had a question, but first I want to say thank you, Sean, for all the time you put into your work for free. And I see you all around the other spaces, you know, shilling, and I just appreciate it. And I want everyone else to go read his stuff and make comments and like and all this because he deserves it. Now my question is, yeah, I have little short speeches, right? I'm not a woman of words. So one question that anyone can answer, it's not directed to Sean, is the copies of ERCs, it's the ERC 20, 721, and is it also the 1155?
Yeah, you know, I had that same question in the NFT spaces, and now I'm just keeping it simple and just saying NFTs. I'm just like any NFTs, any tokens, everything's getting copied over. So there's no specifics that aren't. Everything's getting copied. And I'm just leaving it at that, just to keep it simple.
Well, I don't want to tell them it's going to be copied when it's not. If it's not.
Well, if it's an Ethereum token, it will be copied. They're just not going to like put liquidity on like PulseX. So that's when they're, yeah.
And even when we do mention that everything's getting copied over, there are two projects that we know of for sure that are more than likely not coming over. So even when we do say that everything's coming over, we're technically lying, which is why I always suppress it with the next statement of everything's coming over unless it's a scam. But there's only two of them that we know of.
What you mean? They're going to get copied, huh? Even the scams. Even the scams get copied.
Not these two. Not these two. These two specific are not getting copied over.
Well, don't name them if, yeah.
Yep, but there is that, because the person who is doing it has the ability to. He said that there are many tokens that are coming over, but these two specific ones will not. So again, they know that, and they're going to have to deal with it. So I just don't talk to those people about the fork, and I don't say every token is being copied over for those people's.
Hey, CSC, can you DM me what those are?
Sure.
Yeah. So, yeah, going back to that, I mean, I definitely have been, reaching out to a lot of NFT people. I feel like that's going to be the best market to introduce Pulse Chain, Hex. They're looking to make money. Everyone is, whether you're in NFTs, crypto, whatever, everyone's just kind of looking for a way to make some money. And unfortunately, like a lot of people in the NFT space are new. They don't know too much. They're just getting pulled in by the hype. And, every day you see more people getting rug pulled. So education is key. Thanks, Hexy. I really appreciate what you said earlier.
I got something else for you though. I got some more content maybe to reach out to the gaming world. I just brought it up before you came in about the Centraland and all of their NFTs that or whatever in their lands and their games and their clothes. I was asking about how that's going to work, but if you know anything about it, that's some content you could write about towards gamers if they want to launch stuff on the other side, where the grass is greener.
For me, like the gaming side, those like projects themselves, I guess it's going to be up to the developers to like create a Pulse Chain link to all of that and like to bring all those projects into the Pulse Chain, because I know the code is being copied and like the tokenomics and like the tokens and everything, but I don't know if the platforms themselves are going to support Pulse Chain. So I think just focusing on telling them, hey, get your ERC20. Oh,
but
you mean
the new
like
projects though, it's also new projects too.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Like telling new projects or currently develop on how Pulse Chain is a great opportunity for new gaming platforms to develop on. Yeah, I think it's great because it's also environmentally friendly. And we always talk about how much energy loss NFTs cause. We haven't really broken down Axie. Like I don't know if Axie Infinity, if you guys can correct me, I believe is the ERC20. I don't know Axie. Does anyone know that?
I've heard of it, but that's all I know about it is his name.
Yeah, I think it's a ERC. I'll have to look it up and see which Ethereum base. I know Decentraland Mana is. So with Mana, I know that like most of it's locked to your wallet, and I have to do some more research. I actually have a buddy who owns some land in Decentraland, so I can reach out to him and just ask him more about it. I just never got into it. Like I tried it a long time ago, and I had a bunch of Mana tokens at one point, and I just got rid of it all because I just hated like the low quality of like the whole system. I was just like, this is not fun to me, and I just wasn't entertaining at all. I was just like, this is slow and I don't like it.
Truth.
Also, there's Sandbox as well. I believe that might be another. That's something a little better in my opinion. Like I like the way it's designed.
Yeah, I looked at Sandbox too, but Axie is a ERC20. Sandbox, Decentraland, Gala.
Perfect. Yeah, so I think those three are the biggest that I would like to reach out to and just kind of mention. Maybe an article about that's a great idea. So yeah, it gives me something to do now. I already have like 10 other things I'm working on at the same time, like 10 other articles I just can't finish, and like, just throw up half of it, get a little writer's block, I guess, and then just turn it off, go to something else that's easier. Yeah, but like if you guys do have feedback on these articles, or if there's anything you think you could add to it, I'm more than welcome. I welcome all opinions, and like just to make it a little better if you have any ideas.
I'll definitely shoot those to you if I get any.
Yeah, Hex is the way. Thanks for the idea on like the fork of a fork. I will see what happens. I just think it's good for SEO. People also learning that Ethereum was a fork, so don't give it so much credit. In the end, it was a better fork of the last, and that's exactly how Pulse Chain is going to go. It's just a better technology. It's faster, it's cheaper, it's better for the environment, and it's another fork of Ethereum.
Definitely. I think I already read your article for the Hex one, which is great. I want to read it again just to check it out more. But I was gonna say one way that Hex can upgrade is through getting a new network, right? So we are getting a Hex upgrade. It's just Hex is protected from upgrade issues, right? So if you upgrade and you have software bugs or whatever, well, Hex doesn't have to deal with that necessarily, but we're still getting a faster Hex. We're getting a cheaper Hex. We're getting the upgrade, but we are encapsulated in a smart contract that insulates us from the risk of an upgrade, a network upgrade. So that might be an idea of a little article too.
Looks like Pomp is going on CNN tomorrow.
We are encapsulated in a smart contract.
Sorry, Hex is away. I can't ever hear what you say on the space, but good thing like.
My bad, y'all. I was trying to add people. Go ahead.
Looks like Pomp is going on CNN tomorrow.
Yeah, so I just was saying like I can't ever hear what you're saying, so I have to kind of wait for the delay on the feed on YouTube. Because if you guys do ever have issues with hearing what people say, the YouTube streams on the desktop always has clear speech. For some reason, some people will be like staticky and robotic and on my phone, but then you hear it on the computer and it's perfectly clear. So I always have both open also for like the algo on Hex to Learn's channel, just have it running and, you know, the volume down or muted on it. And then if I get a robotic version of someone, I just don't listen on I turn the phone down a little, cover the speaker, and then I have a chance to hear it on there because it's delayed anyways. So it's another backup to kind of keep going in the conversation and not getting lost in what's being said.
Absolutely. Also, with that, turning on the closed captions is fucking fantastic. You can do it on your mobile and on your browser. So I think that's a great way to. The captions seem to be like pretty damn smooth for like 98% of the time. So that's also a great way to follow along.
Hey everyone, what's going on?
Hello, the Sticker Man.
Yeah, I was not following the whole Hex drama the last 2 days. Can someone update me on that?
Oh, we're tired of
Peter
drama.
Schiff.
Come on.
You can check the
Oh.
YouTube. Can I get this? Thanks. Check the YouTube stream if you want all the tea. Just go back and Hex to Learn's, channel, and you can go back and find all the live streams there. So lots of content there. It's too much to unravel all over. But yeah, definitely check the YouTube stream. Like Hex to Learn is over here doing some mad alpha work for us. So it's a great resource.
Yeah, Sticker Guy, if you want right now, there's a live going on right now on Hex to Learn. If you go on the YouTube and you rewind it completely to the beginning is what can I can't spill the tea because I want you to watch it, but it's basically there was an AMA with Liquid Loans, so you could check that out, man. If not, you can check it out tomorrow. But
And
it's
what is it called?
It's on Hex to, if you go on YouTube, Hex to Learn.
Hex space the number
Actually, no,
2.
I took out the spaces because it's so complicated.
Damn it.
I took out so it's Hex to Learn on YouTube, or if you go on hextolearn.com, on the front page, just click the YouTube subscribe, and then you can go on the live. It's currently live. I think we're like 9 hours in. If you go all the way to the beginning, you miss like 10 minutes of the beginning, but yeah, man, it's pretty cool. Very informative day, I find. So yeah.
With the number 2.
I can't find you on YouTube. What the fuck?
Informative day in Hexaco.
Hex with the number 2 learn.
I'll pin it. I'll send it to you.
Thank you.
And
You can watch the AMA that we did with Liquid Loans. It was really, really epic. I don't like that word, but it was epic. I'm serious. And then you can vote in our poll to see if your opinion changed of Liquid Loans after this, because I'm telling you guys, this was the best content Liquid Loans has ever put out. Their CEO came into our space so that their CEO can answer questions about the project. And every single concern, every single question, every single red flag that has come up with this project, and there has been so many, but I'm almost willing to say they all came up, but I'm sure that all of them could not have come up because there's just too many. But so many of the red flags came up, and the hard questions were asked. And if you want to see it, check the pin post at the top. And then we'd love for you to participate in our survey so we can get real numbers to see how people are influenced by this, because it's very interesting to see when people are put on the spot what they will and will not say.
Can I change the subject now? I have something to say. Yeah, I don't want to go through all this again. Oh my God. Yeah, with Liquid Loans. So I changed my profile picture because March 8th is Women Power Day. Yes, women's rights, equality,
Let's
and
go.
respect. So March 8th.
Is that the official logo for that?
The hand, the fist inside of the symbol is a logo, but there's variations of it, you know.
Famous, please mute yourself.
Oh,
The
sorry.
mic.
There's lots of variations and colors and whatnot, but the overall symbol, yeah, the fist with the woman.
Do you remember at what price level Hex was when you were talking about that? It's like over 6 hours of content. I don't have time to listen to all of that.
Wait. I'm
Hex price is
confused.
the same.
Oh,
It has nothing to do.
What does that have to do with any of that?
we have like very little time for you, Burrow. If you don't have time for us, why would we have time for you? Are you kidding me?
Well, I was asking what happened, so you sent me back in time.
We have a
So
stream started this morning with everything that's gone on, and you can watch it at double speed.
Yeah.
He was asking about what's been going on over the past couple of days. I'm assuming because the price of Hex has been dropping. There's no drama in Hex. It's just people selling. And the other thing that's happened is you can keep trying to talk, but I can't hear you. Sorry, Jay. Is the Peter Schiff, Richard Hart debate that actually was just on just yesterday. I would actually recommend, Sticker Guy, that you go watch that. That's very good.
Yeah, I watched that. That was good content. It was very interesting to listen.
Yeah. Otherwise, I have not been hearing much Hex drama. Otherwise, it's just people buying and selling, just like usual. Actually, more people have been buying than selling. If you look on the Uniswap transactions, there's been more people buying than selling. That doesn't mean more money's going in than's coming out. It just means that more people are purchasing than the sellers are.
Well, that makes sense because the market was on a dip, right? So people were just loading up their bags.
I know
Yeah,
I am, especially now.
I got in at 12.2. Oh yeah, cha-ching. It's probably gonna go lower tomorrow though. Yeah, Coinbase finally unlocked my money.
I love Hex TA. The price is going to go down. It's going to go up, or it could go sideways.
Yeah, but we're getting paid anyways.
I love Hex TA. It's really the best thing to talk about because it's really smart to think about all three possibilities.
I like what Sticker Guy said. We're still getting paid.
We get paid every day, yo. What is it? 0
That's
UTC.
very important to remember.
Very good point,
still
Sticker
getting paid.
Guy.
I noticed you guys like to talk at the same time. It's really hard to split my brain in half.
Dude, you should try harder.
Yo.
I'm trying.
Yo. I agree.
I'm just trying to make it like real life, like we're at the bar,
Yeah, it's
everyone
the
has
late
beer in their
night,
hand.
dude.
Like
It's a little
fuck it,
We're
man.
different
not
in
Like
at a
late
talk
night,
over
bar.
each
isn't
other.
it?
There's a stupid band playing on the side. Who
Hey,
gives a
we are
shit?
not at a bar.
I
Just
feel like
saying.
I'm at a bar.
You guys not? Are you... Yo, it's my
Well, we're just
It's my
talking about where
birthday.
my.
It's my birthday,
Okay.
so I'll admit that I'm having a beer. Okay, I'll admit it. I'm at the bar with Famous and Sequoia and
Nah,
anybody else
man,
that grabs
because
the mic.
during the day I had to duck because there was a chair flying or something, man.
Be careful because you're gonna get in timeout again. That's all I gotta say.
Yo.
Ouch. 38 and I'm still in timeout.
Yes. Oh wait.
Wiggle them toes.
Okay.
Wiggle them toes.
That's gonna be alpha now. Wiggle them toes. What does wiggle them toes mean? Why do they always say that?
We gotta say that on the next stream with Richard Hart. See if he'll say it on stream. Get him to wiggle his toes.
That's the meme, dude. Hexologist will do
I think that's the new way. Every time it pumps, just say wiggle them toes.
Wiggle the toes. Did you wiggle your toes though? That's why it dumped, dude. Why didn't you wiggle your toes today? All Hexicans wiggle their toes every day. If you don't wiggle your toes, guys, that's why the price drops.
Sequoia's gonna get so many followers after this
Everyone
shit.
start wiggling.
Breathe.
Hey, sticker guy, can you make some Sequoia stickers?
What's Sequoia?
Whoa.
It's a tree.
Wow, I'm offended.
It is
It's a tree.
though.
Just kidding.
Giant
Yo,
Sequoia is the tree. There's another Sequoia though.
I'm just saying, like, how sticker guy really you don't recognize
With a name
the
like
host
Sticker
of this
Guy?
space?
Wait, no, your name's Hex.
Wait, in your
Hex
profile
tree?
it says Sequoia Stone, and now you tell me it's a tree. What?
That's
It's
Sequoia
okay,
tree?
dude. We know that you're German, so English isn't your first language. It's all good, dude. Giant Sequoia is the name of a tree, and Sequoia is the name of the host.
I can make. Yes, I can make. It's possible to make stickers. Of
Right.
your profile
Like,
picture.
and so I say your name is Hex Street or something, or Hexed, because that's all I see.
Yeah.
And I'm 38.
No way. You're 38%. Oh my god.
Exactly, 38%.
We can get you a Sequoia sticker with 38%.
Yeah.
I feel like people. I don't want to monetize, but I feel like.
Yo, that's bullish as fuck.
Like, I would buy the sticker. You guys don't have to buy it, but I'll buy it. It's okay. I'll buy all the stickers. And then you guys I'll sell them and you can stake them and I'll have game theory. Trust me, it'll be really good.
For you guys who don't know who Sticker Guy is, Sticker Guy was a guy that asked about an hour and a half worth of questions to Richard Hart.
No,
Great
it was only 30
questions.
minutes.
Great. Was it 47 minutes? Great questions,
It was
regardless.
only 30 minutes, or less than 30 minutes.
Yeah, it felt long. Your questions were great. I loved listening to you. I loved your stickers. That was when Richard was going around all of Europe. I would definitely recommend watching some of those videos if you do get kind of bored and want to see some old content. Hex Sticker Guy was great.
Thank you.
Happy birthday. Thank you for everything you do and for always hosting these spaces. And yeah.
Dude, you're just gonna grab the mic to troll though?
Love you, Lowski. Fuck that, bro. Love you, Lowski.
Next year we have the 39% party. Like
Next year, if it's not 39, this is what I've told people. People are like, yo, are you really 38? It's like, the problem is, if APY is not 39% next year, like, I may have to delete my Twitter. Like, I don't know, guys. Like,
maybe
you can DM me your ideas, okay? Just DM me your ideas.
Imagine you're 37 next year. What the fuck?
That would be okay.
Yeah, but what are you gonna do? Like, imagine
That might be like that might be
What would you do if you were?
You know what, dude? That might be more accurate.
Look, if you were 38 and you go backwards, you would die in 38 years. But if you're 38 and you go forward, you could get at least 90 or 95.
That's true, but if we're talking crypto years, then I'll be dead in like a week.
Well, but we all are, so who cares?
Well, that percentage is probably going down, honestly. So you just be reborn.
Gonna keep getting younger.
Oh, that's so good. I'm gonna get reborn. What'll be my name when I'm reborn? Oh my god, this is gonna be so good.
So actually, I'm actually really intrigued by this whole sticker idea now. Like, this is like,
yes, dude. Can we talk
could be a
guerrilla
thing.
marketing? Well, we're still on YouTube.
Yeah.
Well, we still haven't answered my fucking question about what we should do.
Oh, to onboard people?
Yeah, man.
Well, dude, obviously, like that's the meme. The meme is like
12.
You go to the spaces and we're trying to learn how to onboard people, and all they'll ask us is how we onboard people.
Well, then let's onboard people. Tell me why. Okay, listen, J Future. I'm sorry that I came in the space asking for more content on YouTube, but I wanted to.
No, we have content on
what's
YouTube.
up
No, I'm not joking about that. We're on YouTube right now, dude. We're live.
Yeah,
it's all
hey
good.
mom. Hey,
Tell
hello.
J Future to F himself. If you have questions, you have questions, man. What
Yeah,
the
dude.
hell?
We tried to do the roast of J Future. The problem is nobody
Okay,
can roast
let's
me.
do onboarding questions. Why? What is the T-share?
I know you're not going to ask those same questions again.
Why not? It's
I
good
love
questions.
I love Hexy.
Yes, I love Hexy.
T-shirt's
A
a very good
T-share is
question.
worth more than
We just
gold.
talked about the interview you have with Richard,
In
and
my
all. I know you know what
opinion,
a
a
T-share is.
T-share is an invisible NFT that represents time that pays you the yield of the inflation that occurs due to the tokenomics of Hex.
So
wait, can we? I'm screenshotting
hold
what
up.
he just said. Holy shit! Hold on, nobody talk.
I
That was
can't-
really good, dude. That was the
I
best
know that
definition
was
I've
really
ever
good.
heard.
I can't repeat it though.
I just screenshot it. It's all good.
So actually, this does bring up like really interesting points, right? Like, let's actually like distinguish that between onboarding and educating, right? So if our goal is, the thing we're talking about, marketing and all that stuff, is like as far as onboarding, let's make it about onboarding, and we can do, of course, education along with that, some bits, but like absolutely, I feel like there's a ton more resources that provide a lot of in-depth content that can go into that, and they can like do a rabbit hole for themselves, and do their own research as well. But I think that, yeah, it's like that's something that we should talk about more, because I feel like, right, often we end up, we talk about we want to onboard, we end up educating a lot in here, and I think it's great. But I also feel like what Hexy is said is so valid, right? With even just like sticker guy trolling us, like asking these same question, like, what's a T-share? It's like, all right, but do we want to answer that in this space every day? Is like that what we want to make this space about? Because I don't think so, right? I think that, right, the whole onboarding thing should be more of our focus, and we still have like a lot of alpha shilling like knowledge that we can share to educate people as well if they have those questions on the spot. But yeah, the marketing onboarding is definitely what we need to get to the root of. Hexy and then sticker guy, but Hexy, go ahead.
Okay, yes. This is for sticker guy. I think you should go to howtopulse.com, and there are videos there explaining T-shares, and you can watch it as many times as you like, because I know we have explained it, and so maybe someone else needs to explain it. Just saying. So if you have any other questions, you go ahead.
Well, I know how a T-shirt works, but like it's more about
but I think she
getting more
answered.
awareness to how it works, the education.
But I think she was being sarcastic also, because like she knew you were being.
No, he needs to go to How to Pulse if he has questions about a T-share.
No, but he was no, because we were like onboarding questions.
Oh yeah,
like,
go right to How to Pulse.
Because he's like he said, okay, well, let's do an onboarding question. What's a T-share? Which is a very amazing question for anyone who's trying to get onboarding. And I thought you were being sarcastic too, because that's something you would say to someone who's asking that question. But he knows he definitely knows what a T-share is. Come on, he's been at a.
But others were actually trying
around.
to. I know he's been around, and I know others Someone mute.
Famous, you have to mute yourself when other people talk because your mic gives extreme feedback.
Thank you, Sequoia. So
I didn't
basically
want
the
other
question
people.
is
No,
also
wait. I was still talking.
Yes, thank you.
I know he's trolling, and you can answer it if you like. I just didn't want to have everyone else be answering the same question, and I spend an hour on something he already knows.
Dude, we don't need to answer questions from people that like OGs that want to troll us. So like if there's a noob that wants to come up and ask us what a T-share is that genuinely doesn't know what a T-share is, then we'll answer the question very quickly. We'll tell them which video they need to go watch because we don't need to repeat the video because there's great in-depth videos on what a T-share is, the definition. So we'll define it quickly, we'll send you to the video, and then we'll take the next question.
Yeah, but I'm bored. I'm about to explain.
But that's
I know,
exactly
dude,
my
but because
point.
you're at the bar, it's late
I'm
night,
about
so
to
it's a little
explain. I'm
different.
bored. If people
But
want to know,
that's my
come.
point.
Famous, mute yourself.
But yeah, no, what J Future said is exactly my point. Is like even if like we give the basic and then we provide them with the resources to go in depth, and I think
And
that
then
that's how we should run that, like as far as onboarding and yeah.
I
But we
think
got
we
some
spent
hands. Go ahead.
just real quick. I think we spent a little bit of time roasting Sticker Guy instead of asking a more important question. Real quick, Sticker Guy, was there a reason why you asked that question, or have you been asked that question and you just don't have a good explanation as to how to explain that to someone else, and you want a better explanation for you?
Actually, I think I'm so new to Hex that there's still a lot of things that I don't know, but I still know stuff about Hex, so sometimes it's hard to find the right entry to get to the good answers. So it's more like a way
Hey,
of starting a
aren't you with
conversation.
the crypto Starbucks guys though? You're on tour with
Yeah,
them, right?
yeah, I'm helping them.
Yes, he is.
And so you don't know what a T-share is?
Of course, I know what a T-share is. I mean, without a T-share, without the knowledge of knowing what a T-share is, why would I even do all this?
Maybe I came in late. I'm sorry.
No, I'm confused too. Are
I
you
want
being
to onboard
sarcastic, or
people.
you
I
really
don't
want to know?
know. I want to make content. I want to get more people into Hex and Twitter Spaces. There's a lot of people knowing a lot of stuff, talking about good stuff. So why not go to them, talk to them? That's why I'm here. That's why I'm talking to you guys, because you have a lot of knowledge that is valuable, and I want to ask for that knowledge because that's how we are, right? As Hexicans, we share.
Oh, that's great, dude. We're
And
so happy you're here, Sticker Guy, and we think that the YouTube streamers that come here and last year are definitely like the people that you should be watching. So that's why we should probably like boot Rags, for example. Oh wait, Rags is the speaker.
Yeah, he is.
Hey, we can ask him
Hey,
tough questions.
Rags.
Let's ask him tough questions.
Rags, how's it going, dude?
I'm fine, thank you. Congratulations on living 38 years on this earth.
Thanks, dude. I jumped in your space, but like I'd already watched Fox News this morning.
According to
Okay.
Hexorca, this is his third time to turn
Was that
38
before
this year.
or after preschool, J Future? I know you get out at 3 every day.
I picked my kids right after I pick up your kids.
Well, right after I pick up your mom.
Hey, this is the roast we've been waiting for.
Speaking of moms.
Yeah.
Change the title Hard After Dark.
Dude, I get fired
wild
up,
in
man. I'll get fired about that Russian stuff, man. I do. Ukraine, Russia. I was digging, man.
You were so fired, all you could do was play the TV.
In between.
Who do you think they're really fighting, though?
That's a tough question, man. That is a tough question.
Go back to all the wars.
Well, I know they don't like NATO. That's for damn sure. I know they don't like them.
Good evening, Rags.
Oh, hi, Sequoia. How the hell are you?
I'm doing well. Just holding it down day after day.
You've been here. I've been hearing you hold it down for all day. You're doing well.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
How could you hear it down, dude? Fox News is pretty loud.
Rags to Riches, dude. So what is the Rags to Riches fam, and does it have a cult coin?
The Rags to Riches fam, and does it have a cult coin? The Rags to Riches fam is nobody. It's just people who, for some reason, clicked a link and went into my Telegram, and then I started making YouTube videos about how to wreck people. That's pretty much all it is.
Okay, so these people, you like scam them into Telegram, got their phone numbers, got all their iCloud.
Yeah, I tried to charge them, but apparently my information wasn't good enough, so they just didn't give me any money for some reason. And I still can't figure it out.
Dude, you're not on Patreon?
Oh shoot! You know what? I've got 9 people on Patreon. You just made me remember that. Thank you.
Dude, I'll pay you on Patreon if you just delete the
what?
I'll pay more. I'll pay everything that they've ever given you.
Hey,
Basically,
Jay,
you take
you got
all the
rugged
money
if you
you've ever.
Jay, you got rugged when you
Okay,
said that.
can you hear me now, though? Can you hear me now?
Goodness. Yeah, but like when I start talking, you need
Okay,
to stop talking.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you because of like the thing happened to my phone.
Thanks. Proceed.
Hello?
Rex's turn.
I don't know what you were insinuating. I'd like to respond, but
Yeah,
go
you
ahead.
cut out. You didn't.
Okay. What about the like cult coin though? Is there like a coin I can buy for the Rags to Riches fam, or like an NFT? Can I get a JPEG? One JPEG, sir.
A cult coin or a JPEG?
I just don't know the Rags to Riches fam. Like all you've said so far is there's a Telegram group
and a YouTube channel.
And a YouTube channel. That's it.
Yeah. Am I missing something here? Maybe you can
a
fill
little
me in.
bit.
Yeah, I'm confused.
Yeah, I don't know either. Like Rags to Riches fam sounds fucking awesome. I don't know why we're talking about it.
You're the only one talking about it.
You're such a troll, man.
Meg, I love you. I just wanted to say there's a YouTuber I followed for a long minute. His name was Mr. Shy City, Mr. Shy City 3. He was one of my very favorite YouTubers that I saw over 11 years ago. And once it was about December, and he gave out, I think it was like $2,000 or $3,000 to people. And once he went into KFC, paid for these people's meals, went out and he just was spending and giving to his community. And I saw your video when you were paying our homeboy over there, and you know, man, I just wanted to say thank you for what you're doing. You kind of just brought back that light of YouTube again whenever I saw that. You know, since then I've been following you. Love your shades. And don't throw no shade this way, but you know, we got to hang out sometime. I'll get you a steak.
Dude, give me 4 steaks, and I want to thank everybody for that too, man, because everybody really pitched together. We put about $6,000 on his table that day, and then we were able to sacrifice for Pulsex with about $1,500. And part of that money actually all of the money that I'd made from Patreon, which I set it up, I think about 5 or 6 months ago, all of that was able to go to that as well. So if you're one of the 9 people that have helped me out with that, thank you. And I'm really looking forward to next Christmas. Just to let you guys know, we're going to try to do a 100x Christmas. So that's going to be the theme. And what I'm going to try to do is raise enough money to bless 100 families instead of just one. I'm talking right now to Mattel and a couple other small regional toy companies to see if we can negotiate some really good rates to just get toys and stuff, and maybe put everybody under the same roof and feed everybody. And so that's the goal. I'm probably going to start talking about it in July and just kind of kick it off like Christmas in July type thing, and that should give us 4 or 5 months. We were able to raise about $7,000 in 10 or 12 days this past Christmas. So I think in 5 months we could probably hit about $100,000, and that would do a lot for some people, a lot. So I appreciate everybody.
You're the real Santa Claus, my man. You know, I might have a similar name, but you're the real Santa. Can I sit on your lap? Can I sit on your lap?
Well, you absolutely can. It just
Whoa,
make
whoa,
sure.
whoa, whoa,
Yeah,
whoa! At some
don't worry
point,
about
we
it.
got to draw the line, okay, Rags? Like, I know that you're creeping, but like,
Future.
we're gonna expose you, dude. If you're not careful, we will expose you, okay,
I'm
Rags?
trying to get that hard after dark. Wait,
Well,
heart after dark or hard after dark?
Somebody take
Hard,
the Zima
okay,
away
it's
from
a
J
play on
Future.
words, okay?
J Future,
What's
no
White
Zima?
Zima
Claw.
for you.
White Claw.
I don't
White
even know what you're
Claw.
talking about, dude. Are
You don't know
buying or-
Zima,
are you-
bro?
Are you buying or selling?
No Zima?
It depends. It depends
It's
on
my
what project you're
NFT.
talking
It's
about,
my
Jay.
NFT that I
Oh,
gave
that's the
everybody.
JPEG. That's what I was
Yeah,
asking
it's
you
my
about,
NFT.
dude.
Exactly.
Finally, you spilled the fucking beans.
Yeah, the Zima.
Where
babe.
can I buy it, dude? On OpenSea, I hope.
Dude, you're gonna have to take a time machine to buy that shit. But it was the shit.
Do you sell time machines?
That's negotiable. All right,
Okay,
I
I assume I'll have to DM you on Telegram for this. You know, like send my like phone number, probably some other information.
You're blocked on. Hey, he blocked you on Telegram, Jay.
Oh, okay. Whatever app you guys need me to download, I will download it on whatever the same device is that I use all my crypto.
Yeah.
MetaMask. Got to message him.
Hey man, you got me fucked up. The fact that you said, "Can you sell him a time machine?" That's all I wanted to say, Jay Future. You killed me when you said you got a time machine. I was dying, bro.
Time machines only work in the wrong way. Change my mind.
Well, he kind of looks like Marty McFly anyway.
I
So
agree.
it might work.
He does look like Marty McFly.
38 though.
You look damn good for 38, man.
Hold on, you are
the third time this
young
year.
38-year-old. That's all the fuck I'm gonna say.
38 is better than 8%. I saw a lot of people changing their names to 8%.
38 is like 2 times 9.5, and then 2 times 19 is 38. So you do the math.
Oh, don't take my math from earlier, you son of a gun.
Hey, y'all get Hex's away. Just drop the little nuggets on us.
All right, I got to ask you guys a legit question. I want to get y'all's feedback. All right.
How much Liquid Loans pay you?
525,600 USDC. Yeah.
No.
Okay, dude. If you want a serious question,
I want to
all
say
right,
something.
we have a
I wanna
serious
say
question
something.
for you,
I want to
bro.
say something.
Yeah. Bring it on.
Fucking Ross
Let's
today.
Let's hear it.
Ross came in the fucking thing.
Let's hear
straight
it.
up when everyone's asking the most serious questions to someone, he just straight up asks them, "Who do you got on your payroll?" Shouts out to Ross.
All right,
man.
so what do you got, Jay Future? Make it known.
Shouts out
All
to
right,
Ross.
Rags. All right,
Bring it
Rags.
out. Bring it
Dude,
out.
just what's basically the question? It like the shortest. And if you DM me, I'll DM you this right away. It's hilarious. Like you can call it a meme, you can call it whatever you want. But if you want the quickest question, it's what's your scam?
What is
right?
my
And maybe it's like a philosophy, right? But it's like, what's your scam? So it's like, where have you? So my question, I'll get more specific. Have you made any money outside of Hex off of the Hex community? Does that make sense? So if you monetize your YouTube channel or
other than
Patreon,
yeah,
that's
so
what I'm
a good
interested
question.
in knowing about.
Good question. So I monetized my YouTube channel. I did that a very long time ago. So whenever you see an ad pop up, I get a fraction of a penny for that. And then I guess Patreon would be the only other thing, of which I think some Hex can support me there. Maybe about nine or 10 folks. Yeah.
So I could be like the 10th member that
You
pays
could be
you like
if you're lucky. Yeah.
Could I pay you like $5.55 a month?
I think it's a $1. I think it's a $5, and I think it's a $25. And I make the stipulation that you will get nothing in return. So make sure you know that.
Look,
Hold on, wait a minute. So you're confusing me because if I'm going to support you on Patreon and you have a YouTube channel, I expect content. Damn it! Like you got a YouTube for a reason.
Dude, it's a sacrifice, dude. It's a sacrifice to the family. He's
How
made
about
it very
this?
clear.
I'll
No
read it to you.
expectations.
Okay, so here's the $1.05 per month you can join. It's called the McChicken Special. You ain't got 5, so you give me 1 plus the cost of inflation. So that's the McChicken. That's $1. All right. You can be a poor.
Oh my God.
All right. You can be a poor. That's $5 a month. You're sacrificing $5 of your hard-earned money as a token of your appreciation and a token of your time wasted listening to me. Maybe you'll get lucky and hear something that makes you money and brings you value, but probably not. And then the last level is This Is Dumb. It's $25 a month. do not select this option. Not worth it. You get nothing in return. And that's everything I got.
Well,
Yeah.
Ben is offering me elite resorts overseas for $10,000 up front. So
Oh my god,
have an
dude! I was
option?
laughing so hard, dude. I couldn't find the
Bro,
laugh
don't
button.
forget the fucking Lambo, man.
The McChicken, dude. I want a
I want the
McChicken,
Louis
dude.
V
I will sign up for
custom
your
Louis
Patreon. If you will deliver me a McChicken
And
right
I'm
now, I
sorry,
will
there's
sign
12
up for your
there's 12
Patreon.
patrons, not 9. I'm sorry, 12. So you'd have to be
Okay,
13.
how many addresses do I need to give you the seed
Oh
phrases
my god,
to?
you'd be the 13th, bro. That's
None,
fucking
0.
bad luck, man. You'd be the
I
13th.
see a hand up.
Hey, Rags, do you allow us to be able to do custom donations on your Patreon? Or do you just have like a crypto address?
Dude, to be quite honest, I don't know much about it other than what I set up. I don't know if you can even do those, but I just don't know. Maybe.
All right, I want to interrupt real quick.
Brett,
Somebody wrote-
Lex, I'm really glad you're smart,
Hold on,
dude. I love
wait.
how smart you
Hey,
are.
Future, let me fucking say what I want to say, damn it. So somebody wrote a counter poem. I'm going to read it real quick. It says, no more sex. I'm always perplexed. I heard stories of all those who in wrecks. What the fuck? Saddest thing is they taught me to flex, but lately they only look back at me utterly perplexed. I kind of
And
like
the Germans call Paul sex pool sex.
Full sex
Pool
is
sex.
so hot right
Pool
now.
sex.
It's
Pool sex.
Pool
it's
sex.
so hot right now, guys. None
Yeah,
of the
we're going
Liquid
to have
Loans
the pool
guys will
sex
talk
soon.
about
Pool
it.
sex launch.
Dude, how about that, Famous, dude? I didn't even know that shit. Famous and Trap, dude, way to go. Saying that all the Liquid Loans guys, none of them will put Pulse X in their profile pictures or tweet about Pulse X.
Boom.
That is some mad alpha, dude. You think they had a meeting about that, dude? I bet they had fucking 10 meetings about that.
Paul sex is going to do the same thing Liquid Loans could do for you.
Well, I want to know. Actually, no one ever asked them if they're gonna have a swap on their fucking front end.
We're going to. That's the whole thing,
Well,
dude.
because if they have
Or no,
a
how
swap,
the
it would
Pulse
make
was.
sense.
How the Pulse
If
was
they
going
have
to
a
have a
swap,
swap, and then they rugged it.
if they have a swap, it would make sense because they would want you to go to their swap because they have fees on the swap that uses the Pulse X AMM. But yeah, that'd be cool.
That was a good poem, Eric.
I could go on for days, man.
Yeah,
But,
it's like ask us
but
about
why?
conspiracy.
But then you won't come tomorrow. You know, you won't come to the show tomorrow. But it's okay.
Yeah, it's like we can't get all the alpha in one night, guys. You gotta ask the right questions.
Hey man, I just want to say, it's like I said, I ain't got nothing to contribute. I just like that people are just replying to the poetry and shit, and people are actually trying to write some shit. So, you know, J Future, I'm still waiting for you to drop them bars. Eric Woods, I see you in here still somewhere. I'm fucking with you. No, I'm calling you out too. And who else? Gamer, I'm calling you out. Mad Hatter, I know you got skills because you sent me that one dude. So I'm waiting for you to write something. So don't bullshit me. And who else? Keith.
You left
I feel
me
like
out,
you
man.
shit.
I am in
I
my
feel like-
feelings now.
Oh no, Trap. Let me say it like this. I feel like you're gonna rap to me more.
Dude, Trap's
and you're
got the
gonna hurt my
beats, bro.
feelings. Like that's exactly why he's gonna hurt my feelings. I ain't gonna be like, all right, I see, this is why I can't have you say anything, because then they're gonna be like, you gotta like drop your name, give it to Trap, and everything else. I'm good. I want to keep my title. All right. It took me a minute to earn this. In reality, it took me like 2 poems, but you know, that's a lot.
Hey, I understand.
I like your poems.
Bro, it took more balls than any of us would have had to have to do a poem for the first time. So I don't know what to tell you, man.
You know, I understand.
Props to you, man.
I understand for sure, Eric. You know, for 10 years, all I did was write poetry, but most of my poetry was just comes from a dark spot, deep spot. And, you know, it's one of those things that I kind of see that there are people that struggle out there and they just don't know how to deal with life or deal with things. And sometimes we all have our own personal experiences. So seeing some of your poetry really does make me want to monetize that. But I mentioned to Jay because he threw the whole idea of, you know, what's your scam to me? And I kind of threw it a little bit deep at him. I don't think he expected me to kind of go all introspective. I can't sell myself. I can't sell a product. I can sell a product. I can sell a thing, but I can't sell myself. I don't feel comfortable doing that. If you're suicidal and you want to talk to me, why am I going to pay you, or why are you going to pay me $100 so I can tell you how to live? I don't find any good justification for that. And going from there, I really kind of want to talk to Richard Hart about that. Like, how do you learn how to put yourself out there and monetize something when you have, I don't even want to say, it's not even ethics, it's not even morals. It's just this. You don't want to screw someone else. I don't want to screw you if I tell you how to do something and it doesn't work out and you pay me. It's just something doesn't seem right. So, seeing you create this work for yourself and create this name for yourself is awesome, my man.
Hey man, I just want to say this. Like, I'm not trying to monetize shit. Like I said, Gar wanted to work with me and start producing all this poetry shit. He's doing the 3D, 4D work and everything else like that. So I'm like, in reality, it's you guys gave me the inspiration to want to continue, honestly. And that's just like, I'm just being dead ass serious because at this point, it's like, I guess how Gamer was saying, being suicidal and how would I say, not being able to put yourself out there. Oh, bro, I get it. Like, I don't promote myself. Like I said, this is a lot easier because you guys can see my face, the little icon and everything else. But like, beyond that, bro, the fuck, dude, shit, I would gladly sit here, talk shit, laugh at you guys, and laugh at everybody else. And know I'm safe because, like I told y'all, I'll dox myself. Y'all could come to the hood. I ain't tripping. I live in Compton. I'll let you know, next to Martin Luther King Hospital. So come fuck with me, cause I guarantee you, you don't like what I gotta say here. Shit, you're not gonna like me in person. That's all the fuck I'm gonna say.
Well, I can't wait to take you out for some meals, bro. We got to workshop this.
Wow, all the love. Full
I'm
circle.
gonna make a suggestion to Twitter to let the host be able to mute their co-hosts.
Or at least if they're named J Future or like a number or some dumb shit like that.
But that would be a really good feature for Twitter Spaces on some real.
I mean, like Sequoia should have the power. Like, I don't know about anybody else on Twitter, but
It's like, why does the mute button, like, why do I have a mute everyone button if I can't mute my co-host?
They're the only ones talking.
Okay, guys. Though I go okay. I promise. If I see the mute all button, I hit the mute button. If I find it, okay. If I can find the mute button, I'll hit it. But no expectations, guys.
I don't think
I
you get it.
appreciate that. I appreciate that. See, the thing is I can't mute the famous when he's giving all that feedback.
Famous has
Hey,
been
Sequoia,
muted
you
though.
done
He's
awesome
getting
today.
better.
What's that, Chap?
I said you done awesome today. You really have. Like, you've kept it
Oh,
in check. Like, who would imagine we could have the whole, like Hex is Away said.
Yeah, dude.
We
Sequoia
brought
killed Orca.
really.
Yeah.
Well,
Wait,
it's more like power to the women. That's what we need in this space. It's like it shows.
Well, I think women hold us like I tend to behave a little bit better whenever I have like Sequoia, Inviting Freedom, Hexy in there. Unless Hexy's kind of like motivating. Sometimes she gives me a little push and it makes me just want to go harder. But I think it's best for me to have someone just to mute my damn ass.
There was a space I was in. It was a bunch of ladies, and I think a few of them were the co-hosts. It wasn't a Hex one, and they were talking. They said, you all talk about how you want inclusion, you want women in this space, but then every time you get women in this space, you demean them, you talk over them, you treat them like they don't know anything. And unfortunately, I think there are a lot of ladies out there that get that shit. Half the time they'll say something, we just
Hexy gets that a lot. That's all I'm gonna say. Y'all be giving Hexy flack a lot. That's all I'm gonna say it. I'll say it for you, Hexy. Y'all be giving Hexy flack like a motherfucker. And I feel like she's a smart motherfucker. And I listen to what she has to say sometimes. But I just want to say that. I'm sorry, Gamer.
no,
I
she's
love
smart
Hexy.
as fuck. She is smart as fuck. She's asking those questions no one asks.
Hey, you want somebody to do some research for you? Give Hexy an address. Give her a Ethereum address. Or just ask her anything. Say, hey, what do you know about this? She's going to come back with some solid shit.
She's a Hexy sleuth. Sleuth
I
means
appreciate
detective.
oops, sorry. I appreciate your feedback, Chap. Yes. Just doing the best I can.
Is that Hexy's new picture right there?
That's me.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Like,
It's the woman power. Woman power.
It's the queen. That's how she swiped that over our head and brainwashed all of us. Many years ago.
Yo, so just on that topic, everything that Eric said is true, and Hexy's awesome. And also, one of the some of the best spaces I've gone into, guys, or for example, every Wednesday there's a space called The Future is Female. That's really cool, and it's all just female NFT entrepreneurs and artists, and they pin their posts and the tweet and the ideas that they just take turns and they shill and they talk about their project and why they're inspired to do what they're doing, and it's really awesome. Every time I go in, I've spoken like once maybe or twice. Like it's mainly like a women speaker thing, so
I
like
thought
I
it
don't
was all
really.
female.
They'll let men speak, but like the idea is to like empower women because it just doesn't happen enough, right? Like, so the idea is, I'll go in and then I'll look at the pinned tweets and then I'll see really, really cool artwork. I love art. So if I see something I like, I'll definitely follow the artist, and I follow so many cool artists and find really, really cool people there. There's some like little alpha for you guys. Definitely check out like any like NFT female space and you'll find really interesting art if that's your thing. Doesn't matter that it's a fucking JPEG, you know what I mean? Like, good art is good art.
I think all men love chess. So
Yeah.
Sequoia with the treasure
Especially
chest.
treasure chest, yeah, dude.
Yeah, when I saw that, I was like, oh my god.
I mean, yeah, dude, X has always marked the spot,
Oh yes, I'm a pirate. I want the booty.
You stole it from me. You stole it, Eric. God dang. Man.
Have you guys ever tapped on Sequoia's profile pic?
Oh yeah. Wiggling toes.
Every night.
If you've never tapped on Sequoia's profile pic,
check them toes.
Somebody has a foot fetish.
Who said that toes? Who said the toes?
we wiggle them every day, guys. It's good for the price, yo. If you want to pump your bags, you wiggle your toes. I'm telling you.
I'm not even gonna lie. When I was younger, I got offered 1 Bitcoin to show my foot. It was actually right when I came out, so I was in college and I didn't even know anything about it and stuff. And it was Indian dude.
How?
Yeah.
Y'all send me 1 Bitcoin, I'll show y'all anything.
Fucking that's
wait,
now.
What?
Hell yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, where are we gonna go for this? Because we can't see it in Twitter Spaces.
I'll tweet that.
Pick or it didn't happen.
Pin it to the top.
Okay, what do we want Trap to pin, guys? And we don't want the space to be rugged, so you got to be clever, okay?
But I want a bit.
I was just
Bitcoin.
gonna pin up some boobs.
So it's gonna be like $37,000 or whatever it is right now.
I was gonna pin up some boobies, like.
I was saying, yeah.
I don't think anybody's gonna have a problem with that. That's the thing.
I'm just gonna drop down for about 5 minutes and then I'll be back.
Okay.
So what are you gonna do with the extra 4 minutes, bro?
Clean up.
It's the time it takes to search, man. What do you mean?
It takes me like 19 minutes to search.
The most fucked up part about this is that people are going to be searching on
at
YouTube.
Least like 19 and a half minutes. Like I can't call it 20 minutes.
Sometimes I just
People
look for hex pumps, and I just put it on like 3x.
Pumps everywhere.
People are going to be searching on YouTube for Hex, and all of a sudden it's going to be like, oh yeah, and pin boobs. Oh Jesus. Richard's going to look on there and be like, okay, what are my smart Hexicans talking about? Wiggle them toes.
Richard's going to say,
that's the thing, dude.
Richard's going to be like, I never bought an NFT, but boobs? Why not? Fuck it. I bought a
That's
fucking
the thing, dude.
I bought a Louis V plane. Fuck it. I'm buying boobs. Let's go.
Yes.
People don't understand. People don't understand crypto. They think like, oh yeah, crypto, it's all Vitalics, right? Like little nerds, like little, scrawny people that you would more likely see like crawling out of a cave than
the
like,
way Vitalik stands, man. I'm sorry, bro, but it's.
But the point is, dude. The point I'm trying to make is that Hex is sex.
Okay, so, Sequoia, have you ever thought of putting like real boobies on your profile for breast cancer? That's what you do it for, right?
Yes. Wait, you saying should I post my boobs? Or is it,
I'll put anybody's boobs. I'll put my
you post them on the beach in Spain.
My DMs are open.
I'll post my boobies if it's for breast cancer.
Oh my gosh.
I support this.
I'll post my boobies for breast cancer.
If I had boobies, you all would have already seen them. Trust me.
Hey,
Eric, can you do that?
I'm not opposed to this. I'll tell you that.
But it's for a good cause. right? That's, yeah, you think of,
Exactly.
yeah, it's artwork. It's
Hey, Politico was already doing it, so why not?
Hexy,
Alright.
if you post your first boobies or whatever, I will buy my first JPEG.
I don't know how to make NFTs if that's what you're asking for.
No.
He's just saying in
I'll like
general.
pay for Twitter Blue and I'll get a hexagon so I can be a real hexagon.
I
What
love
are you
it.
talking about?
All
If you don't have Twitter Blue, if you don't have Twitter Blue and you're calling yourself an OG,
No, you know what? I paid for Twitter Blue a month ago because I thought I could get rid of those fucking ads. Wait. There's no reason to have Twitter Blue. Only reason I wanted it was to get rid of those fucking ads in my feed. And you know what? They're still there, so I canceled it.
my
Yo,
God,
it's so
same
true.
story. I don't know why I'm still paying for it. Oh yeah, it's my company.
Yeah, it's true though.
That's your company?
Saying my company pays for my Twitter Blue, dude.
And all Twitter
I have
Blue
no
You guys
idea.
want the
I have
funding
no
Gym
idea what Twitter
Alpha?
Blue
I have
is.
that too.
I have no idea what Twitter Blue is.
all Twitter Blue does is it
So-
just gives you X.
Twitter Blue is a great way, dude, to pay less taxes.
It's $3 a month, really?
Yeah.
Liquid
does nothing.
Liquid
Nothing.
Loans is a great way to not pay taxes. It's not a taxable event.
Yeah, dude,
Okay.
Liquid Loans killed it today, guys. Really. Watch the
they
live
won us all
stream.
over.
Seriously. Watch the restream. They killed it, guys. Watch the restream.
Hold on,
You'll
guys.
see how hard they killed it.
Guys, I'm
Wait, were
I'm
you in
paid
the
by
same
Liquid
chat
Loans.
that I was?
I'll
I
answer
knew
the
it,
question
dude.
you
I
need.
knew you were paid
What?
by them, dude.
Yeah.
Good?
I was waiting.
Here we
go.
Yeah, I'm paid by Liquid Loans.
Finally, dude. I was trying to get Rags to
paid.
spill the beans,
Shut
and we
up,
finally got him to
Jay.
spill the beans.
Guys,
Let
just
him
ask me.
talk.
I'm paid. I'm on their payroll. I've been on their payroll since it started. So just let me know.
What?
First Liquid Loans OG. Oh shit.
Oh shoot, you guys didn't know that? I'm sorry. Gosh, it slipped. Fuck. I'm sorry. I'm gonna mute myself now.
Did Jesse pay you in like something other than money?
Hey, don't worry about it. It was a beautiful river ride in a John boat. Okay, so chill the hell out.
Hey y'all,
With or without the
You laughed before you
With
muted, okay?
Hey,
So I'm
Rags.
not gonna believe you, Rags.
Hold on, let's tell Rags. Hey, Rags, you realize what we discovered
I got Rex
yesterday?
to laugh. Look,
If you
wait,
don't
what?
mute,
What? With or
if you
without
don't mute yourself fast enough, I'm not gonna believe you, okay?
He's laughing. He's laughing. Yes, sir.
If I hear you laughing, that's how I know you're joking. Otherwise, I assume everything you say is serious.
Assume it.
No, it's because the glasses joke. I understand. That's why I
I got
said
a bunch of people hitting me
Look.
up, and they're concerned about my relationship with Liquid Loans. So I thought I would use humor to bring up the questions that you guys have.
Okay, so have you been
proceed.
paid by Liquid Loans? I mean, that's like the first question. I mean, like, yes or no, dude.
No,
You said
so
that earlier.
Have they paid you for the interviews?
No. If you guys watched any of my videos, I think I've done 2 or 3. The first one was done with Jesse way back. And the reason I said on a John boat is because he was on a John boat on like the Missouri River or something. And I was kind of upset about it. But I got to talking to Jesse. He knows a lot. I actually learned a lot about liquidity pools and things like that from him. And I think the second time I did it, I had a conversation with him. I don't remember exactly when. I don't even think that one was on my channel. But Liquid Loans reached out to me and asked me if I wanted to be an admin for them. And it's not a paid position. I think at the time they said if you're an admin, whenever we launch our website, you'll get your name on some special tab or something. And he says it's just to be in there and kind of just answer questions and moderate. So I think I was in there for about, I don't know, probably about a month. And then I reached out to maybe it was Matt or maybe it was Jesse.
Matt's an actor. Hey, we already proved that yesterday. Matt Cho is a paid actor.
Well, I don't know shit about that.
We already found everything on him. Like
I told them, essentially, I told them like I didn't want to be an admin anymore because I wanted to make sure that moving forward, like my channel was on the up and up. I didn't want that bias there. And they were cool about it. They're like, yeah, we understand, no problem. So I've made that clear in every video that I've done with them. I've said that every time, but they never offered me any money. They never offered me any compensation. The only benefit or advantage that they ever offered me was my name on their website at some point in time, because I was an admin just helping out in the chat. But that's it.
That's so great. Okay, I'm gonna respond to this because that's really great, Regs. I definitely understand when you're being serious. Like, you're not very sarcastic, so like when you're serious, I know.
Yeah.
And like that's exactly it. Like when Liquid Loans first came out, I was so excited. It was like, oh shit, like we already have like a fully fledged project that's gonna come out on the Pulse chain. It was sick. It was what, October? And they announced it, and I don't know which channel I first heard it on, but it was great news, and it was like all over Hexaco. We were talking about Liquid Loans, and it sounded awesome.
Yeah.
And like that idea of it still sounds awesome to me. Like that's the thing. Like it still sounds great. Like if everything they say in the marketing works out, it'll be awesome. It'll pump all our bags.
That's how I feel. Yeah.
Like, of course, like why would we shit on it, right? And like if you guys want to like dig through all my tweets, and like half my tweets are sarcastic, so have fun. But if you dig through every single one of my tweets, you'll find stuff where I pumped Liquid Loans. I was like, look, these guys are trying to do what Richard Hart does. But then the red flag started, and now, you know, Rags and Funding Jim and all these people are coming forward, and they're like, oh yeah, you know, this is my personal relationship, and like weird things happened. So we're just here to ask questions. That's all.
Yeah, and like, the reason that I backed out as admin is I knew that I could never speak to the community in a situation like this about anything if I had admin next to my name in their chat. So I'm glad that I backed out when I did, but I also made sure every single video to let you guys know when I was talking to them out loud that at one point in time I was an admin. But they, like I said, they never offered me any money. And I'm going to be clear about this too, because I've said this. I've talked to Trap quite a bit. We know how Trap feels about them. And I like Liquid Loans specifically for me. It's because I like Jesse. And I think it's because, you know, we connected in terms of us being in the military and things like that. And the line of work that he was in, it's very difficult to go as long as he did without being a trustworthy person, because it's all about trust in special operations, etc. So I really related to that with him, and and you know, I'm going all in on. It's kind of like a football player, and you follow football players instead of following teams when they come out of college. I don't really follow teams. I follow football players because I like them. I follow Jesse because I like him, and I know there's a lot of different opinions out there, but just straight up, that's what I'm saying. And I'm not. I'm going to be unapologetic about that. And you know, I hope that Liquid Loans, you know, does what they say they're going to do. I hope it works out, and ultimately the decisions they make and the market's going to decide that. And I'm not going to decide that. And it's going to, you know, and Jesse has a little part in deciding that, but that's where I'm at, just so you guys know.
Hey man, I just wanted to ask a question. You're that YouTuber I think I seen recently that be promoting Hex and stuff. My bad. Yeah, I wasn't in the space long, so I clicked your name right now and I seen your background photo.
Yeah.
And it looks like the guy that's on YouTube. So yeah.
Yeah.
Right on, man. Nice to meet you, sir. I hope you're
you
well.
too. Yeah.
And yeah.
If you guys have noticed in terms of my content, I've really shifted to, you know, I've interviewed Liquid Loans, I've interviewed Pulse Verse, I've interviewed Pulse Citizen, I've interviewed Power City, I was one of the first to interview Hedron, I was one of the first to interview FreePulse.io, and my whole thing on this is like, I want to be one of those folks that are gonna. It's like the town square. I want to get these people on record. All right. And I see a lot of you guys in my videos, and that's all it is. That's it. And here's the thing, you know, I know that people kind of doubt that. They say, well, why did you have Liquid Loans on your channel 3 times? Sometimes things dry up out there as a YouTuber, man, and you just gotta come up with something and get people on stream and talk about stuff. And that's the God's honest truth. You get creative writer's block, and that shit sucks. So yeah, I've had them on a couple times. I had them on because, you know, I said, Jesse, let's just get on here. I'm going to ask you, you know, if you guys listen to my stuff, I ask them questions that aren't easy. I don't make it easy on them. And especially this last time we did, if you guys saw my energy that whole time, I was very serious, and I was taking questions from everybody. Hard questions for those folks. And I tell, you know, Jesse, for example, like, dude, this is business. and it's your job to defend your project. It's not my job. It's my job to ask questions. At the end of the day, if you disagree or don't disagree with me, that's fine. I'll still love you. If you can love me back, it's going to be the same thing. That's all it is right there. And if you have any doubt about me loving somebody, then just ask Trap Gravity's dumbass. That's all.
How much is my love? How much is my love
It's
worth to you
deep.
guys?
As deep as the river is wide, motherfucker.
Wow. Got real Southern real quick.
Motherfucker.
One of the things
Can we get
I love
one
about you.
more of whatever that sound is?
Yeah, we'll ringtone it.
What?
One thing
That
I
is my
wanted to
ringtone though. Can you? I'd buy that, Rex. If you want to monetize me with that, like.
But you can embed malicious code in MP3s, so I'd be careful, man. I don't want to rug pull you. I'll get you
Okay,
in
So that
that.
means you can embed
Don't rug
malicious
pull
code
my project. I wouldn't want you to rug
in
pull like
free
my own
NFTs.
JPEGs.
Sorry, I cut off CSE Gamer. I'm sorry.
No problem, man. I wanted to say thank you for what you're doing. It's hard to find good research content out.
My bad. I thought I saw Eric's hand first, and then your CSE.
Nah, man,
Sure, you can go first.
Just checking. Oh wait, you breaking up? Go CSE Gamer.
Sure, yeah, no problem. I'm fine. I'm fine with handing the floor over, but I wanted to say, it's hard to find good research content out there. One of the things that's really hard for some people to do is actually do the research, and it's even harder to talk to someone that you like and ask them those hard questions. So the fact that you can do that and do it very eloquently and expose things to light is very, very good and very neat in this space. So just keep it up, man. I'm going to keep watching your videos. I really, really love what you do. And, sometimes you need to have multiple videos of the same thing. Sometimes you need to have, same developers on different developers on the same team to kind of just verify what they're saying. Because if 3 people are saying 3 different things, there's 3 different red flags for you. But I really love all your input, bro.
You should have been in here earlier whenever Jexa, Jesse, Crypto Crazy, aka CC.
Yeah, I heard it was a
Hear
shit
3
show.
different things.
I heard it was a shit. I said they're going to the wolves, but again, it's not my job to defend. It's y'all's job to chop them up, and I'll put them out there for you. It's a town square, man. That's what it's all about.
It wasn't a shit show. I thought it was actually pretty well done. Yeah, the questions were hard. They were pointed, but Sequoia kept everybody in check when people started talking over each other. I think it actually went really well. We got a lot of questions answered. Some of which the questions were not satisfactory, but we got a lot of them answered. And I see Motley's listening in, so Motley, I just wanted to shout you out, brother. Have no idea how y'all swung the Hex car in the Vegas race coming up on March 5th, but well done, man. Congratulations. It's great to see.
I saw Motley, and I think Crypto Cabana's in here too. I got the drinking game for you, buddy.
Yeah, Matt
Happy
Hatter.
hour.
Thank you, Matt Hatter, too, for co-hosting and keeping the co-host spot full and and quiet.
You as well, Hexy. You as well. I think between the 3 of us, it was pretty well run, considering all the passion that was flying around. So
We got the final results in, guys, on the poll. It was only 4 hours long, and everybody voted. You can see it in the first pinned tweet up top.
Thanks, J Future. Now Eric, and then Rags to Riches. But first, let me say, Rags, you can go on Hex to Learn and watch the whole thing because it was live streaming from there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yes. And then, Eric, go ahead.
Hey, man, I just wanted to say, so, if you ever get bored and you don't have YouTube content, you could totally hit me up and we could just, argue over YouTube if you want. I'm totally down to just, hold random conversations with people. I don't know if that's going to get you the views you want or anything, but we can totally talk if you want.
Bro, it's the people's channel.
Yeah.
Man. It's the people's channel. I don't care. I'll bring anybody on.
Hey,
Let's do it.
Hey, Rags.
Will you bring my grandma on?
No, but I offered your mother. She just charges too
Dude,
much.
I don't know why you're only interested in my mom. Okay, I have 3 sisters, but okay, dude.
Just
whatever floats your boat, dude. Okay.
DM me, Jay. DM me, Jay.
You guys, dude, you gotta
got
DM
three
me first,
sisters,
okay?
bro.
That's the rule, dude. That's the etiquette. You DM me first, and if you don't send me a pic,
Hey Rags, though, I'm totally down to go on YouTube with you. Like,
Yeah, let's do it, man. I don't care. I'll hit y'all up in a message, and then we'll just go from there, man. We can all talk. We can do this online. I don't care.
Yo, so
I'm not trying to impress anybody.
we can name that.
We could do it offline.
it's okay, Rags. We're not impressed, dude. Don't worry.
Okay,
we should just
thank
do
you.
like a Zoom. We should do like a whole Zoom space.
Yeah,
like the
we
Hex
could.
conference, and we can all just get on and.
I don't have control of trapping that way. I don't know about that.
Oh, I learned.
Yeah, Rags, you got to come in here where she can mute you. That's the thing.
Well, that's true. Well,
because even Telegram, dude, that's the Twitter button. Twitter Spaces doesn't realize that the best fucking feature ever.
Wait a minute.
Is the mute button.
If he comes in here, you have to be muted, Jay.
I know. Okay, I'll come back. Okay, 1 second.
Yeah,
I'll come back as
you
listener.
set,
I'll do it right now.
You
okay.
set yourself up. You set it up.
It's his
okay, I'll
birthday,
set it
though.
up. I'll set it up. It's my birthday, but I'll set it up. Fine.
There's like what we could have like 10 or 15. We could be like Crackhead Syndicate. That could be our thing.
We're gonna be Wolfpack.
Don't
Or we
start
could be
Eric on the
just
crackheads.
smarter
Eric,
than
shut the
everybody else
fuck
in the
up,
kid.
dude. Eric, whatever story you have, we don't want to hear it. Okay, go ahead, Trap.
I'm good.
I'm up for it, Rags.
All right, hey, you could be way up for it. Crackhead, you know, man, it'd be a good time, man. We all have a good time.
No, dude. Unless you're bringing Dave Chappelle, I don't want to hear it.
Dude, Dave Chappelle's a chauvinist, racist.
Dave Chappelle's the man, dude. Let's do a Dave Chappelle debate. I'm fucking ready, dude. Let's go.
He's so discriminatory. It's disgusting. I can't do it.
Discriminatory towards who?
Come on.
I bet Trap and
I've
myself
watched
are the
all his
only people
content,
that know
Rags.
that Dave Chappelle was replaced by a clone, by the way.
That's hilarious, dude. But I've watched a lot of Dave Chappelle content, and and it's my birthday. He's my favorite comedian, so you guys are fine to shit on Dave Chappelle, and I'll happily defend him.
I got a legit question for y'all, though. This is legit.
I don't give a fuck what you're gonna say about Dave Chappelle.
I know he is what he is. I love him, to be honest. By the way,
I'll answer your question before you even ask it.
Okay, what's
the rug pull?
All right, here's my question.
It's definitely a rug pull, dude. I've DM'd people that have been rug pulled.
Nobody has interviewed Tom Gillespie. Should I interview Tom next week?
Tom Gillespie just followed me, bro, and now we DM, so you're a little late.
Rags, if you DM,
Who the fuck is Gillespie?
If you
don't know
have
who Tom Gillespie is, look him up, guys.
Hey, Regs, if you do interview that guy, can you find out if he's a troll?
Yes.
Because I fucking talk to him. He gets all this information, and then he goes on to a fucking interview, and then everything he says is wrong, and then you'll reply that he's saying something wrong, and then he'll have this most asinine response to you, just like he fucking has his eyes pointed in opposite directions when looking. And it just doesn't make any sense. So I don't know if he's actually serious, if he's a troll, or what.
I brought him on board, and I had a format where I asked him 10 simple, basic, foundational hex questions, and then we'll see how he does on the quiz live, and then we'll talk about it. And that'll determine whether or not he's really invested in this or he truly is trolling, because he really comes across as he's trying to be invested. And not only that, I kind of want to dig in. I want to make him feel comfortable, and I want to expose kind of what his real reasoning is for this. And it might just be because he's getting paid. I don't know. But the whole point is, a lot of people don't like him. A lot of people talk shit about him. And I feel like it would be really good content for the community to hear me talk to this dude. What do you guys think?
How much did he offer you? How much did he offer you?
Good question. He offered me I get a
his
trailer on his video. Yeah.
The rub?
Yeah,
the thing about his video is, isn't he doing the one that he thinks that Richard Hart's a scammer, so it's the most famous scammer video, and then he's doing another video on the long con or something like that. So it just seems like either he's coming off as disingenuous, purporting that he likes Hex and he's going to research about it, but all of his counterpoints are either wrong or coming back to it's a scam. So I don't know if Like that's just kind of how it feels to me, just from an outside looking in. And he could be just trolling. He could, but
Yeah, I think I want to set it up. I want to talk to the guy, and he sees that I'm a Hexican, and you know he's probably going to have preconceived notions. But I'm gonna really try to make him feel. I'm going to try to make him feel comfortable. I don't want him to feel like he's being attacked. I want to talk to him, and it might be for nothing because he might not give a damn, and I'm just playing into his game. But I think we might learn some things. Unless I just want to talk to him. Nobody has yet.
I tried talking to him. I sent him like a DM a few days ago, but he's not responding.
Man, Tom Gillespie dunks on himself.
Yeah, I've seen it.
He's an interesting dude, and I will be collaborating with him.
can we see Tom Gillespie and Peter Schiff debate?
Oh Jesus, what would that even look like?
Hell,
If you guys saw the DMs between Gillespie and I, you would sell your hex. No, I'm kidding.
I traded all my hex for gold today.
And you got wrecked.
If you guys don't sell your hex today, like, I don't know when you're going to sell it.
Peter Schiff's website lets you buy gold with Ethereum and Bitcoin, which is weird because he thinks it's going. Seriously, you go to Schiff
Dude,
Gold
I
or
would
whatever.
donate so much money to Schiff. He just doesn't accept hex.
No, he does. He has an ETH address. Just throw hex at him.
Oh, dude, you know what? I might, dude. Make Schiff a hexakin. He doesn't even have to agree. That's the beauty of the blockchain. We can make him hexakin, guys.
And then screenshot it.
You're doing anything with your hex.
Oh my god, dude.
That's
Can
what you
somebody
need to
please do this, dude?
Stablecoin.
God will.
I'll do
we'll
it right
this.
now. I'll do it right now.
Make him a hexagon, dude. Do it.
All right, I'll do it right now. You said it's on his website?
Just send him
Yep.
don't send him more than like
Send him
0.5555 of a hex.
Send him less than the Ethereum fee so we can see how fucked up the system
So
is.
should I do
Send
it
him-
and then
send
be
him-
like, hey Peter,
Just send him like
Send him
one hex.
0.55555 of a hex.
Hey, look, Rags, his website's comped, so I'm gonna send you the address that you should really send it to. Okay.
Listen, I pinned up something at the top. Is that something? Is this something new that
We're
this
gonna
is
onboard Schiff,
weird?
guys. We're gonna do
I pinned-
it. We're gonna
I
do what
pinned something
Richard
at the
couldn't
top.
do. We're onboarding Schiff.
Hey, Hexy's pin. Go ahead, Hexy.
I said, I don't know how long ago he was interviewed or whatnot, but is this article something that is known throughout the community that I wasn't aware of?
Yeah, he's made that. That's what he's been working on for the last little bit. He's
Okay, he's just a troll.
I think so. After everything that he's heard and everything that he's said, everything that he replies with goes against everything he's been told. So either he listens and reads things but doesn't take it in, or he doesn't believe it, or he is just trying to do this for clout.
Is he hexless?
I have no clue.
He's making his own documentary against the Hex documentary.
Which means he's hexless.
Hexy, the
Hexless.
article that you just pinned is 30 words long.
Y'all should see my white paper.
It's a summary. That's what that's
It's
called.
a summary. Okay, so it's a 30-word long summary of a bunch of fucking bullshit. And the
Man,
dude
y'all better
DM'd
stop
me.
talking the fuck over each other. It is really hard to listen to. Jesus fucking Christ, y'all. One at a time.
Yes.
Mad Hatter, dude, doesn't normally swear, so we know he's serious.
Yo, now
That matter
seriously,
needs to be a co-host.
thanks. Like, yeah, I've been over here trying to do other things. I can't have the mute button in my hand all the time. But dang, y'all make me need it. And like, I can't mute my co-host, and y'all are almost the worst actors up here. So
Okay, fine. Mad Hatter
control
or Hexy
yourself.
can be co-host.
Just kick him.
Why do you just have shitty co-hosts?
Dude,
I mean, you have the two. No, wait. See, hold on a second. Wait a second.
What did I do? What the
No.
fuck did I
Here's the
do,
thing,
man?
guys.
I'm
Here's the
I
thing.
can't mute
Famous.
anyone
Oh my
if I'm-
god,
famous.
y'all are the worst.
Okay, it's a debate of the
muted
co-hosts. For
everyone.
1 second, Sequoia. Famous and I debate, and then whoever wins gets to stay co-host. Famous. What have you been co-hosting? Famous, you've been fucking sleeping, dude, or smoking a joint. You haven't been co-hosting at all, dude. I haven't seen you submit us a request, dude, in fucking 5 hours. That's how high you are. So I think that you should be dropped as
Jay,
co-host.
shut the fuck up.
The reason why I
Okay.
mentioned it like
Now
that
I'm gonna
is not
now I'm
because I
gonna
think you
roast you.
guys are
Now I'm
bad
gonna
at
roast you.
co-hosting. It's just the fact that sometimes you guys get very into each other and you get into the topic and you guys follow the garden path sentence, and so someone says something and you try to talk over it. So that's not good. That's not very behooving of other people in the space. And also, when you're recording this for YouTube, it doesn't make for good content for people to come back to. So when I say you guys are shitty co-hosts, what I mean is, like what Mad Hatter and Hexy were doing earlier, they commented when they needed to. They were great. They were awesome. They had wonderful content, and they know when to mute or be muted. So I love you guys, but it's just something that is really irritating when I'm sitting here and we're all sitting here and listening and we can't understand things. And I'm sure other people feel that way.
1,000%. 1,000%. Like, y'all have valuable. Y'all just listen. Y'all are like famous. Famous just woke up and is like, "What happened?" No, like y'all have
Okay, so
valuable.
real quick, can I go ahead?
No, J Future, shut up. Y'all have valuable contributions, and I like having y'all as co-host as well. But like, yes, Mad Hatter and like Hexy keep the peace very well, and like, goodness, there y'all could learn a little bit from that. Just right as far as like talking over each other, y'all know that that's literally my number one fucking thing is you don't speak over me or anyone else. So just respect that. This is my space still, and if you want to be in it, come on. All right, go off.
Okay, so do you guys, by a show of hands, Sticker Guy, Trap, just throw your hands down for a second. By a show of hands, who is annoyed if only Famous and Future talk over each other? Just by a show of hands. God damn it, you're not supposed to put your hands up, dude. Okay, fine, I'll shut up.
Yo, everyone.
Famous gets to roast me now. Okay, Famous gets to roast. You go, Famous.
Bro, you're just wasted, man. And I've been smoking for half of my life, so I don't know what the fuck did that change anything. I was parking planes high. I don't know. Doesn't make a difference. And yes, I do fall asleep, but you know what? I think it's called get on two knees. But yeah, I'm all worried. If anyone wants to roast me, you can come roast me. I'll fucking come say it to my face, man.
I already
love y'all.
told you your fucking problem, Famous. You talk too fucking long. You put me to sleep like a fucking professor. That's like the only problem I really
Okay,
have.
you know what? Next time, man, I'm just gonna ask someone to come sing you something, bro, and then we'll see if you fall asleep. Okay?
Hey, you want a real lullaby, bro?
Bro, I'm gonna whip your ass in COD, bro, and then you're never gonna talk again, bro. Watch.
So I'll say this, like, sometimes J Future be coming in on the mic like fucking Peter Schiff in the debate.
Hell yeah,
That was
like that.
such a good roast. Oh my god, yo, I'll step down right now. That was such a good roast.
He's all like, I love gold.
Okay, the question is, does Hexy or Mad Hatter take over?
I don't want it.
Oh, that was good, Mad Hatter. You're so fucking good, dude. Can you talk more, please?
There's a better way to put it, though.
Anyways, I just rolled one, so I'll let someone else co-host, and I'll see if they do a better job.
Roasted. It's up to the she-wolves now.
Wait, I have to see. I have to say that Jay was the problem.
Yo, yeah, like Famous. I don't know why you. What's up? Like, did nobody tell you to step down?
Yeah, I've just been over here
You guys
spamming the
wrecked
fucking emoji
Famous.
button. Enjoying this thoroughly.
Are you guys happy now? Famous is no longer a co-host.
Fucking
Hey,
J
Sticker
Future,
Guy.
that's your fault.
Oh, but I actually want to smoke one.
Man, put Keith up there. Keith can
And I'm
co-host.
probably gonna fall asleep, so that's why I'm saying it. But I want to see if we could do a
Oh,
better
yeah.
job. Regardless.
No,
We need
it's
some
very
European
fair.
co-hosts. We need a new time
Oh my
zone.
god, we need J Future.
Bro, the space. I already told you.
Hey, Sticker Guy.
Hey, yo, like the point that I was making earlier was more like, let's talk about Hex. You guys are talking about hosts and stuff, which is important, but just keep the conversation around Hex.
So sticker guy, like I appreciate what you're saying and I recognize it and everything, but ultimately at the end of the day, it's still my space, and we've been talking about Hex all day, and we can do that and we can keep doing it, but like it's late night. Like I'm sorry, but I don't feel like talking about like that. If somebody wants to be educated about Hex, like they can go on YouTube or they can catch us in the morning, but
Okay.
like, you know what I mean? Like, this is a chill space right now. We can hang out as a Hex community and not have to talk about Hex 24/7. We're on the space 24/7. That doesn't mean that has to be the topic 24/7. So, like, you know, like we can keep it lighthearted and shit too. And if you're not into that, then I mean, you know where the button is.
All right, I'm sorry. I did not want to offend you. What do you want to talk about? I'm sorry. Let's get the other hand.
We just having fun. Yeah. Like take these hands. Trap, go off.
Yeah.
Well, two things I have to say. Famous to me seems more like a blunt smoker, not a joint smoker. So I'm gonna throw that out there. And then the second thing I have is, what is Hex?
It's a thing that you do whenever you go into voodoo.
Can maybe someone explain what a smart, like really detailed explain what a smart contract is and why a smart contract is better than a normal contract?
Oh my.
Because it's smart, bro.
Hold
it's
up.
smart. It's not dumb.
Did we not just... Okay, are you being serious right now?
I got a good answer for that one if you
You want
want.
to talk about something different? Like
no, here's a good answer.
Didn't I say
Here's a good
lighthearted? I'm just
sorry. Yeah, this is lighthearted. Sequoia. So a contract would be like someone says that you can come to my house and fornicate with me, and you can sign it. You can sign it all you want. And then you come to my house, and you can't fornicate with me. So I broke your contract. However, with a smart contract, you can sign over your rights to fornicate with me. And I have to fulfill that obligation. Otherwise, I might just rug pull you.
So wait, you have contracts out there right now that people can fornicate with you? Because
yeah,
if you can send me a sample of that, I would greatly appreciate.
Dude, you must have a template.
We don't take Compton. Sorry.
Do you have sacrifice phase?
Trap has his hand up, y'all.
Hexy finally understands.
Can y'all
the
tell
only
me?
respectful one in the space right now.
Hey, can y'all tell me what's fornicate?
It's what I do to possums. Oh wow, that got silent real quick.
Right. No comment.
I'm sorry. I think there's some language barrier
my
that I
God,
don't get.
dude.
That's what I do to possums.
What the fuck, dude?
Peter's gonna come after me. Oh shit, I'm gonna get
Want to
shut
get our
down on
space
Twitter.
rugged, dude? You guys are trying so hard to rig our space. Are you kidding me? You fucking trolls.
Yo, Trap, I can't even... Did you talk?
What's up?
Why can't we have Hexy as co-host?
Bro,
She'd be a better
bro.
co-host.
The shows have eyes.
Eric, did you speak? You want to speak? Go ahead.
No, I'm waiting for
The
I'm waiting
shows
for
have
gamer
eyes.
to send me that template. Damn it.
You went all robot, bro.
Dude, I'll make it.
Anyone else getting abs?
Dude, I've got
Wait,
serious
what?
abs, guys.
Wait.
You gotta DM
Hold
me.
on. Are we talking about abs or OnlyFans? Because I got them both.
Oh shit, dude! Pin that link,
Spill the
bro.
alpha.
Oh,
Pin
fuck.
it, pin it, pin
Oh,
it.
he fucking did it.
Can we pin it?
I got them both too, though. Ayy.
Koya's on OnlyFans. Who else isn't on OnlyFans?
I just got done Googling
White Lotus
fornicate.
is all on OnlyFans. I don't know about y'all.
I Googled fornicate, then I hear Sequoia has OnlyFans, so I'm excited.
You still haven't tapped on her profile picture.
Yeah, I'm about to change my profile picture for the night to boobs.
Yeah, but please not
I'ma drop
those
down.
2D boobs. Like we don't like these.
No, real boobs. Real boobs.
Yeah, but
Sticker
good
guy,
boobs.
dude.
Yeah,
I don't think you've been listening enough to speak for anybody. Sorry, dude.
Me
I think
about boobs? What?
Hexy, I
I'm
think I'm
saying
gonna
for
make
you
it.
to like represent.
Hold up, Hexy. I think I'm gonna make it a nighttime thing. Change my profile picture to boobs at night. Seems to be like
I
a
like
lot.
it.
Like what you mean, like real boobies or
Real
digital?
boobies.
Real boobs. Going in for the real deal. I'm all in.
Go for it.
You're gonna have to take your shirt off, Keith.
Ooh, damn! I'd have to do it.
Well,
Mine are
free the
online
nipple.
24/7. I don't need a banner. They on 24/7.
Free the nipple. Yo, yes. I'm here for all of this. Okay, I see some hands. I can't remember if Sticker Guy or Eric was first, but Eric, we're gonna do Eric. We're gonna do Sticker Guy next, and we're gonna do Trap and then Iro. Boom, go.
Yeah, is hentai like? Is this real? Is hentai?
All right.
Is your
Hentai is
name
real.
Eric?
Hey, bro. Damn, bro. I didn't know your name was Eric too. Remind me to kick your sorry ass out this group if I could. I fuck you up, Sticker Guy, motherfucker. All right, back to my shit. Hey, Keith, man. So I heard you got an OnlyFans. I wanted to know your name on there because I got one too, and I just did it for the name because I wanted the name. So I want to hear your name first, and then I'll share my name. No, no, he doesn't. He's not gonna share Keith.
It's got to be.
Oh,
Look,
me?
dude,
Oh,
How'd you know your
look,
name,
there's
dude?
only certain doxing that can occur. Okay, and that, my friend, is over the edge of
I'll
Doc
dox
City, dude.
I just
have to
I'm gonna make y'all laugh.
have to unfollow, unlike. Just kidding.
Okay, Sticker Guy, you
Okay,
gotta
how do
share.
you
I
unlike
got the
though?
greatest name. Hold on.
Oh,
It's
what is
called
it?
Philanthropist of Dick. That's a great
Oh, I
name
remember this.
on OnlyFans. I
I
guarantee.
remember that.
I do remember that name actually.
As
Wait,
long as
that's
it's philanthropy.
That's awesome.
Sticker Guy, do you want to share your OnlyFans with us?
And not yet. I'm still a little bit shy. I'm sorry.
I love Sticker Guy.
Okay,
I
well,
love you too.
yes. Yeah, go ahead if you want to though, Sticker Guy, if you had more, but then we gonna take Trap and then I
Yeah. Just checking. Hentai is like real boobs too, right? Because it's like.
hentai is no, it's all animated.
Yeah, but still is real. Like a comic book is still real. Just because it's drawn does not make it not real.
No, it's not real.
Actually, it does make it not real.
Yeah, what Rag said. Well, you just literally debated me about if I was going to post pixelated boobs or real boobs in my photo, and I don't see how that's any different from a hentai versus pixelated boobs.
Sorry,
So
you
just
you didn't want to talk about Hex, so you choose
no.
the topic.
Sticker Guy, you hear what I'm saying? I'm saying fake boobs are fake boobs, whether they're hentai or pixelated breasts. So just swallow that for a sec. Trap and then Iro, go ahead.
Okay, so I can comment on fake boobs right now.
You can comment on real boobs or fake boobs.
Well, I keep
Anything you want.
refreshing your profile picture, and it's still the same one. So.
Oh shit. Okay. Well, press me then.
But hey, people say they're fake boobs. They're not really fake. You know, they're enhanced. I think that's more of an appropriate term for them. Is enhanced, because you can still touch them. They're still real. So they're real boobs.
No, he was talking about like cartoon boobies, drawn
Animated boobs.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, like NFT
cartoon,
boob?
cartoon.
Yes. NFTs. NFTs is
I like
actually
it.
what we're trying to call our first
NFTs is great.
Yes.
That was a badass name right there.
Yes. That's our first collection and treasure chest.
I'll put my chest on there for that.
But an NFT is real.
Yeah. Iro, go ahead.
Oh my god, guys, I almost died from laughter. If NFTs, I mean, if the metaverse is real, then NFTs gotta be real. And if NFTs are real, then I don't know what the JPEGs are.
I mean, I don't own my fiance on the blockchain, so do I really own her?
This is getting real meta,
You know,
y'all. It's so
you could,
meta.
you could sell your NFT boobies on the metaverse. They're like being copied to Pulse Chain,
I
right?
can buy your boobies?
Then they have 4.
Right, the double.
Just release only one, so they get the other one on the other chain. So they
I'll
have
buy all the Hexagon boobies. I can tell that's going to be a valuable asset for the long term.
Okay, we got some
2 separate
hands, y'all.
boobs.
Let's be respectful. Erica the Trap.
All right, I'm just say this. It sounds like y'all over here conducting prostitution all of a sudden. That's all I'm going to leave it at. Trap, your turn.
No, that was for breast cancer. Crazy.
Well, look, I just came
Come
up
on,
with
dude. Breast cancer.
Yes, thank you.
Speaking of metaverse and boobies and all this stuff, we need to come up with a way to implement like the goggles with a fleshlight. If we could combine both those options, we could be rich as fuck.
The goggles have been created. So
I
as
know,
a
but we gotta link
flashlight.
them. We gotta link them, like connect them with the metaverse.
Trev forgot to buy Hex, guys.
Hexless.
I think
Trap, did you forget to buy t-shirts, bro?
What's a t-shirt?
What up?
That's what I'm saying, dude. That's what I'm saying.
I'm dying, y'all.
I was gonna say green tea. I'm gonna bring you up. What's up? How you doing?
We're down to 34 speakers, guys. If somebody doesn't drop some alpha quick.
Stop it. Quality, not quantity, right?
They left while you was co-host.
Yeah.
Well, you've been close for 5 minutes and we've been losing speakers, so.
Hey, if they don't want to talk about boobs, then they're obviously.
Dude, I don't know how much more bullish boobs can be, guys.
That's what I'm saying.
I think all the married men just left. All the married men had to leave because they can no longer lay in bed while they're.
Dude, I still see Rags to Riches. He's a peer speaker.
But your mom.
I bet his wife's nipples are pretty hard right now. I know they're so hard because I'm feeling them.
He fucking threw it in. Let's go, Rags. Hell yeah.
Dude, Rags doesn't know where his wife is because
she's in the closet where she belongs, dumbass.
Dude, my closet.
Okay, whatever. That's fine. You get her tonight. I'll get her tomorrow. Whatever.
Dude, she pretends with you. That's all I'm saying.
Well, you know what? It's okay, man.
She's trapped in the closet.
I feed her meat every night, raw meat every night. Get her done, giggity.
Oh my gosh!
Just got rugged by Twitter in real time right there. That was crazy.
Dude, all the guys need to shut the fuck up real quick.
Does Twitter do they rug things when they get like that? Do they?
I mean, bro.
Yes, dude.
It seems like it.
If
Yeah.
I
There
could
is
write
absolutely
a book,
some
I'd write the
fuckery
book,
about.
Wait, is this being
I
recorded?
might write the.
Hold up. Yo, too many talking over, y'all. All right. Yes. I think Keith was saying something, but otherwise, Rags and Iro, y'all can fucking duke it out. I don't know. Like, yeah, Iro, go ahead.
My point was that it's Rags' turn.
Oh, I insist. Well, it's your mom's turn, but I'll let you go next.
Dude, my mom saw me yesterday, and she never heard of you, so.
I'm not. I gotta stop.
I mean, like,
she knows
what a rag is, but like, your rags to riches. I mean, like, that's a term she might have heard before, but like,
I got 99
all I
problems,
see,
but
dude,
your
is an
mom ain't one.
emoji
Hit
with
me.
some fake ass sunglasses.
Dude, they are Target special. Don't say fake ass. Target special.
All I can say is Rags wish he could be my Rags.
Damn, Gina, what are you? Oh, shucky ducky. See what happens, man. I'm just
What
in here
did?
minding my own
Wait,
business.
hold on a second. What did I miss?
Yeah, dude.
Dang, man. I tell you,
That
man,
is
it's
a
the red hair.
shout
I can't
out,
help it.
bro.
It just happens. Red hair. It just happens. I'm
I
sorry.
thought it
guys.
was my birthday.
Well,
It's your third birthday of the year, bro.
Yeah, but you don't have red hair.
Dude, 30 times is the charm.
boom,
Hey,
headshot. See, I told you.
Hey, Hex Travels, how's your family?
Hold on. Sorry, I'm watching my Chinese soap opera.
你
Thanks
中
for
文可以听了。
ah, it's the legend of Miyu. Good. Thanks. I was able to get a hold of somebody, so they're all just meeting in Romania and Bucharest, so they should be all together pretty soon. So thanks for asking.
It's good to hear. I know you had talked about it earlier. So I figured we maybe switch the subject a little bit, calm things down.
I know there's so
And I saw
many
you as a
spaces.
speaker, so
Yeah, there's so many spaces now with the Ukraine and Russia, and I just stopped listening because it's too depressing.
at least everybody's meeting up, and hopefully everybody's gonna be safe.
Yes, that's the main thing. Yes. But
So
thanks
wait,
for the laugh, guys, and happy birthday, Jay.
I don't know who Jay is. It's
38.
definitely 38's birthday, though. Yeah, dude. 38 celebrating a birthday. I'm pretty sure it's his 38th.
Okay.
Hex Travels. Where are you from?
Originally, I was born and raised in Romania.
Okay. So what the hell is going on out there? You're born and raised there. What's the situation with Russia, man? What's their deal? Is the U.S.'s fault? Is it Russia's fault? Is it NATO's fault? Whose fault is it?
I don't get into politics, honestly. My father fought too much to get us here, but I don't get into that shit. What I know from real people, my friends, my family, is, this was, not to say too much, but this was already pre-planned. This was already talked about. It's just, when you hear things and everybody's so busy with COVID and shit, you don't believe things. So long story short, a lot of the civilians, which, it's not fair to those subjects and victims, is they were pretty much caught by surprise of what happened today. So yeah, a lot of them unfortunately was just, they were shocked. A lot of them are hidden, they're hiding in tunnels, in places that nobody wishes could be under, and they're just trying to get out. People are trying to get out as fast and as quick as they can. They don't know what can happen next. But another thing is, I grew up, and pretty much everybody here knows, it's, I grew up in Romania when it was still a communist country. And from what I went through and all the changes that I see here in Canada and all over the world, it's like 1988 again. It's fucked up, man. It's just sad. It's sad. I was pissed at first, but now I'm hurt. I'm hurt for the people. It brings back a lot of bad memories, and I'm just sad and hurt for the victims, for the citizens that don't have anything to do with whatever those in the power are trying to fucking do. So I'm just for the people, and that's why I'm just hurt.
Yeah, especially seeing this replay all over again. Seeing the similarities between what you saw back then and now, for sure. Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah, definitely. When my parents fought against communism to get us out of there,
what I remember is, it's just horrible things. I mean, I always tell my dad that he needs to write a book or he needs to write a video and all of that. But again, it's how you guys say in English the word drag is like, he doesn't want to put himself out there either. But yeah, I feel like it's a deja vu. I feel like it's power. They just wanted power again. It's not enough, I guess. All of a sudden COVID doesn't exist and all of this thing happens, and we already had hundreds and thousands of people die for no reason, I think, and now they're just bringing something that they're trying to just mess up with the citizens and the residents. And I was a child. When shit happened in Europe back in the 80s, and I still remember it. And I can imagine right now my cousin that I talk to in the morning, or my friends that they're young, and 25, 30 years later from now, they're going to remember it, and they're going to tell their kids, and they're going to have nightmares or whatever. But my point is, you guys, and always what I respect about America, even though I'm far away from there, is I respect that you guys support, and you always think about what other nations and what other people are doing, and you jump in on how we can help, what can we do, and that means a lot. So thanks for the thoughts, and I pray for everyone there to just make it out and make it in peace, and hopefully this stops soon.
Okay, I think I'm the only one with my hand up. Hex Travels, that was a really great to have your perspective, and shout out to Rex to Riches too for asking the question, because the reality is in these spaces all of us come from unique perspectives, so we're all going to have our own angle and our own alpha to spill. Now, I don't know what time zone it is where you guys are, but it's getting kind of late where I am, so it's time for some alpha. If you've been watching on YouTube, you're at, I don't know, 11 hours maybe? So, and how many listeners do we have? We're less than 40 listeners, so we've weeded out most of you. So maybe we're ready for some alpha. What do you think, Sequoia?
I mean, if we're ready to keep stirring the pot, we
What you
can.
mean? What's your definition of alpha?
Okay, so here's a thought experiment. Who in the community, who in the Hexagon community?
Oh wait, hold up. Before we get into, because I can already see, trap gravity. Is your hand raised? Let's take that hand first.
I haven't finished though.
I know,
I'm
but
still refreshing your profile picture and still the same
I
picture.
am literally. Oh my gosh!
Trap,
I'm
dude,
on
careful, dude. You got sticky fingers, bro.
it. Oh, okay, all right. Go off, Iro.
I'm just trolling.
Okay. I just had to roast you real quick. The alpha would be, so the thought experiment, because I'm really into coyote teaching. If you don't know what that is, you can look it up. Who in the community has been named by Richard Hart positively?
Maddie.
Is this like something for you to boost your ego or something? What?
What are you talking about?
No, it can't, because Richard threatened to block Jay.
I don't know.
So
Did
can't be that.
I'm confused.
Freddie quotes. I know he personally referenced Freddie quotes at the end of the live stream. Let me think for a second. I could probably come up with a bunch of names.
Well, more important is that Richard continuously say that he loves all the effort we do and that he supports us.
Why is this important though? No, really.
Hey,
What's the
I
point
want
of
to.
this?
I want to talk about something. I want to throw something out there about Richard Hart. I don't know who else was in there. It was Monday night. We were in a space, Orca space. He jumped in. He was listening for a while. And then he came up and got on the mic, you know. I've been meaning to ask about this. Like, Richard said, ha ha ha, I got to catch up with my devs. I've been seeing really cool screenshots, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, dude, like, what are you talking about, man? Where's like, let me like, give us something here. Throw something out.
2 more months, Keith. 2 more months.
What do you? No. Seriously though. Like I'm thinking like this dude needs to catch up with his devs. Okay, that's interesting to me. I don't know. I thought it was funny.
Can you make your point more directly, Keith?
Pulse Chain is launching this weekend.
Okay, Trap. Keith, can you make your point more clearly?
No, I just
we don't need to beat around the
from,
bush. You know?
We went from having like live stream after update after this, that, and the other to all that, you know, a big premiere update, and then we got rugged.
Okay, Keith, I would love to reply to your point. Now, Hex, the beauty of Hex is that there's no company. There's no address. There's no name that you could sue. You could sue Richard Hart, sure, but Richard Hart is not Hex. So Hex is fucking amazing. If you're really going to look into it, you understand it. You know what I'm talking about. Now, what was your question, Keith? The question is...
No, there's not really a question. It was just
the question is
interesting to hear
Richard Hart. It talks about not knowing his rev devs. Now, Richard Hart. Okay, number one, Richard Hart is a general. Number two, he reads Sun Tzu.
What you smoking?
Hey, Trap, refresh my profile picture.
I'm gonna drop down for a minute.
You about to break Trap's mouse. He's gonna be that mouse is gonna be broken in 5 seconds. Watch.
Hey, Sticker Guy, is your hand up?
All right, girl. I see you. Dirty. All right.
I just wanted to add to the Richard Hart thing. He's a normal human. He's just like all of us. No particular topic, but it just feel like it's important.
Definitely.
Like someone called him general, and like he has proven more than once that he is a good person and really is giving more than truly anyone else. And being a human is like nothing bad. It's just also a fact. Like everyone can make mistakes. Look, like yesterday on the Peter Schiff debate, in the beginning, I felt like Richard looked a little nervous, and it makes him more human. So I don't know. I just want to say I like Richard Hart.
Thanks, Sticker Guy.
We love Richard Hart.
I don't think he ever looked nervous, though. I think he looked ready to dunk on somebody.
Dapper.
Well, it was a big thing, right? So because Peter Schiff is like, a lot of people know Peter Schiff, and Peter Schiff has more reach than Richard Hart, as sad as it is, but that's also a fact. So with Richard talking to Peter Schiff, or Peter Schiff agreeing to this, I think it's like a big thing, because first, like, sorry for saying like so much. Oh, god damn it. Peter Schiff kind of recognizes us, and Peter Schiff now talking about Hex. What is that part of the whole onboarding process of getting new people into Hex and getting more people to understand crypto in general. And even though Peter Schiff is like definitely anti-Bitcoin and crypto, and that is his whole thing, it is still, I still respect Peter Schiff for his opinion because he's a valuable opinion. He might not be right all the time, like he said, or he might not be that rich as Richard, but the fact that those two had a conversation is awesome. And maybe I was a little bit nervous. I don't know. It's just like, it feels like watching Hex become more and more viral, even though we're not viral yet. It doesn't feel like it, but because maybe the price is down, I don't know. But we just kind of, I'm very new to finance and crypto and all that stuff. I think I'm now 1 year in this thing, in crypto in general, and maybe half a year in Hex, and seeing like the first half year I was switching between shitcoins back and forth and not having an idea because of the lack of education and knowledge. But sticking with Hex and sticking to the crypto ecosystem in general, it is very interesting to see the space change and see Hex grow, because like the way Richard, or the fact that Richard has now talked to Peter Schiff, that's a big plus on our side, right? It's like we got a step further.
Did you see the gold price today?
I think it was a big wick upwards and then it crashed. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know what's at now, but I know it dropped.
But I also
Maybe
know
big
that
ass sales, big sales.
But I also know that the whole gold is owned by 3 banks, so it doesn't really matter anyways. There was also an interesting week on the on the Hex chart, where it was not a market buy and sell, but it was a bot, the AMM bot from Uniswap, who shifted liquidity. Someone, Mars from the Crypto Spark book, has explained it to me. I did not understand everything because AMM bots kind of seem complicated, but for me, he said that there's different pools in the Uniswap versions, like 1, 2, and 3, and the liquidity bot can take it from one bowl and put it into the other, so people get paid, but without. Has someone more knowledge of this? Because it's very interesting, I
It
think.
sounds like you got it though.
Huh?
It sounds like you explained it.
Oh, that's even better.
And you can refresh my picture too.
Ooh.
Damn,
Going now.
the fucking hosts are killing it.
Y'all about to wreck my ass tonight.
The power of boobs. Let's forget the power of t-shirts. That's great, but the power of boobs. Like, for real, if you post a picture, like the picture of boobs is getting way more internet traction than anything else because we're 99% dudes. Like, we need more women in Hex.
I agree, Sticker Guy. 100% on that. We need more women in Hex.
Agree.
Yep, 1000%.
Like, I think Jay Future said it earlier. He was like, he's behaving different if a woman is in the room. Like, yeah, that's true. Just, it does not matter who it is or what it is, but it gives the whole situation a different perspective, and that's awesome.
Hell
Maybe
yeah, it's sexy as hell. Oh,
you get a new
sorry.
profile picture every night, maybe, if you join us.
Yeah.
That's a nice invitation.
Just gonna throw this out there. Looking so sexy, Hexy. Ooh.
Thank you.
I
You too.
screenshot both of them, about to sell them as NFTs.
The whole thing wouldn't
this
fit.
guy, dude.
You know, there's a whole length view, but it wouldn't fit in the little circle.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
That's what she said.
That's funny.
That was a good one. Hey, Eco Built Davin, how are you?
Hey, doing well. Got in whenever y'all were talking about boobs.
I saw you down there.
Boobs and moms. And
we know what his
rabbits.
Google searches are.
Or like MILF.
Oh goodness. I feel like we're gonna get in trouble.
I'm just picking on you, Echo. What's going on, bro? How you doing?
Hey, y'all, I'm doing real good. Just listened to Richard's better audio, his side of the interview. And man, that guy that was the mediator was so biased there at the beginning. I was cussing him out in my head. And then but Richard, like, he really came, and like, he mopped the floor with Peter Schiff, and there at the end it kind of got boggled a bit, but everything before that was absolutely wonderful. I was really, really happy with it. I had some family time recently, so I wasn't able to listen to it before now, but man, I'm really, really happy about that.
No, I thought it was great, man. I thought he destroyed the dude, and he could have like really destroyed him. And now the mediator, I mean, it's like he had 1 foot in the grave, 1 foot out. So I thought maybe we could have done better with some more little upbeat, I guess.
I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, that guy. But yeah, no, Echo, man, I thought it was excellent. I mean, the only issue I had was the fact that Richard's mic was rugged and clipping just strategically, of course, as usual. Can't get fucking good audio. You got this asshole screaming over him, and it's like you could tell he was like holding back. He was like, out of the two, he was being more professional.
So the other day, I could only catch like the last 5 minutes live, and I was pissed about the audio. And so I just let it sit for a little while, had other things to do, came back to it, and now I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled with it. And some of the guys over there in the Pulse X live chat were talking about how oh gosh, they were talking about how, like, if you're already in the cryptocurrency community or the Hexagon community, you will understand all these buzz terms and recognize these arguments. And if you aren't already, then these arguments are foreign to you. And so what I'm going to start talking to new people to crypto about is, like, what we're talking about is um an intelligent money system that organizes people, and you have to accept this. It's underway. It's happening now.
Yeah, actually, I don't know why you guys are fighting these GoCo guys, like, and Peter Schiff. Look, they're I don't know how old the moderator was, over 60. Peter Schiff is not 60 yet. Like, in a respectful way, those guys probably have not all the perfect setup. Like, look, Richard, he's on the internet for over 20 years, and so are probably a lot of us, which makes us, like, everyone knows that if you join a channel, you go mute yourself. You don't want feedback. We all know the stuff because we've been on the internet a long time, and we have been on so many voice chats with our friends, or on Telegram talking with community, or whatever, that for us it seems, oh my god, how can they? But for them, maybe all they do on the internet is this one podcast or this one show. Like, I know Peter Schiff is doing stuff. It's just I'm trying to generalize, saying that they are boomers and they don't know how to set up properly, which is not a problem, but still they agree to it, and that's way more important. Like, we got what we wanted. Even better, Richard saved us again by filming it himself and providing us with perfect quality of audio, with perfect quality of video. he like this thing he printed out, you could not see it on their screen because Richard did not prepare to post it on their screen. Like, anyways, and who's gonna forward this thing? Like, we gonna forward the one from Richard Hart because whoever we forward it to, we want them to know Richard Hart and Hex. So having it like this is no problem. We talk with Peter Schiff. How can it be better? Like, why is priced? This is not priced in, guys. You can't tell me that.
I gotta argue that Peter Schiff has had a podcast for
Wait,
over a
Eric had
decade.
his hand. Has had his
Oh,
hand up.
sorry.
We'll come back to
Yeah.
you.
And
Hey, man,
I
I just
just
want.
noticed in 69. Wait, 69%. Has that been there all night?
No, he just changed it like a little while ago.
Okay.
Like, there's these 8% guys, and there's some guy who's having a birthday. He's getting 38%. So I thought 69 is way
Yes,
more
we
fun.
did it.
Even we talked about boobs, so I like everything.
Eric.
Alrighty. All right.
Y'all are triggering me.
Okay, go ahead, Eric.
All right, man. I just wanted to say. So, can you get? Did we post the new Richard Hart video? Then can somebody post that new video with all of that just for everybody else? And also, that dude looked like. We had this chat the other night regarding aliens and shit. So that's all I'm gonna say. That's what he looked like. That's all. I'm gonna go back now.
Anyways, I think it was a great chat. Not everything went perfect, but like I said, we're just humans. Not only Richard, but the other two guys, obviously, we're just humans.
Let's go back to Eco Davin though.
Okay, so these guys, they wanted everybody to sign up with their email. So I don't know how advanced they are, but they're advanced enough to do that. Peter Schiff's got a whole team of techie people behind him. They were smart enough, right, to have his the name of his company back behind him, right? I believe. How do I post the link?
So you can, if you have it in a tweet, you can share the tweet up to the space. Even if you just like tweet it, I can go on your profile and share it to the space. But you just would press the arrow button, and then at the top it would give you the option.
A link to what?
That Richard Hart post from YouTube.
Oh.
Yeah, just share it
So-
as a tweet, and then I can share it to the space and make it easy.
Cool. So like I would argue that Peter Schiff has had a podcast for over a decade. That's whenever I found him, whenever I started studying finance. So like I really think that maybe they overlooked something, maybe they did something on purpose, but whenever it was that you listen to Richard's side with his audio, it's very clear and he's able to navigate very, very well. And there's only like maybe two little points where things get muffled, and actually there at the end, it's a very important point where he's talking about um, what is it? Inflation, the inflation rates, and like where you're going and depositing money into the bank, and that bank holds the money while it is that the money they lent out comes from the United States inflation, as opposed to Hex, inflation going to pay out the people who have the stakes. That was muffled there at the end, but it was a very good point had he been able to get that across. And it goes right over the head of these people who believe that cryptocurrency is not real, is not tangible, has no purpose, has no value. We have programmed money. We are organizing people. And the only thing that effing matters with currency is the organization of people. Or maybe you could prove me wrong.
One thing I didn't like was how Richard always likes, even if he has like a good interview with somebody, he's like,
when it ends, they're like, go ahead and shill your shit. Like Richard was wanting them to shill Peter, like letting Peter shill his stuff, and then Richard wanted, of course, tell everybody go. Richard Hart went on Twitter, Richard Hart YouTube, Richard Hart official, Instagram, and so I felt like when that happened, I was like, and because you saw the host was kind of like, no, it's not happening. It's kind of like, what the hell, more gatekeeping, in my opinion.
I think Peter Schiff looked like. Have you ever played Hearthstone or some card games that some kids invented? Like Peter Schiff looked like one of these cards. He had like the logo of the company is like 3 stars, then 2 stars, and then 3 stars again, and then there's text to the side. So if you look at it in a funny angle, it looked like he's like a low character enemy that you have to defeat, and he's like only having 3 stars. Yeah. No one noticed that? Okay.
Is it really this quiet right now, or I just can't hear shit?
I was just gonna say shout out to Sequoia and Hexy up here. Just my goodness,
Yeah.
my Guinness, oh my Guinness.
Shout out to you, Kiefer.
Look, I'm a big fan of our female co-hosts and co-host here. We had Hex Travels earlier, bro.
Yeah, I've seen better. I've seen better. Just gonna be honest with you.
This guy, this fucking guy. Hey, so okay, dude, what you?
Keith, were you
Keith
saying
just got
something?
rugged. He just got
Yeah.
rugged.
Dude, rugged always. Sequoia, if you would please share my last tweet to the top. I'm
Perfect.
still confused.
Okay, I will. Also, not to call y'all out, but like any speakers who aren't following our host and co-host, like, what are y'all doing?
So I find that Twitter just unfollows people for me. I'm constantly following the same people over and over. Like, why am I not following you?
Thank
I was
you,
following
thank
you the
you,
other
thank
day.
you, dude. This is a real thing, and I've also seen it.
Sequoia, you know I was following you last week, and I'm not following you right now.
So can I just speak on this for real quick, guys? So Twitter is run by algorithms because Twitter is huge, right? So they're going to just make bots do everything possible. That's the only way they can run the business, right? So they have all different kinds of algorithms. It's funny to me when people say the algo, because there's no one algo, dude. It's not one ring rules them all. I mean, there's algorithms with a capital fucking S, dude. Twitter has multiple algorithms depending on the situation, depending on the context. And shadow banning is real. In case you haven't seen it, I'll let you know that it's real. And the fact that when you follow somebody, Twitter automatically unfollows that person is a perfect example.
What you talking about, Willis? She's always
What do you
calling
want
me
me?
out.
All right, ask the question, dude.
Ask me the question. I was playing chess. I wasn't paying attention to y'all punk asses.
You fucking chess player haven't asked a serious fucking question since you came into the space,
Oh,
bro.
I got it. Okay. Did Funding Jim pay for Peter
Dude,
Schiff
shut
and
the
Richard?
fuck up. Will you ask a serious question
Who paid
or not?
for that interview?
Who cares?
That's the question.
Who cares,
You told
dude?
him
They
to
pumped our
ask a
bags.
question.
Also,
My question is, who cares?
Hold up. Also, I did just share the tweet to the top from Eco Build Devin. So just want to let y'all know. Go ahead.
Funding
Ira.
Jim probably paid like fucking six
I
figures
saw
for the
a
interview.
tweet. I saw a
He probably
tweet
paid
from
for it, dude.
Mega.
I agree with you,
No,
Max.
from Mega Megan Mindset, and she said, "Thank you guys. Thank you so much, Funding Jim, for setting this up."
Yeah, it was
So-
probably Megan. It was probably Megan's blowjob.
Is this being recorded? So
Yes.
the question is, did she like? It's not normal for Funding Jim not to make that known that he set something up that big. So then my question is, maybe she said
So
she didn't
Funding
mean to
Jim,
say it, or
in
she
case you
shouldn't have.
guys, in
Ira,
case you guys haven't noticed, Funding Jim. Okay,
Was
Funding
Rags, were you
Jim.
done, Rags?
You know what? No, I'm not done. I actually want to say my states in alphabetical order: Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas,
Okay, so
California, Colorado, Connecticut,
God damn
Delaware,
it,
Florida,
Rags, dude,
Georgia.
you're
Hey,
not drunk.
it's my.
Okay, we
I'm
know
the
you're
floor.
not drunk.
I got the.
Y'all motherfuckers.
I was literally just about to mute. You beat me to it.
Okay, so I guess Rags was done with that statement, and then Ira was very eager to respond. So go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Sequoia. You're the best host on Twitter and pretty much everywhere. So, what was the question again? So, Rags to Riches is talking about how, I don't know, like, we're recorded on YouTube, so you guys got to DM me. Sorry.
Yo. You
The hell is that?
He does this every time.
I feel like
He did that last night. He made us go meet him in Telegram, and then he said, "Everybody's here. Oh, well, I'm going to bed now." Shit.
Literally.
Dude, I don't know who you're talking about, but whoever it is sucks dick.
Okay. Yeah. Well, anyway, like I was saying, I pinned up that tweet at the top. For all of y'all that were curious. Thank you, Eco Build Davin, for tweeting that out for us. What are you doing, Rags? What was that?
Nothing, man. I'm just like mimicking. Like mimicry is the best form of flattery. So I was just, you know what I'm saying? Like, got you.
What were
Got
you
dog.
mimicking, dude? You're mimicking like tapping the floor?
Yeah,
I
I
like
just heard.
clipped my teeth or something. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard some strange squirrel noises coming
At
off that
Rags
side
to
of the
Original,
chat.
dude, if anybody's a squirrel, it's definitely you. You don't need to do anything to convince us.
Man, you seen these white teeth, white straight pearly things that I paid way too much money for? Don't worry about that,
Dude,
man. Come on,
I
man.
know how much money you paid, and I'm telling you that it wasn't enough.
Dude, come on, man. It was at least a little bit. If you had seen my vampire ass before,
I'm telling you, dude, if
you'd seen my vampire ass before, dude, I'm telling you, I was just straight. I was out of a Dracula novel. I promise you.
Look, man, I'm gonna just say this. That's how I know you're old. The fact that you said Dracula and you couldn't say nothing like Interview with a Vampire, Queen of the Damned, nothing like of class. You hit us with Dracula. Like, come on, bro.
Dude,
That's
I'm a literary
Rags is so
genius,
old.
man.
Rags
I'm a literary
is so
genius.
old. Rags is so old. He's still shilling Dracula.
Wait,
and
dude.
liquid loans. Don't forget that.
Wait, hold
Can
on.
I
This
kill my
man.
project?
Hold up. This man just said
Rags'
Queen of the
other name is
Damned.
Jexa. Rags and Jexa are the same person, guys. Prove me wrong.
Speaking of Jexa, when you ask him a tough question today, every single time you ask him a tough question,
No expectations.
he would say,
Yo,
You
that's
ask him a
so
question,
true.
oh, like it's like fuck. It's like God, get me out of here.
Yo, I thought he was like looking through a book or something, like to find the answers.
He was reading a score sheet, like a little cheat sheet. Like, you know how quarterbacks wear those little play things on your wrist? Jackson runs around with one of them on there. A little flip over. It's like, if they ask that question, okay. Extract value. We're going to extract value. You want to extract value? Immutable code. No admin keys. Governance free. And you're drunk as fuck.
Bars.
Liquid loans drinking game. You hear
I'm
that?
not drunk, guys, okay?
No. Crypto Cabana, I see you down there listening. I got the baddest ass drinking game for happy hour you will ever find. And your happy hour only lasts about 2 minutes and 50 seconds. And everybody's going to be passed out.
So yeah, with that interview with Richard, I quickly learned that it was a business deal, and I didn't see any evidence except for like the posture of the guy who was doing the interviewing to see that yeah, like he was receiving money for this.
Who was receiving money, Richard or Peter or the interviewer?
The guy in the middle who organized it. So maybe Peter was receiving money for it.
Yeah,
I got paid to be here tonight.
We know Richard.
I'm just here so I don't get fined.
That YouTube channel only had like 7,200 followers. We know Richard didn't get paid for it, and so we're pretty certain that Peter probably got a portion. The speaker got a portion, and well, yeah, that's probably what happened. I'm assuming that Hexkin paid for it. That's what I think.
He said, "Thank you. You know, I'm glad that we could get this together." It was all these business terms that, you know, really we don't use.
Yeah, probably 50 G's for Peter's dumbass to show up. Probably about 50.
At least 4 figures. At least 5 figures. I mean.
So yeah, about 5 figures, and then a little small
5 to
cut
6
to
figures.
that, because that guy didn't have a big channel. He didn't have an audience.
Peter Schiff, dude, it was hilarious.
Well, Peter, I'm talking about whoever owned that YouTube channel.
Oh,
it wasn't
yeah,
anything
dude, those
impressive.
guys suck, dude.
Yeah.
They suck so hard they couldn't run a proper space.
How much would it cost if we would have wanted to run it on Rags to Riches?
It just all depends on.
You should have run the debate in the Rags to Riches fam, dude. You should have everybody paid for this.
Dude, but everybody,
debate, dude.
everybody
perfect
like
monetization, dude. How
everybody
are we not
low
doing
key
this?
hates me, man. But nobody wants to come to my face.
Dude,
about
I'm
this.
trying to hate you,
I
dude, but
hate
I'm just
you.
loving you, dude.
Sequoia,
I don't know what it is.
you hate me. I know you.
I don't know what it is, dude. I'm subscribed. I'm followed. I'm paying you. I just still hate you, though.
Yeah,
Dude.
what the hell? I'm following you. You don't even follow me.
Like, I
back,
bought,
and I hate
dude,
you.
how many chicken McNuggets do I have to buy before you follow me?
5. It's $5 plus the price.
I'm muting everybody. One, yeah, what I said. I hate you, and you're not following me back, and I'm following you. Eco Build, Davin, you were trying to say something. I kept seeing your mic go off, and they kept cutting you off. And then I saw why am I forgetting your sticker guy's hand up a little while ago? So, Eco Build, Davin, then sticker guy. Boom, go ahead.
I think it was also perfect timing to get Peter around, because we're all recognizing the time period of war and stock market prices going down and crypto going down. So like maybe Peter had to get to that, just to the rim of the barrel, in order to get that little bit of a push out. So then the money comes into the situation and the event finally happens. Go for it, Sticker.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way to complaining. Like, we got a lot from this, and I mean, maybe part of the payment could also be our email addresses, like to pump their stats, like that they can say, oh yeah, look, our daily newsletter grow by this much %. We are boomers, we care. So they got Peter Schiff to talk to Richard. What do you want more? Why is everybody complaining?
I put my friend's email address in. Real shit.
Yeah, same.
My friends that aren't in Hex. I put their email address
Oh,
in.
that is actually not a bad idea.
That's funny. Rags and then Iro.
All right. Here's the deal. Sequoia, we need to talk. We need to have a little chat here. All right. Here's the chat. All right. So, you really got an OnlyFans?
I'm dead. Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about this. I know your damn hustle. I am your potential client and customer, and you think I'm a dumb redhead redneck from goddamn Podunk, bumfuck Egypt, whatever the hell. You're messing with the wrong dude, man. Remember, I told you that first night when I was drunk as a skunk that I'm hood. I'm hood. I know the hustle. I know the game. So you can't hustle me, Sequoia. All right, that's all I gotta say.
Okay, I believe it's my turn.
Wait, who's
Rags?
who's trying
You
to
said it
house?
was Rags. You said it was Ira after Rags, no?
Yeah, whoa. Yeah. I'm just laughing. I'm like, who's trying to
Yo, but I'm
hustle
gonna
me?
give you a
Dead.
follow though, because I'm trying to follow you though. I'll give you a follow.
Hey guys, if any of you listeners are confused, Rags is getting hustled so good. He's talking about it.
Yo, right? That he's inquiring about my OnlyFans. I'm not
Rags,
even
dude,
sharing
Rags
it.
is about to pay Sequoia so much money, dude. I'm dumping my hex.
As long as your mom keeps me satisfied, Sequoia's in bad trouble. That's all I gotta say though.
Rags, I need you to write a book in case I need some pointers.
Yeah, it's called Good Morning, The End, and it'll sell millions of copies.
Rags, you're a best-selling author now?
I promise if I get a big enough audience, I get like 300,000 people, I'll be a bestseller with 5 words.
I have something you need to sign, but you have to see me to sign it.
Oh, shoot. Okay. All right. I hear you. I hear you.
If you come out, though.
Where am I coming? Oh, shoot. You set me up, didn't you? Damn, Gina. Got me. I'm just full of them tonight. I got to bounce. Y'all dumbasses, this is like crack cocaine.
Dude, if you don't
Twitter
hang out with
Spaces.
us, dude, that's how we
Get
know
the
you're a
fuck
furu.
outta
So
here.
as soon as you leave, dude, we're just going to shit on you, just so you know.
Well, dude, it's okay. I understand that. I understand it, but you can come to me with your problems and you can come to me with your concerns and I will address them in a professional manner. But then what will happen is when I get on stream and I have a massive audience, I will shit all over you and there's not a damn thing you can do about it. Boom, headshot, pink miss, motherfucker. Out.
Dude, wow, Rags, that was a
I'm
real
dead.
good mic drop, dude. But I will find the link of your
Yes.
stream, dude, and you will find Iro, and he will jump into your space, dude, and he will fuck you so hard you'll need to destroy your YouTube channel because I'll have done such disgusting things.
Iro,
Your
your
followers
thoughts.
will have to report it.
Did you actually get to say what you were going to say with your hand was raised?
That was pretty much it.
Okay, cool. So Eric and then Trap. Wait, and then yeah.
I don't know. I'm good. I forgot what I was saying because Iro was on a trip, so I'll remember when I come back. Don't worry. Trap, you go.
Dude, oh my god.
All right, I got a serious question. Will I get a copy of my gold on Pulse Chain?
Only if it's in a form of an NFT.
And even then, dude, it might not be hosted. Mad Hatter. It got too late, dude. It got so late, dude. Dude, look at these new profile pictures of our Hexicans. Holy fuck, Sequoia Hexy Cajun.
You just noticed that, Iro?
He's about to drop down now. He'll be back.
Just updated.
2 minutes.
I'm not like Trap with the trigger finger.
Hearts Assassin.
It's not gonna be just the hearts are gonna be assassinated.
Dude, did anybody say the hottest in crypto? Hottest Hexicans. Hexiest. We're the hexiest. But it's definitely not Iro.
Eric, did we jog your thoughts or did we push them further back down?
No, I legit can't remember. I'm being dead ass. It was something important too because it was pertaining to the debate. I'm watching it again, but then I just dead ass forgot when. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yo, so this is the thing, guys. Jay Future, he tweeted, who's Peter Schiff? I don't know, but he's making us rich. Because that's the thing, dude. If you understand Hex enough, you know how hard Peter Schiff just pumped our bags. That's the alpha.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, yes.
What's up, Lasse? How are you?
I'm fine. I'm just going to the fitness.
Peter Schiff pumped Hex's bag so fucking hard, he doesn't even know that's how hard.
Feel free to ask any questions or, chime in to the conversation. We love to hear your thoughts. And anyone else, feel free to come up and request the mic.
Peter Schiff bought Hex last night.
How do you know that, Hexy?
We can literally, hey guys, did you know this? We can literally onboard Peter Schiff. If you guys want to onboard Peter Schiff, he has a public Ethereum address. You can send him Hex. If you all want to do a favor and help us onboard Peter Schiff, send him, I don't know, 0.005555 Hex or something. It would be hilarious, dude. Make sure the gas fees are more expensive than the Hex you actually send him, just to show how broke Ethereum is.
Word.
In the future, would we be able to send him like Hedron encapsulated stakes?
As long as you can send it to an Ethereum address, which I'm sure you'll be able to, yes. We can make Schiff a hexagon, and we can make him a Hedron. What's the term, guys?
Hedronite. Somebody said it yesterday.
Hedronite. There it is.
We could also keep the money for ourselves,
Yeah, but dude, onboarding Peter Schiff is pretty bullish. That's the thing. We can screenshot it. We can screenshot his public address that he has in his profile, and the fact that he owns Hex, which I don't know who sent him, but people were excited to send him. So
No, I don't.
He must
I don't
believe in the
want Peter.
project, right? He must believe in it. He's been sent so much.
No, I don't want Peter Schiff to own Hex. I think we have to reverse psychology on him and not let him get into Hex. We have to gatekeep Peter Schiff from getting into Hex.
Whoa, you're promoting gatekeeping?
Ooh.
Of course, people want what they can't have. So if we deny Peter from having Hex, he wants it more.
So if I deny you sex, you're gonna want it more? Is that what you're saying?
Huh?
That is how it
Dude,
works.
have you seen
That's
these
how it
profile
works. I
pictures,
was
though,
gonna say, I'm
guys?
very familiar
If you're
with
not on
this.
Twitter right now, you're not seeing these profile and background pictures. That's all I'm saying.
I'm looking. All good.
It's for the YouTube fools.
What's good, Hex creatures?
Yeah, I just realized we don't even. All the speakers aren't. Yeah, let's say all the speakers aren't full. So why isn't anybody else coming up?
I just came up.
Grab the mic, guys. Grab the mic.
Probably some of them are already asleep.
Dude, I already tweeted fucking...
What's good, Hex creatures?
How's it going? I missed the live. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Yeah, I haven't seen the live with Peter Schiff debating Richard Hart.
Oh man, you gotta watch it right now, dude.
I watched the first couple minutes.
Watch it on.
Check the pinned tweet above.
I follow him on YouTube. I watched the first couple minutes, but
Okay, yeah.
I've just been busy these past few days.
You need to watch the.
It just happened yesterday, though.
You need to watch the one that was posted by Richard, not by Peter Schiff.
Yeah, it's Richard Hart wearing he's always wearing Gucci. That's not a good way to face.
The problem is that the audio is distorted if you don't watch the one that's in the pinned tweet above.
It was perfectly fine when I watched it from his YouTube channel on YouTube. Just the first quarter of it, I guess. They're debating about the value of gold and then the value of Hex, and he has some papers. Is that the right one? Posted yesterday.
That is the right one. However, I'm just noting that the audio is bad if you don't watch the one that's posted by Richard.
Yeah, I usually only watch his clips on his debates, but yeah, I heard someone say they don't want Peter Schiff to buy Hex.
Sticker Boy did.
Yeah.
No, we wanna use reverse psychology on Peter Schiff.
Oh, okay.
We got his attention right now. We gotta use it. It's not a have to. Please, everyone do what they want, but it's just brainstorming.
No, okay. Sacred Guy is absolutely right, guys. This is late night, so you get the real alpha now. Millionaires. I don't know how many millionaires you guys know. I know a couple. They're all assholes. So when I onboard them to Hex, dude, I wreck them.
Yeah, I recently flew out to Florida. I'm in Miami Beach right now, so anyone around me is pretty much a millionaire. They're filthy rich out here. And no one knows about Hex. Like literally no one.
I just wanted to make the statement that everyone in here needs to be following the channel of Richards on Telegram. So that's t.me/Richards calls. Everything that's important goes through there.
Hell yeah. Yeah, no, I'm updated on there. By the way, did you know he called the top on the day?
Twice.
If you didn't know, Richard Hart called the top on the day.
Dude, I didn't know that. Really?
What are T-shares?
Wait, what did he call the top of? What do you...
Bitcoin.
What?
Or a lot of things, actually. It's actually pretty unclear.
Hex creatures, I'm just letting you know your Discord link is invalid. I just want you to know that. I was trying to check your shit, but yeah.
I'll talk to my moderators. Yeah, dude, I just flew out here. I've been busy like every day. I literally haven't had
Wait,
time
you've
to...
been busy? Dude, I've been busy. I thought I was busy.
I had COVID.
Hex creatures, dude. You're the man, dude. Wait for coming
Jay,
in.
let him talk.
What's up?
But let the man talk.
Oh, my
Tell us
bad.
about yourself. Tell us about yourself, Hex creature.
She's touting the J Future, bro. Calm down.
Okay.
Yeah, my
So
bad.
real quick, Hex creatures.
No, not
Hex.
Not real quick.
Hexy. He just asked me what I said. He said J Future.
Yeah,
Man,
what'd you say?
Stop it. Hex creatures, go. J Future, stop trolling.
He said my
No,
name,
he did,
dude.
though.
Shut the fuck up.
He asked what he said.
Like, I don't
I
know
was
what
reading
you're
the
trying to
captions.
troll, Eric, dude. You're the troll here.
I'm reading the captions, y'all.
Yeah, that's what the captions are for, boy. So go ahead, Hex
basically,
creatures.
I launched a animal themed project to show Hex. But I haven't been able to give it much attention because I've been helping my brother. We did the staker class, and I've been working on. Well, I did some of his art, so I was helping him develop his project. And then I was in school, and then I got COVID. And then I flew to Miami, and then I'm also gonna be busy the next few weeks because from here I'm going to Hawaii and then flying to San Diego and then back to Oregon.
Wow, dude, you
So-
sound just like Funding Gem.
Yeah, I'm gonna be booked all over. It's funny because I'm usually not flying all over the place, but for some reason all these flights aligned, and yeah, I'm gonna be hopping up and down all over the place.
But you're not going to stop at Vegas for us?
Vegas? I have a homie in Vegas. No, I'm not gonna be in Nevada anytime soon. What's in Nevada? So,
the Hex conference.
Oh yeah, that's right. The Hex conference. Yeah, I don't think I'll make it. But I'd love to. That sounds sick.
I've got some fake tattoos to pass out, and I wish you'd be there to give you one.
Yeah, that'd be sick. You're going?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, unfortunately, I don't think I'm gonna be able to make it. And that's happening soon, right?
It'll be the 6th through the 9th, and then Nagabo has a party on the evening of the 9th to finale. I run a Telegram channel and a YouTube thing. We're based around like better living, body rejuvenation, and land rejuvenation for people who want to get back into the landscape and you make a homestead of their own. But this last episode that we did on Tuesday, we had a bunch of members give their examples of how they use the Wim Hof method.
Oh yeah, dude, I have a friend that's completely obsessed with this Wim Hof method. It's really cool stuff.
The reason why I'm bringing it up is because a few people were saying that like the stagnancy that they were feeling of COVID after they had COVID, like they just don't feel 100% yet. It was a good way to get back.
my friend made me do it when I had COVID, and I was just like, bro, just let me suffer. But I was only out for like 2 days. The thing is, no, I was out for like 2 days when I had COVID. It wasn't that set me back. It's that I was on like a crunch. Like I was on a roll, you know. I was being consistent with doing my homework and paying attention to the project, and then like yeah, I deviated from that for like 2 days, and that set me back so far. It wasn't even that I was like sick for a week. It was just that those 2 days of not doing anything really set me back. And yeah, it's a slippery slope when you procrastinate.
So what I'm trying to get across is if you only feel 80%, you know, health wise, a lot of these people were saying that if you adopt the method, you could get back to your old self, maybe.
Yeah, it optimizes for oxygen in your bloodstream, right? Didn't the guy, I think I saw a study on him where he was able to neutralize E. coli. He was like injected with E. coli and he was able to neutralize it in his body, which is cool. And also being like sub-freezing temperatures and controls body temperature just by breathing. Some pretty interesting stuff. I mean, I don't know much, but I've seen some videos of the guy.
So right now you're working on illustrating the different leagues of Staker?
The leaks? What do you mean?
I understood what you were saying earlier as you were illustrating the leagues, like shrimp, crab, dolphin, shark of Staker app, in order to
No.
expose other people to Hex.
Yeah. So, I mean, my project is more like based on this compassionate movement to help save wildlife and donate to organizations committed to saving wildlife. But I've been busy helping people figure out their work on the back end with if they're making collectibles, there's like a code that is like the golden standard. It's called hash lips. It's on JavaScript, and it just mixes and matches combinations and permutations, but it attaches like a DNA sequence to each one, so you don't create duplicates. But I've been helping Shmiris and my brother with the Staker class, so yeah, I've been letting mine kind of die, but I need to figure some stuff out, some marketing and then some other stuff. But I mean, it's also the bear market, and who knows what's going on in Ukraine. Like, I feel like I'm up against the world right now. Some tough times.
Who are you? What sort of meeting do you have set up in Hawaii, if you don't mind us
Hawaii?
probing?
Oh, Hawaii, I'm going for vacation. Florida, I'm here because my parents want to move here to get a tax break, so we're gonna buy like some condo on the beach, because there's zero income tax over here, so that would pay for itself if we got it. And then Hawaii, I'm just going to vacation with my girlfriend, and San Diego, I used to live there, and I'm gonna meet some people over there because we have a villa. And then yeah, I'm gonna see how productive I can be while on vacation to some it's so easy to get distracted over here. It's too easy. I actually don't want to leave. But yeah, I'll be kind of just exploring. But why don't you guys tell me about yourselves? I don't want to just be talking about myself.
Thanks for joining us. Also, just because we start talking about health and all that stuff, I pinned up a tweet above to the Hex Foodies Telegram group.
Oh, thank you.
Of course.
I thought you said Hex boobies. I looked so fast.
That's next.
Dude, are these pixel
you
art
know,
boobs? This is awesome.
Oh yes.
That's crazy. How are these doing? Are they selling?
We're not releasing until October for Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
That's so cool.
So we're just trying to build up our organic growth, support until then. Yeah.
Oh. Oh. I thought this said Xfinity, and I was like, why do you have Xfinity on here? But it says XXX Nifty, and I clicked on it. Saw some booties. That's fun.
Oh yeah, explicit NFTs. Yes, it's a
Cool.
thing.
Yeah, I'm just following all hexagons.
Is there a way that we can just follow everyone in the room?
No, unfortunately, but you just click their profile, their profile picture right here, and there's the follow button.
You know, there's probably scammers in the room, right?
But yeah, I mean, as far as like the speakers go, I feel like
speakers could be scammers too. It's hard to say.
Hey,
That's why we grill them.
I mean, who's to say that we aren't following scammers already, though? Just saying, right? A follow doesn't really mean much. He's trying to slide in people's DMs. Send in some,
Yeah, DMs are scams, guys.
DMs
if you're
are more
DMing
dangerous.
me, I don't know why you're DMing me, but you better be DMing me something good, because otherwise.
I'm sorry, what? What was that? Did you say something, J Future?
Yo, guys, I thought I'd get special treatment on my birthday, but
Only on your first
the she-wolf,
birthday of the
dude.
year.
She's the she-wolf, so I guess I gotta bow down. So here I am, bowing down, even on my birthday, guys.
You only get special treatment on your first birthday of the year. When you get to your third, you kind of have to.
Dude, I
a
want.
bit.
Okay, when J Future birthday?
Yo, like on some real shit, everybody seems like I'm like, did people really think it's your birthday today?
Dude, I don't know why Trap is claiming I have 3 birthdays. I want to
Been
see
running
the
with that
proof of
joke
these
for
3
like
birthdays,
hours.
dude. If I had 3 birthdays, dude,
I was
I would have
talking about a
tweeted about
tweet.
it already. That would be fucking
Well,
amazing, dude. If I had 3
zone.
birthdays.
I'm sorry, J Future. The time zone ticked over, so it's my birthday now.
Fine, dude, but it better be your 69th birthday, because otherwise it's a scam, okay?
Yeah, okay.
He's the real Peter.
So you're 69 and I'm 38? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying it's my birthday and not yours.
How old are you?
69.
69. What the fuck?
So you're 69. Okay, so you're 69 and I'm 38.
Yes.
Okay,
Continue.
so sticker guy plus 38 equals...
Obviously, you're not famous with the math.
Is it 107?
It's got to be at least...
At least 70.
I think, like, it's less than probably 8%. Like, I don't know how high you could get. I don't think you could get higher than 8%, guys. 8% is like the top.
If you continue smoking, you can get even higher.
Dude, if you keep smoking, you'll die. That's the thing, dude. Smoking is so dangerous.
Yeah, edibles the way.
I'm still alive.
But if you're taking 8%, like, you're a fool, and it's a joke. Like, that's the thing about 8%.
Well, don't worry. You could divide it and give
But
everyone
38%,
like,
38% is a pretty good deal, dude. That's why they call me 38.
yeah, I would take 38. Like on the financial product.
Like, I'd take
side,
38, but if I could trust you at 69,
bro.
Some
Jay,
deep
you're like
shit,
the most
dude.
epic,
This is some
you're the most
numerology,
epic
guys.
troll ever, Jay.
Yo, like J Future only likes talking when other people are talking. Is it just me? Oh, Trap.
Oh
What
yeah,
were
Okay,
you
let's
saying?
everyone talk while J Future's talking.
well, J Future had a question for me, but I think we interrupted him. Maybe not.
J Future, you have something to say.
Okay. So
No,
hex
well,
creatures. Okay, hex creatures. So
Here comes the questions.
well, so hex.
Yeah,
Hi,
here
hex,
come the
hi, hex
questions.
creatures.
Here come the questions.
What's the question?
Fuck. Okay. So hey, hex creatures.
Wait, Hex
God
Creature.
damn it, dude.
Hold
Now
on.
he's
Wait, Hex
coughing.
Creatures.
Can I ask my question, guys?
No.
No, let him ask the question.
Hex creatures.
Wait, one more. Just kidding.
Okay, so hex creatures. These co-hosts are much better than J Future. Hex creatures.
Go ahead.
When was?
Is that the last one? Is that the last one?
Okay. If you guys stop laughing, I'll ask my question actually. So hex creatures, your first like Twitter space was on like 2 nights ago with me, no?
The first one I went on.
Yeah.
I believe so. I mean,
yeah. So like you went on the space,
weird
dude.
question.
And then somebody, it is a weird question. Okay, guys, I'll get to the point real quick. So somebody, when you came into that space, they told you that you didn't have to dox yourself, right?
Yeah, but I just went ahead and did. I mean, I have nothing to hide.
Yeah, right. It's like weird though that somebody would say like, "Hey, you don't have to dox yourself," but
I mean, it sounds like they're implying dox
exactly,
yourself.
yeah, it'd be kind of weird for somebody to say that, wouldn't it?
Yeah. No. I mean.
But somebody said it to you, didn't they?
Yeah. I think it was.
Do you remember who that
host.
person was?
I have no idea.
Yeah, funny how memory works.
I think I know.
Hold
yeah,
up, y'all.
Get him.
Hold up, y'all. Hold up. I don't think we should be name dropping right now. Just saying. All right, y'all can proceed though.
Well, if you don't want me to name drop, then I'll end my questions.
Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, okay.
I mean, I have no idea who it is, but like, what are you gonna do? Eat the guy alive for asking me to dox myself? It's like he didn't commit a crime, you know. But yeah, we don't need to dox someone for asking me to dox myself.
Boobs. Does anyone fuck with the metaverse?
Ooh, so you want to know a little
Only
something?
in my wet dreams.
Oh, wait. No, I'm going to give you more wet dreams. I don't have, the only thing I'm involved as far as like the metaverses, right? So actually Hex Creatures caught on a little bit. XXX Nifty is in my profile, and right, it's an explicit like erotic NFT platform. And with that, there's actually this like project. I mean, I guess it's like an NFT. It's the only like I guess property based land type of thing like NFT that I have, that it's like a sex doll essentially. Anyway, I have a little crash pad and a sex doll NFT that is like in the metaverse, that I can also hang up like NFTs in my room, like in there. And this is gonna sound weird, but like, yeah, and then people can like pay to have sex with my NFT sex doll.
So I'm telling y'all, goggles and a
That's
fleshlight.
fucking
If we
awesome.
can connect goggles and a fleshlight, we will be billionaires. We'll be billionaires. We can somehow connect the fleshlight to the goggles when you're
Wasn't
in the metaverse.
there?
Is it
If
your
I
body
recall
double?
correctly, there's an NFT project that like the utility was that somebody would or everybody would have the chance to fuck a porn star or something. And are we allowed to swear in here?
We're in Hex, so we
I'm
can make that happen
allowed.
in real life.
Cool. Well, yeah.
Interesting.
I'll be more formal. The whole utility was that they could do the hokey pokey with one of the porn stars. This
Yeah,
dude said hokey pokey.
that's right.
How
That's
polite, dude. That's awesome.
basically
Do
that's
the
basically what I have.
undisclosed due diligence with the woman, if that makes.
Oh my god, I'm loving all of this. Eco Bill Davin, to answer your question, no, it's not my body double. Actually, I don't even know if the doll I have yet is a woman or man.
It's even fucking better. Oh my god.
Okay, Eric, I see your hand.
All right, no, I don't even want to say it anymore because it was just like I'm just getting too perverted. I apologize. I was just being stupid. So, anyways, I'm gonna eat my cranberries now and have some orange juice.
Are we not like? Have you heard the past few minutes? Like, Trap Gravity, go ahead.
My mom just told me I can't listen to this anymore.
Not surprised.
Oh, no, it was for Trap. I remember now. The whole sex simulated thing. What was that movie or that TV movie? It was a movie. Watch Altered Carbon. I don't know if you ever watched that movie or TV show. They have.
I've never seen it.
They have
Ooh,
a
I have, yeah.
simulated sex.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Just watch the scene and you'll be like, yo, that's fucking legit. Altered Carbon, bro.
Did this Kenson guy come up yet? He's got a verified check mark and he has some like sick pixel art. I'm not sure if I see him down here, Kenson.
I mean, sure, I invite him to
Yeah,
speak.
just invited him.
Yeah, I want to
If
know
he wants
about.
to come up,
There he
feel
goes.
free.
Now you're on. Getting on blast there. Sorry about that, buddy, but love to hear from you.
I mean, didn't mean to
Boom.
put him on the spot, but the dude's got some sick art.
Yeah.
We'll sell you boobies.
Feel free.
Yo, man, his characters don't got boobies though.
Ooh, what's this? We got
boobies.
Drinking game's about to start. Y'all get y'all beers out.
I noticed.
Wait, now I have to start the drinking game? A little late, guys.
Is that Liquid Loans in the chat?
It's super liquid, guys, I swear.
Liquid.
I'm pretty liquid, dude. I've had like at least like
Lube.
2 liquids.
Liquid lube.
What's up, Liquid Loans? How you doing?
Ooh,
Liquid
wait.
Loans is back, dude, for the roast round 2. Okay.
Are we talking? Okay, so speaking of liquids and lube, this
My
fun
mom
story.
Liquid Loans can
Yeah,
come for
yeah,
a roast round 2, dude. Let's bring them up.
Wait, the lube story. So like, I have this bottle. Like, yo, I don't even know why. I have this bottle of lube, and I don't even really use it. But like, it was just like sitting. It's way too sunny in California. When I'll say that. Half of it is gone because it just has been pumping out of like the top from like the heat or whatever. I don't know. It's very strange. Anyway, I had like lube all over my dresser, and I just it's kind of hard to clean lube off.
This is too much for me.
Are you
This
sure
is
that's
way
lube?
too much?
It just covers the dresser.
Exactly.
What brand do you use?
Joe. You know what? Let me go see.
Kenson never came up. Oh, what a shame.
He's always lurking. He never comes up.
Yeah, it's just Joe. J-O. J-O-H-2-O.
Ooh.
All natural.
Dr. Deej. Dr. Deej.
I got
Wait.
Hold on, wait. Should I make Dr. Deej? I'm bringing up, brother.
Okay,
you can't sing.
Okay. No, Keith, this is the thing, dude.
I got a hometown friend down here.
Sequoia.
Yo, yeah. Eco Davin. What were you saying?
I got a hometown friend down here, Russell. Russell, if you care to say anything, come to the top.
If you like roasting. I'm just saying we roasted Jay Future, so. Oh wait, that's right. Nobody put their hand up.
Wait, what was the name?
Oh shit!
I see
Eric's hand is
hands.
up.
Jay,
Holy fuck.
this one's for you. To the troll who needs to live in a hole, please shut your trap when others speak. You got a big ass head that no one can see over. I got nothing else because I was not trying to rhyme or anything. The first two sentences were going, and then I just totally lost it. But you know, I don't know why you want people to talk shit to you. So I'm just trying my best. So yeah.
Hey man, you know what, Eric? Eric, you know what, man? At least, you're sober.
Bruh, what are you talking about? I smoke weed all the time too. I just don't roll it up like Famous does. I just smoke out of a bong. Or like, yeah.
Yo, this is my moment to promote vaporizers. They actually don't suck that hard. You still get high from them, and your lungs are not getting damaged that bad.
Hey, the ones that the crypto Starbucks guys had from Florida were banging in New Orleans. Things were awesome.
What are you talking about,
Yeah,
Trap?
I'm using them right now. I like them. I have the same at home.
So
Oh man,
since
they're
this
good.
is okay,
Good
since we're
quality.
over here shilling vape products and stuff like that, actually, a really cool vaporizer thing I have, but you can use it for flour. Like you can put flour like bud into it, or you can put like wax or whatever you want like into it. Um, I think it's really cool, right? Like because I mean, yeah, I like my vape pens too and all, but I really prefer like smoking flour. And I know burning it is not ideal, but PAX, it's like the PAX 3, is legit. It's legit. Just wanted to share that. And then what's up, 69?
You know, I've
Yeah.
hit the packs, and it's a little too like vaporized for me. If I feel like the
Wait.
packs is like good, but it gets really hot, and I'm on the go a lot, and it's like that battery. Are you talking about
Oh yeah.
you talking about the portable packs, or are you talking about like a
Yeah.
better? Am I a pleb here? Am I talking about the bullshit, or is there
No,
something better?
no, it does get hot. I know what you mean. But right, like the fat one, the PAX 3, like you can put more into it, right? Is that what you're talking about? Keith?
Yeah. It's like a big, it's like a big
It
old
does
joint.
get
It's like a
very
big
warm.
wide thing. It gets really hot. Yeah. I'm on the
Yeah.
bike a lot, and I can't really like.
Oh, I mean,
It's
on
not.
a bike. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
tough. What's up, Eric?
Nah, man, I never even knew what this pack shit was. So I'm literally looking it up right now, and this shit looks like the size of a fucking cigar. So like, that shit gets hot. Like that shit's not gonna like blow in your fucking hand or anything, because that shit is pretty big.
I mean, I just sit it down. Like I don't know. I don't just try to hold on to it all the time, I guess.
Oh no, I mean like, it's like does that you guys were saying it just gets hot, so it only gets hot when you're like, of course you're
When you're
smoking.
using
Yeah,
it,
when you're
yeah.
actually hitting it,
All right, so
vaporizing
like
it.
you said it could take wax and stuff. So where the
Yeah.
fuck would you put that in, say, the same part where
In the
you're
same, yep, in the same compartment. I mean, obviously, actually, I guess you could put them together, but yeah, typically, right, you just put one or the other, and you can like switch out the bottom part, like the caps on the bottom.
yeah.
And yeah, it's multi use. Just I think it's pretty cool, right?
Yeah, thank
It
I
is. It is definitely the better way to go. I'm an asshole. I still rip flour like just raw, just raw and dirty, like an animal.
I feel it. I mean, I can, I think I'm sure, right? Yeah, we all do
I'm
it.
gonna I'm gonna head out, but it was nice talking to all you guys. I followed
Yeah,
everybody
absolutely,
that was
man.
here.
Nice to meet you. Take
Nice
care.
to meet you too. Yeah,
Nice to
Love your
meet you.
work, man.
Stay
see
healthy.
most of you around in the AMAs and the hex world, the hex niche.
Yes.
Take care.
Hell yeah, brother.
Yes.
All
Take
right,
care.
bye.
Take hex.
Cheers.
Cheers. What's up, 69?
Steak X.
Stay hex.
Stay kicks. Yeah. No.
Whoa, Liquid Loans is back listening.
They're always listening.
Really?
Always. Every
They're listening
fucking
to how
chat,
hard we're roasting them? Dude,
everything
that's
we
got to be
do,
pretty
they're
hard.
here.
That's all I'm saying.
I mean,
That's got to be
there's
pretty
one.
hard, dude. We're roasting them all day. Wow. I don't know how much harder we can roast these guys.
Dude,
Let
they're
me
good.
know,
They're good
listeners.
fucking
DM me
people,
if you
dude.
know how
It's
harder we
because
can
we started
roast
talking
them.
about
Please let me
loot.
know.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Proceed. But yeah. I can't even remember if 69 finished the thought. Like
It is gone since way too long. I'm sorry.
yeah,
He's still 69ing.
Liquid Loans has entered the chat.
Hey,
Oh wait, no, they haven't because they're fucking losers.
Hey, J Future, I'm about to mute you.
along the lines of Liquid Loans, even though I'm an OG, I don't know what the difference is between the Godwell and the OA account. So Godwell,
It's probably the same, dude. It's probably the same.
they're saying that Godwell put in like 5 or 6 million into the Liquid Loans sacrifice just recently, and so I'm wondering how is that separate from OA?
EcoBull, dude, I'm so glad you asked this question. I just pinned a tweet about it that everybody can look at. A bunch of people were DMing me about this. Like, yeah, dude, if the Godwill sacked for Liquid Loans, doesn't that make it legitimate, right? Because Godwill, we gotta trust him, right? Wait a second. Last time I checked, we don't know who Godwill is. So he might as well be Jesse, the pit boss, right? Oh yeah. Did you guys do the chain analysis on the Liquid Loan sacrifice? Because last time that I asked somebody about it, they were talking about Tornado Cash, which is totally anonymous.
Yup.
Which means that the devs could just be recycling their own money to pump the number. Because a BS sacrifice has got to have real numbers, right? There's no way a BS sacrifice could have BS numbers.
Can you explain
maybe
that
Liquid Loans
again?
could answer. Maybe they're in here. Maybe they can answer this.
Okay, grab the
first,
mic.
First, please, can you explain in more
No,
specific?
dude, I explained well enough. You got subtitles.
I'm dumb.
You can
What
watch
do you
it,
fuck
dude.
you want? Like, please help me.
You're not. What do you want to know, Hex? 69, dude. Ask the question.
Steak X. That's how we'll help you.
I am 100% staked. I can't do any more, guys.
Well, we
What's
can't
the
help you
question,
anymore,
bro?
then.
Ask the question and I'll answer it.
Tell me, well, actually, it doesn't matter. Like, if the god were sacrificed for Liquid Loans, that's good for the Liquid Loans guys, I guess. But
it's good for the Godwill if he wants to wreck Liquid Loans, isn't it?
Maybe Godwell also wants to test it. Like,
maybe Godwill wants to wreck it for fun because he doesn't believe it's good for the community. Did you think about that line of thought? Maybe Godwill thinks, yeah, you know what? They've been raising a lot of good questions in Twitter Spaces, so I better sacrifice with what for me is a penny so that I can wreck this project, which is the enemy of Richard Hart, in case I need to save the community, which I actually care about, because $6 million for the Godwill, guys.
Drop in the bucket. That's another thing. Look, nobody in Liquid
How about
Loans,
that for a thought experiment?
all those people in Liquid Loans, none of them have anything about Pulse X in there.
Rex, I see you.
Well, of course not. It's marketing, right? And the Liquid Loans is doing a good marketing. And
oh, they are? God, they got what kind of marketing are you into, bro?
Look, there's no such thing as bad
right now?
publicity.
Shit, they should fire your ass.
If they talk
I'd
about,
fire you. I would fire you right now.
What? But I don't work for you. I don't work for you. You can't fire
Good
me.
thing you don't. Good thing you don't, because you'd be without a job tonight.
Why? I don't even understand. Like, please. I'm just trying to communicate. If J Future was
Sticker guy, look, dude, you didn't even watch the first roast, and you're trying to participate in the second, bro.
Yeah. Like,
oh yeah, you're right.
Sticker
I should
guy.
probably listen to the first.
Okay, listen to the first roast. You can watch it at fucking triple speed. Design your own software, and then come back, please.
I'm dead.
Okay.
But yeah, no, that's a valid.
Damn, he left fast.
That's right.
Fired. He just got fired.
Yo,
Jesus.
Trap just lit a fire under.
It's like somebody comes up here promoting Liquid Loans. We're like, hey, did you watch the first roast? Because if you didn't watch the first roast.
Look, I got my beer ready. I'm waiting on them to come up.
I mean,
Yeah, dude, grab the mic. You guys
should
are
I
a bunch of
invite them?
cowards. I don't know how else we can say this.
Do you want to be invited to speak, or you want to take the mic up yourself?
I was wondering when Sticker Boy went from Sticker Boy to Sticker Guy.
It ain't happened yet.
He just, as long as he watches the first roast, I think he'll become Sticker Man. And he's 69. At some point, he's got to become a man, right?
Oh, I see a hand, Eric.
No, I just wanted to reply to J Future. Hey, J Future, like I said, man, I love your conspiracies. Your quote unquote experiment. I fucking hate you for it, because then I'm thinking like, yo, if Godwell is doing some fuck shit like that and he's about to just wreck these guys, that nigga's a savage. And I think I only say that because I think I heard, who was it saying something about, oh, when Hex first released and then Hex plummeted and then all this other shit. So I'm like, damn. So they're gonna try and break the game again, and I was just like, "Man, J Future's a fucking troll," and like that. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I'm a troll for thinking that Godwill might have the community's best interest in mind. That makes me a total troll for sure.
Oh no, man! I mean, in the aspect of like, how would I say this? You're
BS.
Going outside. You're going outside the realm what other people won't. And then when you try and present it to people, you're just like, "Hey, stupid, think of this," and you're just like, "What the fuck is wrong with you, bro?" Like, no, like, what? Yeah. So yeah, I don't know how to explain it, but that's ultimately.
It's a little bit of Wales, yo. We all get influenced by him. Because Wales is right about most shit, so that's why he told you.
Hold on, I missed that. What'd he say?
Well, another thing is, sacrificing is one thing, but sacrificing to a pool is a whole nother ballgame.
Yes, very true.
Hex is the way your microphone.
Hold up. Eco built Davin. Hex is the way the mic is
your
always
microphone
wrecked.
is shit.
It's always wrecked. Yo, for some reason, I don't know how you did it earlier, Highway. Like, you came in crystal clear, like, towards the second half of your speech. And if you can work that magic trick again.
Hey, somebody said something earlier about having a Samsung. I don't know what kind of phone he has, whatever, but somebody said something about having a Samsung and charging it wreck the phone, like wreck the mic for him. So I wonder if that's it. I don't know.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah, how does this sound? Any better?
Oh, wow.
Wow, yes, sir.
Whoa, there it
Welcome
is.
to the fucking universe, brother.
Oh my god.
Thank God.
That's what's been the problem the whole time. Who was that Skipper that said that? Somebody said that earlier. Shout out to them for that. I don't think they're in here anymore, but God, that's alpha right there.
I think that was CS Gamer, but actually I've had a bunch of, I've been on these spaces for about 3 weeks straight, and I've burned out all my headsets at this point, which is pretty cool.
Yo, I've never heard you so crystal clear before. Like, like, I always like want to hear everything you say, but then I get anxiety every time your mic comes on. This is great. No, it's much better now.
Can I just make a final point about Godwell investing in Liquid Loans, since it's such the news today? So Godwell investing in Liquid Loans.
Yes, I give you permission, J Future.
it's really cool. Like, I love how Liquid Loans is marketing the fact with Godwell. If he's investing in Liquid Loans, that must be good for the project, right? Like, look, Godwell, right? Like, he has respect to the community. He's fully doxxed, right? So the Godwell's investing in Liquid Loans. I'm really glad that the Godwell can, with the snap of his fingers, destroy it as a joke. That's great marketing for Liquid Loans. The fact that Godwell, who so far has only shown interest in the RH community, now has a stake large enough to wreck the project with the snap of his fucking fingers. So yeah, that's super bullish for Liquid Loans.
Oof, if I wasn't bullish on LL before, I'm ready to crack that beer.
Yeah, you better sack, dude. Give him your seed phrase.
You just made my month, man.
Look, I've had my beer ready. I'm waiting.
You guys
to
realize
talk.
that Godwell donated to the documentary, the Godwell, he sacked big on Pulse X, on Pulse Chain. He's an RH maxi for sure, dude. Anything that's a threat to his ecosystem, you better believe he's gonna sack for that. Why? So he can destroy it. Because he's gonna protect his ecosystem, and he's the only person with enough capital power to do so. So he's gonna invest in all this BS sacks, dude. He's gonna wreck all of them. He's gonna destroy every single one. Every single one that the Godwell sacrificed for is going fucking down. If they think for 1 second that they can scam the Hexicans.
See, man, I just love the way you come off, Future. Like the way you expressed that was beautiful. That's all I wanted to say. Like that
Yeah, bravo.
He's a heart's assassin.
Inspired by you.
Moderated by me.
We all have to play our part. Takes
Thanks,
all of
Keith,
it.
for Michael Scotting.
Yo.
Definitely about the co-host who hasn't spoken in like 10 minutes.
It's like you just
I've been chiming in here and there, bro. I've been letting
No,
everyone
you
else
just
have
chuckle
the
here
mic.
and there.
Chuckle with your emojis, bro.
No, I have to chuckle with my voice because it feels good, and I think the rest of the room thinks it feels good too.
Okay, I do like your chuckle. I'm not gonna lie.
Right. I was like, J Future, don't act like you don't like it. You tell me not to mute myself.
Okay,
all the
I do
time.
like his chuckle. Okay, I like Keith's chuckle, guys. Kill me.
Check his OnlyFans. He'll chuckle for
Okay,
$25.
Keith, if you post your OnlyFans, like that's one link that I will click.
Pin the link to the top.
trying to make them pennies drop.
Ooh, oh, we can do this all night.
Can we, Sequoia?
Ooh.
Absolutely. 100%, I'm there.
Yo, I'm loving the energy of this room. Liquid Loans, you want to join us?
Yeah, Liquid Loans, dude. Tell us about the Godwell.
If
Can you
Liquid
tell us
Loans,
about the
hey, if
Godwell, Liquid
Liquid
Loans?
Loans,
We'd love your alpha on the Godwell. Since you guys retweeted it, we would love the alpha.
look,
Because you guys retweeted it, so you must have some expectations about the Godwell. Except that, oh wait, no, you have no expectations. Oh yeah, yes.
No
Please come
expectations,
to us
J-Future.
and let us ask your questions, and then hide behind no expectations. We would love for you to
No
do that again.
expectations, J-Future.
I just want to extract value.
Yo, Eric, what were you saying?
Oh no, man! I was mocking J Future also when when the Liquid Loans was like, no expectations, and I was like, y'all niggas is really gonna hide behind that little like what the fuck are you doing? Remember?
Oh, we paid for lots of legal advice. We paid for so much legal advice that we had to fire our marketers because we paid for so much legal advice.
And then they told Sequoia, none of your business. It's none of y'all's business or something.
Oh yeah,
like
it's
that.
none of your business that we fired every digital PR person that we could find. We fired all of them. None of them will work for us. We're doing our own digital PR. Can you tell?
Well, maybe if Liquid
It's
Loans
not
will come
our,
up.
yeah.
Can you tell that
don't-
this is
their
the CEO that's
representative
fucking
could
up so
come up.
fucking hard that is sacrificing?
They don't need to disclose what goes on behind scenes, was the exact quote.
Yeah, dude, just bring the CEO in here so we can flop on his face and we'll all laugh at his sacrifice. That would be great. Let's bring the CEO in again, please.
That was epic. That was epic. When Hex's
Can
Way
the
came
CEO come in again? We'd love to talk to the CEO. He's the only person I really would
Oh
talk
yeah,
to at this
Hex is
point
the
in
way
Liquid Loans.
destroyed it earlier.
Let's
He
talk to the
destroyed
CEO
him.
because I'm a CEO, guys.
Wait,
Do you
hold
know
on.
that? I'm a CEO, and I would
Wait,
love to
hold
talk
on.
to the other CEO.
JJ.
Refresh me. Hex is the way. What was that? Can we get a flashback, a playback? I know it's recorded, but I'm not gonna go find that right now. What was the general consensus of what you had said? Well, actually, you know what? Maybe hold on. Maybe we shouldn't. I don't know. Is that painting targets? I don't want to paint targets.
No, he just basically said, look, they started off, Jesse came in, then after Jesse came in, Jexa came in to help him, and then after Jexa came in, he was stuttering, going,
These guys are as scammy as they get, dude. They have all the black hat tactics in the book. If you want to study black hat marketing, you study these guys.
Trap was totally explaining
If it isn't illegal, it's black hat.
It's like you want me to press that button or something. We was trying to get a summary, right, of what Hex is the way he was saying.
Yeah, well, like, look, yeah, Jesse come in.
Well,
and,
yeah,
I
no,
mean,
I know.
and
I
look,
was there for that. I feel
well,
like
then you saw like how Jesse came in, and then
Yeah, I
Jexa,
asked
and then they're
Jexa
like,
questions.
hey, the C.
You're not answering the damn question. If you're not gonna answer it, then you don't. But J Future totally just told us that, right? We were trying to get Hex's away summary. What's up?
Fight best Hex. Hex is away. Highway. Let him explain because he
Highway.
lays everything out beautiful. I love when he talks,
Yes.
especially when his mic's perfect. We might create him an OnlyFans just for his mic. Good mic.
Honestly, I'm into it. What's up, Highway?
No, I'm just more interested in certain other things right now. It's interesting. We have a Shirley Lowe listener. A lot of followers, like 66,000. We've never heard from you, but it seems like you've spoken with Gary and some other big people. It would be great if you come up at any time. You know, we appreciate all the questions and compliments or comments. That'd be great. But yeah, I'm just being a little, just doing some research. There's some people who are claiming that they believe in basically no middleman, right? And then all of a sudden during these SAC phases, we got people pulling up pools and building up middlemen that are controlling your sacrifice. And hopefully they're going to give it to you. Maybe they have locking periods that they say they're going to hold your coins and maybe give them to you later. It's very interesting because it doesn't really seem like it has anything to do with what we believe in as a community. And on top of that, we do have some people shilling the ref links really hard. And I just wish, maybe we could get some hexagons to shill hex as hard as they're shilling ref links for a liquid
If you're
loan.
shilling a ref link to Liquid Loans,
Okay, Eric.
shill a ref link to Liquid Loans and see what happens to you. Go ahead, guys.
Okay. All right. So for Hex is the way because you said, what did you say exactly? You said don't sacrifice to a fool, right? That's what you said, right? Hex is the way.
Pool
Sex.
Oh, pool. All right.
Only pool sex.
Oh, never mind. Fuck it up. Who cares? All right. So I'm gonna read this poem to you guys that I randomly wrote. I really thought you said don't sacrifice to a fool, so I was like, bet I'm gonna write this. So Hex is the way said these wise words: don't sacrifice to a fool. He'll turn you into a tool, all while being cruel, and that's not cool. Giving money away isn't okay. Liquid loans, not today. And don't think that's funny. And that's all I got right now. So let me finish writing the rest.
Yeah, that's pretty good though. Look, that was probably might be some of your best work right there, man. NFT that. We'll get a sacrifice pool for it. We'll lock it up for a year.
We'll sell you some sacrifice default swaps, currently paying about 20 to 1.
And then we're gonna get Hex as a way to sell you sacrifice coin insurance. You can sacrifice for a sacrifice coin insurance.
Yeah,
If it
essentially.
insured me for liquid loans, then maybe I would sacrifice for liquid loans. Just kidding. I would never sacrifice for liquid loans.
But the Godwell did.
Yeah, the Godwheel did. Oh, yeah, that's right. So he can wreck everybody. Yeah, I better not get into that. Yeah, the Godwheel did, guys. That's the reason you shouldn't get into it. Just so you know, that's the marketing alpha, that you shouldn't get into it because the Godwheel get into it, he's going to wreck it.
Look at his history. Look at his history.
Look at what the Godwheel's done, guys. Do the chain analysis.
Exactly. Or you can go to Pulse Gains.
Or you can just listen to what people are saying in Spaces. We've done a great talk with Liquid Loans. We've had the CEO in here. We've had all the people from Liquid Loans. So I would listen to this space if I were you. Dude, definitely do your own research. We can't make any financial decisions for anybody, so you got to do your own research at the end of the day.
Yo, the Godwell sacked for Pulse and PulseX, but you guys still love that project, so.
That's right. He's protecting. Okay, so who is talking right now?
Me.
69.
Hex plus Hedron.
Yeah, Hex plus Hedron. Okay, so let's talk through the thought experiment. I don't know. Maybe you weren't just listening, dude. So Hex Whale. What do we know about Hex Whale? Or the God Whale? I don't like the name the God Whale. Hex Whale. He's sacrificed. He's donated to the Hex documentary. He sacrificed the biggest bag, right? Or one of the biggest bags for Pulse X. He's really doing things for the community, wouldn't you say?
Yep. He's obviously got a lot of money too.
That's right. So he'd probably want to protect the community too, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
yeah. So like if there was like a, I don't know, like if there was like a scam, right? Like let's just say that there was a scam, and let's just say that the scam had a sacrifice. What do you think the Godwell would do in that situation?
If you're suggesting that the Godwell would give away millions of dollars to protect the community from a scam, I think that is misguided.
Okay, so how much money does the Godwell have then, since you're so well informed?
I have no idea how much the Godwell.
Okay, right. You have no idea. So what are you doing talking about like you have any authority on what the Godwell will do? Because I'm just talking about chain analysis.
But do you know how much the Godwell has?
That's the point, bro.
Well, that's my point.
Okay, so let's do the chain analysis because it doesn't sound like you've done it.
Well, we could. Hey, buddy, I'm sorry you lost your money sacrificing the liquid loans, bro.
You're gonna get wrecked, dude. I'm like, I don't want to give financial advice, but like, if you're not investing in RH projects, you're getting wrecked. That's the truth, dude. It's in the charts already.
Why would the Godwell?
And look what Liquidity did, dude. We have all these charts, dude. They've done the code on all these other protocols, and we have charts for them. And then they're doing custom code, which they haven't released. So
you just called it Liquidity.
Went 660,000 Ethereum had to be pumped into Liquidity in May of 2021.
That's the code they're forking, now.
660,000.
You just did the roast, dude. Listen to the roast before you're going to come up here and defend them, dude. Seriously.
It's not called Liquidity. It's called Liquidity.
I don't give a fuck what it's called. You don't know what the fuck we're talking about, dude. You haven't watched the first roast, dude. Come back when you watch the first roast, dude. We know a lot about...
Okay, you may proceed, your future.
We know a lot about liquid loans, dude. If you haven't watched the first roast, dude, then come back when you have. That's the end of the discussion with you, bro.
So we obviously got 3 representatives of liquid loans in here now.
Yeah, Eric is.
Oh, we're probably gonna get the CEO to come back.
I'm trying to get Michow up here. He wanted to say something.
Yeah, dude, bring the CEO up. Let's talk to the CEO. I don't want to talk to anybody but the CEO. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, but...
he had a busy day. He don't have time.
He's too busy for us, dude. He's definitely got better stuff to do than talk to us.
Yeah. That's...
38%. How old are you?
Yo, Eric, you're killing me.
I would recommend Liquid Loans make their own space. They can make their own space and do AMAs.
Yeah, that's a good point. If they're going to show Liquid Loans, they should probably make their own space.
Build their own community, get their own people.
Yes, I agree. Eric,
Hex
go
Plus,
ahead.
dude, I know we're wolfpacking you, dude, but like seriously watch the first roast because we talk to Liquid Loans a lot, man. We ask them all really, really, really good questions. I'm not
True.
kidding you. And
It's
we have
true.
it all recorded on YouTube. I'm
Like
not
6
trolling
hours.
you.
6 hours worth.
We grilled them
At
for
least.
hours, dude. Please
Yeah.
go watch it. I'm not kidding you. If you're interested in Liquid Loans, you'll want to see this. I'm not trolling.
Yeah, that's some real stuff right there. Eric?
So please go watch it and then come to ask your questions about Liquid Loans.
You done, J Future?
Yes.
What's up, Eric?
No, man. It's like I said before. J Future comes with the whole analytics and the fucking goatness of that he carries, and yeah, that's all. I'm just like, yeah, the dude is doing his research, and Hedron, like he said, bro, you came in the wrong chat at the wrong time because you just came in at the wrong time and trying to defend the wrong people. And if I was host, I'd have been booted your ass out. So just be glad.
What a coincidence, though.
That
What a
laugh.
coincidence. This person shows up with Hex and Hedron in their name.
Yeah, interesting, huh?
Yeah, just pops in just out of nowhere.
Another Hex logo
Never seen
that
him
we
in
can't
space.
identify.
Never seen him in the space before.
But yeah, they're definitely not affiliated with Liquid Loans, guys, for sure. No way that they're affiliated with Liquid Loans.
What's up, Mr. Wonderful? Good to see you here.
You
Just
gotta rate
another
your
tactic that we're gonna point out.
Hold up, I'm speaking. Thank you. I'm just breathe for 1 second. All right. Hey.
Peace, light, and love, beautiful people.
Hey, J Future, your mic is wrecked right now, like bad. Peace, love, and light to you too, Mr. Wonderful. I caught a piece of that. All right.
Yeah, no doubt. These spaces, I just tried to onboard. I just did it, man. It's so painful, man. Like I just sat in the chat and whoa. I don't know how you and inviting freedom. I see Eric and I see Kid and I see J Future and I see y'all in these other spaces and I see y'all trying to onboard. Man, it's painful. Like these people, it's so sad. It's unfortunate, man. I can't do it. I'm sorry. Like I quit. I'm never gonna do it again. I'm not. It's too much. Like I just literally sat for 40 minutes listening to pandering and crawling and man, these people. One of them's born in the 60s. All types of degrees and all types of these people are still checking for white people to like jump up and miraculously start. What the fuck does it was crazy, man. Crypto, man. It's so easy, man. This is all you ever gotta tell black people, man. Be honest. Say white people are never gonna get right. You gotta get right. It's simple. Like this shit don't have to be no beef. It don't have to be no one can ever get a group of people to collectively act the same way. What the fuck? So what you're gonna have to do is get rich and throw some weight around. It's as simple as that, man. That's the solution. Like we keep pandering and scratching and begging and so painful, man. Trap, peace. You know I wasn't gonna miss this trap. You know that, bro. Satoshi
What's up,
paid
Mr.
me.
Wonderful? How you doing, bro?
I'm well, man. I'm just, trying to be a decent, patron of the community and stuff. Since y'all have like officially like dubbed me a Hexican and shit, right? So I mean, I was already very much.
We lose the Liquid Loans guy? Did Liquid Loans lose the representation at the speakers? That's incredible. I'm so surprised.
Who was it?
Who's Liquid? Nobody here is to show Liquid Loans, really? None of the speakers here are going to show Liquid Loans to us?
Oh,
okay, I guess we'll talk about something else.
My
go
check
ahead, Mr.
hasn't cleared
Wonderful.
yet.
Go ahead,
My
Mr.
check's
Wonderful.
not
Please
cleared
go
yet.
ahead.
Oh, J Future, what's happening, brother?
Dude, we're just roasting Liquid Loans, dude. We're going to roast Liquid Loans, dude, until their sacrifice goes to 0.
Jesus.
Wait, yeah, Mr. Wonderful, dude, did you know that we had a AMA with Liquid Loans all day today?
No. Oh, so you know what?
Oh,
Hold on.
We're roasting them
bruh.
so hard, dude. Half of their
Bruh.
I caught it when it
sacrifice,
started
dude,
this morning.
Mr. One.
Hold up. Mr. Wonderful, one, I'd just like to say, and then we can go with J Future. I think I DM'd you. I'm pretty sure I DM'd you this space when I first started it this morning. But yeah, go off, J Future.
Okay, so everything we're talking about with the liquid loans sacrifice is backed up by mathematical facts. We do chain analysis to look at the exact numbers of what went into the sacrifice, when, what asset. Literally all of this we can see on etherscan.io. Anybody can do this. Anybody can learn to look at what we've been looking at and come to the same conclusions. So, the liquid loan sacrifice, I see a lot of it comprised of the God Whale, which we already talked about, and an anonymous stablecoin Tornado Cash, which could have come from the developers of the project itself. Probably the CEO himself. It's just recycled money used to pump the number of the sacrifice, just like the God Whale's amount, to get plebs into social pressure. Social pressure is another word for it. Social evidence. I'm blanking on the word, but you guys know what I'm talking about. It's a way to convert people. It's a marketing tactic, and that's why they retweeted it. Oh, the God Whale. He's sacrificing for liquid loans. The God Whale will wreck liquid loans if liquid loans is a threat to the community.
As he should.
I would expect him to, but I have no expectations, so you guys can throw your money wherever you want. It's okay.
Can pardon self. I don't know. Is anyone up next to speak? I'd like to say something to the people here. So to all the people of color in this chat, man, you all gotta, if you're gonna be a good patron of crypto, and it's not about crypto, man. It's about us getting something, man. Like, what the fuck, man? We cannot keep, stop being afraid to, I don't know, man. Listen, if you come in a group of white people and you can't
Social
talk
proof,
about
that was the word. Social proof. Sorry, go ahead.
Got you. If you can't come in a group with a bunch of white people and they respect that you need something and your people need something and shit got to get better, like if they can't see the problems, then you shouldn't be fucking with them. Leave. If you're intimidated that they're gonna kick you the fuck out or some shit like that, then don't fuck with them. I wouldn't be dealing with Hex if y'all didn't put up with my shit. Period. I'd be the fuck up out of here, deuces. Like I'm not broke. I'm doing all right in life, and my child is a warrior, and my team, my squad is all tight. Like we doing God's work, man. You feel me? So if people if people don't yield their like emotional shit to your actual needs, right? If people don't yield their like beliefs and sometimes indoctrination. I'm not trying to belittle people, but if people don't yield their ideas and concepts and faiths and beliefs and political shit to your actual suffering, to your actual physical state, to your actual, then they don't fuck with you, and so don't fuck with them. And so the only solution to that, man, is mount the fuck up and get your shit together. And it starts with pandering. Like, stop, man. White people ain't never gonna change collectively. It is never gonna happen. It's not even reasonable. Like, we keep talking about in these spaces, and it's making my skin crawl, man. They're conflating white supremacy with racism. What the fuck does racism got to do with white supremacy? Like, there's nothing. Listen, first of all, racism is a perversion of the term because if you go to the etymology of the word, right, it's expert. Race is race. Race expert. A pianist is an expert at piano. An artist is an expert at art. So somebody that is Japanese are the most racist motherfuckers on earth, but we don't call them racist because it don't affect us. And, I'm not gonna say there's nothing wrong with racism, but there's like nothing wrong with racism. With being a proponent of your race. The problem with the world is facing is the fake white supremacy. So then, come on, bro. Like, so they conflating first. They haven't figured out in their mind that those are two totally different concepts, man. And the white supremacy does not apply to everybody. It is a system. White supremacy is not white people. It would be alien supremacy if it was aliens doing it. You follow what I'm saying? Like, it's not relegated to white people. It's whoever promotes that mentality. And they could be black, pink, purple, white, whatever, man. So it's crazy. And they're over in this group, like trashing Donald Trump. And last I recall, Donald Trump told the fucking world how to become billionaires. He told everybody, this is the way you do it, man. You claim losses. I'll never forget, you claim losses on your shit. He said everyone does it. He said you claim losses on your shit, you report losses, and you don't pay no taxes. He said I ain't paid taxes in fucking like 18 years. He said I don't plan on it. You kidding me? On the news. And people, and like, so instead of taking these tactics and weaponizing it for yourself, you got these bozos out here to get mad at. And just the list goes on and on. That's just one example. I remember when COVID hit, I remember this man saying distinctly that someone just said, man, COVID hit with Trump on the watch. Bitch, I remember him saying it came from China. I remember his whole team, like in an armistice with the military and the CDC people. I remember how the tension. Come on, bro. Like, and I'm not a pro Trump or pro none of that shit, bro. I'm just simply saying I'm fucking with who's to some degree. They all presidents, they all political,
Fuck
they
the
all
fucking system, innit, bro? Fuck the system.
it's a
Aussie, chill, wait.
no, word though. It's all a scam. They're all the same. But I'm just simply saying, man, when somebody is giving you tidbits of truth, even when that truth offends you, man, you don't stop people from telling the truth because it offends you. You shut the fuck up and listen, so you can get some game. Because people don't. When people are manipulating you, man, nobody don't get what she say. Isabella, whatever she say, let them eat cake. You know, what was it? Spain, one of them shits, man. Let them eat cake. Shut them dumbass people up, give them cake, and don't even worry about it.
Look, I'm a black guy. I'm from London, but fuck the system, I say. Fuck the system.
Without a doubt. I agree 1,000%, but that's exactly the point I'm making. So that's exactly my point. I'm not looking for nothing from these motherfuckers, man.
Yo,
I don't understand. Yeah. Go ahead, Sequoia.
Nah, I was just gonna say, I'm like, we got Mr. Wonderful and Rags in the same room. I'm gonna have to go clean my dresser.
Word.
Hey, ladies, you lot are Mercedes. You are Mercedes. So one love to the ladies. So the man talking it.
Yeah, this shit's crazy though. We gotta stop pandering, man. Fuck that, man. Like,
we love the ladies, man. It's not you lot. We need to think together to get better. You know, you need to
no, we
support.
need to fix ourselves,
The ladies,
bro.
yeah,
we need
need
to
each
say
other,
fuck them
people.
motherfuckers, man.
We need
Listen,
each
bro.
other, fam.
We need to get well. We need to listen, bro. It's simple. This shit's so easy. They don't give a fuck what you do.
This
they don't
system
care what
is
you
broken, bro.
Listen,
System
bro.
is fucked. We need
listen,
to
Ozzy,
wise
man.
up.
Ozzy, bro. They don't care what comes out of your mouth. They're only listening to your actions. This is something you need to learn about human nature. So if you coming off a goddamn protest and then you go to the mall and ball out. If you coming off a protest, you go to a restaurant. You coming off a and I don't mean don't support small business, because definitely that. We got to keep each other up. But if you come out of hold on, listen, Ozzy, because you're doing this shit too. So I'm checking you too, bro. If you come up out of, we sit here and kick all of this fake ass, anti-establishment shit, but we do everything the establishment promotes. Again, they let you eat cake. They give you cake when they're poisoning you, bro. When you like it and it feels good and it's cake and it's poison, bro. Don't think for 1 minute they're gonna put poison on a plate of shit and then try to force you to eat it. No, that's not economically sound. That's not how you nudge populations, man. They make shit easy and they make it sweet and they make it sexy and they make you like it and they make you feel like it's religiously and politically and everything aligned with your beliefs. In actuality, you're killing yourself. And it's suicide, bro. And I just see a whole bunch of
I hate that,
suicidal
brother.
motherfuckers
Yeah,
doing it
that's
too,
wrong.
though, hey, Ozzy. So you need to listen, bro, because you're doing it too. And I respect you. Me and you are aligned, bro. But I'm not capping. I'm not faking the funk, bro. I teach my child this, bro. I'm not on these spaces yapping
Bro,
one
I
day.
ain't no capping either, brother.
Nah,
Like,
you capping, bro.
real.
But look, though, you just trying to get by. I get it, man. If you had a better way, you do better, bro. But you're capping. Your ass is capped, bro, because you participating in this shit too. And you know I know, bro. And you know I know you're Muslim, bro. So you participate in that fuck shit too, religion. Let's just keep it real, bro. All right. So at the end of the day, these people's institutions only have one purpose: is to control humans, bro. And if you participating in any degree, I'm not choosing one over another. I'm saying people first, man. Imagine the type of magical shit we could come up when we start putting people first, man. Imagine the type of remedies. Imagine when you stop making everything in your life, everything in our lives, man, have been established, and everything we do from the rooter to the tutor coming out. I tried to say this before and I got kind of creamy, right? But you come through the hospital, first thing they do is print you your birth certificate. Your mother just gave you to the system, bro. Don't even realize it. She just pledged you, man, to the church. Your ass will be a taxpayer now. Your ass will do everything she pledged you. You know what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day,
Bro, I'm so pissed off with the world, you know.
I know, Ozzy, but your ass is a capper, man. So listen, bro.
Hold up,
So,
Ozzy. Yeah.
yeah, no. So your mother pledges you first. So, like, how does the cycle break? If your mother didn't know any better, and her mother didn't know any better, and as far back as you go, man, our people are like past this indoctrination. So you spend your whole life. Y'all ready for this? Everything y'all are doing, and I'm not saying you ain't. I'm not gaslighting you because I'm sure we waking up and breaking these cycles, but your whole life is in service to this machine. You spend your whole life worshiping and serving the things that are actually cake from the Caesar that is designed to fucking oppress you and kill you, and all of y'all are doing it. And so I can't get mad at, like, you know, like
Yeah, I get that.
Southern.
My mother, rest in peace, but it's the birth certificate. That's what got us in. That's what
Yeah,
made
but
us
it's not
all.
just that though, Ozzy. No, it's not just that. It's the religion, it's the culture, it's the things we think hold near and dear that we think are real that ain't even fucking real, bro. We subjected
The
to these
religion, the
lies.
cults, bro, the cults.
We subjected to these lives, bro, that ain't even ours, man. People gave these shits to us, and we don't even realize it. We are indoctrinated, bro. We are indoctrinated, bro. And there's only like two groups of people in America that I see bucking it. It's like, to some degree, right? It's like black nationalists and then white nationalists. And white nationalists are capped up because they ass all Christians. So y'all are hooked. They got y'all hook, line, and sinker too. It's
Yeah, but
like,
white people 5% in the fucking world, bro.
Hold up,
You know
Ozzy.
that?
Let's hey, before y'all continue, J Future, you have your hand up.
Oh, I was just writing a fire tweet, but yeah, my hand was up. So Liquid Loans, yeah. I would love to talk about all the reasons that I'm grateful for Liquid Loans. Starting with the fact that, you know, like, there's this divisions that are coming into the community. We all see it. We all see the mayhem, the tweets, the YouTube streams, all the bullshit. And I'm so glad that we have an example of the worst possible scenario with someone coming to monetize our community. Because they've infiltrated right in. They came in with all of the, you know, OGs, all the YouTube streamers that you watch, all the heroes. They went on all of their shows. So they look super legit, guys. Why am I saying this? Because I was fooled too, right? They went on all the legit channels, and I'm so glad that now we have an example of this that we can refer to.
Do you know why?
So when the next one comes, hold on a second. So when the next one comes, we can just call them Liquid Loans. And if they don't change their name after this space, then I guess I'm not that good at marketing.
You know, you gotta think about, yeah, this word, order out chaos, or
Are you a
divide and
shill?
conquer.
Are you a shill for Liquid Loans, dude?
No.
Ozzy's
Okay, go ahead.
They're
Go
trying
ahead,
to
dude.
divide us and conquer
Because
us.
I'm so glad. Just real quick, dude. Last point. I'm so glad that they have spies here all the time. They can listen on their desktop or they can listen on YouTube, so they can be sure that the CEO comes in to answer the questions that matter to them. But that in the meantime, we say whatever we want.
Yes.
Hey,
Ego
Logan.
your hand
Hey,
is up.
Logan.
I just like to say that I'm experiencing where, you know, like people are coming to us Hexicans wanting funding for their stuff, wanting to shill us their own
Because we're rich, bro. It's because we're
intentions.
winning.
Let it
Yeah.
finish.
And so it's this time period that we're going through. We're going through like multiple different things at once right now, but this has increased and it's coming at a large magnitude. So I just wanted to say that I'm experiencing that.
Me too, man. I appreciate you sharing your thoughts. Because, I mean, like I said, guys, they had me fooled too.
But why did you call me a shield? I'm a realist human being.
Because they have because Ozzy, because you were interrupting me, and because we have liquid loan shills here
Yeah,
all
no,
day.
I'm a
We've
people.
been
I'm a special. I'm a Gemini.
And now everybody's silent.
Okay, dude. Let me just answer his question, Ozzy. It's a legitimate question, dude. The only reason that like I jumped on you, dude, is because you were interrupting me, and we've had an etiquette that's been going for a long time now, where we try not to interrupt each other. So if I'm shitting on liquid loans and you interrupt me, then why would I not? Why would I not assume that you were a shill of liquid loans? Would be my question.
No, but I'm not that. You got to trust yourself to trust someone. You got to love yourself to love someone. You know.
Well, I definitely don't trust somebody whose profile pic is just a
Well,
black hole.
I don't put my picture up because I
Yeah,
don't
dude,
believe
that's
in.
right, dude. So
If you want me
talking,
to put, I don't
that's
like.
true,
I'm a
dude. I
good-looking
love for
guy.
some.
I'm a gentleman. I'm a self-employed guy. So
That's
it's about
awesome,
eight.
dude.
You know what I mean? I don't need to put my picture up. You gotta beauty is skin deep. You know, the
That's
soul
right,
is
dude.
beautiful.
That's right, dude. I think it's great, Ozzy, dude, and I think OPSEC is super important. But I think it's you're right, dude. The trust. It's like, where's the trust, dude? We're just on the internet. We just have pictures, and we're in the metaverse, so you can't really trust anybody at the end of the day. Look at the numbers, guys. Look at the chain analysis, and do your own research, please.
Just check all of my profile from history, and you see what I'm about.
That's great, man. That's why I like Twitter. That's why Twitter's better than Telegram. Because Twitter, there's a record. Twitter, you can look at what somebody tweeted about. You can see what their bio is. You can see what they're shilling. You can see how many followers they have. Sure, all the numbers can be bought, but it still costs money. You know what I mean? Like, it's
I'm not
something.
here.
It's
I'm not
better
here
than
for
Telegram.
clout. I'm here for humans. You know, the two minds are better than one. That's what I'm here for.
Hell yeah, man.
Yeah, the Twitter is much more information. I feel like, yeah, like the fact that you can just go through people's tweets, like, definitely.
Well, because that's
more.
the whole thing. Can I go quick, real quick, just to
Oh
emphasize
yeah,
this point? So the experts, guys, who are the experts? The experts are out there doing the shit that makes them experts, right? That's what makes
But
them
no one's an
experts.
expert.
Hold
No
on,
one's
hold on,
perfect.
dude. Please don't interrupt me. There are experts out there, right? And so they're experts and they're doing things. Why? Because that's what makes them experts. They do things like I do SEO for my clients. I go to Google, I search shit in Google. I have all these tools that I use to look in Google, and I'm in Google all fucking day. I hate Google so much because I'm in there all day because I'm an expert on Google. Just like I'm an expert on Hex because I spend a lot of time talking about Hex and talking to people about Hex and looking at chain analysis and doing all of these things to make me an expert about Hex. That's what makes me an expert. Not live streaming. Live streaming is jerking off. Live streaming is answering questions to noobs who will never, ever approach your level of expertise. So not to be confused, Richard Hart live streams. I love his live streams. His live streams are the marketing. He says there's no marketing budget in Hex. The marketing budget is Richard Hart live streams. The marketing budget is Richard Hart interviews. You know what I mean? And because it's all anonymous, like, who knows, dude? He could totally be paying for marketing for Hex. There'd be no way of knowing because he knows what he's doing and he knows how to make things anonymous, right? So don't forget that.
Valid.
Yo, J Future, man. I got to talk to you, brother. I think the shit's gone to your head, man, because the way you're speaking to everybody is pretty fucked up. And I'm just going to call that out right now.
You can call it out all you want, dude.
Yeah,
I'm happy to DM you, bro. Please
it's pretty,
DM
no,
me.
no, I'm just saying straight up, man, because you're telling people to not do the same thing that you're doing to everybody in this space. And it's not a good look, I don't think.
Basically contradicting himself. He has with me in 5 minutes.
Hey guys, if I could chime in, I'm an OG in Hex, and I think that he's completely appropriate.
You're an OG. Congratulations. That means absolutely nothing with regards to human behavior.
Yeah, dude, Grags, I'm really glad you have a picture for your profile.
Hold up. Because as much as I enjoy what's going on here, and we know already about how I feel about the character speaking. That being said, Rags does have a point here. And it's the same shit that I've been saying constantly. And for everyone, not just individuals speaking at this moment. I personally don't like when people are talking over each other. And yeah, it is contradictory to ask not to be spoken over, but then to keep speaking over and interrupting others. So with that being said, Rags, could you please finish your thought?
I mean, I get that you're fired up. I understand it. I get it, but I'm gonna check you as a friend, and it just sounds disrespectful as fuck. And I'm sure people don't appreciate it. I know I wouldn't. I'd want to punch somebody in the mouth if they talked to me that in real life, and so would you. I'm sure you would too.
Okay, so Rex Rich has muted himself, so I'm not interrupting him, and I'm going to respond to what he said. Rex to Riches, man, I love you like a brother.
Yeah,
and at the end of the day, Rex to Riches and I are in a community together, and we both love this community, and we both love Hex. And I would take Rex to Riches in the MMA ring, and I would take Rex to Riches on his live streams, and I will take Rex to Riches in his Twitter spaces. So I love you, man, and I love that you would check me as a friend, because at the end of the day, it's only the true friends that check you.
All right, hold the fuck up.
You
You ain't gonna call me
hold
a friend,
the fuck
bitch?
up. No, hold up. Eric, I'm gonna let you go off in a second, but what the fuck you I've been saying to you like nonstop? Why do you think I am even in this position? Like, just consider that. Seriously. Because yo. Come on. All right. Eric, go ahead. Oops. There you go.
Hey man, fuck you. You over here. I ain't your friend. I ain't your friend. I inspired you to write poetry, and you gonna say I ain't your friend? I retweet your shit. I ain't your friend. You hurt my feelings, man. I ain't taking your ass nowhere anymore.
That's exactly how I feel.
Wait, did I call Eric not my friend? I think I missed what I said.
No, we've been calling you out and checking you constantly, and you don't acknowledge it until Rags just said something, is what we're trying to get at.
Okay, well, let me acknowledge Sequoia, let me acknowledge Eric, let me acknowledge Aussie 80s, because he was the one that first brought it up.
Hey man, don't
forget the
famous.
And definitely famous, but I don't know where famous is. He's listening.
Well, fuck the fame, just chill. That's what the lady's saying. Chill.
Yeah, basically. What's up, Trap? I saw your mic go off.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Well, if y'all have consensus, then I'll check myself. But the reason why I said I was an OG is because we see through a lot of bullshit. And so, yeah, I'll check myself. Thanks, guys.
But yeah, no, right. I think J Future and Eco Build Dabin bring up very valid points. But right, again, it's not what you say, it's how you say it ultimately. And I think that's the only thing that Rags was kind of getting at. then you just kind of Rags just kind of jump down and
Yeah, he can be fired up, man. I get it. Be fired up about it. I love that.
Yes.
Just don't let. I mean, yeah. Just whenever you. Let me try to think of a way to say it. Whenever you talk to a man in real life, right? There's always a threat of violence, depending on how you talk to that man. That's kind of like a check and balance. So I got to be careful about how I talk to somebody and how I deliver it, because I might, there's always a threat. So that's just how it's got to be. You get fired up and get carried away. I'm the same way. I get it.
I don't think it's about that. It's you have to be genuine for ladies, and then when it's men, you have to be masculine in it. Obviously, there's a feminine way to talk to ladies in front of ladies, and there's a masculine way. It's two sort of different topics, brothers and sisters.
Go ahead, J Future.
Everything being said in this space is really good, guys. Like that's the whole point. Is like we're bringing this to like a really high standard of dialogue, of discourse. It's so high that I'm struggling to meet it. Do you hear this? I'm setting the standard, and people call me. I'm setting it so high that the people in
No,
this
you just
space
go on
are
about
calling
fame
me
and
out.
money.
What?
You just say you're famous and you got money. So
No,
drop
I
the
didn't
money.
say that I was famous or that I had money. You heard it wrong, dude. You haven't been listening long enough. That's the thing, dude. You don't even know what we're talking about. Famous is a person, dude. You don't even know who famous is, bro. No offense. But you can listen to
Well,
the
I don't want to
recording
be
and you'll know
famous.
who famous is. And I'm not famous, and I do not want to be famous. So let me set the record straight right there.
Go on and say it. I thought you were going to set the record.
Record is, I do not want to be famous. My name is 38.
One love, one love. Ladies, one love. What's my sister saying?
I
Let's hear the
appreciate you,
lady.
Ozzy. I appreciate you, dude. Seriously. One love, dude.
This makes me want Raising Cane's now. I guess that's like a local thing. Y'all have Raising Cane's around y'all? Where are y'all located? Y'all ever
Over
had
here in Texas.
It's
In
good
the
stuff.
South. Good stuff. What? So it's late night over there. They haven't closed yet.
It's definitely late night, dude. I'm so late. I'm out of beer.
11.
London, UK, innit? But I'm black, so one love. But the world's going mad, innit?
That's what they're trying to tell you, isn't it?
Brother, it's actually happening economically. It's happening.
Definitely.
Try being in Australia, Sydney, Australia. Very impressive view.
Wow, that takes 24 hours on a plane to get there, from here. They call it down under. That's the flat earth. How does a plane go all the way down? It goes up, innit? There's no down,
That's
innit?
right.
That's the flat
Well,
earth
don't
theory.
come because you won't. If you come here, you won't get out of here. So I wouldn't recommend it. They'll end up locking us
Nah,
down again. I can see it.
nah, I like Australians, neighbours, home and away. But loads of people come to England now from America and Australia, and they're nice people. The only ones that don't like is Scientology people.
I mean, like if you come down here, we've been in so many lockdowns. Like Melbourne is one of our cities here, and it's on record. That was the city that was locked down the longest in the world. I think something like 200 and something days straight. Crazy. So what I'm saying is, if you take a plane down here, they probably lock your ass up in a hotel for a while.
But Australia, yeah, it's got it's wrapped around the sea, innit? It's got the most seas around Australia, innit?
That's right. It's classified as an island.
What's good, Mr. Wonderful? I see your hand up.
No, I'm just gonna ask Ozzy why he don't dig Scientology.
Hey,
Ozzy,
I didn't hear
my
that.
bad. I'm eating.
Ask me properly, yeah.
I said I'm just curious why you don't dig Scientology.
Oh, Scientology, because it's an ism, bro. It's an ism. Everything that's an ism is a cult,
Oh,
religion, this kind
facts.
of thing. It's there to divide everyone. No, I want to start with that. Fascism, Scientology,
That's right.
Buddhism. All these isms,
Yeah, but
everything that has an ism, ism, is a cult. That's what divides humans,
yeah, that's a fact.
Like Rick said, when is an ism good? When is an ism good?
I didn't hear
It's
him say
never
that.
good
That's
because
the
it's
whole
a
point.
cult. It's never a good thing because it's a cult.
Go watch
It's a
the shit
world religion. It's
early.
a world religion.
You know how Richard did all those videos with the top hat and the mic?
Yeah, absolutely.
One of those, he talks
Oh,
about
I
ism.
missed it.
Yeah, you gotta go check that out. It's pretty good.
No, I'm just saying Scientology is like, I guess like the
Just
lesser.
go for like the ism, the ISM. Just read on the ism, the
No,
ISM. Buddhism,
listen, bro.
Buddhism.
You're preaching to the choir here. I just because you said specifically Scientology, and those are the lesser of the. Scientology is actually the most inclusivism. It is the most inclusivism in America. So that's why I was wondering
Tom
specifically. But
Cruise,
yeah, I agree with
innit?
you.
Tom Cruise is the king in it for them.
I mean, I don't know. They got a lot of heavy hitters, but I mean, shit. They got
But yeah,
Isaac Hayes. They got Sequoia. I didn't hear.
no, you're good. I was just concurring that yeah, Tom Cruise was basically started it.
Yeah, but they as far as like inclusiveness, right? They as far as like a world plan, they're absolutely a cult, just like the rest of the isms, like you said. But they're inclusive, so maybe they got some good game. They're inclusive. You literally their whole situation is like a, a mirror reflection of the makeup of America. Like they don't discriminate, at least along racial lines, and that's what makes them. That's why they're gonna win always. They got that
They
part
do
figured out.
because it's a cult. Everything ism is a cult, bro.
No, I'm not, brother. We preaching to the choir. I just got on when I came on here. That's the whole point of what I was talking about. Is we keep worshiping these concepts and we put concepts above people. We don't do for self. Like we're not doing for self.
Oh, I do veganism and vegetarianism. What about that one?
Well, you're a freaking cult member then.
Yeah, they're all isms.
Hey, I'm a cult member, y'all. I'm a part of several.
Oh, my sister, why? Come out of that. Come out of that. Come back to us. Come back to the humans.
No, I'm kidding. But I am plant based, so personally, right? I don't really like associating with the term vegan or veganism because right there is a lot of associations and all that shit, and I do think that like medicine, like honey is a medicine, so technically they would like get on my ass about that shit. So I consider myself plant based.
Oh, they don't eat. Oh, no animal products. Holy shit, that's crazy. I never even thought of honey. That's wacko. Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah, but honey is
local,
medicine. Honey is
local.
medicine.
Honey is medicine. Local, sourced honey. That's the only shit that I will fuck with. I'm not. Nah, hand me a bear in a jar,
But
a
that is
fucking honey
nothing
in
to
a
do with the
bear, and I'll
ism.
throw it back at you. But like,
So
yeah,
no dairy at all.
no dairy at all. No
Is
eggs.
there a political reason or what?
I mean, like, do I agree with
Some people
what
can
they're
have
doing?
allergies. Some people can have certain ways of life in it, but does not
Right,
mean to put the ism on it. You know
right,
what I mean? That's all.
Sequoia. But
Right.
I mean, factually, honey and in that from that perspective, there's no difference between honey and milk from that
Honey is the
angle.
biggest medicine that we all have to get
No, I'm
better.
aware of that, Ozzy, but they're both an output from the animal. Like you don't have to.
Right. So yes, what you're saying is correct in some in some sense, but like yeah, no, I mean there's a lot more that can be dissected in many different ways. But honey is a medicine, right? That's the only reason why I'm okay with it. And then uh everything else is fucking like the opposite of that. Like honey is a medicine, and then dairy is bad for you, and most people are lactose intolerant like naturally. It's not something that I want to be putting in my body, right? Basically that's just it, is that things that I want to put in my body versus things that don't belong there. And for me, that's the only really difference. Also, I lived like off grid and we didn't have sugar. All we had was honey. So if I wanted to eat the bread or anything like that, like I was going to have to give to honey. So that is that reason. But like local sourced honey is what I really emphasize, not just some random shit that's been shipped from long distance. Like it needs to be local in order to provide you with the best benefits. But yeah.
Yeah, honey is so important to all us humans, by the way, and lemon. But by the way, you've got to realize that it's not religion, you know, like that. It's like certain people, like my mum was locust, like she couldn't drink milk, you know, like that. So certain people can't handle that. It's just how humans are. We're all different people, in it. But at the end of the day, honey is part of all of our medicine. Without honey, you know, the whole ecosystem. We've got to have
No, I
the
understand.
honeybees.
Pardon me, Hazi. The point I was making, was it ideological or that? What she just said is logic. It makes sense, right? I don't do it because I don't want to, and that's it. That's good enough. But you have a lot of people have the isms. They even got vegan isms, right? People make it ideological, and that's not it's nonsense. Because I was about to do Sequoia just now. You know, I love you, but I was about to
You
do
know
her.
what veganism is, yeah? Plant,
Yeah, no,
a
no,
laboratory
right. I
made.
just thought she was being a
Is a
hypocrite.
laboratory
She
made
wasn't.
plant food, you know, like in a lab. Like it's not even real stuff. Like they can make a burger out of a laboratory.
Right,
They
but
can make human DNA
Absolutely.
out of it.
All right, y'all.
absolutely. But so that's either ideological or you just don't want to eat fucking. I mean, there's three ways you can go about it. It's ideological. I don't want to eat fake meat, or I don't eat meat because it harms the animal. You feel me? So if it's I don't eat because it harms the animal, then that doesn't mean you can't eat animal products, because honey doesn't harm an animal and milk doesn't harm an animal. That's all.
Right.
That's not the
Yeah.
point I was making.
Eric and then Rags.
Yeah, all right. So, hey, J Future. I really don't know if. Hey, wait, is J Future? Where did he go? He's not
Yo,
in here.
J Future.
That
He ran.
motherfucker's passed out, man.
He
What's
just
the?
That's funny.
dipped.
He's gone. He's gone.
Oh man, I wrote him a poem for his birthday, but never mind. All right, well, I'm gonna
Oh.
then. All right, y'all. Well, I'm gonna say goodnight then. Y'all
Hey,
take
who
it
have
easy,
a
man.
No,
birthday?
no, brother. I want to hear the poem, please.
Wait,
Oh,
but it's for J Future. We can't do it without him.
yeah, that's why I was like, it literally is for him. I literally, yeah, yeah. Because I seen his post and he was like, "Oh, my birthday," and I was like, "Oh, it really was his birthday? Hold on, let me write this nigga a poem real quick." But yeah, my
I'm
bad.
dead. Okay, Rags.
Yo, Mr. Wonderful, you there, man? What's
Yes, sir. I'm eating,
what's
bro.
a you were talking about white nationalists, you were talking about black nationalists. Can you tell me what are those?
I said they're the only people who got it right, and they
No,
are
like what if
right.
like defined I don't understand like what is a black nationalist and what is a white nationalist?
These are people that are putting their interests above the interests of. They believe they're putting their interests above the interests of
Basically,
government
the 5%.
ideologies and institutions. That's how I'm viewing it. I'm not viewing. There's a lot of cap
The
ass shit.
5% in the world are
The
causing us
5%
trouble.
Nation of Gods and Earth. That's a great example. Nation of Islam. Great example. Their term. Again, like I said regarding racism, the proper the etymology of racism does not fit the way it's used and the way we're indoctrinated to believe it. An ist is an expert. That's all an ist is. Like a pianist, like an artist, gymnast, and so forth and so
The
on.
ism, racism is another one. There you go.
Right. So, I don't know. What was your question, bro?
No, I think I just hear people use those terms and it seems like nobody is on the same page about what those terms mean. So whenever I hear that, I just ask people kind of what the
Good for you.
definition is.
It means you're thinking. Good for you, because it don't mean shit. It's cap ass shit, and they're trying to
It's
indoctrinate us.
designed
It's
to divide
division.
us, people.
It's the
That's
exactly
all.
bingo. It's to make us hate each other. And the fact of the matter is, everybody should be about seeing their people up. That's common sense, man. That's like, again, like Japanese are the most racist people on the planet. That doesn't mean they hate have to hate black or hate white or hate. No, they're about seeing their
I think
own
Chinese
up
are more
and doing well.
hating us. Chinese
Yeah,
hate us more.
no.
Ozzy.
Chinese are a lot more inclusive, Ozzy. So, but yeah, I'm not saying hate. I'm not talking about the hate perspective. I'm talking about Japanese are not running around slaughtering Japanese people. The Chinese are. So clearly, they're not on the same page. Japanese people have more of a respect and admiration for their people. They put their people above a lot of shit. You see, that's
It seems pretty, like, for me, my observation about life and about how the world works. It seems to me that there definitely is oppression, but I think the oppression in the world that we see is definitely, I'd say, a majority economic. And then I think that they kind of misdirect the fact
If
that
it's
it's actual
economic, we
economic
are the man.
oppression,
We
and
are the man.
they push it to racial and gender and all the stuff that it's actually not, to kind of misdirect us. What are your thoughts on that?
I concur. That was the point. That was, I don't know, sometimes I get off on a tangent, man, but that was actually the point I was making when I was speaking. I was saying it's all a distraction, like talking about crack pipes right now, and some chats with people that are a lot more educated and a lot smarter than us, right? But how smart are they really? Because they're over there talking about crack pipes, and we're talking about how to get wealthy. So it's like, I don't know, bro. It's, it defies common sense. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it pisses me off, man. It pisses me off when, I don't know. It's like a special trigger for me. Is like when people try to divide by race. That really pisses me off.
Yeah,
Just
but
remember this: an angry man is a clumsy man. Remember that.
But be mindful to not. This is where you got to be careful, right? Be mindful to not. You got to let self-expression, right? That's part of one of the fundamentals of this country is freedom of expression, is self-expression. What life,
And
liberty,
two minds
pursuit
are
of
better than
happiness.
one. So we're
Right,
bigger than the AI. We're bigger than
right.
the
So
AI.
you gotta respect people's beliefs and opinions and shit.
Yeah, as an
And
objective. As an objective.
right. Well, you gotta allow people to express themselves. That's more what I mean to say. Because I'm not saying you gotta like respect, like agree with, but you gotta allow people to kind of, you gotta listen. If you don't hear people's concerns, then you don't care. It's as simple as that. If you're not trying to hear
You know,
people,
one thing all my brothers and sisters got to remember: tomorrow is not promised. So we all came alone and we leave alone. Do you know what I mean? In this world.
No doubt. But so that's what people don't do, and that's what a lot of, as far as like dividing on racial lines, you can't tell the people who the racial lines have been divided on to not divide on racial lines. You feel me? Like that's kind of asinine. So a lot of these conversations, like people of color be trying to have with like, I don't know, like white people are not their conversations white people need to be having.
I don't think white people give a fuck about that. I think they just care about their lives and taking care of
Well, I
business.
employ about 9 white people. They're safe. You know, it's different stories. The world's not just black and white, bro. You
Yeah,
know that?
exactly. Right. So that's a generalization because exactly white people are kind of straight, right? So it's easy when you're straight to say, whatever. But I think, like you said, most white people, of course, they don't give a fuck. They live in their damn life. But of course, we got a malicious element. White supremacy is a real thing. We're not gonna play like, we're not gonna pretend it's not. Of course, it is.
Yeah,
But what I'm just simply saying,
they do in America and in Africa as well. They fuck us up. Yeah,
right,
they do.
what I'm simply saying is
But black people do it too. The black leaders fuck us up as well.
Right, people need to be more cognizant of their interests, man. And if people were, I want to say a little, I don't know, if people were just a little bit more focused on their actual behavior, and if people were more listen. So again, as a whole, white supremacy, white people ain't gonna change. So go let white people talk to themselves about it. What other people need to be doing is getting their shit right, because that shit ain't gonna change. So I'm not. I don't know if you're trying to like deny rags. I don't know I don't know, but
I'm trying to understand what white supremacy is. That's what I'm trying to
Well,
understand.
I'm not gonna do that with you. That's like gaslighting, bro.
No, I'm
You
not
know what white
gaslighting. I'm
supremacy
No.
is.
You got to put
I'm
a.
legit
There's
asking.
another one.
That's
Part
all.
is
Just asking.
ism. There's an ist as well. There's supremacist. That other one. There's another
Pardon
cult.
me. How
There's
old are
another
you,
cult.
Rags? Without doxing yourself, just give me a range. How old are you?
Oh, I'm 36. Yeah.
You're sorry, so you know very well what white supremacy is. So I'm not gonna.
42.
No,
I'm not
I
gonna.
don't, because like I said, there's so many definitions. You said black supremacist, which most people don't ever say that one, but they do say
Well,
white
because it's not
supremacist
real.
a lot.
Right. Because black racism doesn't exist. That's why. So we keep conflating racism with supremacy, and racism with they're just not two. They're two totally different
Look at
things.
this. Africa feeds the world. Yeah, and look how poor it is.
So
Right. So what is supremacy? So when we say supremacy, does that mean that like we think whether it's black or white that we think we're
Nah,
the top of the
there's
chain?
good and
What's it
bad
mean?
in both. There's good
Hey,
and bad in both.
pardon me, Ozzy. Let me answer the question. So, white supremacy is not just white people's belief in supremacy, which is a fact. It was not only taught in schools; they changed all the medical books. I mean, they literally created a program to make you believe white people built the pyramid. I mean, this is a fact.
They didn't.
Did you want to dispute that before I keep going?
I'm not disputing it, so I will ask questions though, if that's all right.
No, without a doubt. I just don't want to. I want to let you get your
there's no
shit off.
dispute. This is really, I swear,
Why
it's
people
just me
didn't do
trying
it?
to
The
pick your
pharaohs
brain
anyway.
and figure it out.
Ozzy, you gotta let the man talk to me, bro. I can't. You feel me?
Yeah,
Can't have a
I'm
discourse.
quite literally just trying to figure it out.
There was a program, there was an agenda for a long time in not only this country but the world. So there was Google Church of the Creators. That's a start. For those of you who don't know what white supremacy is, we can do this right now with everybody. Google Church of the Creator, which is not just
Bro,
a church.
Jewish people that say.
Pardon me. So Jewish people and Hebrews are not the same thing, Ozzy. So you got to be careful.
Yeah, I know. I understand that.
So in any event, Church of the Creators was an ideology that was worldwide. It wasn't just a church. It was a real church, and it was popping because white people rocked with it. All right, and these people had political sway, and I mean, it was getting busy, and it's because white people rocked with it. So we're not going to act like this is one small group of people. This was the ideology, and the whole ideology was to brainwash the world into putting white people here longer than, I guess, like 6,000 years. So that way, because it's an ownership issue. You see, it's not just
Even the language we speak, it's got dramatic language. It's English, and that the ink.
Ozzy, please.
Right. So there was a worldwide scheme, even up to today. It just has evolved, and it's just changed colors in different ways. You know, like they got these like young black men going to the Oscars in dresses. You know, it's all part of the same scheme. It's to you know, I don't think he's I think Rags got knocked out, Sequoia.
Okay, let's see. Maybe he got rugged.
It could be one of them people, isn't it? But I thought, yeah, he might be come back. But I wasn't saying anything I was just agreeing with you lot. But I was just saying the language came from. You see, the English language we speak is Germanic, is German. Yeah, and the ink and the paper came from Spain. Yeah, and that's where the church and all of that got decorated, and the way we all speak English. The killer one is we all speak English, but everyone speaks different language. You know that. And the way you gotta look at the world is if you divide every human in the world, right? Just say you got a orange and you cut it in half for an apple. Half of the people are Chinese. The other half, if you put it into two quarters, is Indian. The black people are more than the white people. The white people are 5%.
Indians are Asian.
Yeah, but the Asian and Chinese Asians are quarter in the world. But then there's Chinese that are half of the humans in the world. Do you give me the population? Yeah.
Oh,
So
numbers wise, I got you.
Yeah.
But
So
look,
we got to look at that.
You're
Black people
talking about how they
obviously
look, though.
we're more than white people. But what it is in the whole world, there's good and bad in every kind. Do you get me? We're
Right.
all from Adam and
I
Eve.
know. Look
And
what
we're
you did,
in family.
Ozzy, you just divided them by the way they look. I know what you just did, bro. And that's not really kind of, because look, if you go into China, the Aboriginal Chinese are black with afros. Like black.
Yeah.
They're no different than
Chinese
black
is the
people in
claim.
Australia and Africa. Those are the real Chinese people. So what you just did is
Yeah, I
divided.
can hear you, bro. Because
You
Chinese
just
is the claim.
hold on, Oz. Let
Chinese
me tell
is
you
the
what you
claim.
just did. You just divided all Asians, no matter the country, by the way they look.
No.
Who got the chinky eyes
Chinese
and
is
the
the
squat
claim they weren't
face?
from Abraham. They weren't from Abraham. And science proves they are. You get me? They are from
Okay.
Abraham.
I know they are. You know how I know they are? Because go right into the jungles and shit right now. The Aboriginals are all around China, all in the mountains everywhere to this day. So I know they are. But in the Aboriginal, all you gotta do is Japanese. You Google Aboriginal Japanese. Same shit, nappy hair.
Yeah, and the native people as well. They're all from the same. We're all from the same. You know that?
Yeah, well, that's all that proves. We all from the same. That's all.
Look, Africa is right in the center of the earth.
I don't know about that, bro. I think the true East is America, bro. I think.
No, but I mean the bullseye of the earth. You know, when you hit the nail on the hammer, that's the right there.
Okay, all right. What I'm saying is the map is inverted. The proper map is inverted. The Arab map or the original African map, they call it Arab map. But the map is inverted. So like the Nile River does not run upside down. That's a lie. The Nile
Tell
River
me a bit more
sources.
about the pyramid. You was talking about what are you saying about the pyramid? Tell me your
I
knowledge
don't
about that.
know shit about the pyramids, bro. I don't do much speculating.
Well, they were called the pharaohs. They were called Farur. You know that you could go there on a holiday. Yeah, my cousin's got a house there. I'll let you. You can go and stay there. Basically, you see, remember the mummy? Remember in school they used to say the mummies. The pharaoh is the basically his whole army in Moses times. Yeah, prophet the Moses times. Yeah, then times. Yeah, he used to slave the Jewish people, the Bin Israel people, and basically the Red Sea through spat them back out. Basically, they're there with their flesh on. Like every other, it's basically in a coma. Everyone else, yeah, in this world, yeah, has to go. This we all go. Like, we die. We get bones, and we die. Yeah, we go pass on. You know what I mean? But what it is him? He's the one that's earned God's anger. Basically, he tried to claim God. So what God doesn't like is when people try to play God, when people try to act like God, or when people disrespect God. And there's angels too. Everyone thinks that the devil is more powerful and all of this. They're scared of ghosts and magic. But what it is, there's angels as well. Our eyes can't even handle the angels. That our brain is limited. Yeah. There's things that we didn't know back in the day that we know now. Yeah. Like numbers, numerical, or even talking. Yeah. The reason we all speak different languages because it's even the reason we don't see the UFO, unidentified flying objects, yeah, which is the jinns and the shaitans, which is our monsters, yeah. The reason we don't see them is because God's limited us. He's protecting us, yeah. We all started from Earth. We're heading to heaven. This Earth is called dunya, and we're only here temporarily, yeah. And tomorrow is not promised. All of us could have been in the same family. It doesn't matter. You know, we're all humans. Yeah, the humans are not many people, by the way. It doesn't matter what our ancestors done. It doesn't matter what's happened in history, as long as we think outside the box. As long as, because what's happening is the system's going to collapse, right? This economic is to do with dollar, petrodollar, whatever it is, yeah? And Bitcoin, all of this is breaking it all up, and wars. War makes money for these elites, these people you're talking about. So what it is like, instead of dividing each other, we need to learn each other and love each other and to love God. Because two brains are better than this bloody AI. All these wars, do you think I'm happy that kids are dying and getting killed? Do you think I'm gonna like what it is our cost of living? Watch the food go up. Watch our
That's
money go down.
intentional, Ozzy, though. They're doing that on purpose. Like in America, I
Hey,
don't know what they're
hey,
doing.
y'all! I just want to let you know Rags is back. His phone was charging, so he didn't. Just
I gotta charge my shit too. You can hear me,
Yeah, I
Raj?
didn't mean to cut out, man. I know we were talking about stuff.
No,
I
we
just
saw
wanted,
you.
my
We
bad.
saw you get disconnected.
Yeah.
Nah.
I didn't like
Oh,
what you.
look,
I didn't like what you were saying, so I bounced out. All right, that's what happened.
Right. It's a way to get
That's why it's important to
results.
be
Because how you
inclusive.
get the good, how you get the best results in life, bro.
Yeah. I think we were talking about. I don't mean to cut whoever was talking. I cut them off, but I'm just letting you know. I didn't mean to cut out.
Nah, Ozzy was just schooling us. He's on point. That's what he's saying.
I'm
I
not
just don't
schooling.
deal
I'm
with
your
too much
brother.
mystical.
I'm your brother. Everyone, I'm your brother.
No
So
doubt. I just don't
I
deal
love
with too much
everyone.
mystical.
Cut me as much as you want. I don't mind.
Right.
I love that.
I personally, Ozzy, don't deal with too much mystical shit because we got a lot of physical, actual shit that's more important. So Rags' life and your life is more important to me than learning about, the lessons of the pharaohs and shit, right? Which is important. But I ain't got Rags and Ozzy right yet, and myself right yet. So when I can sit down and pause and study Rags' concerns and Ozzy's concerns, then I study some shit about the pharaohs and shit. But we're not even listening to each other to learn.
Just know the world's one day, bro. Time is our enemy. That's our money. We are the money.
Word. Absolutely. But in any event, Rags is so Church of the Creators was a worldwide ideology. They actually went around the world.
Yeah, I've been around the world, and my dad was a history teacher, and he was a politician. So when he passed away, rest in peace, in
Ozzy.
2003,
Ozzy.
I learned more. I started in 2003.
No doubt. So Ding Rags, there was an agenda for a long time. It's still today. It's just taking on different because it has to. So slavery was economic. Right? It was not about black and white. Right? As a matter of fact, race didn't even exist prior to that, and there was in fact only one race. And if you haven't figured out what the race is yet, then like you're a dumbass. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's the biggest problem. Is people ain't figured out. I don't mean you, Rags. I'm saying in
Put the
general.
reason in it. Racism. Ism. Remember the ism.
Ism just means expert. I don't mean racism is not bad per se. It's a perversion.
So it was an economic thing. So that's how they justified slavery. There was only one race because they
Bingo.
didn't consider the slaves to be a race. Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly what happened. So
But slavery was used to be manual slavery to build things. Now it's slave to the system.
It's part of the democracy.
The brain
now
is
slavery is by agreement, so it hasn't changed. The system hasn't changed. So we got to get them people out the fucking way. So there's a mindset of people that believes it's okay to enslave others, and those same mindset of people are still in office, and that's why you have things called like positive law, where a cop can pull you over for minding your own business and kill you, lock you up, beat your ass, give you a ticket, a fine. That's still slavery. Compelling you to pay taxes.
Look at the word hate.
Ozzy. Compelling you to go to jury duty, or we fuck you up if you don't show up. Whether they fuck you up or not is irrelevant because the threat is right there on the back of the fucking request for jury duty or summons. My whole point is you're being compelled to do things forced, and that is the problem. So we have the democracy cannot exist without slave labor, without free labor. The same way China has come up because of free labor. So you have a class of people in this world, a mentality that believes free labor is they want to ball off of free labor. They pimping and hoeing, right? You have a mentality of people in this world that believe in pimping, man. And this shit is okay. And these bitches is gonna do what we say so we can live better, a certain quality of living, instead of everyone just come to do them and let's live in peace and harmony. I don't need nothing from you. You don't need nothing from me. If we want to deal with each other, then it's voluntary. You see? So that's the problem. You have the predominant people who are imposing this belief on the world happen to be white, Caucasian, right now. They happen to be what we call white, because white's not even a proper term. It's just a legal term, just like black is not legal.
So funny you said this. I love you. You know the word hate, yeah. You only hate people you love. That's humanity. If we didn't hate, if we did, you know what I mean. You don't hate people you don't love. So there's a thin line between love and hate. Do you understand?
No,
So like someone walks past you in the street, you don't even know them, but someone in your life, you end up hating. if they break your heart, it's called conditional love. That's called conditional. There's two types of love. There's unconditional love and there's conditional love. Yeah. So the conditional love is between us lot here. So if we was racist or anything like that we will end up that's when we start hating each other. So the Chinese people think we created Corona. Yeah. And we think they created it. But then they go, the yellow people will rise. That's what they say in this country.
Ozzy, Mr.
God,
Wonderful.
Yeah, so white supremacy in particular, of course, it's a real thing, and to deny it is gaslighting. To act like you don't see the victims happening all the time.
So what white supremacy? So white supremacy today, what forms does that take? What shapes does that take? What's that look like today?
Well, I don't know if that really matters because I'm old enough to remember it, right? So if somebody slaps me, kicks me, rapes me, shoots me, then that's good enough.
It's all wrong. I don't think it's just white. I think it's black and white and Chinese. It's a 5%.
I know Oz, but we talking about America right now, Oz. So backstage for a moment, brother.
Who do you think the Americans are?
About American issues, man.
Are you saying that white supremacy is it's not so much as a individual thing, but more like a systemic
ideology? Yeah, it absolutely is because again, the transatlantic slave trade was based on. They came up.
Yeah, but the Jewish people were doing slaves.
Right, Europeans back prior to then, Europeans were brown people, bro. Like they weren't I don't know where the whole blue-eye concept came
Israelite. You know about
Europeans were always brown people. If you look up to the Gauls, the man of Gauls, right? Like Irish people weren't even that light that long.
Yeah, Irish people.
They were brown people.
And they were
original prior to the Moorish the Europe being impregnated by the Moors. Pardon me, guys. The Moors, Europe is brown. So I don't know what it's I guess what do they call it? Like Icelandic version of white supremacy. I don't know that whole.
Yeah, the Moors sold out. I know.
Pardon me, guys. So I don't know where that came from, but the original Europeans, the original dynasties of Europe,
the Moors were Spanish and they were Arabs.
Nah, they weren't. There were people there long before the concept of Islam and Muslims even existed. So there have always been people on this planet, tens, 100,000, I don't know, a long fucking time, bro. So and they were in Europe too, and they were people of color. Today we would call, I guess, black people. So yeah.
All right. Let me ask you this then. This might sound like a funny question, but it's not meant to be funny. So can the tenets of white supremacy also apply to white people or poor white people?
Yeah, so there's a bigger scheme going on. Don't get it twisted. They just gave AIDS to Australians and HIV to Australians and the Netherlands. So the two I don't know, whitest type of idea in your mind, they hit them both off, right? So yeah, we know they're doing some vicious shit. We know ultimately they don't give a shit about white supremacy. They're gonna, but it goes top to bottom. Of course, they're gonna top to bottom. Whatever's closest to them get hurt the less, and it trickles down. The people least closest in their mind get hurt the worst. That don't mean they're not hurting their neighbors. They Google it right now. They just gave literally poking people with HIV. That third shot has HIV in it. And the people in the Netherlands just had a spike in HIV, and so did Australia. And it's white people.
So all right.
They're doing it to white people too.
Got it. So in your opinion, in what you've seen in your studies, etc., how do you solve white supremacy?
Well, you don't. So that's white people are not going to collectively do shit, right? Because white people don't even feel like white people. White people feel like their own individual shit. I'm from here, I'm from there, and that's that. So my whole point is there is no solving white supremacy. It's that us, people of color, particularly, I guess which so-called Black Americans, we just got to stop participating. We got to stop patronizing the businesses. We got to stop doing the goofy ass holidays. All of them. We got to stop participating in things that don't serve us. Right now, what's popping, what serves humanity is crypto. So I think all Black people should be doing crypto, and if we were, we up, we would be so up that none of this shit would matter. We all kind of died.
I definitely agree with that. I hear you on that one.
Right. So I'm not, just because I have enough. Go ahead, bro.
No, please go ahead.
No, I mean, I have enough sense. I got common sense, but I'm never gonna deny like white supremacy again, because I have too much basis in fact and history to contradict anything that suggests different. Like, as if white supremacy is very real, and but what I'm saying is, who gives a shit, right? Because that was the point I was making. If who gives a shit? But Japanese are the most supremacists. We're not over there. We don't even pay Japanese no mind because it don't affect us. You know why? Because they're over there doing them. So if we tighten the fuck up and start doing us, these problems will melt away. We over here arguing about whether Biden is giving crack pipes or not. Like, fuck Biden. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy, man. Like, we participate in everything that is designed. Christmas, all these holidays, all of these cultural things. We participate in a lot of shit that is not designed to serve the people. And if we would simply start doing for us and the people, then shit would miraculously turn over. This world will miraculously change. How is Trap gonna leave his own space, man? What the fuck he got going on, man?
Yo, this was never Trap's space.
But it is his thing. Oh, it's Friday. My bad. Shit's Wednesday.
I'm sorry. You see who the host is?
My bad. I wasn't here. Nah, I forgot. I didn't even realize today was Friday. I lost 2 days. That's crazy. But look, though, I'm so busy. I lost 2 days because I'm busy handling my shit, dealing with my people, with my family, my child. And you see how that works? So it's like if we would all like turn up, just the pandering, it bothers me really, really bad. That's all, man. If you want to get some context on the direction, man, listen to it's crazy, the shit. I listen now to the shit Malcolm X was saying. And it's crazy now, you have so-called white supremacists, they playing Malcolm X, saying, look, you don't want to know what you need to do? Listen to this guy. Like, he now makes a lot of sense in this day and age, and that's sad. This man was ranting live in the 60s, man. Like, we should be so far beyond, like, it's sad, man. You know, but in any event, it's just do us. Come up.
Well, listen, man, I just want to let you know, I'm a white guy, and I kind of like you, man. So I just want to let you know. Appreciate it, man. Kind of like you a little bit.
Well, that's what's up. Nah, I just want better, bro, for everybody.
I'm just fucking with you. No, I appreciate you answering my questions. I like to ask questions. That's all. I appreciate it.
No problem. I'm walking with truth, brother. Like, if I can't respond to your question, I'm probably lying.
It's hard for me. It's hard for me to. I don't walk through life with that lens, but I can't say that somebody else can't.
Right.
I mean, because I can't walk in their shoes. I get it. So I just gotta ask.
That's all I was saying to you. Don't even attempt to. Just try to be respectful. You know what I mean? Don't even attempt to figure that shit out.
Well, I just treat people how I want to be treated.
Yeah, exactly. Don't be a denier. But other people don't. So other people have fucked up experiences. That's like you like going on a date with a girl that been raped, and she's gonna act funny, right? Because she's been through some shit. So to you, she's acting funny. To her, she's being protected.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
Right. To you, I may be talking funny, but to me, I'm being protected, bro. You know what I'm saying? Look out for my interests. I've been through some fucked up shit. And I'm from, I don't mind saying I'm from Boston, bro. So I don't know if you know anything about it, but it gets busy on the racial tip, man. So I have a hyper perspective that a lot of people ain't gonna have. And my shit is reality. And the people that don't have it, their shit ain't reality because they're delusional. So I'm actually living it. So you can't say it's not happening. You follow what I'm saying? Like, you just try not to deny people.
I get it, man. Everybody has varying levels of
experience.
Right. Well, excuse me, common sense. And you get common sense from good experiences, but it's a whole lot more from bad experiences. I'll tell you that.
Some real shit.
Yep.
Absolutely. Yo.
You know who I do got beef with right now? The Me Too people. Where they pussy ass at? They for all these years, they've been doing all of this fucking, and I was right with them. They've been doing all of this popping shit about people touching bodies, people touching their bodies and doing stuff unwanted. And now these motherfuckers are running around poking babies and y'all ain't saying shit. Hypocrite. That shit's disgusting to me, man. Like these people are forcing, mandating, penetrating your child and you ain't saying shit about it. Cowards, man. And that's how you know that shit was a fake ass agenda. You know, I remember like a lot of the white nationalists. I remember a lot of them was saying it was an agenda. The Me Too shit. You know, like the Jews are behind it or whatever. And I'm like, how? Women been raped. How's it an agenda? And they're right. It was an agenda the whole time. Because all of them fake ass people ain't saying shit now. Not one of them. Where's Terry Crews, bitch ass? I remember Terry Crews did this shit saying the white guy from Hollywood touched his dick. And him and they black people was creaming. I'm like, you're a pussy. Why you didn't beat him? Or I would have went to jail. Yeah, bitch, but he grabbed your dick. So it's like all of these people was on like doing Me Too, Me Too. I remember the commercial. It was like a whole bunch of them. Well, Me Too, Me Too, Me Too. Now, like they're literally holding down. Go look at these videos all over the world. They're holding their children down, poking them with this shit. And now we're finding out this shit actually kills people and it actually does nothing to help COVID. It's just some sick, wacko ass people, man. I hate hypocrites. Shit nasty. Like, where are all these people that were on the front line throwing, you know, but I remember how they did Bill Cosby.
Uh-oh, Mr. Wonderful, I think you might be getting rugged right now. Yeah, if you're speaking, we can't hear you. I do see you. It seems like your mic's open, so.
Yeah, Sequoia, what are you doing?
I'm eating.
All right, I'm gonna stir the pot here.
Oh.
You ready for this?
I suppose so.
Men are more discriminated against in the United States than women are. How do you feel about that?
I guess I disagree.
You disagree?
I suppose so, yeah.
Why?
So you said discriminated against?
Yeah.
Well, if we just think about the distribution of power historically and in the US and as far as in the workplace and yeah, I don't know, I think life as a man definitely has I mean, ultimately, yeah, y'all hold more authority.
We have it easier too, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna say y'all have it easier, but y'all are in more privileged positions and more privileged positions of power in particular. So I think that's probably the largest reason why I think I disagree with that, right? Women are we have a lot more expectations that the expectations that are set upon women limit or are intended not well, and they're like limited, right? Like they limit our potential at large is kind of what I'm thinking.
So men, actually, let's just say young men, they're more likely to be held back, expelled, and make up the majority of high school dropouts. That's not much of an advantage. And if you look at the sentences for those young men for crimes, same crimes as women, they receive higher sentences for the same offenses. Actually, men make up, or boys make up, a majority of the special education students. In terms of doctors, a vast majority of doctors that are graduating from med school at this point are women. I think it's like a 65-35 split, if that makes sense mathematically. I don't know. Men account for 80% or more of homelessness, suicides, job-related deaths. They're more likely to die younger. They live less years than women do. This was an interesting one I found. In terms of breast cancer versus prostate cancer, even though statistically the deaths are right at 40,000 a year for both, there's like 4 to 5 times more funding spent for breast cancer rather than prostate cancer. So, deaths of males in wars. It's all pretty interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting, but I don't see what that has to do with discrimination.
Discrimination in the workplace for wages, for example, men work longer hours than women do,
And they get paid more.
for more rigorous and dangerous jobs. So even if you took the longer hours out, actually paid more for the same job.
What was that? I'm sorry, I didn't.
Paid more for the same job.
I can't generalize every job or workplace, but yeah, I mean that is something that is often known. It's not a secret as far as that goes. But if we want to talk about just like jobs or work in general and the what's the opportunities that are available to men and women, like it's I mean I think a woman has to prove a lot more, like just even as far as like getting a job or yeah, it's I don't know. I feel like you're pulling a lot of data that is obviously it's like, yeah, men might die earlier. All of these things. Yeah, but what the hell does that again, right? Like what does that have to do with discrimination? Like
I'm talking about pay. Like that's a pretty complex topic.
no, but
to
I'm saying
tackle.
like all the things that you brought up prior to that, like outside of the workplace or paid, you listed out a bunch of things.
Yeah, men have it rough, man. That's
Nobody said they didn't.
Yeah, that's a pretty that's as compared to women, and people say it's completely the opposite. That's like the not the stereotype, but the general consensus these days. I find it interesting.
I find it interesting as well, especially as a Black woman who has never like oh my, like I personally have had a lot of like disadvantages in my life, and it hasn't necessarily been so it's just like for my personal experience, I can't conflate these things like to be true. Like it's from what I've experienced myself, I feel like I've often have had to prove myself to be whatever, like more worthy, whatever. Just like I have to prove myself to deserve things that often seem to come a lot easier for men. So it's just
like in terms of being hired.
Yeah.
So let me ask you, out of curiosity, based on your experience, and this isn't a trick question, I'm not trying to trap you. If the person that's hiring you is a male versus the person that's hiring you is a female, is there still bias in the female's head that would hire a man over a woman?
Is there still bias in a female's head or hire a man?
So if the hiring manager were female, would it still be slanted towards a man to be hired over you with the same qualifications in your experience?
In my experience, yes. Actually, I would even go as far to say that it's been at times more difficult for me to get a job or like to be hired at a workplace when there was a woman supervisor or manager.
More difficult?
Mm-hmm.
Why, like competitive reasons, that type of thing?
I don't know what it is. No, like I'm saying, like, so I'm giving an example directly from my experience, like, right, applying for basically the same job. They were different locations, same company. The only difference was in location, and the team, right, the people I interviewed with. The first time, I had several interviews, and it was primarily whenever I video chatted, it was with a man. And they had different backgrounds. One was a gay man. I think the other one was a straight man. But I felt like those interviews went better. I feel like if I was to stay in that location, I would have had the job, and I probably still would. But I was moving, and so they wanted to get me to interview at a different location down where I was going to be. I interviewed. There were women. I was excited. I was like, oh, cool. Like, maybe this is better. Nope. They didn't hire me. After 3 interviews, actually a total of 6 interviews, but yeah, they didn't hire me after all that. And I feel like, I don't know, that was kind of an interesting experience for me. So yeah, I don't know. And I don't know what that necessarily means as far as like men versus women or anything, but I'm just letting you know, right? Like, in my personal experience, like, yeah, like it's that's what happened.
So cool. I would think about hiring you, but then I probably wouldn't because you talk so much shit. Just to let you know, if I was trying to hire you.
But hire me to do what?
Oh no, that's a trick question. I'm not answering that. Nope. Nope.
So, well, let's see. Do I talk shit though? Do I talk shit or do I combat shit? Because I feel like.
Oh gosh. No, you're a good blend.
Because I don't think I really talk that much shit as more as
no,
like.
you do some underhanded shit. You know you do that. Don't say that. I know what you do.
Hey, I didn't say I didn't do it.
See, you're slick about it though. See, hustler. I'm leaving this space, Sequoia. You have a good night.
Wait, hold up, Rags.
What?
Don't leave on me like that.
What?
Like, all abruptly.
All right, go ahead.
Don't be yeah. Okay, what? You just asked me your questions and you're gonna dip?
Yeah. What did I ask you again? I forgot. It doesn't matter.
Yo. How you get? Okay, that was interesting. I'm
pushing your buttons.
Yeah, you trying to, I guess.
Yeah.
How's that working out?
I don't know. I really feel like I should press the leave button right now, though.
Why is that?
I don't know. It feels like the right thing to do, but yeah. So, are y'all still streaming this on YouTube right now?
To be honest, I'm not even sure because Famous is asleep, and I don't really know how long he keeps those on.
Got it.
So I'm assuming it's off, but
Your girl Hexy's passed out, huh?
absolutely.
Yeah, she's out. Well, all right. Well, I am gonna bounce for real though. I gotta crash. You be good. I'll check you tomorrow.
For sure. Good night.
All right. Bye.
Take care. Bye.
Hey, Woods, I see you creeping on us.
Having a good time.
Why is that?
I've been throwing up, and I don't know why.
Oh no. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
That's alright. I feel a lot better right now, but I've been up for like up and on and off, up for like the last 2 hours. Like sleep for 2 hours, wake up, yeah. Sleep for 2 hours, wake up, yeah. Hate it.
Yo, yeah, that's bad. Did you? I know it's always the same questions, but like, did you eat something weird or it's different?
Well, there's like I did have a few beers last night, but my family here has been passing around the stomach bug, so I don't know if I just drank and ate too much or if it's that bug. So time will tell.
Yeah,
Well,
that sucks. Hmm.
yeah, I'm feeling a lot better now than I did at midnight, though. That's for sure.
Yeah, no, that's good. Honestly, right? Puking is really like the best solution for it.
Oh, I couldn't stop. I wanted to cry, but let's stop talking about that. It was kind of nasty.
Oh, yeah, no, I feel you. I hate that. It's the worst feeling. And oh my gosh, like, yeah, my heart goes out because, yeah, jumping up every like 10 minutes, fuck that shit.
Yeah, to say the least. Well,
Yeah.
you're a beast with these spaces. I can't believe you. And I saw Future in here, but I can't believe you motherfuckers are still on. Excuse my French.
Yo, yes. Yep, you're holding it down like literally 24/7. Yeah. Um, thank you. I appreciate those kind words. Your recognition does not go un un I guess I've lost words.
I don't blame you. It's been a long day for you.
Yeah. What's it like going on 5 a.m. where you are?
Yeah. 5 a.m. Snowing. Just got done puking in the snow, so that's fun. Cross that off my bucket list. I'm trying to work up the courage to maybe smoke a bowl and try to go back to sleep, but I'm just gonna sit in this chair and not move.
Yes, that is honestly the best remedies for that I found, at least.
Yeah, honestly, all this talking is kind of making me dizzy, so I'm gonna let you go, and I'll see you tomorrow. I'll talk to you sometime soon. All right.
Yeah, no worries. Good night. That sucks. Peeping on us. If anyone wants to grab the mic, feel free. I'll be here until I pass out. I'm probably gonna take a nap soon, but just in case anyone's listening, just wanted to let y'all know I am still here.